Battle Through the Heavens, Rebirth of Emperor Yin Chapter 384 to Chapter 457. Elder, thank you for saving us. Seeing that Chen Zhan and the rest had fled, Zhang Yi, who was standing guard beside Luo Jin, looked respectfully at the empty sky above his head and said in a weak and respectful voice after a long while. There is nothing to thank me for. I just couldn't stand it, so I intervened. The old voice was still very calm. However, if one were to listen carefully, one would discover that the tone of this mysterious strong person was much gentler than when he was speaking to Chen Zhan and the others. This caused Zhang Yi to feel comfortable in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but be curious about this mysterious strong person. Who exactly was this mysterious strong person? Elder, I am an elder of the Yuning Pavilion. The young man beside me is the pavilion master of the Yuning Pavilion. Since Elder has saved us this time, I would like to invite Elder to be a guest at the Yuning Pavilion. At the same time, I would like to take some things to repay Elder for saving our lives. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. He was afraid that those four fellows would be unwilling to give up and lay low outside the city. If they waited for this elder to leave, Xiaoyan and the others would not be able to escape death. There is no need to worry. They have already returned to their respective sections. It is impossible for them to be lying low outside the city. As for the Yuning Pavilion, the old me still has something to do. I will not be going. Seemingly having seen through the worry in Zhang Yi's heart, the old man's faint laughter was once again emitted. This caused Zhang Yi's heart to relax. At the same time, his old face could not help but reveal a somewhat embarrassed smile. Cough, cough, just as the atmosphere was a little quiet, a few weak coughs suddenly sounded. Only at this moment did Zhang Yi react. Although Luo Jin's injuries had stabilized, on the other hand, Xiaoyan's condition was still difficult to determine. After all, Xiaoyan's chest had been pierced by the sword of a Dou Di while he was seriously injured. Adding the ferocious energy explosion that followed, Xiaoyan's injuries could not be any more serious. He needed to hurry over and take a look. Alright, you do what you need to do. The old me will take my leave first. As the faint and aged voice sounded out, the special pressure that permeated the entire Emerald Green City a moment ago also quietly disappeared. Everyone in the city also suddenly felt their bodies become lighter at this moment, and they were finally able to completely relax. Only Zhang Yi didn't dare to relax. He hurriedly cupped his hands towards the sky, then dragged his injured body and quickly flew to Xiaoyan's side. Even with Zhang Yi's mental fortitude, his heart could not help but tremble when he saw the terrifying sword wound on Xiaoyan's chest that almost tore him apart. It was hard to imagine that Xiaoyan had forcefully shattered the huge energy sword that Jianming had condensed while enduring such serious injuries. When Zhang Yi's spiritual strength swept over the other parts of Xiaoyan's body, the expression on his old face involuntarily became ugly. It was not just the nearly fatal sword wound on his chest. Over half of the bones in Xiaoyan's body had been shattered. At the same time, the internal organs in Xiaoyan's body had also suffered different degrees of damage. Nearly half of the meridians in his body had been broken. Even the blood flowing in his blood vessels was almost completely depleted. With Xiaoyan's current condition, it was likely that even an ordinary person would be able to kill him. However, at the same time, there were two other things that caused Zhang Yi's heart to be extremely surprised. Firstly, when Zhang Yi checked Xiaoyan's injuries, he discovered that Xiaoyan had already consumed a top-notch emperor-grade pill to heal his injuries. Zhang Yi carefully recalled the scene of Xiaoyan's previous battle. He did not have any time to consume the pill, and Zhang Yi did not see Xiaoyan consume the pill. If that was the case, then who had consumed the pill for Xiaoyan? Secondly, in addition to the pill, Xiaoyan's body actually emitted several types of heavenly flames that separately healed Xiaoyan's body and soul. This caused Zhang Yi to involuntarily feel envious. By the time Zhang Yi controlled Xiaoyan's and Luo Jin's seriously injured bodies and returned to the Hidden Cloud Pavilion, Linchui City, which had been completely destroyed, had become lively. Within a short period of time, the name Xiaoyan had been firmly engraved in the hearts of every person in Green Jade City. Even the Ban Di Realm experts' faces were filled with shock as they recalled the previous big battle. Their hearts were filled with shock. Although Xiaoyan had not gained the upper hand in the previous big battle, the fact that he had survived the attack of a Dou Di was enough to cause them to be emotionally moved. using the body of a bandit to fight against a Dodi. How many people in the entire continent could achieve this kind of heroism? At the very least, the other people present did not have Xiaoyan's courage and ability to face a Dodi, much less exchange blows with one. Within a short few days, news of Xiaoyan's big battle spread not only in Green Jade City but also in over 10 cities of various sizes in the Xiling region. In an instant, Xiaoyan's name had left an extremely deep impression in the hearts of most people in the western region. At the same time, Xiaoyan had also become the target of many people. Even some Bandi realm experts who boasted of their strength had begun to search for Xiaoyan all over the western region. Although they did not dare to say that they would face a Dodi, being able to defeat this man who had survived the attack of a Dodi could be considered a great achievement for them. Of course, in the eyes of those female cultivators, it was a different story. While Xiaoyan's fame had brought him countless pursuers, the eyes of those young and beautiful ladies were filled with admiration. There were even some who had fought because of him, causing Xiaoyan's fame to soar rapidly within a short period of time. Since ancient times, beauties loved heroes. Perhaps this was the exact description of Xiaoyan at this moment. However, while the outside world was abuzz with news of Xiaoyan's big battle, the current Xiaoyan was still unconscious. His face was as white as snow and there were no signs of him waking up. If it were not for the weak breath in his nose, it was likely that even Xianxia would not dare to guarantee that Xiaoyan was still alive. Xiaoyan had suffered quite a lot of injuries in this big battle. This was especially the case when Jianming's sword seal had nearly taken his life. If it were not for the heavenly flame, a heaven-defying item, protecting Xiaoyan's essence from being harmed, it was likely that his strength would not have improved even if he was lucky enough to survive. Time flashed by and a month had quietly passed. Luo Jin had already recovered. Although he had yet to recover to his peak condition, it was only a matter of time. The first thing Luo Jin did after recovering was to find Elder Luo from the southern region and ask him to exterminate the 4 sections. This was also the decision Luo Jin had made during the big battle that day. Because of Xiaoyan, he had to make the 4 sects pay the price. Unfortunately, even though Luo Jin had indeed invited Elder Luo, the final outcome was not what Luo Jin had expected. Elder Luo did not exterminate the 4 sections. Instead, he severely reprimanded Luo Jin. Under Luo Jin's somewhat aggrieved gaze, Luo Ao's face was solemn the entire time as he looked at Xiaoyan. The latter's injury was so deep that even he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. At the same time, Luo Ao also rejoiced on behalf of Xiaoyan. At such a time, what could save Xiaoyan was not the emperor-grade pills, but the heavenly flame in Xiaoyan's body. Afterwards, Luo Ao stayed in Emerald Green City for 2 months. However, other than the gradual recovery of Xiaoyan's aura, there were no other changes. 2 months later, Luo Ao, who had originally planned to patiently wait for Xiaoyan to awaken, was forced to immediately return to the southern region because of a sudden piece of news. When he left Emerald Green City, Luo Jin clearly saw the extremely grave expression on his old face. Luo Ao's expression immediately made Luo Jin feel uneasy. He had not seen such an expression on Luo Ao's face many times. The reason why Luo Ao had so quickly returned to the southern region with such a grave expression was because something had happened to the Ginseng spiritual tribe. In the letter that Luo Ao had received from Qing Mu had mentioned that when he had entered the depths of the Ginseng spiritual space, he had discovered something that should not have existed. It was because of this that Qing Mu and Luo Ao had been so nervous. It was a small piece of pitch-black crystal that looked like charcoal. Its shape was somewhat uneven, as if it had fallen from something. Under Qing Mu's probing, he even detected an extremely familiar aura from it. And this was the reason why his expression had changed upon hearing it. This aura came from He Mu, who had been killed by Xiaoyan. This small piece of charcoal-like crystal was a small piece of He Mu's ginseng spiritual root. Western Region, Lingzui City. Inside the Yunin Pavilion. Half a year had passed since that big battle. During this half a year, Xiaoyan had been in a slumber. Although the injuries on his body had already recovered by 90%, Xiaoyan still did not show any signs of waking up. In the Yunin Pavilion, Luo Jin and Xianxia frowned as they looked at Xiaoyan, who was lying on a special stone bed. Their eyes revealed a hint of worry. They did not expect Xiaoyan to be so seriously injured this time. Half a year had passed, but he showed no signs of waking up. They did not know how long he would remain in this state. In this half a year, Elder Luo had gone back and forth many times. However, every time he saw Xiaoyan in this state, he could only shake his head helplessly. After observing him for a few days, he returned to the southern region. Following Xiaoyan's deep sleep, the news about Xiaoyan in the outside world gradually calmed down. There were even many people who thought that perhaps after the great battle, Xiaoyan's injuries were too serious and could not be cured. As this new news spread, it immediately caused a commotion in the western region. Most people were certain of this answer. After all, a Dodi was a Dodi. How could a mere half-martial emperor fight against him so easily? Moreover, Xiaoyan was only a 5-star half-martial emperor. This was even more unreasonable. Of course, there were also some people who still believed that Xiaoyan was still alive. However, in comparison, these people were much fewer. After all, theoretically speaking, the above explanation was not wrong. However, they still thought that perhaps Xiaoyan was not dead and had only left the western region. Of course, these were not important. What was important was that all news about Xiaoyan had disappeared with the wind in this vast western region. However, it seemed that there were always some people who did not want Xiaoyan's name to fade away. Of course, more of them had other intentions. After Xiaoyan's deep sleep for half a year, the western region, which had gradually calmed down, suddenly spread another shocking news. Once this news spread, Xiaoyan's name once again resounded in the western region. If anyone sees Xiaoyan and reports the location of his appearance or captures him alive, as long as he is still alive and is brought to any of the 4 large sects, the 4 large sects will give a reward. One of the rewards included was 12 emperor-grade medicinal pills. As for the other rewards, there was no lack of cultivation methods or dough skills. They were all shocking treasures that would make people go crazy. Although they did not know whether the news was true or false, when the crowd saw that the 4 great sects did not give a definite response, everyone immediately understood. Therefore, the western region, which had just calmed down not long ago, was once again in turmoil. Xiaoyan's name once again resounded in every corner of the western region. As if to ensure that someone would be able to find Xiaoyan, after this news spread, many pieces of paper with Xiaoyan's face swiftly flew out from unknown corners. This also allowed everyone to have a clear understanding of Xiaoyan's appearance. Of course, although this was the case, these pieces of paper were only passed around in some of the larger cities. As for some of the smaller towns and cities, no one paid any attention to them. As for Lungchui City, it was the largest city in the southwestern border. It was also a large city with a teleportation formation. However, not a single piece of news related to Xiaoyan was transmitted from this place. This was because this place was the territory of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion. Even the 4 large sects were blacklisted in this place. How could news of Xiaoyan be transmitted to this place? Young master, the Shilin region has been in turmoil recently. After the 2 of them left the pavilion, Zhang Yi frowned and said softly to Luo Jin. As Xiaoyan was injured and needed to recuperate, the Yuning Pavilion had already announced its closure half a year ago. Hence, other than Xiaoyan in the pavilion, there was no one on the other 5 floors of the Yuning Pavilion. There was no need to worry about outsiders when they spoke. The 4 great sects, these fellows still haven't given up. Even now, they're still thinking about the sky extinction step. If it weren't for the fact that 5th grandfather forbade me from sending people, I would have destroyed all of you long ago. When the 4 great sects were mentioned, Luo Jin immediately felt a deep chill in his heart. Now that half a year had passed, although the injuries on his body had already healed, the killing intent in his heart towards the 4 great sects had gradually deepened. Especially now that Xiaoyan was still in a coma, this only increased Luo Jin's killing intent. However, due to Luo Ao, there was nothing he could do. Even if the 4 great sects were openly hunting down Xiaoyan, there was nothing he could do. Luo Jin understood that it wasn't that Luo Ao couldn't destroy the 4 great sects, but that he didn't want Luo Jin to always live under his protection. What Luo Ao wanted to see was Luo Jin's own growth. He wanted Luo Jin to have his own pursuits and goals. If it had been in the past, when Luo Jin wandered around and obtained what he needed with his own strength, Luo Ao might have praised him. However, ever since Luo Ao met Xiaoyan, his attitude towards disciplining this junior of his had changed. Xiaoyan's fighting spirit was something that was rarely displayed by people from the younger generation like them. Of course, it was not that there were none who were similar. However, most of them were weak and their hearts were filled with arrogance, but they did not have the strength to back it up. They appeared to be disciplined, but they were unable to show it. If they were placed in a true big battle, they would at the very most be able to endure for a short while and would not be able to last for long. However, Xiaoyan was different. What made him different was that he had strength and the will to fight. Moreover, he had also successfully survived the big battle. Regardless of whether this was luck or not, Xiaoyan had indeed survived. This point was already sufficient. Moreover, from a certain point of view, luck was also one of the aspects of success. After regaining his senses, Luo Jin stared fiercely at the space in front of him, killing intent surging in his eyes. In addition, I've received news that the Cloud Immortal sect in the southern region has also withdrawn the people guarding there. The border of the southern region is already empty. Xianxia looked at Luo Jin in front of him, a gratified look in the depths of his old eyes. How could he not know what his own ancestor meant? As Luo Jin's guardian, he naturally felt gratified when he saw Luo Jin's appearance. SSS, the Cloud Immortal sect? Even they have withdrawn? In that case, the ghost hall in the southern region has been abolished. Otherwise, they wouldn't have withdrawn in full force. Luo Jin exclaimed in surprise. Then, he analyzed in a low voice. Yes. In addition, not long ago, our men discovered that they had met an elder of the Cloud Immortal sect through the teleportation array. Xianxia followed beside Luo Jin. As they descended the stairs, he deliberated as he spoke. Oh? An elder of the Cloud Immortal sect? Huh, why? After we left the southern region, they couldn't sit still anymore. Not only did they abandon their territory, but they also joined the western region in the muddy waters. Are they trying to fish in troubled waters? Luo Jin raised his eyebrows slightly, a look of surprise on his face. The news that he had received recently was all about the southern region. He did not expect that these people would immediately take action after Xiaoyan left the southern region. It seemed that there was more to this than meets the eye. No, I think that the reason for his trip is not because he was ordered by the Cloud Immortal sect, but because he has other motives. Hearing this, Xianxia frowned and rubbed his fingers together as he spoke softly. What do you mean? Luo Jin turned his head to look at Xianxia and asked softly. Young master, do you remember that our young friend Xiaoyan has a skill that allows him to summon an avatar that is almost as powerful as his actual body? That skill was obtained from an elder of the Cloud Immortal sect. Hiss, you mean Yuan Qing from the Cloud Immortal sect? Luo Jin was stunned. Then, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. If that was the case, Yuan Qing's motive was likely to be Xiaoyan. He had heard that Xiaoyan was in the western region, so he had taken advantage of the retreat to go to the western region alone to look for Xiaoyan. Boom! However, just as Luo Jin was about to cry out in shock, a violent explosion suddenly sounded from the attic upstairs. In the next instant, Luo Jin, who was walking downstairs, suddenly turned around. At the same time, Xianxia, who was behind him, also turned around at the same time. They both lifted their heads and looked at the attic on the 6th floor. Their eyes were filled with joy and excitement. At the same time, in the attic on the 6th floor, Xiaoyan, whose eyes were originally closed and whose body was burning with the star flame, had already sat up. The heavenly fire entered his body, and his aura was as powerful as a soaring dragon. Sensing the familiar aura from upstairs, Luo Jin and Xianxia could not help but exclaim in surprise. Xiaoyan, you're awake. On the 6th floor of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion. At this moment, 3 figures were seated in order. Luo Jin and Xianxia were among them. However, at this moment, their faces were filled with joy as they looked at the young man in black robes in front of them. This person was none other than Xiaoyan, who had been unconscious for half a year and had only just woken up. Haha, brother Xiaoyan, you have finally woken up after half a year. Luo Jin couldn't help but laugh at Xiaoyan as soon as he sat down. Xiaoyan's awakening seemed to have swept away all the unhappiness he had in the past half a year. The killing intent he had for the 4 great sects was also suppressed at the bottom of his heart with Xiaoyan's awakening. Hearing this, Xiaoyan sighed and nodded his head. He inhaled a deep breath of air and his heart also relaxed slightly. During this half a year of deep sleep, Xiaoyan seemed to have dreamed of many things. He dreamed of the Doqi continent, of his family and friends. He seemed to have returned there and lived happily with Sun Er and Kai Lin. His father and teacher were always by his side. He had a large number of children and his family was prosperous. Everyone who saw him had reverence in their eyes. Xiaoyan was like a god, so high and unapproachable. But every time he saw this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but frown. Xiaoyan used his powerful strength to protect the clan and everything seemed so beautiful. However, this sweet life, which seemed to have been sweetened with sugar, made Xiaoyan feel extremely uncomfortable. There seemed to be something missing here. Finally, one day, when Xiaoyan was feeling impatient, a group of mysterious black-robed people broke through the void and descended on the Doqi continent. After an earth-shaking battle, Xiaoyan was defeated in the end. The moment he was defeated by the black-robed people, Xiaoyan's face was full of shock. He didn't dare to believe that he was defeated so thoroughly. He was a Dodi, the strongest person in the Doqi continent. How could he be defeated? Half-D Dodi. However, the moment he thought of this point, a thought suddenly surged out from deep within his heart, causing him to instantly recover. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan was unable to sort out the chaotic thoughts in his mind within a short period of time. Instead, the more anxious Xiaoyan was, the more chaotic the thoughts in his mind became. As the saying goes, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. While Xiaoyan was having a headache because of the thoughts in his heart, the entire continent was gradually heading toward destruction because of Xiaoyan's defeat. Under the devil's claws of the black-robed people, the originally peaceful continent began to be on the verge of destruction. Even someone as strong as a Dosheng could only be annihilated. Xiaoyan's heart became increasingly heavy as he watched his loved ones die one by one. His thin body swayed repeatedly in the wild wind. Blood tears continued to swirl in his eyes. His hands, which were stained with his own blood, were tightly clenched together with extreme unwillingness. His delicate fingertips had almost pierced into his palm, but Xiaoyan did not feel any pain. He could only stubbornly widen his scarlet eyes and stare intently at those black-robed people. Each time he made a move, he would be mercilessly destroyed by their strength. When Xiaoyan finally saw his father and teacher die under the devil's claws of the black-robed people, Xiaoyan was heartbroken. He struggled with all his might, wanting to save his father and teacher. However, the end result was an even more cold-blooded destruction. His father and teacher also failed to escape the tragic fate of death. In the end, Xiaoyan personally saw Sun Er and Kai Lin being killed by the black-robed people and turned into nothingness. Sun Er and Kai Lin's deaths seemed to have become a key that instantly unraveled the extremely chaotic thoughts in Xiaoyan's mind. All the doubts in Xiaoyan's heart were easily resolved at this moment. The only thing that was missing was the hot-bloodedness in the hearts of the people on the Doqi continent and the fanatical pursuit of strength. None of these things were present in them. The eyes that they used to look at him were not filled with respect. Instead, they were filled with fear. A kind of fear without any courage. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan wake up. All of this was merely a dream. However, this caused Xiaoyan's entire body to become ice cold. At the same time, Xiaoyan also woke up from his long slumber. Brother Xiaoyan? Brother Xiaoyan? Yes? Suddenly, Xiaoyan clearly felt that there was someone patting his shoulder. Due to the stimulation that Xiaoyan had received in the dream earlier, the first action that Xiaoyan took when he recovered was to throw out a palm with the back of his hand. Fortunately, Xiaoyan reacted in time the moment his palm was about to land on Luo Jin's face. Only then did Xiaoyan abruptly stop his attack. When the strong wind hit Luo Jin's face, the latter's expression changed drastically. His body staggered and involuntarily fell backward. Finally, he was supported by Zhang Yi, who also had an expression of disbelief on his face. Only then did he not miserably fall to the ground. Young friend Xiaoyan, sorry, I was a little emotional just now. Just as Zhang Yi was about to involuntarily open his mouth to ask, Xiaoyan hurriedly apologized. Seeing Xiaoyan's expression, Zhang Yi and Luo Jin, who still had a lingering fear in his heart, looked at each other. Immediately, they sighed in confusion before returning to their seats. Haha, brother Xiaoyan, you really made us wait for half a year. Knowing that Xiaoyan was unwilling to talk about this topic, Luo Jin did not continue the topic. Instead, he changed the topic and talked about Xiaoyan. Hearing Luo Jin's words, Xiaoyan smiled helplessly. He did not expect that he would be unconscious for so long due to his injury. Oh right, brother Xiaoyan, have you seen that senior? Luo Jin seemed to have thought of something as he asked Xiaoyan with a smile. Senior? What senior? Xiaoyan's expression was startled when he heard this. He asked doubtfully without knowing anything. Ugh, Luo Jin and Zhang Yi by the side looked at each other in response. Then, they laughed involuntarily. Haha, looks like you are completely unaware of the result of the big battle half a year ago. In that case, I'm afraid that we will not be able to find that mysterious senior. Luo Jin shook his head and sighed. He was also very curious about the senior that Zhang Yi had mentioned. Regardless of the other party's strength, at the very least, he had saved the three of them. Just this location alone was sufficient for Luo Jin to treat him with respect. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he heard this. He thought for a moment in his heart before he recalled the big battle half a year ago. He remembered that he seemed to have lost consciousness at the end of the big battle. He only vaguely remembered that he had broken Jian Ming's sword seal. As for what happened after that, he was completely unaware. After Luo Jin's explanation, Xiaoyan suddenly had a little understanding of that mysterious senior. However, Xiaoyan did not explain it clearly. At this moment, a mocking laughter was emitted from deep within Xiaoyan's body. It was Guyu. Xiaoyan's awakening made Luo Jin excited and happy. At the same time, his spirit also became lively. Xiaoyan's face was also filled with joy, as if he had survived a disaster. Being able to escape from such a dream made Xiaoyan feel as if he had escaped death. Under the influence of different emotions, the two of them were like old friends who had not seen each other for many years. They chatted for an entire day, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. When the sky turned dark, the two of them did not forget to drink to their heart's content. It was not until dawn the next day that they finished drinking. Although Xiaoyan and Luo Jin were both half-emperors, the two of them were close friends. They did not purposely dissolve the alcohol in the wine. Instead, they allowed the alcohol in the wine to wreak havoc in their bodies. Therefore, after drinking for an entire night, the two of them were already red all over. Their bodies were lying on the ground haphazardly. As they breathed, the entire pavilion was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. The smell of alcohol was so strong that it even turned into a faint green fog, which was unbearable. However, the two of them were completely unaware of this. As their breathing gradually became steady and orderly, the two half-emperors, who were famous in the outside world, fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Yi was also helpless about this. He could only shake his head and leave the sixth floor, which was filled with a foul atmosphere. A few days later, in Lingzue City, an old man with an ordinary aura and an aged face stood in front of the Yuning Pavilion. When the pedestrians on the street saw this old man, they could not help but frown slightly. The Yuning Pavilion had been closed for half a year, and the words, "temporarily closed," were clearly written on the door. Why was this strange old man standing here? However, when the pedestrians saw Zhang Yi come out of the Yuning Pavilion and respectfully welcome this old man into the Yuning Pavilion, the expressions of the pedestrians on the street instantly froze. Their mouths were wide open, and they stood there like statues, not saying a word for a long time. At the same time, in the Yuning Pavilion, Luo Ao finally saw Xiaoyan again. That's right, this seemingly powerless old man was Luo Ao. When Luo Ao saw Xiaoyan for the first time, the worry he had for Xiaoyan finally dissipated. Before this, even he did not dare to guarantee that Xiaoyan would wake up. After all, Xiaoyan's injuries this time were too serious. Fortunately, the heavens favored Xiaoyan. Even though Xiaoyan was seriously injured, he was still able to avoid a calamity and successfully awaken. While Luo Ao and Xiaoyan met, the latter's heart was similarly filled with excitement. Xiaoyan respected Luo Ao from the bottom of his heart. This was not only because Luo Ao was his elder but also because of the care and concern Luo Ao had shown him over the past 2 years. Haha, kid, this old man believed that you wouldn't die so easily. It seems that my premonition was not wrong. Luo Ao immediately laughed out loud and spoke when he saw Xiaoyan bowing and cupping his hands to him. Haha, this junior has learned from brother Luo Jin about some of the things that have happened in the past 6 months. This junior would like to thank senior for his concern over the past 6 months. Xiaoyan cupped his hands at Luo Ao and said respectfully with a smile. Haha, that's enough. We are not outsiders, so there's no need to be so polite. Let's sit down first. Whatever you have to say can wait until we're seated. Seeing Luo Ao and Xiaoyan being so polite to each other, Luo Jin was not used to it. He could only smile helplessly and say to the two of them in unison. When they heard this, they looked at each other and smiled. They did not stand on ceremony and each found a seat to sit down. Although the attic on the 6th floor was relatively smaller than the other floors, it was much more spacious for the 4 of them. Therefore, the atmosphere in the room did not become oppressive because of the short silence. After everyone took their seats, Xiaoyan raised his head and looked at the others with a smile. Haha, kid, you've worried us a lot during the past 6 months that you've been asleep. As soon as they sat down, Luo Ao immediately laughed and said in a joking tone. Xiaoyan nodded when he heard this. He was naturally very clear about this. He immediately stood up again and cupped his hands at the people in front of him. Xiaoyan is here. Thank you very much. Haha, alright. Why are you so polite? Do you think that we treat you as an outsider? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the most important thing right now. When he saw Xiaoyan stand up, Luo Ao immediately frowned and said in a somewhat unhappy tone. Then, he changed the topic and once again focused on Xiaoyan. When Xiaoyan saw this, he nodded awkwardly and smiled embarrassedly. Then, he sat down again. When Xiaoyan sat down, Luo Ao's gaze swept across the few people present and finally landed on Xiaoyan. His expression gradually returned to normal and he said. Xiaoyan, what's your attitude towards the 4 great sects? If I can kill them, I will not show any mercy. When he heard this, Xiaoyan was startled at first. Then, his eyes gradually became fierce. The heavenly fire in the depths of his pupils surged as he said in a low voice. Seeing this, Elder Luo could not help but frown slightly. Too much resentment was not a good thing. If one day Xiaoyan lost his rationality, he would probably end up harming himself as a result. Frowning, Luo Ao's mind spun rapidly. After a long time, he once again spoke in a serious tone. Alright, since that's the case, please answer a few questions of this old man first. Senior, please speak. Xiaoyan slowly regained his calm and said respectfully. Seeing this, Luo Ao was slightly shocked. He quickly calmed his mind and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiaoyan, what do you think about the big battle half a year ago with your current strength? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment. Then, he frowned and said in a serious tone, those 4 sect leaders were indeed very strong. The current me is still no match for them. Although these words were concise and had the intention of boosting others' morale, Luo Ao nodded slightly after hearing them. The truth was as such. Xiaoyan was indeed no match for them. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was no match for them. After all, even in the great battle half a year ago, none of the 4 of them had used their true strength. That kind of method could be considered embarrassing for them, Dodi. However, the thing that caused Luo Ao to nod his head was Xiaoyan's now. Xiaoyan was right. The current him was indeed no match for any of the 4 sect leaders. However, this did not include the future. With Xiaoyan's current training speed, as long as nothing unexpected happened, his future achievements would only be higher than the 4 of them. This was Luo Ao's inference from the bottom of his heart. It was also the confidence he had in Xiaoyan. Not bad. Although it was a little short, it was concise and comprehensive. This is already sufficient. Luo Ao nodded. His tone was calm as he spoke. Immediately, he changed the topic and continued to ask. Then how strong do you think the 4 of them are? Yes, this time around, Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment. It was a long while later before he once again opened his mouth and said, the 4 of them are all Dodi experts. They have advanced to the Dodi class for many years and rarely have any opponents within the Dodi class. However, it is precisely because they have been stuck at their current level for too long that it will be difficult for them to advance even an inch in the future. It is likely that they can only remain at this level for the rest of their lives. Therefore, although they are very strong, there are people who are even stronger than them. As long as one surpasses the Do D class, anyone can easily kill them. Luo Ao once again smiled and nodded. This was the result he wanted. He wanted Xiaoyan to tell himself that if he wanted to kill the sect leaders of the 4 large sects, he must first surpass the Do D class as a warning. This was to prevent Xiaoyan from doing something crazy in a moment of impulse. Cuckoo, thank you Elder for your guidance. Elder, please rest assured that this junior will definitely not do anything crazy. At the very least, before I possess the strength to fight equally with them, I will not have a head-on conflict with them. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's respectful words once again sounded. Luo Ao immediately smiled. He stroked his beard with one hand and repeatedly nodded with a smile. Good. Little fellow, it seems that this old man has worried too much for you to have this little awareness. In comparison, this little ancestor of ours who always thinks of relying on our elders is really a little brat who will never grow up. At the end of his words, Luo Ao even parted his mouth and glanced at Luo Jin by the side. The words from his mouth caused the latter to continuously pout his mouth. He helplessly turned his head away. At the same time, he could not help but quietly mutter in his heart. This caused Luo Ao to laugh out loud. The night sky was like a black curtain that silently enveloped the sky above Emerald Green City. The silvery fragmentary stars adorned the empty sky. A bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling a snowy glow that illuminated the entire Emerald Green City in the dark night. Xiaoyan and the others sat in the Yunin Pavilion, occasionally chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Suddenly, Luo Ao, who was chatting, seemed to have thought of something. His relaxed eyebrows suddenly wrinkled slightly, and he immediately looked up at Xiaoyan. Seeing Luo Ao's strange look, Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly startled. Then, he smiled slightly and said to Luo Ao, Elder Luo, do you have something to say to me? If you do, don't be shy. Just say it. Hearing this, Elder Luo frowned slightly and nodded. He signaled Xianxia with his eyes. Xianxia immediately understood and nodded. His body wriggled for a while and disappeared from the pavilion. Seeing this, Luo Ao nodded with satisfaction. His eyes fell on Xiaoyan, and a solemn expression appeared on his old face. He said in a deep voice, Yes, I do have something to tell you. This matter is related to the Ginseng spiritual tribe. As soon as Luo Ao finished speaking, Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly surprised. He was secretly in awe. Wasn't the matter of the Ginseng spiritual tribe solved? Why did something happen again? With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan's expression gradually became serious. Xiaoyan had always had a good impression of the Ginseng spiritual tribe. Now that Xiaoyan heard that something had happened to the Ginseng spiritual tribe, he could not help but worry. On the other hand, Luo Jin, who heard that something had happened to the Ginseng spiritual tribe, could not help but widen his eyes at this moment. At this moment, he recalled the worried expression on Luo Ao's face when he left in the past 6 months. Elder Luo, did something happen to the Ginseng spiritual tribe again? Xiaoyan frowned and asked in a deep voice. His tone was full of worry. Kid, do you still remember Heimu? Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly focused. It was precisely because of that fellow that he had formed a subtle connection with Luo Ao and the Ginseng spirit race. Xiaoyan naturally wouldn't forget. Moreover, an extremely obscure dark glint instantly flashed deep within Xiaoyan's eyes when he thought of this. This short instant was something that even Luo Ao did not discover. Last time, he died at your hands. This was the result that we all wanted to see. His death could be considered as eliminating a huge hidden danger for the Ginseng spirit race. At the same time, it also ended an old matter of the Ginseng spirit race. Luo Ao spoke unhurriedly. Xiaoyan and Luo Jin listened listlessly. But, the sudden pause caused Xiaoyan and Luo Jin to instantly raise their eyes and look at Luo Ao. Only then did the latter open his mouth and say. Luo Ao then said, half a year ago, after Qingmu entered the Ginseng spirit space, he accidentally discovered something astonishing. Next, Luo Ao told Xiao Yan about Qing Mu's discovery without missing a single word. Xiao Yan frowned as he listened. His face revealed a surprised expression. A long while later, Xiao Yan appeared to have completely digested this sudden information. Only then did he frown and nod. His gaze focused on Luo Ao as he spoke in a deep voice. He looked at Luo Ao and said in a deep voice, that is to say, based on the weak aura in the ginseng spirit root, Heimu hasn't completely died? Luo Ao nodded. This was what he wanted to express to Xiao Yan. As long as Heimu still had a trace of aura, no matter how weak it was, they couldn't let their guard down. But since the ginseng spirit root is in Senior Qing Mu's hands, doesn't that mean that as long as we destroy the ginseng spirit root, Heimu will be finished? Why has it dragged on until now? After thinking for a while, Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask again. The ginseng spirit root was the lifeline of the spiritual ginseng tribe. As long as the ginseng spirit root was destroyed, it would be equivalent to taking Heimu's life. Why should they be afraid of Heimu stirring up trouble? Luo Ao understood this point much better than Xiao Yan. It was impossible that he didn't know this. However, when Luo Ao heard this, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. At first, Qing Mu also planned to do this, but later on, he helplessly gave up. Xiao Yan frowned. Could there be another reason behind this? After Qing Mu and I investigated, that small piece of the ginseng spirit root has already lost its use. Apart from being able to detect life and death like a soul jade tablet, Heimu's soul has already been separated from it. Even if we destroy the ginseng spirit root, it will no longer cause any harm to Heimu. Xiao Yan immediately understood in his heart when he heard these words. In other words, it was likely that the current Heimu was merely relying on his remaining soul fragment to hide somewhere. He was still unwilling to give up on searching for a method to revive. When he thought of this, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth could not help but curl up into a mocking sneer. This was really like the saying, the stronger one was, the more one would be afraid of death. Although it seemed that the brave were fearless and unrivaled, they were actually timid and unwilling to give up. However, when Xiao Yan returned to his senses, a strange expression involuntarily appeared on his face. He looked at Luo Ao and asked with a strange tone. Old Luo, you can't possibly be thinking that the remnant of that fellow's soul is in my body, right? Ha 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 ha. At first, this old man was indeed worried about this, so I went back and forth a few times in order to investigate whether the remnant of that fellow's soul was hidden in your body. Fortunately, this old man didn't discover anything. That fellow shouldn't be in your body, so this old man can be at ease. Hearing this, Luo Ao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Being exposed in a single sentence caused this cheerful old man to feel a little awkward. But, however, in the blink of an eye, old Luo once again raised his head and looked at Xiao Yan with a solemn expression. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily raise his eyebrows as he thought to himself, what is he playing at this time? Although this old man didn't discover any trace of Heimu's aura in your body, perhaps this isn't because he isn't in your body, but because of another reason. After the low shout, Xiao Yan's expression immediately turned sluggish. Beside him, Luo Jin also looked at the two people in front of him with a face full of doubt. His face was filled with helplessness. In the next moment, before Xiao Yan could speak, Luo Ao suddenly shouted in a serious tone. Unless you are Heimu. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were immediately stunned like wooden chickens when the cry sounded. Their hearts were so speechless that they were unable to speak. It was a long while later before Luo Ao laughed out loud, pulling the two of them back from their stagnant thoughts. Ha 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 ha, alright, I won't joke with you anymore. After this old man's investigation, it has already been proven that you aren't Heimu. So don't worry, this old man won't skin you and pull out your tendons. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin looked at each other expressionlessly. Both of them curled their lips continuously in their hearts. This bastard actually really investigated Xiao Yan. Hee, alright. Don't worry about it. It was just a joke just now. Look at how nervous you are. Elder Luo chuckled. His smile revealed a hint of naughtiness. This was simply an old urchin. After hearing old Luo's words, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin glanced at the old man in front of them. Nervous? Where was there any nervousness? That was basically looking down on his words, then, this old man has already said what should be said. This old man has also warned you about what should be warned. Remember, your life is the most important thing. Otherwise, any rare treasure will be empty. This junior understands. Xiaoyan nodded. He was naturally extremely clear about this. He had seen quite a number of people die because of greed. For his own sake, he would not make the same mistake again. Yes, since you understand, this old man will not say anything else. Finally, I will remind you that the western region cannot be compared to the southern region. The people here are truly like wolves and tigers. If you want to survive, you cannot just rely on Do techniques. Strength is the most important. Senior Baihua, what's wrong? Did something happen? The Lu family's clan master, Lu Huabai, and the grand elder, Lu Xinqing, looked at each other in dismay. Both of them were confused. Baihua was the pill beast that Xiaoyan had left behind in the Lu family. Currently, in the Lu family, she would usually take on a human form. Other than the clan master, Lu Huabai, and the grand elder, Lu Xinqing, she was the person with the highest status in the Lu family. Of course, that was only during normal times. If there was no one around, even the two of them would treat Baihua with respect. Someone's coming. Baihua's gaze was fixed on the distant horizon outside of the Azure Sun City. Her expression was extremely serious. She had already quietly raised the Do Qi in her body in preparation for all sorts of sudden changes. Hearing this, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing, who was at the side, were first stunned. Then, they saw the deep and serious expression on Baihua's face and immediately became nervous. Lu Huabai hurriedly looked in the direction that Baihua was looking at and asked in a deep voice, could it be someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion again? Ever since Xiaoyan had left the Lu family, the Azure Cloud Mansion had sent people to the Lu family a total of 5 times. Among them, the person who had come on the last trip was the strongest. The person leading the group was a 1-star half-martial emperor. However, in the end, he still returned helplessly. As for this time, Lu Huabai did not dare to imagine. If that was truly the case, then the person who had come would most likely not only be a 1-star half-martial emperor. It's hard to say. There's only one person who has come. Furthermore, he seems to be investigating something. If he's someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, he should have come directly to the Lu family instead of doing something so senseless. Baihua's brows were tightly knitted together as she slowly shook her head. However, her serious gaze did not leave the horizon in the slightest. If he's not someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come here? There's nothing worthy of a half-martial emperor's attention in a small city like ours. The Grand Elder, Lu Xinqing, also frowned as he gently stroked his white beard and spoke in a deep voice. I still don't know. I only hope that he's only a passerby. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even I will not be able to stop him this time. Baihua said with a solemn expression. The 2 people from the Lu clan nodded when they heard this. They also had the same hope in their hearts. Unfortunately, the heavens were always unsatisfactory. Right after Baihua said those words, the 4-star half-martial Emperor Qin Zhong, who was outside the Azure Sun City, took a step forward and soared into the sky. He was rapidly flying toward the Azure Sun City. He's here. In the Lu clan residence, Baihua spoke with a grave tone to Lu Huabai and Lu Yu. Then, she quickly flew into the sky with a grave heart and stood in the sky above Qingyang City. Behind him, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing also quickly followed. Right now, Baihua was representing the Lu family. They couldn't possibly let Baihua go out alone to face the enemy while they hid in their homes and didn't dare to show their faces. At the same time that Baihua soared into the sky, a black dot was rapidly approaching from the distant horizon. The aura that was faintly emitted caused Baihua's heart to become incomparably solemn. When that figure entered the range of the Azure Sun City, Baihua involuntarily took a deep breath. She extended a pair of white palms from under her sleeves and cupped her hands towards the figure in the distance. May I know who you are? What business do you have in my Azure Sun City? A clear voice resonated between heaven and earth like thunder. In the Azure Sun City below, everyone raised their eyes to the sky at this moment. In their line of sight, Baihua and the other 2 were shockingly above them. At the same time, in their line of sight, there was a blurry figure that was rapidly flying toward Bai Hua and the other two at an extremely fast speed. Upon seeing this scene, the Azure Sun City below immediately became lively. After the previous few incidents that had happened to the Lu family, the people in the city could roughly guess that this person was most likely sent by the Azure Cloud Mansion again. However, compared to the previous time, the people in the Azure Sun City felt pity in their hearts. They still remembered the previous battle between Lu Huabai and the leader of the Azure Cloud Mansion. That battle was simply the most terrifying battle they had ever seen in their lives. Although Bai Hua lost in the end, it was fortunate that the Lu family was unscathed. However, this time around, they might not be so lucky. According to the guesses in the hearts of the people in the Azure Sun City, the Lu family might really be in big trouble this time around. Ha 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 ha. Are you Bai Hua? Before the person arrived, a loud laughter suddenly sounded like a thunderclap. Based on the voice, it seemed like the person who came did not have any ill intentions. In the sky, the expression on Bai Hua's face turned slightly solemn. Behind her, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing could not help but reveal a strange expression on their faces. Why did this person seem to be coming for Bai Hua? After being stunned for a moment, Bai Hua quickly regained her senses. She cupped her hands together at the unfamiliar old man who had already arrived within 1,000 feet radius. I am indeed Bai Hua. May I know who you are? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhong laughed heartily. However, he did not answer Bai Hua's question first. Instead, his gaze landed on Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing who were behind Bai Hua. In that case, these two must be the Lu family's clan leader, Lu Huabai, and the great elder, Lu Xinqing. As soon as these words left his mouth, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing's hearts immediately froze. They did not dare to be negligent as they hurriedly leaped forward and stood side by side with Bai Hua. At the same time, they cupped their hands together and greeted Qin Zhong respectfully. The two of us greet Senior. In the face of a half-martial emperor who even Bai Hua did not dare to be careless, the two of them were naturally extremely nervous. As they spoke, their bodies that were wrapped in brocade robes could not help but tremble slightly. Traces of cold sweat slowly trickled down from their temples. Haha. Good. Since that's the case, that's right. Haha. Qin Zhong laughed loudly. He finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he had arrived half a year late, he was naturally relieved as long as he saw that the people from the Lu family were safe. However, although Qin Zhong had such thoughts in his heart, his words carried a different meaning when they were heard by Bai Hua and the other two. When Bai Hua and the other two heard this, their expressions turned grave immediately. Based on these words, it seemed like the other party was really from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Senior, what should we do now? Lu Huabai asked Bai Hua through voice transmission with a nervous expression on his face. Lu Huabai took a deep breath. After a long time, she said to Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing through voice transmission, when I start fighting with him later, the two of you must quickly evacuate some of the people from the Lu family. I'll hold him back first. Remember, you must be quick. This guy's strength is at the level of a 4-star half-martial emperor. With my current strength, I won't be able to hold him back for long. Senior. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing's expressions changed immediately when they heard this. They could not help but exclaim in shock. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing looked at Bai Hua with a grave expression. From her words, the two of them were able to tell that she had made up her mind. Once they started fighting, Bai Hua would definitely use her last breath to evacuate the Lu family from the Azure Sun City. Don't say any more, go. Bai Hua sternly cried out to Lu Huabai and Qin Zhong behind her. Immediately, she turned around and the doqi in her body surged out. With a wave of her sleeve, a gentle force pushed Lu Huabai and Qin Zhong toward Qingyang City below. Bai Hua, on the other hand, moved her body and charged explosively toward Qin Zhong, who was looking at her with a stunned face. The Azure Cloud Mansion is really unwilling to give up. Since you have come to look for trouble, there's no need to say any more nonsense. Let's fight. Bai Hua shouted. She waved her hand and a sword landed in her hand. With a shake of the sword, doqi overflowed. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hua had already arrived in front of Qin Zhong. She waved the sword in her hand and pierced it toward Qin Zhong's neck. Qin Zhong was suddenly shocked. He was even more confused in his heart. Why did this fellow want to fight him to the death when he had just arrived? They had never met before and there was no need to mention any grievances between them. This caused him to feel somewhat sullen in his heart. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, Bai Hua's sword had already arrived in front of him, not allowing him to relax in the slightest. Due to the fact that Qin Zhong was a 4-star half-martial emperor, Bai Hua did not dare to show any mercy when she made her move. As a result, her attack was even more swift and fierce. In addition to Bai Hua's sudden attack, Qin Zhong was caught off guard. In an instant, Qin Zhong felt as though he was being attacked from both front and back. At the same time, he was unable to explain his real intention. In addition to that, Qin Zhong was afraid that he would hurt Bai Hua if he attacked. This made it even more difficult for him to explain himself. When Bai Hua saw that the 4-star half-martial emperor in front of her was actually unable to withstand her attacks, a trace of suspicion involuntarily rose in her heart. Under such an endless battle, Qin Zhong was finally unable to endure it any longer. He could not possibly continue fighting with Bai Hua here. He had to forcefully stop this misunderstanding. This fellow is just a 1-star half-martial emperor. Why is there no end to his attacks? There's no other way. In order to stop this misunderstanding, I can only wrong you a little. Qin Zhong sighed helplessly in his heart. He did not want Bai Hua to misunderstand him as someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion for no reason. Ha! With a loud cry, Qin Zhong's retreating figure suddenly stood in the air. His body shook violently and an overbearing pressure that belonged to a 4-star half-martial emperor quickly spread out from his body. Qin Zhong clenched his fists tightly and a thick yellow dough qi quickly condensed on his fists. His body moved and he once again began to fight with Bai Hua who was charging toward him. Bang! 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 After dozens of exchanges, Qin Zhong finally shattered the long sword in Bai Hua's hand with a punch. At the same time, a huge force shook his hand and sent Bai Hua flying 1,000 feet away. This temporarily gave both of them a chance to catch their breaths. Bai Hua strenuously stopped her body. She did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in her heart. She was afraid that Qin Zhong would charge forward again. However, just as Bai Hua raised her head, Qin Zhong on the opposite side withdrew his dough qi. His face was helpless as he looked at Bai Hua. His mouth was similarly panting slightly. It was a long while later before he slowly opened his mouth and said in front of Bai Hua's stunned eyes. It was Xiaoyan who asked me to come to the Lu clan of the Green Sun City. Book Friend Group, 4766686761 begging for some monthly votes. Senior Bai Hua, what's wrong? Did something happen? The Lu family's family head, Lu Huabai, and the Grand Elder, Lu Xianxia, looked at each other in dismay. Both of them had a puzzled expression on their faces. Bai Hua was the pill beast that Xiaoyan had left behind in the Lu family. Currently, in the Lu family, she would usually take on a human form. Other than the Lu family's family head, Lu Huabai, and the Grand Elder, Lu Xianxia, she was the person with the highest status in the Lu family. Of course, that was only during normal times. If there was no one around, even the two of them would treat Bai Hua with respect. Someone's coming. Bai Hua's gaze was fixed on the distant horizon outside of the Azure Sun City. Her expression was grave. She had already quietly raised the dough qi in her body in preparation for all sorts of sudden changes. Hearing this, Lu Huabai and Lu Xianxia, who was at the side, were first stunned. Then, they saw the deep and serious expression on Bai Hua's face and immediately became nervous. Lu Huabai hurriedly looked in the direction that Bai Hua was looking at and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, could it be someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion again?" Ever since Xiaoyan had left the Lu family, the Azure Cloud Mansion had sent people to the Lu family a total of 5 times. Among them, the person who had come on the last trip was the strongest. The person leading the group was a 1-star half-martial emperor. However, in the end, he still returned helplessly. As for this time, Lu Huabai did not dare to imagine. If that was truly the case, then the person who had come would most likely not only be a 1-star half-martial emperor. It's hard to say. There's only one person who came. Furthermore, he seemed to be investigating something. If he's someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, he should have come directly to the Lu family instead of doing something so senseless. Bai Hua's brows were tightly knitted together as she slowly shook her head. However, her serious gaze did not leave the horizon in the slightest. If he's not someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come here? In a small city like ours, there's nothing worthy of the attention of a half-martial emperor. The Grand Elder, Lu Xinqing, also frowned as he gently stroked his white beard and spoke in a deep voice. I still don't know. I only hope that he's only passing by. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even I will not be able to stop him this time. Bai Hua said with a solemn expression. The two people from the Lu clan nodded when they heard this. They also had the same hope in their hearts. Unfortunately, the heavens were always unsatisfactory. Right after Bai Hua said those words, the 4-star half-martial Emperor Qin Zhong, who was outside the Azure Sun City, took a step forward and soared into the sky. He was rapidly flying toward the Azure Sun City. He's here. In the Lu clan residence, Bai Hua spoke with a grave tone to Lu Huabai and Lu Yu. Then, she quickly flew into the sky with a grave heart and stood in the sky above Qingyang City. Behind him, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing also quickly followed. Right now, Bai Hua was representing the Lu family. They couldn't possibly let Bai Hua go out alone to face the enemy while they hid in their homes and didn't dare to show their faces. At the same time that Bai Hua soared into the sky, a black dot was rapidly approaching from the distant horizon. The aura that was faintly emitted caused Bai Hua's heart to become incomparably solemn. When that figure entered the range of the Azure Sun City, Bai Hua involuntarily took a deep breath. She extended a pair of white palms from under her sleeves and cupped her hands towards the figure in the distance. May I know who you are? What business do you have in my Azure Sun City? A clear and bright voice resounded across the heavens and earth like clear thunder. Below, everyone in the Qingyang city raised their heads to look towards the sky. Within their line of sight, Bai Hua and the other two were impressively above them. At the same time, within their line of sight, there was a blurry figure that was rapidly flying towards Bai Hua and the other two at an extremely fast speed. Upon seeing this scene, the Azure Sun City below immediately became lively. After the previous few incidents that had happened to the Lu family, the people in the city could roughly guess that this person was most likely sent by the Azure Cloud Mansion again. However, compared to the previous time, the people in the Azure Sun City felt pity in their hearts. They still remembered the previous battle between Lu Huabai and the leader of the Azure Cloud Mansion. That battle was simply the most terrifying battle they had ever seen in their lives. Although Bai Hua lost in the end, it was fortunate that the Lu family was unscathed. However, this time around, they might not be so lucky. According to the guesses in the hearts of the people in the Azure Sun City, the Lu family might really be in big trouble this time around. Ha 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 ha, are you Bai Hua? Before the person arrived, a loud laughter suddenly sounded like a thunderclap. Based on the voice, it seemed like the person who had come did not have any ill intentions. In the sky, the expression on Bai Hua's face turned slightly solemn. Behind her, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing could not help but reveal a strange expression on their faces. Why did this person seem to be here for Bai Hua? After being stunned for a moment, Bai Hua quickly regained her senses. She cupped her hands together at the unfamiliar old man who had already arrived within 1,000 feet radius and said, I'm Bai Hua. I am indeed Bai Hua. May I know who you are? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhong laughed heartily. However, he did not answer Bai Hua's question first. Instead, his gaze landed on Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing who were behind Bai Hua before he opened his mouth again with a smile. In that case, these two must be the Lu family's clan leader, Lu Huabai, and the great elder, Lu Xinqing. As soon as these words left his mouth, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing's hearts instantly froze. They did not dare to be negligent as they hurriedly leaped forward and stood side by side with Bai Hua. At the same time, they cupped their hands together and greeted Qin Zhong respectfully. The two of us greet Senior. In the face of a half-martial emperor who even Bai Hua did not dare to be careless, the two of them were naturally extremely nervous. As they spoke, their bodies that were wrapped in embroidered robes could not help but tremble slightly. Traces of cold sweat slowly trickled down from their temples. Haha. Good. Since that's the case, then that's right. Haha. Qin Zhong laughed loudly. He finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he had arrived half a year late, he was naturally relieved as long as he saw that the people from the Lu family were safe. However, although Qin Zhong had such thoughts in his heart, his words had a different meaning in the ears of Bai Hua and the other two. When Bai Hua and the other two heard these words, their expressions turned grave immediately. Based on these words, it seemed like the other party was really from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Senior, what should we do now? Lu Huabai asked Bai Hua through voice transmission with a nervous expression on his face. Lu Huabai took a deep breath. After a long time, she said to Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing through voice transmission, "When I start fighting with him later, the two of you must quickly evacuate some of the people from the Lu family. I'll hold him back first. Remember, you must be quick. This guy's strength is at the level of a 4-star half-martial emperor. With my current strength, I won't be able to hold him back for long." Senior. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing's expressions changed immediately when they heard this. They could not help but exclaim in shock. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing looked at Bai Hua with a grave expression. From her words, the two of them were able to tell that she had made up her mind. Once they started fighting, Bai Hua would definitely use her last breath to evacuate the Lu family from the Azure Sun City. "Don't say any more, go." Bai Hua sternly cried out to Lu Huabai and Qin Zhong behind her. Immediately, she turned around and the douqi in her body surged out. She waved her sleeves and a gentle force pushed Lu Huabai and Qin Zhong toward Qingyang City below. She, on the other hand, moved her body and charged explosively toward Qin Zhong, who was looking at her with a stunned face. The Azure Cloud Mansion is really unwilling to give up. Since you have come to look for trouble, there's no need to say any more nonsense. Let's fight. Bai Hua shouted. She waved her hand and a sword landed in her hand. With a shake of the sword, douqi overflowed. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hua had already arrived in front of Qin Zhong. She waved the sword in her hand and pierced it toward Qin Zhong's neck. Qin Zhong was suddenly shocked. He was even more confused in his heart. Why did this fellow want to fight him to the death when he had just arrived? They had never met before and there was no need to mention any grievances between them. This caused him to feel somewhat sullen in his heart. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, Bai Hua's sword had already arrived in front of him, not allowing him to relax in the slightest. Due to the fact that Qin Zhong was a 4-star half-martial emperor, Bai Hua did not dare to hold back in the slightest when she attacked him. As a result, her attacks were even more ferocious and swift. Adding on the fact that Bai Hua had suddenly attacked him, Qin Zhong was caught off guard. In an instant, Qin Zhong felt as if he was being attacked from both sides. At the same time, it also caused him to be unable to explain his true intention. In addition to that, Qin Zhong was afraid that he would hurt Bai Hua if he attacked. This made it even more difficult for him to explain. When Bai Hua saw that the 4-star half-martial emperor in front of her was actually unable to withstand her attacks, a trace of suspicion involuntarily rose in her heart. Under such an endless battle, Qin Zhong was finally unable to endure it any longer. He could not possibly continue fighting with Bai Hua here. He had to forcefully stop this misunderstanding. This fellow is just a 1-star half-martial emperor. Why is there no end to his attacks? There's no other way. In order to stop this misunderstanding, I can only wrong you a little. Qin Zhong sighed helplessly in his heart. He did not want Bai Hua to misunderstand him as someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion for no reason. Ha! With a loud cry, Qin Zhong's retreating figure suddenly stood in the air. His body shook violently and an overbearing pressure that belonged to a 4-star half-martial emperor quickly spread out from his body. Qin Zhong clenched both his fists tightly and a thick yellow douqi quickly condensed on his fists. His body moved and he once again began to fight with Bai Hua who was charging toward him. Bang! 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 After dozens of exchanges, Qin Zhong finally shattered the long sword in Bai Hua's hand with a punch. At the same time, the huge force in his hand shook and sent Bai Hua flying 1,000 feet away. This temporarily gave both of them a chance to catch their breaths. Bai Hua strenuously stopped her body. She did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in her heart. She was afraid that Qin Zhong would attack again. However, when Bai Hua raised her head, Qin Zhong on the opposite side withdrew his douqi. His face was helpless as he looked at Bai Hua. His mouth was similarly panting softly. It was a long while later before he slowly opened his mouth to speak in front of Bai Hua's stunned eyes. It was Xiao Yan who asked me to come to the Lu clan of the Green Sun City. Book Friends Group, 4766686761 begging for some monthly votes. The bustling streets were filled with all kinds of people. The continuous flow of people into Emerald City made the city even livelier as it was nearing noon. After Xiao Yan left the Yuning Pavilion, he headed towards the west of the city. The west was the direction of the Western Wasteland region. Before leaving the Yuning Pavilion, Luo Jin had given Xiao Yan a map of the Xiling region. On the map, there were detailed markings of the major cities and mountain ranges in the Xiling region, especially the locations of the 4 major sects. The map also clearly marked out their areas of influence. Thinking about it, Luo Jin had purposely done this in hopes that Xiao Yan would not fall into the trap set by the 4 major sects. It could also be considered as a precaution for Xiao Yan. In addition, Xiao Yan also found out from the map that if he wanted to go to the Western Wasteland region, there were only 2 paths he could choose from. From the map, he knew that the only way to the Western Wasteland region from the outskirts of the Xiling region was through a human city and a mountain range inhabited by magic beasts. This was also the difference between the main forces in the Xiling region. Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to casually touch those human cities. Once he appeared in public, the 4 major sects would probably spare no effort to hunt him down. Even if it was not for the sky extinction steps, they would definitely not let Xiao Yan off so easily. In addition, most of the human cities were also marked with the 4 major sects. Among them, there were even a few that were close to where magic beasts lived. If one wanted to pass through these 2 places, it would be impossible. Through Luo Jin, Xiao Yan also found out that the mountain range where the magic beasts lived was called the Xiling Mountain Range. Although there were no people from the 4 major sects there, the danger in the Xiling Mountain Range was not any lower than the outside world. According to Luo Jin, there was no lack of Do-D-level magic beasts in the Xiling Mountain Range. Those magic beasts had already transformed into human forms. Although they did not like to kill normally, once one trespassed into their territory, they would not be merciful. The current Xiao Yan was no longer concerned about a Band D-class magical beast. Xiao Yan was confident that with the strength that he currently possessed, he would not need to fear anyone below the Do-D class. Therefore, Xiao Yan was rather decisive in this decision, and directly chose to head towards the Xiling Mountain Range. As far as Xiao Yan was concerned, compared to the 4 great sects, he would be like a fish in water in the Xiling Mountain Range. After choosing his target, Xiao Yan did not delay any longer. With a move of his body, he quickly passed through the crowd and flew towards the west of Emerald City. However, just as he was flying, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. Just a moment ago, he felt a few obscure auras sweep past his body. Although those auras were extremely faint, with the frightening spiritual strength of a rank 2 alchemist, Xiao Yan was still able to sense the traces of cold intent within. Oh? We are still in Emerald City, yet there are already people who are a little restless. Sensing this, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth lifted into a cold smile. He quickly glanced behind him from the corner of his eyes. Indeed, at the edge of Xiao Yan's line of sight, there were a few blurry small black dots. Those few black dots were the few people who had just probed Xiao Yan's aura. A few days ago, when Xiao Yan had just woken up, Luo Jin had already told him about how the 4 great sects were hunting him down in all directions. Moreover, he had also told Xiao Yan about the bounty and wanted portraits that the 4 great sects had placed on him. When he first heard this news, Xiao Yan could not help but be stunned for a moment. However, after that, the expression on his face swiftly turned gloomy. Since the 4 great sects wanted to kill him so badly, Xiao Yan naturally could not sit still and wait for his death. Furthermore, the 4 great sects had already put out a bounty on Xiao Yan in the entire western region. Obviously, they wanted to force Xiao Yan to show himself. If Xiao Yan did not show himself, others would think that he was a coward. However, with Xiao Yan's character, how could he allow others to label him with such a label? Haha, what a great 4 great sections. This move of yours is really sinister. However, if you want to catch me, you will have to see how strong you are first. Xiaoyan let out a cold laugh. The speed at which he flew forward suddenly increased. A couple of human figures behind him involuntarily frowned slightly. They exchanged glances with one another before clenching their teeth and swiftly giving chase. In a short period of time, Xiaoyan had already gradually distanced himself from Emerald Green City. As for those figures, they were still in hot pursuit. However, when they arrived in the sky above an uninhabited mountain range, they could not help but frown slightly. The reason for that was because Xiaoyan, who had been rapidly flying in front of them a moment ago, had disappeared into thin air with a puff, like a clump of dense fog. The few people in the sky frowned. They could not understand just what had happened. How was it possible for Xiaoyan to disappear in such a strange manner? What shocked them the most was that as Xiaoyan turned into a clump of dense fog and disappeared, even his aura had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, where exactly did that brat run off to? Could it be that he discovered us and used the speed of the sky extinction steps to escape from this place? That's not impossible. Although his strength is not weak, there are, after all, 6 of us. 6 8-star half-martial emperors. Even if he has the assistance of the puppet and that lightning dragon, he is still no match for us. Among the 6 people, an old man wearing a black gown had his hands behind his back. As he listened to the words of the other old men beside him, he nodded slightly and began to carefully analyze Xiaoyan's thoughts. However, just as this old man's words were spat out, a calm and cold laughter suddenly sounded from an unknown location. Oh? Is that so? I am truly curious to see exactly how many rounds you can last against the combined strength of 6 8-star half-martial emperors. Right after those words left his mouth, before the expressions of the 6 old men in the sky changed greatly, Xiaoyan's figure slowly appeared in the sky 100 feet behind them. In the next instant, when the 6 8-star half-martial emperors turned around, they clearly saw Xiaoyan. At the same time, the expressions on their faces changed once again. Unable to contain themselves, they all cried out in alarm. Xiaoyan! That's me. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth lifted into a faint smile as he replied with a light smile. Humph. Xiaoyan, aren't you being too arrogant and conceited? Although you managed to block the attack of a Dodi half a year ago, that was only when they held back. However, it is different now. The 6 of us are all 8-star half-martial emperors. Even if you have the protection of your puppet and pet, we will still not be able to protect you. Seeing Xiaoyan, the black-gowned old man who spoke earlier was also slightly startled in his heart. As his throat rolled, his face once again changed into a ruthless expression as he spoke to Xiaoyan in a deep voice. Haha, whether or not I am being arrogant and conceited, it is better to test me first before commenting. Oh, 6 people. Including you all, the number of 8-star half-martial emperors who have died by my hands should be around 10. Hearing this, Xiaoyan merely smiled faintly. In the next instant, his white hand suddenly waved through the air. Doqi wildly surged. Following Xiaoyan's thought, the dark black heavy Xian ruler appeared inch by inch in Xiaoyan's hand. With the addition of the heavenly flame, it caused the heavy Xian ruler to appear quite imposing. As Xiaoyan's giant ruler landed heavily on the ground, a surge of surging aura brought forth a chilling wind pressure. It was like the low roar of a demonic beast as it whistled through the sky. Following the appearance of the dark heavy ruler, gorgeous heavenly flames suddenly rose from beneath Xiaoyan's feet. In the next instant, they turned into a ring of fire that rapidly spread in all directions. Flame domain. After the flame domain was opened, the aura on Xiaoyan's body surged even more violently. Heavenly flames filled his eyes and an overflowing soaring battle intent erupted from Xiaoyan's body. Ha 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 ha, come. Let me see exactly how powerful 6 8-star half-martial emperors are. A bold and unrestrained laugh sounded. Xiaoyan held the heavy ruler in his hand. His body moved and he took the lead to charge towards the 6 8-star half-martial emperors. Humph. You're courting death. You actually dare to face us 6 8-star half-martial emperors by yourself. You're truly reckless. Seeing that Xiaoyan did not even summon the Northern King, Xiao Jin, the leading black-robed old man immediately let out a furious snort. Xiaoyan's arrogant actions had truly caused them to be incomparably furious. Since he's courting death, why don't we capture him in one go and deliver him to the 4 great sects? Hee hee, the bounty will all belong to us. A dark-skinned old man among the 6 of them looked at Xiaoyan, who was shooting toward them. His mouth emitted a disdainful ridicule as he spoke. Hearing that, the others also revealed greedy gazes as they nodded their heads. Regardless of how many people Xiaoyan was, as long as they could capture him, the bounty of the 4 great sects would all belong to them. Thus, the 4 8-star half-martial emperors would naturally not be courteous. Go. Following the thunder-like cry that was emitted from the old man's mouth, the few people beside him immediately nodded in unison. Immediately, the doqi within their bodies suddenly surged out at this moment, transforming into numerous doqi light pillars of different colors that shot to the sky. Soon after, the figures of several people suddenly moved, each of their hands revealing their weapons, and charged towards Xiaoyan, who was coming towards them. In the end, only the black-robed old man hesitated for a moment before following closely behind. Although he was not afraid of Xiaoyan, he continued to faintly sense a sense of danger. This kind of faint feeling of danger might not cause him to feel afraid, but it still caused his heart to feel a little uneasy. However, when his gaze landed on Xiaoyan, that uneasy feeling subconsciously disappeared. It was as if that dangerous aura did not come from Xiaoyan. Boom! The large ruler violently collided with the 6 people who had rushed forward. Following the sound of metal striking metal, the doqi that was attached to the weapons of both parties suddenly erupted at this moment. Ferocious doqi waves suddenly swept out from the point of collision between the large ruler and the 6 weapons. At this moment, Xiaoyan and the 6 8-star half-martial emperors' bodies all shook, and they rapidly retreated backwards. The 6 8-star half-martial emperors were still fine. They merely shook their bodies, and were stopped 100 feet away. As for Xiaoyan, under the joint attack of the 6 8-star half-martial emperors, his body was miserably sent flying for a distance of nearly 100 feet. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. To the current Xiaoyan, facing 6 8-star half-martial emperors by himself was still too strenuous. Humph humph, Xiaoyan, it seems that you can only rely on your sharp tongue. Today, you are destined to be taken away by us. That dark-skinned old man took a step forward. A tyrannical aura that belonged to an 8-star half-martial emperor condensed in front of him, and swept toward Xiaoyan. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's indifferent expression did not change much. What the other party said was correct. 6 8-star half-martial emperors were indeed making things difficult for him. However, Xiaoyan was not a person who could be treated with common sense. If anyone dared to underestimate Xiaoyan, the price they would have to pay would be the pain of their entire life. It seems that I can only take care of them one by one. Very well, let me see exactly where the limit of my current strength lies. As this thought flashed through his mind, Xiaoyan immediately laughed out loud. He tightly gripped the heavy Xian ruler, and the doqi within his body frantically poured out, filling the interior of the heavy Xian ruler. The mysterious patterns on the surface of the pitch-black ruler were also gradually filled by the heavenly flame. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler. The instant the thunderous shout sounded from his mouth, Xiaoyan's body suddenly rushed forward, and charged explosively toward the 6 8-star half-martial emperors opposite him. Humph! Overestimating your capabilities. Attack together. As long as we take care of this brat, we can choose any emperor core martial technique we want. In the future, this western region will definitely be ours. Attack! That dark-skinned old man fiercely waved his palm forward, and shouted once again. When his voice sounded, the eyes of the people beside him involuntarily surged with greed once again. They glanced at each other, and then fiercely nodded. As the doqi within their bodies rose, they once again charged explosively toward the incoming Xiaoyan. In an instant, the distance of 100 feet between the two sides had been reduced by more than half. The distance between Xiaoyan and the 6 8-star half-martial emperors was now less than 10 feet. At such a close distance, in addition to the fact that both sides were half-martial emperors, the invisible pressure from their auras had already collided with each other. As Xiaoyan was fighting against 6 people by himself, he naturally fell into a disadvantageous position. Haha, arrogant brat, you are destined to pay the price for your current actions. Die. Seeing that Xiaoyan had already revealed a disadvantageous position, the 8-star half-martial emperor who spoke earlier once again ridiculed. His words were filled with disdain towards Xiaoyan. Humph, gratuitous arrogance, you will have to pay the price. Spatial tent, rise. With a low shout, Xiaoyan's body that was explosively charging forward suddenly disappeared into the horizon before the disbelieving gazes of the 6 8-star half-martial emperors. 6 paths tent, this was a move that Xiaoyan had only used once half a year ago. Thus, very few people knew about it. Unfortunately, the 6 8-star half-martial emperors before Xiaoyan knew nothing about it. In the next instant, at the instant when the 6 8-star half-martial emperors reacted, Xiaoyan's figure suddenly appeared before the dark-skinned old man among the 6 of them. Through the probing of Xiaoyan's soul power, this old man was the weakest among the 6. He had only just broken through to the 8-star half-martial emperor realm. Thus, every time he attacked, he would hesitate, and first instigate the others beside him to attack. Only then would he act like a dog that relied on its master's power to attack. Thus, in Xiaoyan's eyes, this old man was an out-and-out despicable person. Although Xiaoyan's cultivation was inferior to the old man's, in terms of mentality, compared to him, Xiaoyan was an out-and-out expert. In this sort of situation, when the strong faced the weak, there was naturally no need for pity. Thus, in the instant that dark-skinned old man reacted, Xiaoyan's enormous ruler ruthlessly smashed onto his chest. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler, 1 ruler. When the ruler descended, a person died. In the sky, Xiaoyan slowly withdrew the dark heavy buster sword in his hand. When he looked at the dark-skinned 8-star half-martial emperor again, he simply did not have the strength to resist the sudden strike of the buster sword. The instant the dark heavy buster sword smashed into his chest, the frighteningly enormous power directly caused his entire chest to cave in. Following the unceasing caw-caw sounds of bones breaking, the frightening do-chi contained within the dark heavy buster sword rapidly poured into the old man's body. Like wild horses that had escaped their reins, the do-chi frantically wreaked havoc within the old man's body. Bang! In the sky, following the muffled sound of a balloon exploding, the body of the 8-star half-martial emperor directly and uncontrollably smashed into the mountain range below. Immediately after, another rumbling sound was heard. The old man's body was deeply buried in the mountain range below, and his figure could no longer be seen. Through Xiaoyan's soul detection, the old man had already fallen into a seriously injured state. At this moment, even moving a finger would be extremely strenuous for him. It was also at this moment that the remaining 5 8-star half-martial emperors finally recovered from their shock. When they forcibly stopped their bodies and turned their heads to look at Xiaoyan, the expressions on their faces instantly changed greatly. It was hard to imagine that in this short instant, Xiaoyan had actually arrived among the 6 of them. With such frightening speed, it was likely that even 9-star half-martial emperors would not be able to compare to him. This Zhao Hui. He actually, seriously injured Zhao Hui. However, when one of the remaining 5 noticed the dark-skinned old man buried deep in the mountain range below, the expression on their faces instantly became one of shock. Seriously injuring an 8-star half-martial emperor with a single strike. Was this sort of power truly something that a mere 5-star half-martial emperor could accomplish? Although they felt disbelief in their hearts, at this moment, the truth was right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the 5 8-star half-martial emperors, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a sneer once again. He forcefully swung the buster sword in his hand, and it stood diagonally to the right of Xiaoyan. As the do-chi within his body surged violently, the light on the buster sword grew even brighter. Hee, how about it? Do the 5 of you want to have a taste as well? If you want to give it a try, I don't mind spending a little more effort. It had to be said that Xiaoyan's move of killing the chicken to warn the monkey had indeed caused the 5 of them to be extremely terrified. Thinking about Zhao Hui's tragic case, the 5 of them could not help but feel a deep chill in their hearts. They really did not want to follow in Zhao Hui's footsteps. Although the 5 of them were extremely terrified in their hearts, although the method of killing the chicken to warn the monkey was not bad, but as the saying goes, when there is a great reward, there will be brave men. Seeing the benefits in front of them, but remaining indifferent, wasn't this something that only a fool would do? Furthermore, even though they were missing a person, there were still 5 of them left. 5 8-star half-martial emperors against a single 5-star half-martial emperor. Thus, how could they possibly be afraid? Humph. Xiaoyan, stop trying to intimidate us here. Even though you've seriously injured Zhao Hui, he is merely the weakest among the 6 of us. This old man knows that you're an alchemist. It is precisely because of this that you decided to attack him, and not one of the 5 of us, right? This time around, the person who spoke was another old man wearing an embroidered gown. Other than the black-gowned old man, he was the second person present with the strength of a late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor. He could also be said to be the strongest person present. Thus, his words carried quite a bit of weight. Hearing those words, Xiaoyan lightly smiled. Regardless of what the reason might be, at the very least, that 8-star half-martial emperor had been seriously injured by him. Seriously injuring an 8-star half-martial emperor with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor was a heaven-defying achievement. Even in the entire continent, how many people could accomplish such a feat? However, in the next instant, the words that were emitted from that old man's mouth caused Xiaoyan's expression to involuntarily change slightly upon hearing them. Moreover, that secret technique of yours that allows you to travel through space and the human class Do skill, if you were to use both of them at the same time, the consumption of Doqi would likely not be a simple amount. Based on this old man's guess, how many times can you use such an attack? The old man asked in a stern voice. After seeing the change in expression on Xiaoyan's face, his face involuntarily revealed a pleased cold smile. A human class Do skill was not something that only Xiaoyan possessed. Naturally, they did not need to worry about this. However, the only thing that caused them to be afraid of was Xiaoyan's strange agility. It was actually able to travel through space and instantly arrive before them. If they were to be caught off guard every single time, how could they possibly continue fighting? Fortunately, the change in expression on Xiaoyan's face caused these few 8-star half-emperors to gain some confidence in their hearts. As long as Xiaoyan had a weakness, it would become their advantage. They would similarly be able to rely on this to take down Xiaoyan. However, while they were considering this, they had overlooked the most important point. Even if the Doqi within Xiaoyan's body was exhausted, one should not forget that there was still the Northern King and Xiao Jin, whose strength was comparable to a 9-star half-emperor, in his storage ring and his body. At that time, they would also be unable to do anything to Xiaoyan. Everyone attack together and form an encirclement to trap him within. At that time, regardless of how fast his speed is, as long as the people on the other side are able to react in time, they will also be able to resolve Xiaoyan's attack. The embroidered-robed man waved his hand with great force as Doqi spluttered out from his body. His body moved and he was the first to charge towards Xiaoyan. When the others heard this, they immediately nodded violently. Their bodies shook as Doqi wildly surged within their bodies. One by one, they also charged towards Xiaoyan. Although this method could not be considered excellent, it was the most practical method at the moment. At the very least, it would cause Xiaoyan's speed to lose its effect in front of him. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. His gaze slowly swept across the 5 people surrounding him. A piercingly cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. The hand that was holding the heavy Xian ruler exerted a little force and the wide, huge ruler was cleverly placed at a strange angle. What Xiaoyan did not expect was that the few people in front of him were even more greedy and crazy than he had imagined. Even at this moment, they were actually still planning to take advantage of him. However, despite this, Xiaoyan was not afraid of them. He was confident that with the strength that he currently possessed, there was no one below the Do D class who could pose any threat to him. The people in front of him were no exception. Since all of you are unwilling to give up, we can only use the method of fighting to resolve the conflict between us. Xiaoyan's gaze focused on the embroidered-robed old man who had spoken earlier as he spoke in an indifferent tone. We will not suffer the loss we suffered just now a second time. Therefore, this time around, you should just obediently accept your death. The embroidered-robed old man coldly laughed as he met Xiaoyan's gaze. Immediately, he waved his hand abruptly and cried out sternly. Attack together and take down Xiaoyan. In the sky, the 5 8-star half-martial emperors shouted in unison. As the Doqi within their bodies surged, pillars of Doqi soared into the sky and into the 9 heavens. The frightening oppressive might faintly condensed into 5 figures that heavily pressed down on Xiaoyan's body, causing his body that was floating in the sky to involuntarily sink down slightly. Although the combined oppressive might of the 5 8-star half-martial emperors was incomparably frightening, Xiaoyan's face still appeared extremely calm. If they wanted to suppress him with merely this, then they were truly underestimating Xiaoyan too much. Humph. Following a cold snort, the purple gold dragon phoenix bloodline within Xiaoyan's body was instantly activated. An even more overbearing aura was emitted from Xiaoyan's body. As the enormous ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was waved horizontally, the oppressive might pressing down on him was immediately broken apart by the ruler. After the oppressive might was broken apart, an invisible air wave swept forth from Xiaoyan's body. The bodies of the 5 figures involuntarily trembled, and they involuntarily took half a step back. The gazes with which they raised their heads to look at Xiaoyan changed abruptly. The oppressive might of 5 8-star half-martial emperors was actually broken apart by Xiaoyan alone. This was simply unimaginable. This brat is strange. We absolutely cannot lower our guard. All of you, stop holding back. If you truly wish to obtain those medicinal pellets and martial techniques, then go all out. Otherwise, if we fail miserably, none of us will be able to obtain any benefits. At this moment, that black-robed old man no longer had the heart to care about the indescribable chilliness in his heart. With a stern shout, he warned the other 4. Hearing that, the other 4 immediately looked to each other in dismay. After glancing at each other, they fiercely nodded. Each of them emitted a frightening shout from their mouths. With a movement of their bodies, they charged explosively toward Xiaoyan with ferocious doqi waves. Faced with attacks coming from 5 different directions, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless. Although he was not afraid of these 5 people, they were, after all, 8-star half-martial emperors. If their attacks were to land on him, the consequences would not be a joke. In the next instant, the 5 figures arrived around Xiaoyan. Surging doqi unceasingly surged out. Under the control of the 5 people, they condensed into various do skills that ruthlessly smashed toward Xiaoyan. Faced with the ferocious attacks of the 5 people, Xiaoyan naturally did not dare to underestimate them. With a thought, his soul power between his brows surged forth. His soul power was like a boundless sea water that enveloped the entire region. Under the probing of Xiaoyan's powerful soul power, the attacks of the 5 people immediately slowed down in Xiaoyan's mind. As for Xiaoyan, he was able to catch his breath under this ferocious attack. In an instant, Xiaoyan gradually became more and more at ease under the joint attacks of the 5 8-star half-martial emperors. Although the attacks of the 5 8-star half-martial emperors were not weak, Xiaoyan was able to rely on his tyrannical strength and his frightening agility do skill to temporarily remain undefeated. Although he was aware that this kind of condition could not be maintained for long, it still caused the 5 bandits to feel even more anxious and impatient in their hearts. Most of the time, they were shocked by Xiaoyan's strength, which far exceeded their own cultivation. Which 5-star half-martial emperor could be like him, who could not reveal any flaws under the attacks of 8-star half-martial emperors? Who could possibly face 5 8-star half-martial emperors with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor? Needless to say, it was likely that such a person did not exist in the entire continent. Fists and palms collided. Every time Xiaoyan and the 5 8-star half-martial emperors collided, it would cause the heaven and earth to tremble and space to shatter. The great battle on the battlefield also became more and more intense. After a short period of equilibrium, Xiaoyan unavoidably ended up at a disadvantage in the face of the powerful combined attacks of the 5 8-star half-martial emperors and their frightening attacks. The attacks of the 5 people were swift and fierce. Their attacks were as fast as lightning and ferocious. If it wasn't for Xiaoyan's powerful soul power, he would likely have been defeated long ago. However, even in such an intense battle, Xiaoyan's expression remained calm. His pair of pitch-black eyes appeared to be as calm as an ancient well. Although the attacks of the 5 people were powerful and their auras were frightening, Xiaoyan was able to see through all of their methods. Faced with the attacks of the 5 people, if it were any other ordinary half-martial emperor, they would likely have been seriously injured long ago. However, Xiaoyan was no ordinary person. In such an intense melee battle, every part of Xiaoyan's body had become his weapon. His fists, elbows, shoulders, knees, waist and even his head had become Xiaoyan's greatest weapons in battle. As for the wide and enormous ruler in his hand, it was as if it was a part of his body. Even though it was clearly such a heavy and enormous ruler, in Xiaoyan's hand, it was as light as a leaf. Its nimbleness was not the slightest bit inferior to the joints of his arms. Of course, it was, after all, 5 8-star half-martial emperors before him. Even Xiaoyan was unable to completely ignore the power of experts of that level. Thus, in the countless intense collisions, Xiaoyan had suffered quite a bit of injuries. Of course, compared to the attacks of the 5 people, the injuries that Xiaoyan had suffered could not be considered much. Bang! After another intense collision, Xiaoyan and the embroidered-robed old man both took 100 steps back. Xiaoyan's complexion was slightly pale, and a dazzling dark red trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As for the embroidered-robed old man, although his aura was still deep and vigorous, under his serious expression, the blood within his body was also surging. The gaze with which he looked at Xiaoyan was also filled with astonishment. It was hard to imagine that not only did Xiaoyan's strength far surpass his cultivation, even his seemingly frail body was far from what he had imagined. Huh! Xiaoyan, prepare to die. However, just as Xiaoyan's figure stopped moving, in the next instant, a figure brandished a large blade in his hand and rapidly shot over from behind him. The distance between him and Xiaoyan was only a short distance of several tens of feet. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's heart immediately tightened. At the instant he turned around, the enormous ruler in his hand was placed horizontally before his chest in an attempt to block this sudden attack. Clang! An ear-splitting collision sound rang out, and Xiaoyan's body flew back uncontrollably. His feet fiercely stomped on the air, and with every step he took, the space would collapse. It was not hard to imagine exactly how frightening the might of the blade strike that Xiaoyan had just received was. When Xiaoyan once again forcibly stopped himself in the air with great difficulty, he finally could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. His pale complexion showed that he had spent a lot of effort. Facing the continuous bombardment of an 8-star half-martial emperor, even if he possessed a supreme skill, it was still difficult for him to withstand it. However, just as Xiaoyan came back to his senses, another person rushed forward from behind him, intending to give Xiaoyan the final blow. This time, Xiaoyan did not turn around to block. Instead, he flipped his hand and stored the heavy Xian ruler into his storage ring. With a thought, surging soul power frantically surged out. Between the heavens and the earth, strands of tiny pitch-black great Dao energy rapidly condensed in the space before Xiaoyan. 6 Dao tense, condense. Xiaoyan let out a soft cry in a low and deep voice. A ruthless expression suddenly surged into his eyes. This group of people in front of him had truly stirred up the fury in his heart. What awaited them next was a wild storm of attacks. He would also be filled with despair. In the next instant, when that figure passed through the afterimage left behind by Xiaoyan, the latter had already appeared at a higher altitude in the sky. Holding the enormous ruler in his hand and looking down, the douqi within his body frantically poured into the heavy Xian ruler in his hand. A vast and mighty aura slowly spread from it. High up in the sky, Xiaoyan's eyes contained a ruthless expression. His cold gaze quickly locked onto a person. Xiaoyan's gaze rapidly swept around and immediately locked onto a short and fat old man among the 5. The latter's strength was currently the weakest among the 5. At the same time, he was also the one that Xiaoyan could guarantee he would defeat the fastest. After locking onto his target, Xiaoyan immediately used the sky extinction steps. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of the short and fat old man. Yellow spring palm. Xiaoyan's right hand held the giant ruler in a reverse grip. His left arm was bent and raised behind his ear. Surging douqi violently surged out from his palm and rapidly agglomerated into a crystal-like palm above Xiaoyan's palm. The instant the crystal-like palm was completely formed, Xiaoyan's left palm ruthlessly smashed toward the incoming old man. Faced with Xiaoyan who had launched the first attack, the old man naturally understood the reason behind this. However, he was after all an 8-star half-martial emperor. He was also quite confident in his own strength. At the moment when Xiaoyan's palm arrived, the old man finally made his move. The old man's body that was charging forward suddenly paused in the air. His hand suddenly clenched in the air. Douqi gushed out from his palm and rapidly agglomerated into an axe and hammer in the old man's hand. Holding the axe and hammer in his hand, the old man exerted strength in his arm. His firm muscles immediately bulged and tore apart his sleeves. His thick and solid arm was immediately exposed to the air. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily hardened slightly. Unexpectedly, this short and fat old man before him was actually a fellow with quite a strong physical body. Unfortunately, regardless of how strong his physical body was, it would be difficult for him to escape death today. Brat, prepare to die. Mortal class do skill, final blow. After the shout sounded, the axe and hammer in the old man's hand was immediately swung upward. The square and thick surface of the hammer directly faced Xiaoyan's palm. Sharp wind unceasingly compressed the air and ear-piercing sonic booms were also unceasingly emitted. Clang! In the next moment, as the sound of metal colliding rang out, the invisible space immediately stirred up layers of wave-like spatial waves. With Xiaoyan and the old man as the center, it rapidly swept out in all directions. This loud sound was just like a bolt from the blue. Not long after the spatial wave swept over, an even more frightening Doqi wave swept in all directions. This time around, even the endless mountain range below was unavoidably caught in the crossfire. Just a single attack had caused an enormous deep pit to appear in the mountain range. At the same time, when the energy storm swept out, the expressions of the other 4 people in the surroundings changed. With a move of their bodies, they retreated backwards. Solemnly, they stared at the center that was blocked by the energy storm. At that spot, there were still 2 extremely strong auras violently clashing. Crack! Unfortunately, even though Xiaoyan's strength was not weak, that short and fat old man was after all an 8-star half-martial emperor. Moreover, the Do skill that he was currently using was even stronger than Xiaoyan's yellow spring palm. Hence, in this collision, Xiaoyan was temporarily defeated. Following a clear cracking sound, a tiny crack line appeared on Xiaoyan's yellow spring palm. Bang! When the energy storm scattered, the 2 human figures in the sky withdrew explosively. Xiaoyan's body withdrew by 10,000 feet in a somewhat miserable manner. His feet stomped violently on the empty air. Each time his foot landed, it would cause the mountain range below to collapse. From this, one could imagine just what kind of frightening strength Xiaoyan was enduring. After Xiaoyan strenuously stopped his body, he involuntarily vomited a mouthful of dark red blood. At this moment, his already pale complexion instantly became deathly pale. It must be said that an 8-star half-martial emperor was an 8-star half-martial emperor. Even though Xiaoyan was not weak, the difference in their cultivations had still allowed the latter to gain quite a bit of an advantage. However, to Xiaoyan, it was merely SOSO. Cough cough, after repeatedly coughing twice, Xiaoyan raised his head and looked at the short and fat old man across from him who still had an ordinary expression. Compared to Xiaoyan, the short and fat old man was much better. Thus, at this moment, the gaze with which he looked at Xiaoyan involuntarily revealed a mocking smile. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyan, it seems that you can only flaunt your mouth. With just you, without relying on those methods of yours, it is simply impossible for you to be a match for this old man. The short and fat old man had an insolent expression as he laughed loudly. It was as if defeating Xiaoyan was something that he was extremely proud of. However, when he ridiculed Xiaoyan, he seemed to have forgotten that with his strength as an 8-star half-martial emperor, defeating Xiaoyan, a 5-star half-martial emperor, was something that couldn't be more normal in the hearts of the majority of people. Haha, is that so? I remember that I told you all before that there is a price to pay for unwarranted arrogance. However, from the looks of it, you all don't seem to remember my words. Since that's the case, let me use my actions to tell you all. Hearing this, Xiaoyan involuntarily let out a cold laugh. Only at this moment did his right hand, which had been holding the heavy Xian ruler the entire time, suddenly swing it. As Doqi shot out, the pitch-black ruler was already covered by a gorgeous heavenly flame. As the heavy ruler's body streaked through the air, chi-chi sounds of rushing wind were heard. Even from a great distance away, the strong wind pressure caused one to feel suffocated. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, 2 feet. Suddenly, following an earth-shaking roar from Xiaoyan's mouth, the huge ruler in his hand suddenly streaked through the air in front of him. A frightening ruler light ruthlessly swept toward the short and fat old man like a huge wave on the surface of the sea. Its aura filled the sky. However, in response to this, the short and fat old man's face involuntarily revealed a cold smile. If Xiaoyan had attacked with this ruler while he was unable to react in time, he might really be unable to block it. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan did not do so. Instead, he faced him head-on. In this way, he did not have the slightest room to worry. Haha, Xiaoyan, you should obediently surrender. With just this attack of yours, you will not be able to hurt the old me. The short and fat old man ridiculed. Immediately, he once again waved the huge hammer axe in his hand. The axe was facing upwards. The sharp aura caused the surrounding empty space to involuntarily form circles of invisible spatial ripples. Try this move of the old me. Human class middle level Do technique, splitting mountain and breaking sea. As the cry from the short and fat old man's mouth sounded, the hammer axe in his hand was violently swung upwards. Immediately, an ear-piercing sonic boom resounded unceasingly. The invisible empty space seemed to have been split into two under this axe. The air wherever it passed was isolated by this axe, only leaving behind a vacuum of empty space. Under the support of the Do Chi, the edge of the axe became incomparably frightening. A vast aura spread out from it, causing one's expression to change. The strength of this axe was likely something that even an expert of the same level would not dare to easily receive, much less Xiaoyan. When Xiaoyan sensed the frightening aura on the axe, his expression involuntarily changed. The strength of this fellow had far exceeded his expectations. However, even if this was the case, it was still unable to change Xiaoyan's determination to kill both of them. Ha 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 ha, good. Since you respect me, I will return you 10 feet. In the next moment, the solemn-faced Xiaoyan suddenly emitted a loud and arrogant laughter that was filled with an untamed feeling. Immediately, the huge ruler in his hand was once again waved. He continuously waved 3 feet and 4 feet overlapped each other, causing the might to become even greater. Even the faces of the 4 people outside the battleground involuntarily revealed a solemn expression when they saw this. This kind of attack was something that even they could not underestimate. Under everyone's gazes, the majestic ruler glow and the similarly ferocious huge axe swiftly approached each other. Immediately, they violently collided together in the next moment. Bang! The result of the collision between the two Do techniques, which had similar auras, was mutual destruction. In the next moment, the energy storm that blotted out the sun swept in all directions like 100,000 feet large wave. The originally clear sky of Qianquan sky suddenly changed color at this moment. It was covered by a dense energy storm. At this moment, even the expressions of the 4 half-emperors outside involuntarily changed wildly. One by one, they twisted their bodies and wildly fled into the distance as if they were fleeing. When they saw the frightening energy storm from afar, their eyes were filled with endless fear. The energy storm came wave after wave. It continued to hum for over 10 minutes. It was during these 10+ minutes that the entire area was being destroyed. The 4 half-emperors could only maneuver the Do Chi within their bodies and temporarily seal the area within the energy storm. A long while later, when the frightening energy storm was about to scatter, a frightening heavenly flame storm that was not inferior to the former once again swept out from the middle of the battleground. Circular after circular fire lotus petals gradually stood in the air within the space that had been sealed by the 4 half-emperors. They swelled with the wind. When the many layers of fire lotus petals were completely pieced together to form an enormous fire lotus, the Do Chi light barrier that the 4 8-star half-emperors had created together could not help but be forcefully blasted apart. Bang! The heavenly flame storm easily destroyed the Do Chi light barrier that the 4 half-emperors had created together. Only then did its energy scatter. It turned into waves of heat that swept in all directions in the sky. The faces of the 4 half-emperors involuntarily became a little flushed as they sensed the frightening high temperature that was brought about by the heat wave. Their hearts were involuntarily shocked. The might of a heavenly flame was really frightening. When it erupted in this manner, even they felt a grave feeling. They did not even dare to imagine just what kind of ending they would have ended up in if they had been in the middle of the heavenly flame storm earlier. When the storm finally scattered, the few of them lifted their heads and looked over with some lingering fear. Everywhere their eyes passed, there was only a pitch-black endless space. Under the heavenly flame storm, this entire space had unavoidably ended up collapsing. When the gazes of the four swept over the entire space, they were finally filled with shock and fear as they discovered that the short and fat old man's figure was actually nowhere to be seen. Such an outcome could only mean one thing. The short and fat old man had already died and his Tao had vanished. It was extremely likely that not even his corpse was left behind. Dead, dead? The expressions on the faces of the four half-emperors became a little dull. Soon after, their mouths involuntarily exclaimed. It was difficult to imagine that an 8-star half-emperor, who had been so mighty a moment ago and had said that he would capture Xiaoyan, would actually become a dead soul in the hands of the other party in mere moments. Only at this moment did the four of them recall the words that Xiaoyan had said when they had first met him. Including all of you, the number of 8-star half-emperors who have died in my hands should be around 10. From the looks of it, those words were not groundless. Unwarranted arrogance would really cause them to pay an extremely great price. To a great extent, it had even touched upon their lives. Cough cough, it seems that the four of you are still greedy. In the sky, Xiaoyan covered his chest with one hand and violently coughed twice before speaking with a cold tone. Hearing this, the four half-martial emperors frowned and glanced at each other. This time, no one spoke again. At the same time, no one attacked Xiaoyan again. Haha, what's wrong? Since you don't dare to speak or attack, then scram. Seeing the expressions of fear on the four's faces, Xiaoyan couldn't help but sneer. His shout caused the four's divine souls to feel fear. They had personally seen Xiaoyan kill 2 8-star half-martial emperors in succession. At this moment, when they looked at Xiaoyan, their gazes no longer treated him as an ordinary 5-star half-martial emperor. Instead, they saw him as a true expert with strength comparable to 9-star half-martial emperors. After all, there was no 5-star half-martial emperor that could kill 8-star half-martial emperors. Not to mention, he had killed 2 half-martial emperors in succession in such a short period of time. No matter where he went, no one would dare to easily believe such a feat. When the four of them heard the cold and disdainful words spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. Once again, anger rose from the bottom of their hearts. No matter how one put it, they were at the very least 8-star half-martial emperors. No matter where they went, they would be respected experts. Yet, they were currently being reprimanded by a 5-star half-martial emperor. How could they endure this? Even though Xiaoyan's strength far surpassed his cultivation level, this was definitely not a reason for them to lower their heads. Humph, Xiaoyan, in my opinion, you're merely an arrow at the end of its flight. After a long time, the old man in embroidered robes spoke again. His sinister gaze was firmly fixed on Xiaoyan. It seemed as if he wanted to see through something. Even though Xiaoyan's current state didn't appear to be ideal, no one present could guarantee that Xiaoyan didn't have the strength to fight back. The hunter would shoot the bird that sticks out. If any of the four of them rashly attacked, then the one who attacked first would be the one who died first. Without a certain degree of certainty, none of the four people would make the first move. The probing words of the colorful-robed old man at this moment caused the other 3 people to focus their attention on Xiaoyan. They also hoped to see some slight changes on Xiaoyan's face. Unfortunately, the hope in their hearts was ultimately shattered. Xiaoyan did not show the slightest change in his expression because of the words of the colorful-robed old man. Instead, the corner of his mouth was lifted slightly, and an extremely cold smile was lifted. Since your excellency wants to know my background, why don't you test it out yourself? There's no need for such nonsense. You, the brocade-robed old man immediately knit his brows when he heard the cold laughter in Xiaoyan's mouth. His mouth involuntarily wanted to reprimand Xiaoyan, but the other old man quickly pressed him down. He frowned and shook his head at Xiaoyan. Only then did Xiaoyan's emotions gradually calm down. The 4 8-star half-martial emperors looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. It was a long while later that the somewhat tense atmosphere was broken by a loud laughter. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Xiaoyan really knows how to joke. Earlier, we were merely bewitched by those 2 fellows. That was why we became enemies with you. Now that they have already died in your hands, we can be considered to have been woken up by you. Moreover, we also have quite a big grudge with the 4 large sections. How can we turn around and help them? Cuckoo, the matter earlier was all a misunderstanding. Since both of us are safe and sound now, the old me and the rest of us can be at ease. Oh? Is that so? So the four of you aren't willing to become my enemy. Since that's the case, why are the four of you still staying here? When he heard this, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and laughed faintly. He put on a fake smile and mocked the four people in front of him. When they heard Xiaoyan's words, the four of them could not help but be slightly stunned. The brocade-robed old man who originally wanted to say something was forcibly swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The four of them looked at each other. Only then did they laugh loudly at Xiaoyan. Haha, yes. Your Excellency Xiaoyan is right. Since there's nothing else, we should indeed leave. Haha, Brother Xiao, if we are lucky enough in the future, let's meet again. How about it? The brocade-robed old man looked at Xiaoyan with a kind smile on his face and asked with a smile. Sure. Xiaoyan smiled again. It was as if he did not care about what happened earlier. This caused the four people opposite him to laugh unceasingly. In that case, may I know where Brother Xiao is heading to this time? Haha, Brother Xiao, don't worry. We don't mean to find out. We are just curious. After all, perhaps we will meet again in the near future, right? The brocade-robed old man said with a face full of smiles. Xiaoyan also had a face full of smiles. If this scene was seen by someone who did not know the situation, they would probably think that this was an old friend reuniting. Who would have thought that just a moment ago, the two sides were in full swing and their killing intent soared? Haha, about this. I am heading to Wushu City. Xiaoyan's eyes flickered with light as he smiled at the brocade-robed old man. Oh? Haha, Wushu City. Since this is the case, Brother Xiao should be careful. According to this old man's knowledge, Wushu City is the territory of the Sword Emperor. Brother Xiao will probably meet people from the Sky Sword sect there. Hearing this, the brocade-robed old man could not bear to look at the other three people beside him. Then, a hidden light flashed in his pair of gloomy old eyes. However, the tone of his mouth was full of concern for Xiaoyan. Hearing the words of the other party, Xiaoyan smiled faintly and nodded. He cupped his hands at the brocade-robed old man and said with a smile, in that case, thank you very much, brother. I wonder what your name is. After all, only you know me, but I don't know you. It doesn't make sense. Xiaoyan looked at the brocade-robed old man and smiled curiously. Hearing this, the brocade-robed old man immediately smiled and patted his forehead with his palm. It seemed that Xiaoyan's words made him feel a little embarrassed. This old man is Wang Liang. Because of the ghost head broadsword in my hand, people have given me the nickname Wang Liang. If Brother Xiao has any trouble in the future, you can call this old man's name directly. It can also scare off some troublemakers. The brocade-robed old man stroked his beard with one hand and laughed with a proud face. Xiaoyan immediately smiled and nodded when he heard this. However, no one knew what he was muttering in his heart. Haha, alright. I will remember brother's name. I still have some matters to attend to and will leave first. Everyone, goodbye. Xiaoyan cupped his hands together and laughed loudly as he spoke to the four of them. This was especially the case for the last few words. They appeared incomparably thick when they were emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth, allowing the four people in front of him to clearly hear them. After his voice sounded, Xiaoyan also coincidentally turned around. His feet moved and he flew toward the northern sky. At this moment, the four people behind Xiaoyan suddenly stepped violently on empty air. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived beside Xiaoyan before he could turn around. With a wave of their large hands, Douqi agglomerated in their palms and a palm landed violently on Xiaoyan. Ha 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 ha. There is a price to pay for gratuitous arrogance. This old man will return these words to you later. Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too arrogant. You dare to act so arrogantly in front of us 4 8-star half-martial emperors. You are truly extremely foolish. At the same time as his palm landed violently on the back of Xiaoyan's head, the brocade-robed old man was finally unable to contain himself and emitted an extremely crazy and hoarse laughter. His words were filled with disdain for Xiaoyan. However, in the next instant, oh? Is that so? Could it be that you really think that I would leave my back to a group of people whose minds are filled with the desire to kill me? A long and drawn-out cold laughter slowly sounded in the sky. It was like the sound of a bell echoing endlessly. After these words were spoken, an even colder and emotionless ice-cold voice once again resounded in the sky. Explode. What? At the instant that indifferent voice resounded through the entire sky, Xianxia, who was about to be killed by the 4 half-martial emperors, suddenly began to swell. At the same time, an extremely berserk and terrifying aura began to rapidly spread from Xiaoyan's body. What? When the 4 8-star half-martial emperors saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly. That was because the aura that was being emitted from Xiaoyan's body was something that even they were unable to endure. This guy, has he gone mad? He actually self-detonated. Quickly, retreat. This kid is going to self-detonate. The 4 of them repeatedly roared. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The aura within Xiaoyan's body in front of them had already reached its peak. Xiaoyan's entire body had swelled to over 3 times its original size. His entire body was covered with densely packed crack lines. Numerous glaring light shot out from those crack lines, piercing one's eyes. Heh, you're only thinking of retreating now? Too late. When Xiaoyan saw the terrified expressions on the 4 of them, Xiaoyan's ice-cold mocking laughter resounded throughout the world. Earlier, I gave you all a chance. Unfortunately, you all did not properly grasp it. Milord. Milord. We know that we were wrong. Quickly, please retract it. If this continues, at that time, we won't be the only ones to die. Xiaoyan, you gave up such a great future and used self-detonation as the price to kill us today. Could it be that you don't feel that it's a pity? It's still not too late for you to stop now. As long as you stop, the 4 of us will turn around and leave this time. We will absolutely not have the slightest bit of evil thoughts. At this moment, the 4 of them were finally in a complete panic. They began to shout non-stop. No matter what they called Xiaoyan, no matter what they said, they only hoped that Xiaoyan would stop. After all, the self-detonation of a 5-star half-martial emperor was something that even they would not be able to endure. Haha, there's no turning back. You all chose this yourselves. You can't blame me. Furthermore, who said that I would die with you all? Haha, in your next life, you must remember that before dealing with someone, you must first understand the strength of that person. Otherwise, you'll only die. The instant Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, Xiaoyan, who was on the verge of exploding, finally exploded with a roar. At this moment, the frightening energy storm swept forth once again. A burst of dazzling white light covered the sky and covered the sun. Even the light of the sun was enveloped by the white light. The entire world turned white. Even if one was very close to it, one would still be unable to see anything clearly. Everything in the world was replaced by the white light. It was as if the entire world had changed. Top and bottom were white. Heaven and earth were indistinguishable, much less north, south, east and west. However, it was precisely within this white light that one could clearly hear heart-wrenching and lung-splitting screams. Within this boundless white light, this sort of miserable screams caused one to be as silent as cicadas in winter. One could feel a formless sense of coldness within this white light. The white light continued for a long time. The miserable screams seemed to have been born into this world and did not stop. Only when the white light gradually disappeared and completely disappeared, the entire world could finally be seen clearly. However, it was no longer its original appearance. At this moment, all that one could see was an empty and endless empty space. Even the originally extended mountain range below had turned into an abyss at this moment. This was a collapse caused by the shattering of empty space. Unless there was an expert who exhausted the doqi within his or her body to restore this place, it would be impossible for this place to recover its original appearance within the next tens or even hundreds of years. Xiaoyan slowly stepped out of a tent in the empty sky. He no longer doubted the strength that was created when his avatar self-destructed. Although it was impossible for him to kill these 4 people, it was sufficient to let them have a good drink. Xiaoyan's avatar had been destroyed. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiaoyan's expression was a little absent-minded as he swept his gaze over the endless abyss below. His heart involuntarily felt a little emotional. A powerful strength was indeed able to protect one's self and the people one wished to protect. However, at the same time, a powerful strength would also bring about destruction to this world. It was precisely because of all kinds of greed and killing that the rules of this world had changed. It was precisely because of the words the strong are respected that this world was filled with desolation. Ugh, Xiaoyan sighed for some reason. Only then did his face once again recover a serious expression. His dense gaze did not contain the slightest emotion as he continued to sweep his gaze over the endless abyss below. Finally, his gaze landed on 4 human figures with weak auras. These 4 human figures were the 4 8-star half-emperors. However, compared to before, their powerful auras appeared a little weak at this moment. Although they did not end up being seriously injured, they were not much better off. Xiaoyan's eyes were ice-cold. He would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Who? Xiaoyan softly cried out in a somewhat strenuous manner. After repeatedly using high-class Do skills and exhausting the strength of his incarnation, the current Xiaoyan had become extremely weak. However, he was unwilling to reveal this in front of these 4 people. Xiaoyan leaped down and landed in front of the 4 miserable-looking human figures. With a wave of his hand, the heavy Xian ruler landed in his hand. The wind pressure brought about by the descent of the heavy Xian ruler caused the expressions of the 4 people before Xiaoyan to change. Compared to before, the auras of these 4 people were extremely weak at this moment. Their entire bodies emitted a feeling of weakness. Even though they still possessed the strength to retaliate, they were unable to raise any strength to refute this black-robed young man before them. As long as they saw Xiaoyan's calm appearance, they had already lost all confidence in themselves. This brat with the strength of a mere 5-star half-emperor seemed to be a frightening existence that they would never be able to defeat. When they thought of this, the bodies of the 4 people involuntarily trembled violently. They felt incomparable grief in their hearts. Was this black-robed young man before them truly only a half-emperor? You, exactly who are you? Your strength, exactly what level is it at? Are you really a human? Or perhaps, this body is not your original body? At this moment, the 4 people had already lost all of their battle strength. Their hearts were filled with fear, and they knew that their deaths had arrived. This was especially true for that black-robed old man. At this moment, he was filled with endless regret. Before the battle, he had clearly felt fear from the bottom of his heart. It was the premonition of death. Unfortunately, he did not take it to heart. At this moment, it would appear that he had truly brought this upon himself. Hearing those words, Xiaoyan continued to walk forward as he answered the 4 people's questions. I, Xiaoyan, am a 5-star half-emperor, human. The person standing before you all is my original body. As for this battle, it has ended. Seeing the deeply shocked expressions on the faces of the 4 people before him, Xiaoyan sneered. Humans were like this. The more realistic the result was, the more difficult it would be for them to believe it. However, Xiaoyan was disinclined to pay attention to this. Holding the heavy buster sword in his hand, he walked through the air. Every step he took seemed to have landed on the hearts of the 4 8-star half-martial emperors, causing their divine souls to tremble in fear. Stomp, 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 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When Xiaoyan arrived before the 4 old men with slow steps, the complexions of the 4 old men had already turned deathly pale. Their bodies trembled unceasingly, and streams of cold sweat rolled down from their foreheads like rain. Their complexions were completely pale, and they appeared as if they had contracted some sort of serious illness. Not only were their bodies trembling, but even their hearts and souls were filled with extreme fear. Before this, they had never imagined that they would actually die at the hands of a 5-star half-martial emperor. Normally, people of this level would be extremely respectful and reverent toward them. Even if it was a 7-star half-martial emperor, they would still have to put on an appearance of being of low status before them. However, today's Xiaoyan had completely overturned their usual habits, as well as the imaginations they had in their hearts. Xiaoyan's expression was grim and expressionless. In a few steps, he had already arrived before the most heavily injured old man among the 4. Seeing Xiaoyan arriving before him, the old man's heart was filled with fear. Everyone feared death, let alone this old man who had cultivated for several hundred years. In his heart, he was even more unwilling to die. At this moment, when he saw Xiaoyan, it was as if he had seen the Grim Reaper. It was as if there was a huge rock pressing down on his chest, causing his breathing to become hurried. You. Although the old man wanted to say something, the fear that came from the depths of his soul made it difficult for him to open his mouth. He stuttered and said the word you with great difficulty, but he couldn't spit out a single word. Facing this, Xiaoyan's expression did not change at all. He stood in front of the elder and raised the giant ruler in his hand. The body of the ruler was covered with a magnificent strange fire. The terrifying strange fire was like a ghost fire from hell in the eyes of the elder, causing him to be unable to control himself. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler, 5 feet. The cold words slowly came out of his mouth. At the same time, the giant ruler in Xiaoyan's hand also carried an extremely oppressive sound of breaking wind as it quickly descended. In the end, under the terrified gazes of the other 3 old men, it fiercely smashed onto the chest of the old man in front of Xiaoyan. Boom! Along with the crackling sound of bones breaking, the others clearly heard a muffled sound that was like a balloon exploding. Needless to say, the heart of the old man had probably been crushed and exploded under this ruler. Following this sound, the body of the old man that was floating in the air also quickly fell down uncontrollably. The moment the old man's body fell, Xiaoyan stretched out his hand and a suction force surged from his palm. Immediately after, a slightly illusory figure was forcefully pulled out of the body. Ah! Xiaoyan, this old man's body has been destroyed and I won't be able to live for long. Why do you have to kill me? As his soul was pulled out, the old man's painful roar immediately sounded. When the other 3 saw this, they couldn't help but feel even more terrified by Xiaoyan's move. They didn't expect Xiaoyan to be so ruthless even though he looked so young. He was not inferior to some old monsters who had lived for a long time. I have never left any future troubles for myself. Even if you are just a soul and won't be able to live for long as you have the intention, you can still bring me endless trouble. I don't like trouble. Xiaoyan's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently to the old man's roar. Of course, although that was what he said, this was only one of Xiaoyan's goals. The other was related to his ancestor, Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian's remnant soul required extremely pure spiritual origin as energy to nourish. Xiaoyan naturally couldn't kill those unrelated to him to help his ancestor. Xiaoyan would never leave these enemies who wanted to kill him alive. Therefore, this became a method for Xiaoyan to obtain the spiritual origin energy. With a clench of his hand, Xiaoyan casually grabbed the old man's soul in his palm. Subsequently, the purifying demonic lotus flame and the fallen heart flame appeared in his palm at the same time. In an instant, he wiped out the old man's consciousness and began to refine the spiritual strength in his hand. A moment later, after the spiritual strength in his hand was completely refined, Xiaoyan temporarily kept it in his body and once again looked at the other 3 old men. After a moment of relief, the 3 of them gradually calmed down. They knew that it would be difficult for them to escape this time. Therefore, they no longer struggled and begged for mercy. Instead, they looked at each other, and then looked at Xiaoyan. The old man in embroidered robes once again had a ruthless expression on his face as he said to the other 2 beside him in a serious voice, 2 of you. The 2 of you, I truly did not expect that we, Grand 8-star half-martial emperors, would actually die at the hands of a 5-star half-martial emperor today. However, even if we die, we must make this guy suffer a great loss for us, and let him know that we, Grand 8-star half-martial emperors, are absolutely not pushovers that anyone can pinch. Cough cough. Xiaoyan, come. Today, even if we have to stake our lives, we will definitely make you pay for this. At this moment, the other old man also stood up. He took a deep breath, and his gaze suddenly became resolute. He extended his hand and beckoned, and a long sword appeared in his hand. He swung the long sword, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at Xiaoyan. At the same time, the black-robed old man on the other side also raised his head. His withered hand grasped the air, and a pitch-black long stick with a metallic luster and mysterious runes engraved on it appeared in the old man's hand. The long stick was waved, and it emitted whistling sounds in the air. Soon after, it was pointed at Xiaoyan. The embroidered-robed old man waved his hand, and a large golden blade appeared in his hand. He held the hilt of the blade with one hand, and the back of the blade with the other. The tip of the blade was also pointed at Xiaoyan. Everyone, attack together. If you can kill him, kill him. If you can't kill him, even if you have to risk self-detonating, you must take his life. The embroidered-robed old man shouted sternly. Soon after, his body moved, and he waved the large golden blade in his hand, and rushed towards Xiaoyan. On the other side, the other two old men also leapt forward, and rushed explosively towards Xiaoyan. Counterattack before death? It's useless. As he saw the three people rushing towards him, Xiaoyan coldly snorted. His body suddenly turned around, and the enormous ruler in his hand was violently waved 2 feet in succession. A majestic ruler ray shot out, and it was directly aimed at the 3 8-star half-martial emperors before him. Amen? However, at the instant when the ruler ray was about to collide with the 3 people, Xiaoyan suddenly started to frown. At the instant when the ruler ray was waved, the embroidered-robed old man's body that was rushing forward was actually forcibly stopped. After that, his body turned around, and without even turning his head around, he began to rapidly flee toward the distant horizon. This guy had actually betrayed his companions at such a crucial moment. Of course, the other 2 8-star half-martial emperors also sensed the actions of the embroidered-robed old man. Immediately, the expressions on their faces changed rapidly. They truly did not expect that this guy would actually use them as shields, and betray them in order to obtain an opportunity to survive. This sort of action was simply despicable. Even if it was Xiaoyan, he was unable to tolerate it. When the earth-shattering explosion swept across the entire area, Xiaoyan, who was in the air, moved and once again stepped into the 6 tents that had just been formed. Due to the short travel distance of the 6 tents, Xiaoyan had to quickly travel through them 3 times. Coupled with the astonishing speed of the sky extinction steps, he finally appeared in front of the brocade-robed old man. The giant ruler in his hand was swung horizontally, and the tip of the ruler was directly stuck in the old man's throat. If he had not stopped in time, he would have crashed into the old man. In my life, I hate people like you who go back on your words the most. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The large ruler in Xiaoyan's hand suddenly swung downward after his cold cry sounded. The wide body of the ruler suddenly smashed into the chest of the colorful-robed old man. Following the spurting of fresh blood, the old man's body flew back uncontrollably. He was just like a soccer ball that had been kicked, leaving behind a perfect arc in the empty air. In the next moment, before the brocade-robed old man could stop his body, Xiaoyan moved his feet and executed the sky extinction steps once again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind the old man. The giant ruler in his hand swept out, and the heavy ruler once again smashed into the old man's back. The cracking sound of bones breaking rang out, and blood splattered everywhere. Blood gushed out of the old man's mouth like a fountain, and his aura rapidly withered. He was on the verge of being seriously injured. Ugh. Cough cough. You motherf***er. Before the old man could finish his words, Xiaoyan's ferocious ruler smashed into his face. The terrifying force almost broke his neck. Bang! 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 Violent bangs rang out incessantly. On the other side, the heavily injured old man in black robes and his companion were horrified. Even the thought of escaping in their hearts had been completely thrown to the back of their minds. At this moment, they were already heavily injured, and it was not convenient for them to move. To them, escaping was basically an extravagant hope. Rather than running away, it was better to calm down and face the coming death. Perhaps this would make them feel better. Boom! Another heavy blow smashed into the old man. At this moment, the old man in embroidered robes seemed to have become a completely different person. His embroidered robes were in tatters, making him look like a beggar. His entire body was drenched in blood, and half of his face had been smashed by the huge ruler until it was deformed. There were even a few extremely ghastly pits on his chest. His internal organs had long since been shattered and separated. Even though Xiaoyan's attacks did not contain the slightest bit of qi, with merely his physical body's cultivation, it was still difficult for this 8-star half-martial emperor to endure. Although the old man opened his mouth to say something, he still found it difficult to express himself. It was only after a long while that he bent his body and crawled in the air. His voice was muffled with difficulty as he said with difficulty, "Brother, Xiaoyan, even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me." Even though he was already seriously injured, this old man was still unwilling to forgive Xiaoyan. He had already truly given up on the possibility of living. He did not believe that he would have the chance to live today. Since this was the case, even if he had to stake his life, he would make Xiaoyan pay the price. Following the words from the old man's mouth, the doqi within his body suddenly became berserk. A frightening energy filled with an aura of destruction was unceasingly being emitted from the old man's seriously injured body. From the looks of it, this old man seemed to be planning to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the two 8-star half-martial emperors changed. They had never imagined that this old man would be crazy to such an extent. He was actually willing to risk his own life to make Xiaoyan pay the price. However, in Xiaoyan's eyes, this crazy action of the old man turned into a sneer of ridicule. In the next instant, Xiaoyan's body suddenly flashed and he appeared in front of the old man. With a flip of his palm, he was about to ruthlessly smash his palm onto the old man's head. However, in the next instant, the old man started to madly laugh. His distorted face was filled with a sinister expression. His two arms suddenly hugged Xiaoyan, wanting to lock him in his embrace and perish together with him. "Ha ha ha ha. Die, die. If I die, you'll die with me. Ha 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 ha. Humph. Die? Sure, but you should die alone. If you want me to die, you're still a little too inexperienced." Xiaoyan laughed mockingly when he heard this. His expression was cold as he raised his hand. A turbulent spiritual strength gathered in his palm. Immediately, it violently smashed toward the old man's head. Xiaoyan's expression was cold. "Heavenly hand. Extinguish. Heaven rank soul skill, heavenly hand." It was specialized in causing harm to the soul. With Xiaoyan's current soul realm, its might was even more frightening. With a single palm strike, the old man's soul was forcibly shattered. At the same time, the berserk doqi within his body instantly turned into nothingness. It rapidly dissipated and merged with the heaven and earth. At this moment, another 8-star half-martial emperor had died by Xiaoyan's hands. After dealing with the embroidered-gowned old man, Xiaoyan leaped and arrived before the remaining two 8-star half-martial emperors. At this moment, the two of them had already lost all their will to fight. They were only waiting for Xiaoyan to come and collect their corpses. Seeing the ashen faces of the two 8-star half-martial emperors, Xiaoyan's pale face relaxed. No matter what, facing 6 8-star half-martial emperors by himself was still too difficult for him. Xiaoyan didn't even dare to imagine what he would do if the two of them didn't lose their will to fight and instead fought with their lives on the line. However, what made Xiaoyan feel fortunate was that the two of them didn't do that. Qi, the sound of rushing wind appeared once again. Xiaoyan's face was filled with difficulty as he held the hilt of the ruler with both hands. He raised the heavy Shan ruler in his hand high in the air, intending to give the two of them a final blow and finish off this trouble in one go. However, things did not go as planned. Just as Xiaoyan was about to attack, Gu Yu's voice suddenly sounded in Xiaoyan's heart. "Xiaoyan, be careful. Someone is heading this way. Moreover, it is very likely that they are coming for you." Gu Yu's sudden words caused Xiaoyan's expression to involuntarily become startled. He only recovered after a while and coldly laughed in his heart. With the Northern King and Xiao Jin around, he did not need to be afraid as long as the other party was not a Dodi. So be it if they came. At the very most, he would just have to fight another round. Xiaoyan calmed his heart as he thought of this in his heart. He replied to Gu Yu, "Elder Gu, it seems that my life is worth quite a lot. Old Gu, it seems that my life is quite valuable. For the sake of the 4 great sects, there are actually so many people chasing after me. If they want to come, then come. It's just another fight." Gu Yu seemed to be aware of Xiaoyan's thoughts. He softly snorted upon hearing this and spoke in a deep voice, "What? Have you become so bold after dealing with a few small fries? The other party is a Dodi. Don't tell me that you want to go up and fight? What?" The expression on Xiaoyan's face changed after he let out an exclamation. It was unexpected that a Do D-class expert had been alerted because of him. It was fine if it was an ordinary bandit. However, if it was a true elite Do D, forget about the current weakened state Xiaoyan was in. Even if he was at his peak with the Northern King and Xiao Jin, it was impossible for them to be a match for the other party. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan could only temporarily withdraw. Old Gu, do you know the exact level of that fellow's strength? Xiaoyan's expression was grave as he asked Guyu in his heart. A 2-star Do D. He is only stronger than that Zhang Yi from Green Jade City. The grave expression on Xiaoyan's face became a little more solemn when he heard this. Even his hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, involuntarily loosened. His throat rolled as Xiaoyan suddenly withdrew the enormous ruler in his hand. He stored it into his storage ring. His eyes were sharp as he looked at the 2 8-star bandits in front of him, who were at a loss. Get lost. The two people in front of Xiaoyan appeared a little absent-minded after the word get lost was shouted. They had suddenly returned to reality from the gates of hell. This caused them to involuntarily feel as though they were dreaming. Could it be that the Xiaoyan in front of them was merely a figment of their imagination? The two of them looked at each other and smiled. However, their smiles appeared bitter. They continued to stand in the same spot without moving. It was as though they were waiting for this dream to end. I will say it once more. Get lost. Otherwise, you will die. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. His mouth suddenly emitted a furious cry. A frightening killing intent suddenly spread from his body and descended into the hearts of the two in front of him. The expressions of the 2 8-star bandits, Xiaoyan, suddenly changed when they sensed this dark and cold killing intent. Only then did they react. The Xiaoyan in front of them was not an illusion. The words from his mouth were also real. Ugh, this sudden turn of events caused the 2 8-star half-martial emperors to be stunned. When Xiaoyan let out a furious snort and the heavenly flame within his body surged out, the two half-martial emperors scrambled to their feet. Without even looking back, they rapidly fled into the distance. Xiaoyan finally exhaled a deep breath of air a long while later. The burning heavenly flame over his body gradually scattered, revealing a pale-faced Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan rejoiced in his heart as he eyed the direction in which the two of them had left. It was fortunate that he had not told them where he was really going when he was talking nonsense with them earlier. Otherwise, if they were to spread the news, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not be able to have a peaceful journey. Elder Bone, how long do you think it will take for that fellow to catch up to us? After regaining his senses, Xiaoyan once again focused his attention on the important matter at hand. Guyu pondered for a moment when he heard Xiaoyan's words. Then, under Xiaoyan's heavy gaze, he slowly spoke. I estimate that he will reach this place in less than an hour. Xiaoyan's expression was extremely grave as he nodded. After which, he inhaled a deep breath of air and withdrew his eyes. As he looked at the surrounding space, a pity involuntarily rose in his heart. Ugh, forget it. Since I cannot avoid this trouble, let me do something else first. After all of this happened because of me. It is better for me to resolve this trouble. Xiaoyan sighed softly. He waved his hand and an emerald green heavenly flame rose from his hand. The instant this heavenly flame rose, a medicinal fragrance that seeped into one's heart turned into a warm fog that rose, causing the injuries on the surface of Xiaoyan's body to recover at this moment. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily relaxed when he sensed the rich life aura within this heavenly flame. This heavenly flame was ranked 5th on the heavenly flame ranking. It was known as the Flame of Longevity, the Life Spirit Flame. The Life Spirit Flame could allow its wielder to possess an extremely long lifespan that was not inferior to some ancient magical beasts. As long as one threw medicinal seeds into it, one would be able to obtain an endless supply of medicinal ingredients. It was an excellent heavenly flame in the hearts of alchemists. Xiaoyan was able to easily restore the shattered space. However, Xiaoyan was unable to do anything about the destroyed mountain range below. Fortunately, with the help of the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan was able to save himself a lot of trouble. Under the effect of the life spirit flame, the endless space was restored to its original appearance within a short moment. Even though the mountain range below had disappeared, it was replaced by an emerald basin that was even more lush than before. It was likely that this place would become an excellent training ground in the hearts of some cultivators soon. While Xiaoyan was restoring the space, on the other side, the two 8-star half-martial emperors who were hastily fleeing did not notice at all that there was an even more frightening existence flying towards them in the direction they were fleeing. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. What happened to the two of you? Grand 8-star half-martial emperors were actually beaten to such a sorry state by Xiaoyan. This is truly not something an 8-star half-martial emperor should do. Right at the moment when the two 8-star half-martial emperors were frantically fleeing, a strange, sinister laugh sounded from an unknown location in the world. The two of them were startled. Their rapidly fleeing figures suddenly froze in midair. Only then did they react. They swept their gazes around their surroundings. However, they did not see a single person. To be able to perfectly conceal one's tracks before the auras of two 8-star half-martial emperors, this person's strength was either as heaven-defying as Xiaoyan's or far surpassed theirs. May I know who your distinguished self is? Could it be that you've also come for Xiaoyan? If that's the case, perhaps the two of us might be able to show you the way. At this moment, that black-gowned old man's heart was beating extremely violently. His intuition told him that this mysterious person who had just spoken might be much more frightening than he had imagined. Tisk, tsk, 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 what you've said is correct. This highness has indeed come for Xiaoyan. Hearing how the mysterious person addressed him, the black-gowned old man's heart became incomparably serious. Just from how the mysterious person addressed him, one could tell that this person was most definitely a person of high status. His status was definitely not something that ordinary half-martial emperors could compare to. However, right at the moment when the black-gowned old man was about to speak, that mysterious person laughed strangely once again. He continued, however, there's no need for you to show me the way. Instead, with your cultivations, you've cultivated for most of your lives. Yet, you're actually unable to even take care of a 5-star half-martial emperor. I truly have no idea how the two of you managed to survive until now. You. Hearing those words, the 8-star half-martial emperor beside the black-gowned old man was about to explode in anger. However, he was forcibly suppressed by the black-gowned old man. His gaze indicated that the mysterious person's strength was not weak. Only then did the 8-star half-martial emperor resentfully retrieve his dense gaze. Tsk, tsk, none of that is important. What's important is that I will take care of Xiaoyan for the two of you and avenge you. Following a burst of strange laughter, a pitch-black fog suddenly surged around the two 8-star half-martial emperors, enveloping the two of them within it. Who are you? What are you planning to do? Noticing the black fog surrounding them, the two of them were immediately alarmed. They had a very bad feeling in their hearts. At the same time as they shouted angrily, the doqi within their bodies rapidly surged out and ruthlessly bombarded the strange fog surrounding them. Tsk, 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 tsk. Since I've taken revenge for the two of you, then as the price, you too shall pay with your lives. Right after those words left his mouth, the black fog suddenly surged. Strange gurgling noises sounded from within the fog. It was as if there were malicious spirits from the underworld. It was extremely frightening. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them fought back with all their might. They seemed to be trying to disperse the black fog. However, the result was not as easy as they had imagined. Even though the two of them had given their all, the black fog remained indifferent. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. Truly naive. No one has ever been able to escape from the people that I want to kill. As the sinister and strange laughter sounded once again, the black fog surged and gradually became as viscous as liquid. After that, as the liquid gradually wiggled, it actually formed many black skulls that pounced toward the two people within the black fog to bite them. Ah! Roars shook the sky. Then, they gradually became hoarse, until they were completely silent. Only after the ruined scene before his eyes was restored did Xiaoyan retrieve the heavenly flame. He turned his gaze and looked toward the northern sky. He was already able to faintly sense that there was an extremely frightening aura flying toward his current location. Even though Xiaoyan could vaguely sense the aura of that elite Dodi, his face remained calm. From Xiaoyan's point of view, rather than wasting time with a solemn heart, it was better to seize this short moment and allow himself to recover some of his strength as soon as possible. Perhaps this way, he would be able to retain some strength when facing the imminent danger. Moreover, Xiaoyan still had Guyu, his greatest trump card, within his body. He believed that Guyu would not simply stand by and watch if he really ended up in a life-and-death situation. Hence, Xiaoyan did not have any reason to give up on this opportunity until now. Xiaoyan looked down at the sea of trees that was filled with life from the empty space. He inhaled a deep breath of the fresh air and sensed the cool breeze that blew past his ear. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. He flipped his hand and a long-incised medicinal pill appeared in his palm. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan swallowed it in one gulp. The moment the medicinal pill entered his mouth, it turned into a warm energy that followed Xiaoyan's throat and swiftly entered his body. It recovered the strength that Xiaoyan had lost. Xiaoyan once again exhaled after the medicinal pill entered his body. After which, he crossed his legs and sat in the empty space. He waved his hand and the storage ring on his finger flashed. The Northern King instantly appeared beside Xiaoyan to protect him. After doing all this, Xiaoyan formed a training seal with both of his hands. He tossed aside all distracting thoughts and began to refine the medicinal pill in his body. Guyu, who was within Xiaoyan's body, involuntarily felt gratified for Xiaoyan when he saw this. Remaining calm in the face of danger was the mentality that an expert should possess. Xiaoyan had done very well on this point. Adding his heaven-defying training speed, Xiaoyan would definitely become a great person in the future. Huff huff, a gentle breeze swept over the place. It turned into a rising and falling wave over the vast sea of trees that swept into the distance. The sun was high up in the sky, and there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The azure sky combined with the verdant world below made the world seem full of vitality. It was as if this was a new world in the human world, a leisurely world that had yet to be set foot on by living creatures. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would discover that there was a black dot that did not match this empty world that was filled with life. It caused this carefree world to have a different and strange feeling. In the void, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged. His hands formed a cultivation seal, and the flame tactics within his body rapidly circulated. Above Xiaoyan's head, a huge energy vortex was formed. The energy of heaven and earth was rapidly sucked into it. Under the refinement of the mysterious flame within Xiaoyan's body, the doqi within Xiaoyan's body was gradually restored. Time quietly flowed by during this rapid swallowing and refinement. At a certain moment, the originally cloudless azure sky was covered by a cluster of dark black fog. The black fog filled the sky, and the entire sky was gradually covered by this black fog. The rising sun lost its light, and the world became dark. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan slowly exit his training mode. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and a sharp golden light suddenly shot out from within his dark black eyes. When Xiaoyan saw the black fog that filled the sky for the first time, the expression on his face involuntarily changed. This strange black fog gave him an extremely bad premonition. At the same time, it also caused Xiaoyan to feel a little suspicious of the person who had come. TSK. Xiaoyan, this chief has been waiting for you for a whole 10 years. Suddenly, a strange laughter faintly sounded in the sky. It was just like a ferocious ghost that had come from hell. It was extremely horrifying. Upon hearing this familiar tone, Xiaoyan was instantly certain that the other party was definitely the person from the middle region of the origin martial continent, the so-called Ghost Temple sect. This chief? Looks like you are the same as the third hall master from before. You are also a hall master level person. Xiaoyan's expression was icy cold. His eyes were ice cold as he spoke. TSK, you are right. However, this chief is not someone that trash can compare with. This chief is the first hall master. Who exactly are all of you? The Ghost Temple sect was established by the members of the Han clan. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. A flame flickered within his dark black eyes. His icy cold eyes shot towards the dark black fog in the sky. He had always treated the members of the Han clan coldly. If he could kill them, he would definitely not let a single one of them off. Xiaoyan truly hated the Han clan to the core. The dark black fog in the sky churned upon hearing this. Soon after, that dark and stern strange laughter was once again emitted. TSK. Han clan. This is really a distant name. It is already in the past. Let it be. Now, we are called the Ghost Temple Sect. We? Xiaoyan's eyes hardened. From the looks of it, there were still quite a number of enemies that he would have to face in the future. However, until this moment, the thing that caused him to feel uncertain in his heart was how this group of people knew of his identity. Moreover, they were able to be so clear about him. TSK. It seems that you have many questions in your heart. In that case, why don't you return with this chief? At that time, there will naturally be someone who will answer all of your questions. The black fog churned as the strange laughter continued. It was just like the screech of a ferocious ghost, causing one to feel irritated. Heh. If I really go back with you, I'm afraid that only death awaits me. Xiaoyan involuntarily laughed upon hearing this. Although the latter was extremely familiar with him, he also had a deep understanding of these things that were neither human nor ghost. TSK. That's right. We have never given the members of the Xiao clan a chance to live. Coincidentally, it is the same for me. I will not show any mercy to all of you. Xiaoyan let out a cold cry. He suddenly waved his sleeve and the heavy Xian ruler once again appeared. A sharp rushing wind sound appeared as the huge ruler was pointed at the cluster of thick black fog in the sky. At the same time, the northern king beside Xiaoyan took a step forward with an ice-cold expression. An invisible aura spread from its body, causing the surrounding empty space to become quiet. TSK, Xiaoyan, you are merely a bandit. Don't tell me that you wish to fight with a Dodi? Even with this puppet around, it is merely a matter of a slap. The strange laughter was once again emitted. His words were filled with ridicule and ridicule. This is not the first time that I have done such a thing. Don't tell me that all of you still don't understand? Xiaoyan merely revealed a cold smile in the face of this. His eyes were dense as he stared at the cluster of black fog in the sky. His tone was calm as he laughed. Moreover, who told you that I only have a puppet? Xiaoyan's body suddenly emitted a bright golden lightning glow after his voice sounded. It shot toward the sky. The golden light filled the sky, transforming into a golden lightning pillar that penetrated the sky. At the same time, an earth-shaking dragon roar was emitted in a vast and mighty manner. It caused the dark black fog in the sky to scatter at this moment, revealing the clear sky and rising sun above the black fog. Huh? The black fog involuntarily let out a surprised cry when it saw this scene. It had actually not sensed Xiao Jin, who had appeared at this moment. This involuntarily caused it to feel a little strange in its heart. At the same time, the dragon roar was emitted after the golden lightning shot into the sky. It shook the sky and the earth. At a certain spot in the Shilin region, the expression of an old man suddenly hardened. His gaze swiftly turned and looked in the direction where Xiaoyan was located. At this very moment, golden light actually flickered in his pair of muddy old eyes, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. Black fog spread over the vast sky. It was just like a dark black thundercloud. However, a strange humming sound was occasionally emitted from it, causing one to shudder despite not feeling cold. At this moment, Xiaoyan was holding a heavy ruler in his hand under the black mass of fog. The Northern King and Xiao Jin were standing beside him. Two powerful auras spread from their bodies, resisting the frightening Dodi pressure that came from the sky. TSK. Xiaoyan, I heard that you had consecutively received an attack from two 8-star Dodi half a year ago. Today, this chief wants to see if you really possess that kind of strength. The frightening Dodi pressure that permeated the sky suddenly disappeared after these words sounded. Soon after, the black fog churned and a strong masked figure slowly stepped out of the black fog. Come, make your move. Let this chief see just what is so special about Xiaoyan, who is known by everyone in our ghost slaughter gate. The face under the mask revealed a ferocious smile. The strong human figure placed one of his hands behind his back while the other hand was slowly raised. He curled his hand and extended a finger to beckon Xiaoyan as he spoke with a smile. The expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately became gloomy when he saw this scene. Xiao Jin by the side also emitted a low roar that contained some anger from its mouth. It was likely that no one would be able to accept such a disdainful action, much less Xiaoyan, who had an arrogant character. Humph. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. One ruler. Although the actions and tone of this first Hall chief appeared a little arrogant, at the same time, Xiaoyan clearly understood that he did indeed possess the capital to be arrogant. The strength of a 2-star Do-Di allowed him to look down on any Bandi. Even though he was currently not someone an ordinary Bandi could compare with, this was the truth. Even he was unable to refute it. It was also because of this that Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless in his heart. The little doqi that had just recovered in his body crazily surged out from his palm and poured into the huge ruler in his hand. The magnificent heavenly flame gushed out from every pore on Xiaoyan's body and quickly covered Xiaoyan's entire body. Even the dark heavy buster sword in his hand was wrapped in it. Huh! Xiaoyan's face was cold. He suddenly shouted and performed the sky extinction step. Then, his body turned into a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the first palace master. Xiaoyan's silhouette appeared. He raised his giant ruler high above his head. Mystical flames rose from it, spreading out a terrifyingly high temperature that burned the heavens and the earth. TSK. Sky extinction steps. Is this the thing that even the 4 great sects are envious of? It really lives up to its reputation. Seeing Xiaoyan's frightening speed, the first palace master could not help but sigh in surprise. However, he immediately sneered again and said, "Unfortunately, you are ultimately just a Bandi. You are still completely useless in front of this first palace master." Only after the cold laughter sounded did the first palace master slowly open his hand. His 5 fingers were flat as doqi churned within his palm. At the same time, a dark black fog swiftly churned and agglomerated above Xiaoyan's head, agglomerating into an enormous palm. Compared to it, Xiaoyan appeared as tiny as an ant. What? Xiaoyan's heart was suddenly startled when he saw this scene. He understood the strength of an elite Do-Di. However, he did not expect that such a frightening strength could be agglomerated with a flip of his hand. TSK. Xiaoyan, this first palace master will let you understand just how big of a gap there is between a Bandi and a Do-Di. Remember, this first palace master will not hold back like those fools. TSK. Seeing the grave expression that surfaced on Xiaoyan's face, the corner of the first palace master's mouth under his mask was lifted even higher. Just as his words left his mouth, the enormous palm above Xiaoyan's head suddenly fell toward Xiaoyan. The instant the palm fell, the space below suddenly collapsed. A frightening wind pressure violently pressed on Xiaoyan's head, causing his body, which was floating in the air, to sink a little. Xiaoyan's heart was incomparably solemn as he sensed the frightening energy that was transmitted from above his head. He could only go all out when faced with such an attack. Otherwise, it was likely that just this attack alone would be enough to seriously injure him. With this thought in his mind, the doqi within the vortex in Xiaoyan's body suddenly poured out. It flowed freely through his qi paths and poured into the enormous ruler in his hand. Under this crazy pouring of doqi by Xiaoyan, that heavenly flame on the heavy Xian ruler in his hand rose and shone even brighter. That heavenly flame rose and soared with the wind. In merely an instant, the beautiful heavenly flame was like an enormous palm leaf fan that stood between the sky and the earth. Following the simultaneous wave of Xiaoyan's hands, 7 brilliant ruler lights shot out one after another. Finally, they agglomerated into a shocking 100,000 feet long ruler light. It appeared as though it wanted to split the world into 2 as it violently smashed toward the enormous palm. TSK, your aura is not bad. Unfortunately, it is just a mere appearance. You can only blame yourself for being too weak. TSK, break. Seeing this, the first palace master laughed mockingly. His extended hand suddenly tightened. At the same time, the enormous palm that was descending toward Xiaoyan's head suddenly accelerated at this moment. Immediately, it violently clenched together. Chi. Following a chi sound, a grayish-black fog rose. After which, it slowly scattered in the empty space. Seeing this scene, the first palace master's brows, which were covered under the mask, involuntarily knit together. He seemed to have underestimated this move of Xiaoyan's. If it was just the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, it was merely SOSO in the eyes of a 2-star Do-Di despite being a true High Man class Do technique. However, the difference was that Xiaoyan had used a heavenly flame. A heavenly flame was after all the most wild and violent energy in the world. Even though the heavenly flame on Xiaoyan's body was only a seed flame, the strength of the heavenly flame was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Under the burning of the heavenly flame, the black fog did not appear to display the strength that it should have in front of the heavenly flame despite the strength of his enormous palm. Perhaps due to some reason, it was also because of this that the seven-layered sky-breaking ruler was able to display its might in front of this two-star Do-Di and forcefully penetrated an enormous hole in the palm. Cough cough, haha, looks like a two-star Do-Di is merely SOSO. After revealing himself, Xiaoyan's face was filled with ridicule as he looked at the first palace master. Even though he had temporarily gained an advantage by borrowing the strength of the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan had still suffered quite a serious injury from the enormous palm. At this moment, Xiaoyan's face, which had just recovered its rosiness, had once again turned pale. A thread of blood helplessly hung from the corner of his mouth. Even though this was the case, the thing that caused Xiaoyan to feel joy in his heart was that during the collision earlier, he seemed to have discovered that his heavenly flame possessed quite a great suppressive ability against this fellow's strange black fog. This discovery really caused Xiaoyan's heart to be filled with joy. If his heavenly flame was really able to suppress the members of the Han clan, he would no longer need to be afraid that they would come looking for him when he obtained other heavenly flames in the future. Humph. So what if it is a heavenly flame? It is useless in front of absolute strength. The first palace master involuntarily snorted coldly after having seen through the thoughts in Xiaoyan's heart. He flipped his hand and a frightening energy swiftly agglomerated in his palm, causing the surrounding empty space to involuntarily form circular ripples. At the same time, an extremely frightening energy aura swiftly spread from his palm. Underworld Demon Palm. As the cry sounded, the first palace master's palm violently smashed toward Xiaoyan. Instantly, the space in front of him began to churn violently like the surface of a lake where a huge rock had been thrown. Circular wave-like spatial waves swept out in all directions. At the same time, dark black Do-Chi swiftly gathered in the first palace master's palm. It gradually condensed into a dark black bone claw that was tightly attached to the first palace master's palm. Following the slight movement of the first palace master's palm, the surrounding space was mercilessly torn apart. Underworld Demon Palm, a high human rank Do skill. It is the skill that made me famous. Xiaoyan, you are lucky to be defeated by this move of mine. TSK 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 TSK, the first palace master sneered and stared coldly at Xiaoyan. The bone claw in his hand mercilessly smashed toward Xiaoyan. Seeing the bone claw coming toward him, the serious expression on Xiaoyan's face became even more intense. With a flip of his palm, the heavy Xian ruler was temporarily stored in his storage ring. At the same time, with a thought, a terrifying spiritual strength immediately swarmed out from between his eyebrows. Between the heavens and the earth, threads of dark black Great Tao energy swiftly gathered toward Xiaoyan. When the Great Tao cloak condensed on the surface of Xiaoyan's body, the latter's face involuntarily turned pale. Using the Six Paths tent was already extremely exhausting for Xiaoyan. Now that he had once again condensed the Great Tao energy, even though Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was not weak, it was still difficult for him to support it. Even though he had condensed the Great Tao cloak, the seriousness in Xiaoyan's heart did not decrease in the slightest. Although they were both high human rank Do skills, the difference between a half-emperor and a Do-Di was like two polar extremes. Faced with a high human rank Do skill that was used by a Do-Di, even Xiaoyan's seven-layered sky-breaking ruler would find it difficult to be a match. Moreover, after the previous wave of exhaustion, the remaining Do-Chi in Xiaoyan's body could only allow him to use the seven-layered sky-breaking ruler once. Once he used it, Xiaoyan would enter a low point. At that time, he would not have any ability to retaliate against the first palace master. Damn it! Let's fight! Xiaoyan's expression was ferocious as he sensed the frightening wind that was heading his way. Both of his hands suddenly waved and all the remaining Do-Chi in his body poured out. A heavenly flame gushed out and crazily agglomerated between his palms. Buddha's fury. Samsara. Just as the bone claw was about to reach him, Xiaoyan suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar. He also threw out a vicious punch with his palm. In his palm, a rapidly rotating flaming wheel suddenly glowed brightly. Soon after, the black spot in the middle of the wheel flickered slightly. In the blink of an eye, a thick pitch-black light pillar suddenly shot out from within and ruthlessly clashed with the bone claw. Boom, the earth-shaking rumble transformed into an invisible storm that swept across the vast sky. It only gradually stopped when it reached the end of one's line of sight. After that, circles of even more terrifying energy ripples fiercely washed the entire sky. Pung pung pung. As the storm swept across, Xiaoyan and the Hall Master clashed in the middle. The expressions on their faces were completely opposite. The corner of the Hall Master's mouth lifted into an icy arc under his mask. His dark eyes were filled with ridicule. He gently stepped forward and walked toward Xiaoyan. On the other hand, Xiaoyan's Buddha's Fury Samsara was continuously losing ground in front of the bone claw. The pitch-black energy light pillar was repeatedly crushed. A large part of the reason for the energy storm that had been stirred up in the sky was because of Xiaoyan's Buddha's Fury Samsara that had been crushed. TSK 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 TSK. Xiaoyan, you are ultimately still too weak. In front of me, you are merely a jumping clown. You are delusional to think that you can contend with me. You really overestimate yourself. With each step the Hall Master took forward, Xiaoyan's body would be pulled back uncontrollably. Even though he tried his best to resist, it was ultimately useless. Finally, the Hall Master arrived in front of Xiaoyan. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile, revealing a row of white teeth under his mask. Bang! The Hall Master controlled the bone claw and crushed the Buddha's Fury Samsara in front of Xiaoyan's horrified eyes. TSK 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 TSK, are these all you have? You really can't withstand a single blow. Roar! The Hall Chief's mouth had just let out a cold laugh when the bone claw in his hand was suddenly extended forward. It was about to grab Xiaoyan's head. Only at this moment did Xiao Jin, who was outside the battleground between the two of them, roar furiously at the sky. Its enormous dragon body suddenly twisted in the empty air. With a swing of its dragon tail, a shocking furious lightning fell from the sky and violently smashed toward the Hall Chief. Humph, a mere half-emperor dares to act presumptuously in front of me. What a reckless bastard. The Hall Master immediately snorted coldly when he saw the golden raging thunder that was heading toward him. Immediately, the invisible void swiftly distorted under this sound. A circular invisible ripple spread and actually dissolved the golden lightning that was heading toward him. At the same time, the bone claw in his hand was about to land on Xiaoyan's head. Xiao Jin's heart immediately burned with anxiety when he saw this scene. His mouth roared furiously and his huge dragon body suddenly shot out many bright golden lights. His body suddenly twisted and a silver glow flashed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jin had already appeared beside Xiaoyan. His huge dragon body violently charged toward the Hall Master with the intention of blocking this attack from the Hall Master on behalf of Xiaoyan. Huh? The first Hall Master could not help but be startled when he saw Xiao Jin suddenly appear. It was likely that even he would have difficulty catching up with this kind of frightening speed. Humph, this bastard is really strange. Since you wish to use your life to save him, this Hall Master shall let you die first. With a cold snort, the bone claw in the Hall Master's hand mercilessly landed on Xiao Jin's body. Grug! The pitch-black bone claw was just like a sharp blade. Xiao Jin's seemingly indestructible golden dragon scales were easily torn apart by this claw. Following a miserable dragon roar, Xiao Jin's body was actually forcefully penetrated by this bone claw. Xiao Jin. The expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately hardened when he saw that Xiao Jin was seriously injured. After which, it quickly turned into a hoarse roar. Bastard, die. Xiaoyan's body moved and was about to step forward. However, he forgot that there was no doqi left in his body at this moment. Even floating in the air was extremely difficult, much less attacking. Xiaoyan's body had just moved when he involuntarily lost the ability to continue walking in the air. His body immediately fell uncontrollably toward the mountain forest below. Even at this moment, Xiaoyan did not have the mood to care about his own life. Instead, he furiously cried out and ordered the Northern King in the sky. Northern King! Kill him for me! The Northern King's metal tower-like body suddenly moved upon receiving Xiaoyan's order. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Jin. Its large metal fist was suddenly clenched and violently smashed toward the Hall Master's head. "You are merely a pile of scrap metal. Get lost." The Hall Master coldly laughed in disdain when he saw the Northern King. His words carried an invisible energy that instantly sent the Northern King flying. After forcing back the Northern King, the Hall Master's eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at Xiao Jin. The shocking speed that Xiao Jin had unleashed earlier caused even him to involuntarily feel a solemn feeling in his heart. That kind of speed was something that even he, a 2-star Dodi, was unable to achieve. Since this was the case, how did this beast in front of him, who was merely a 9-star Bandi, achieve it? If he could find the reason and transfer that frightening speed to himself, he was confident that he would be invincible even if he faced a high-class Dodi or an even stronger opponent in the future. Additionally, there was Xiao Yan, who had an extremely special status to their ghost temple gate. Thus, he could really be said to have reaped both benefits today. TSK 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 TSK, it is really unexpected that not only have I captured Xiao Yan today, but I have also obtained such a good opportunity. It must be said that Xiao Yan, you are really the lucky star of this Hall Master. The smile on the first Hall Master's face under the mask became even more intense when he thought of this. His hand grabbed at the empty air and an invisible large hand was instantly agglomerated from the empty space. It grabbed Xiao Jin within it. The first Hall Master smiled cruelly. He waved his hand and a Dochi pillar immediately shot out. It violently struck Xiao Jin's body. Immediately, its dragon scales were shattered and fresh blood dripped out. A miserable dragon roar continued to sound, reverberating throughout the sky. It caused one to feel a great amount of pain just by hearing it. The first Hall Master mercilessly tore Xiao Jin's body apart. He wanted to find the answer that he wanted to know from this body of flesh. He was completely unconcerned about Xiao Jin's life and death. However, at a certain moment, the body of the Hall Master, who was preparing to tear off one of Xiao Jin's dragon arms, suddenly trembled intensely as he stood in the air. He paused the movement of his hand and suddenly turned around. He looked at the vast sky behind him. "May I know who you are? The ghost temple is doing things. Please find another way." As he looked at the clear and boundless azure sky, the first palace master's face under the mask was filled with a solemn expression. His heart was also incomparably solemn. Just a moment ago, he had clearly sensed an extremely powerful aura sweep past his body. The strength of that aura caused him to have difficulty imagining exactly what level of expert the other party was. At this moment, even Guyu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, had completely hidden his aura. Xiao Yan was only relying on the last threads of Doqi that he had squeezed out from his body to barely support himself in the sky. Cough cough, Xiao Yan coughed intensely. His eyes followed the direction that the first Hall Master was looking at. There was not even a single person in the vast sky. How could there be someone there? However, just as Xiao Yan was about to question Guyu with a heart filled with doubt, he discovered that he had completely lost contact with Guyu. Guyu seemed to have suddenly disappeared into thin air, causing Xiao Yan to feel surprised. Xiao Yan seemed to have thought of something when he once again looked at the sky. The expression on his face changed once again. It should be known that Guyu had never hidden his aura even when facing old Luo's group. Today, however, he had decisively severed all contact with Xiao Yan. It was not difficult to imagine just what level of expert this person that the first Hall Master had mentioned was. The first Hall Master's face was grave as he looked at the distant sky. Cold sweat involuntarily flowed down his forehead under the mask. The sweat followed his face and rolled down to his chin. Ghost Hall? Haha, what an arrogant aura. It was a long while later before a faint laughter was slowly emitted from the sky. The laughter was old and calm, and it did not contain the slightest emotion. However, the thing that caused the first palace master's expression to change was that the temperature around him had actually instantly dropped the moment this laughter sounded. It was so much so that he could clearly see some fine ice shards in his eyes. Seeing this scene, even Xiao Yan involuntarily felt shocked, let alone the first Hall Master. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying this mysterious person's strength was to be able to affect the temperature of the world with just a single sentence. Ghost Palace is handling matters. Unrelated people should not disturb us. Your Excellency, please leave, otherwise, even though the first palace master knew that the other party was a super expert whose strength far exceeded his own, he still braced himself and spoke. The moment he opened his mouth, he brought up the ghost palace in front of him. He believed that with the ghost palace's reputation on the continent, anyone who knew about it would avoid it. But, otherwise what? Hearing that, the aged voice sounded once again. This time, the words that sounded were filled with sneer and disdain towards the ghost palace. You. Hearing this, the first hall master's face could not help but change slightly. He was just about to shout angrily, but when he thought of the other party's terrifying strength, he did not dare to say anything. Instead, after hesitating for a moment, he hardened his heart and opened his mouth again. Looks like you sincerely want to become enemies with my ghost palace. Ghost palace when you open your mouth. Why? Do you really think that the entire continent belongs to your ghost palace? After the soft snort sounded, an invisible energy swiftly swept toward the first hall master. Before the first hall master could dodge, it violently landed on his chest. Grug. With a grug sound, the first hall master suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His feet staggered back over 10 steps before he managed to stabilize his body. His face was filled with horror as he looked at the sky. I am the Ghost Palace Master. By injuring me today, you have something to do with the Ghost Palace, get lost. You are merely a branch hall master. What is there to be arrogant in your words? Forget about you, even if the true hall master of your Ghost Palace was here today, it would still be useless. Before the first hall master's voice sounded, the mysterious old man suddenly let out a cold snort. The invisible energy once again sent him flying 10,000 feet away. Grug. As his throat rolled, the face of the first hall master instantly turned swollen red. After which, a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. After the fresh blood was spat out, the face of the first hall master under the mask swiftly turned ghastly white. His pair of shady old eyes were filled with horror. Only at this moment did he truly see clearly that the words spoken by this mysterious expert were likely true. If he were to stubbornly insist on doing things his way and use the name of the Ghost Palace to force the latter back, it was likely that the latter would end up harming him. The first hall master inhaled a deep breath of air. It was a long while later before he once again opened his mouth. This time around, his tone lacked the arrogance from before. Over half of the turbulent black-colored fog around his body had also been withdrawn. Good. Your strength is extremely great and I am indeed speechless. I will remember today's matter. In the future. You really speak a lot of nonsense. Get lost. The expression on the first hall master's face under the mask became slightly dull when he heard this. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched involuntarily. Even though fury rose in his heart, he did not dare to voice it out. After all, up until this moment, this mysterious expert had yet to reveal himself. Even so, he was still able to injure him quite badly. It was not difficult to imagine just what kind of terrifying existence this mysterious person was. The first hall master turned around unwillingly. His eyes revealed a reluctance to part as he looked at Xiao Jin, whose body was covered in blood and flesh. The greed deep within his eyes had yet to disappear. However, due to the person behind me, I only have the intention but not the guts. The first hall master could clearly sense that there was a pair of sharp eyes staring at him from behind. He did not doubt that if he dared to have any thoughts about Xiao Jin by the side, the latter would mercilessly use just a gaze to kill him. Unwillingly, the first hall master clenched his teeth. His gaze turned and instantly landed on Xiao Yan, who was floating in the air below. From the first hall master's point of view, the reason why the mysterious expert valued Xiao Jin so much was perhaps because he had discovered that Xiao Jin's body was not ordinary. It was human nature to have a greedy heart. This was a reasonable explanation. However, Xiao Yan was different. He was an ordinary human. There was nothing special about him. Moreover, he was only a 5-star half-martial emperor. He was not worthy of the attention of an expert. Since that was the case, the latter should not care too much if he wanted to take Xiao Jin away. After descending, the first hall master was lifted up by Xiao Yan's hand as he struggled helplessly. The first hall master then turned around and cupped his hands towards the person behind him. He was about to leave. That mysterious expert did not seem to have any intention of stopping him. This caused the first hall master to inwardly sigh in relief. However, roar, 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 although that mysterious expert did not care, it did not mean that Xiao Jin did not care about Xiaoyan. Seeing that Xiaoyan was about to be taken away, Xiao Jin, who was already heavily injured, started to struggle violently once again. Xiao Jin's injured body forcibly turned around and rushed towards the first hall master. Unfortunately, Xiao Jin's injuries were not shallow. After struggling for a long time, he could only add to his injuries and was unable to save Xiaoyan. This bastard, he truly deserves to die. Seeing that Xiao Jin had started to struggle again, the first hall master's heart could not help but tighten. He cursed in his heart and wanted to quickly leave with Xiaoyan. Stop. The first hall master let out a soft cry. Even though his heart wished that he could ignore Xiaoyan, turn around, and flee, he still helplessly stopped. He slowly turned his body around. His hand, which was holding Xiaoyan, was unwilling to relax even a little. This old man does not wish to say any more. You should understand what I mean. The aged voice was still very calm. However, within this calmness, there was an additional meaning that did not allow for any rebuttal. Haha, I do not know what you mean by these words, swoosh. Before his voice sounded, an incomparably sharp rushing wind sound suddenly sounded in the sky. A dochi pillar in the empty air violently shot toward the first hall master with lightning-like momentum. Although this attack appeared ordinary, the first hall master's expression suddenly changed drastically the moment the sound was transmitted over. It was likely that he would not be able to block this attack even if he were to put everything he had on the line. This junior understands. I will release him now. I will take my leave. The first hall master released his hand and turned around to flee. The mask on his face had also fallen because of his momentary fear, revealing an old face that was filled with wrinkles under the mask. However, at this moment, this old face was filled with fear. Chi. The instant the first hall master turned around, the dochi pillar also brushed close to his left face and swiftly flew past. The sharp wind tore half of his face into a bloody mess, revealing his high cheekbones under his skin. Even half of his eyeballs were exposed to the air. At the same time, his left ear and the skin around it were also torn apart. Ah! The intense pain had nearly covered his consciousness. However, in the end, the first hall master still forcefully endured and swiftly fled from this place. It was only at this moment that Xiaoyan finally sighed in relief. Soon after, however, the expression on his face became even more solemn. First, he had finished off the fox. At this moment, he had sent away the tiger. At this moment, there was still an even more ferocious lion in front of him. If he did not handle this properly, it was likely that Xiaoyan would be similarly in danger. Before knowing the true intention of the other party, one should not easily believe anything. After all, this was human nature. Only benefits would be the reason why they would act. Otherwise, who would care about the life and death of a 5-star half-emperor? Following the departure of the Lord Palace Master, the world returned to its original appearance, and the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the world also dissipated. Even so, Xiaoyan, who was standing in the sky, still did not reveal the slightest bit of a relaxed expression. Looking at Xiao Jin, who had once again turned into a small snake and coiled in front of him, Xiaoyan could not help but reveal a trace of pity in his eyes, and a monstrous fury rose in his heart. Although Little Gold had shrunk its body, the injuries that it had suffered did not reduce at all. Its body, which was originally covered in golden glowing dragon scales, had been replaced by bright red fresh blood at this moment. Numerous penetrating wounds covered its entire body, giving it an extremely miserable appearance. Along the way, Xiao Jin had suffered countless injuries because of Xiaoyan, and he had almost lost his life every time. For Xiaoyan, Xiao Jin could even give up his life, but he could only helplessly watch as those who had injured Xiao Jin safely left. This made Xiaoyan furious in his heart, and at the same time, he hated himself for being weak. He had originally thought that after stepping into his current level, he would be able to protect the people he wanted to protect. However, he did not expect that along the way, his body would be covered in wounds, and even his only family member, Xiaojin, was unable to protect him. Only at this moment did he truly feel how weak he was. As long as he did not reach the peak, he would never be able to call himself an expert, nor would he be able to protect his loved ones. With that thought in mind, Xiaoyan's hands, which were hidden under his sleeves, could not help but tremble as he clenched them tightly. In his mind, the faces of Jian Ming and the others appeared one by one, and finally, the Lord Palace Master. The faces of these people had already been deeply engraved in his mind. In the future, as long as these people did not die, they would become nightmares that would bind Xiaoyan for the rest of his life. However, just as the anger in Xiaoyan's heart was rising, a white-haired, kind-looking old man dressed in a golden robe appeared in the air a few meters in front of Xiaoyan without any warning. The moment the old man appeared, Xiaoyan also quickly regained his senses. He quickly raised his gaze, and a solemn expression gradually surfaced on his pale face. After a moment, Xiaoyan hurriedly cupped his fists towards the old man, and said respectfully, "Junior Xiaoyan, thank you senior for saving me just now." The moment Xiaoyan's gaze swept across the old man's face, a strange feeling flashed across his heart. The golden-robed old man merely smiled faintly in the face of this. His turbid old eyes, which were filled with the vicissitudes of life, looked deeply at Xiaoyan. Immediately, they swept over Xiaojin, who was on Xiaoyan's shoulder. He frowned slightly before his gaze landed on Xiaoyan. "You don't have to thank this old man. If you want to thank someone, you should thank this little fellow. If it wasn't for him risking his life to save you, this old man really wouldn't have taken action." Hearing this, the expression on Xiaoyan's face could not help but be slightly startled. Immediately after, his blood-stained palm gently caressed Xiaojin's head. His heart could not help but be moved. He smiled and said to Xiaojin in a low voice, "Haha, little fellow, it's all thanks to you." Roar roar, hearing the words from Xiaoyan's mouth, the heavily injured Xiaojin used his small head to rub against Xiaoyan's palm, and roared softly. Looking at Xiaojin on his shoulder, Xiaoyan could not help but chuckle. Only then did he remember the old man in front of him. He hurriedly turned his head and looked at the old man in embroidered robes. He cupped his hands again and said, "No matter what, it's all thanks to Senior's help that Junior was able to keep his life. Junior is truly grateful for Senior's kindness." "Haha, there's no need to be grateful. However, there is one thing that this old man wants to take away." The old man gently stroked his beard with one hand and looked at Xiaoyan with a smile. His gaze once again swept over Xiaojin as he said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Xiaoyan immediately frowned. With a thought, the Northern King immediately flew over from afar and stood beside Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was a person who knew how to repay kindness. However, if the other party had ill intentions, he would not be polite either. When the Northern King came to his side, Xiaoyan's heart barely gained some confidence. From the eyes of this golden-robed old man, he could clearly see that the old man's intention was Xiaojin, who was on his shoulder. Xiaoyan's heart carried some hope. His heart also hoped that he was overthinking. A couple of breaths later, Xiaoyan finally narrowed his eyes. His gaze focused on the golden-robed old man as he once again opened his mouth and spoke in a serious voice. "May I know what Senior is referring to? This old man is talking about him on your left shoulder." Before Xiaoyan could finish speaking, the golden-robed old man extended a finger and pointed at Xiaojin. "Senior, this Junior does not quite understand what you mean." Xiaoyan's eyes hardened. It was unexpected that this golden-robed old man really had designs on Xiaojin. This involuntarily caused a fury to surge out of Xiaoyan's heart. Currently, Xiaojin was his only kin. He would definitely not allow anyone to take him away from his side. Even if the other party was an ultimate expert who had surpassed the Yuan Zone, he would definitely not allow it. As Xiaoyan's thoughts fell, the Northern King in front of him moved and blocked Xiaoyan and Xiaojin behind him. On the other hand, Xiaoyan swiftly consumed a few Emperor-tier medicinal pills and hurriedly recovered the injuries within his body as well as the do-qi he had exhausted in the previous battle. At the same time, the little do-qi that had temporarily recovered within his body was also completely raised by Xiaoyan. Wisps of tiny flame swayed and rose from the surface of Xiaoyan's body. This scene caused surprise to involuntarily flash across the golden-robed old man's eyes. "Hey, brat, you are quite bold. You are the first person in the entire continent to raise Doqi in front of this old man with such little strength. The golden-robed old man lifted his eyebrows slightly. He could not help but laugh softly at Xiaoyan. His tone was calm and did not contain the slightest ripple. Even so, it was sufficient to indicate the shock he felt toward Xiaoyan in his heart. The muscles on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily trembled intensely when he heard this. Overusing the Doqi in his body was quite a big burden for him. Even so, Xiaoyan still clenched his hand in the air. He took out the heavy Xian ruler from his storage ring and held it in his hand. However, the difference was that the heavy Xian ruler, which Xiaoyan had become completely accustomed to, could not help but sink slightly the moment it entered Xiaoyan's hand. His entire face also became even paler. The golden-robed old man could not help but focus slightly when he saw the huge ruler in Xiaoyan's hand. He muttered softly in his mouth. His turbid old eyes once again stared at Xiaoyan. A shocked expression involuntarily surged out of his eyes. After a long while, the originally heavy atmosphere between heaven and earth was once again broken by the old man's kind laughter. Haha, all right. Keep it. You are already unable to bear the burden now. Instead of exhausting your own essence without knowing the whole story, why don't you listen to what the old man has to say? The old man believes that you will agree to let the old man take him away. Xiaoyan's eyebrows were tightly knit together. He lifted the huge ruler in his hand slightly and pointed it at the old man. His heart was repeatedly pondering. He really did not dare to be careless when facing a strong person of this level. That being said, if this golden-robed old man really had ill intentions toward Xiao Jin, it was likely that he would have already taken action and would not waste time with him here. Since the latter believed that he could convince him, he would temporarily listen to him. It could also be considered as delaying for some time and allowing him to recover some Doqi. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan finally withdrew the heavenly flame and Doqi that had surged out of his body in front of the friendly smile on the golden-robed old man's face. The heavy Xian ruler, however, was still held in Xiaoyan's hand without daring to relax. Above the clear sky, a cool breeze blew, refreshing one's heart. The blazing sun was like fire, releasing a dazzling light that illuminated the entire world. As Xiaoyan absorbed the heavenly flame into his body, the tense atmosphere between heaven and earth also dissipated. Above the void, Xiaoyan held the heavy Xian Buster sword in his hand. He lifted his gaze and looked at the golden-robed elder opposite him. Seeing the confident expression on the other party's face, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. After a few breaths, he took a deep breath, stared at the elder, and slowly said, "Since Senior says that there's another story behind this, then please tell us about it." Seeing that Xiaoyan still had a cautious expression, the golden-robed elder smiled faintly. After which, his gaze landed on Xiao Jin, who was on Xiaoyan's shoulder. Only then did he look at Xiaoyan and said, "Before that, this old man hopes that you can temporarily hand him over to this old man." Before the elder's voice faded, Xiaoyan immediately frowned. A trace of anger appeared between his brows. However, before Xiaoyan could speak, the elder's following words were like a basin of cold water that instantly extinguished the anger in Xiaoyan's heart. This little fellow is seriously injured. If this continues, it won't be good for him. After the elder's words, Xiaoyan immediately came to his senses. He looked at Xiao Jin on his shoulder. Even with the help of the medicinal pill, Xiao Jin's injuries were too serious. Even an emperor medicinal pill would not be of much use in a short period of time. Looking at Xiao Jin on his shoulder and then looking at the golden-robed elder who had stretched out his hand, Xiaoyan still did not dare to entrust Xiao Jin to the elder without worry. Seeing this, the golden-robed elder immediately understood in his heart. He frowned slightly. His gaze was also filled with worry when he looked at Xiao Jin. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed softly and turned his gaze back to Xiaoyan. He sighed softly and said, "Fine, since you don't trust this old man doesn't mind. However, this little fellow's injuries do indeed need to be treated in time. Otherwise, it is very likely that it will have a great impact on his foundation. Judging from your aura, you should be an alchemist. How about this? This old man has a nirvana pill here. I will give it to you first. If you trust it, it is best to feed it to him. If you don't trust it, then his injuries can only be temporarily put aside. As his voice faded, the elder waved his hand gently. A ray of light immediately shot towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment before receiving it in his hand. Opening his palm, a jade bottle inlaid with golden patterns lay in his palm. A faint temperature was transmitted from it to Xiaoyan's palm, causing him to involuntarily raise his eyebrows slightly. The material of this jade bottle was not ordinary. It was actually able to maintain the temperature of the medicinal pill within without using any external energy, causing the medicinal pill within to be in its most perfect condition. Just from this point alone, one could tell that the identity of this old man was definitely much higher than what Xiaoyan had imagined. Casually wiping away the energy film that sealed the mouth of the bottle, a rich medicinal fragrance immediately rose from within like a cloud. It leisurely transformed in front of Xiaoyan. In the end, it actually faintly transformed into a demon phoenix. Following which, under Xiaoyan's somewhat astonished gaze, it gradually dispersed in all directions. Seeing the demon phoenix, Xiaoyan's eyes immediately focused. He never thought that this medicinal pill would actually be so magical. The medicinal fragrance that it condensed was actually able to transform into a demon phoenix. Just this point alone was enough to prove that the medicinal pill in the jade bottle was extraordinary. Moreover, from this rich medicinal fragrance, Xiaoyan could roughly guess in his heart that the grade of this medicinal pill was likely to exceed his current knowledge. Huff, taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan opened his palm and carefully poured the medicinal pill in the jade bottle into his palm. When the medicinal pill entered his hand, a faint warm feeling immediately spread. Xiaoyan focused his gaze and saw a golden medicinal pill that was emitting a faint glass golden light quietly lying in his palm. Vaguely, Xiaoyan could feel the rich medicinal power within the medicinal pill. This medicinal power was definitely not something that ordinary medicinal pills could compare to. Even an emperor-grade medicinal pill would feel like a small child in front of a great one. On the surface of the golden medicinal pill, there was a scarlet-red area. Xiaoyan carefully looked at it. This scarlet-red area's shape just so happened to be the shape of a demon phoenix. Moreover, as the scarlet-red light slowly circulated on it, the pair of wings actually seemed to be flapping, causing Xiaoyan to have a strange illusion. Under Xiaoyan's careful inspection, he seemed to have sensed a trace of a familiar aura from this medicinal pill. Demon Phoenix Bloodline. This is the Demon Phoenix bloodline of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. At this moment, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly froze. His pale face could not help but reveal a deep shock. It was hard to imagine that the medicinal pill in front of him actually contained the power of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe's bloodline. One should know that as the supreme existence in the magical beast world, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe also stood at the peak of the continent even in the Yuanwu continent. Xiaoyan was also clear about the rules of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. They had strict requirements for the bloodline and corpses of their tribe members. Anyone who did not belong to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe who obtained the Demon Phoenix bloodline would be recorded in the blacklist of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. However, the golden-robed elder before him was actually able to refine it into a medicinal pill. Based on this point, the true identity of the elder before him was likely far beyond Xiaoyan's imagination. When he saw the shocked expression on Xiaoyan's face, the golden-robed elder parted the corners of his mouth and revealed a prideful smile. It was as if he did not care about the Demon Phoenix bloodline in this medicinal pill at all. After recovering, Xiaoyan no longer hesitated and quickly fed the medicinal pill in his hand to Xiaojin. Although this nirvana pill was of a high tier, Xiaoyan found that its medicinal properties were extremely gentle. The wild and violent strength of the Demon Phoenix bloodline was also suppressed by another bloodline. This caused Xiaoyan's eyes to flicker. After Xiaojin swallowed the medicinal pill, a faint golden light immediately surged out from its body and wrapped around Xiaojin's blood-stained body. Immediately, Xiaoyan clearly saw that the wounds on Xiaoyan's body were rapidly recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Although it could not completely recover, it was still several times more effective than Xiaoyan's Emperor-tier medicinal pill. It was hard to imagine what grade of pill this nirvana pill was. With such a terrifying recovery speed, the tier of this medicinal pill was at least tier 4. Xiaoyan's pale face finally revealed a reassuring smile when he saw Xiaojin swiftly recovering from the injuries within its body. Immediately, he once again raised his head and looked at the golden-robed, old man on the other side. This time, Xiaoyan's face was no longer as solemn as before. From the actions of the golden-robed elder, the other party sincerely wanted to save Xiao Jin and did not have any ulterior motives. As such, this was enough for Xiaoyan to treat him with respect. Xiaoyan cupped his hands together and bowed to the old man. However, when the old man nodded and smiled, Xiaoyan raised his gaze. Both of his eyes focused on the latter. A glint flickered deep within his dark black pupils. He immediately opened his mouth and spoke in a serious voice. Elder, if I have guessed correctly, Elder should be a member of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. The expression of the golden-robed, old man on the opposite side of Xiaoyan involuntarily became a little startled after his words sounded. Immediately, he opened his mouth and laughed in a noncommittal manner. A pair of turbid old eyes stared at Xiaoyan. The two of them exchanged glances and had a tacit understanding. Collecting book friends, for 766687761 Xiaoyan had already sensed something in his heart when he first saw this golden-robed old man earlier. After all, Xiaoyan's body also contained some dragon bloodline. As long as someone from the dragon tribe was in front of him, the familiar bloodline aura would allow him to immediately sense the other party's identity. Of course, it was also possible that Xiaoyan had exhausted the strength of the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body earlier, causing the current Xiaoyan to vaguely sense something. Hence, his heart was uncertain about the identity of this old man. Similarly, the golden-robed old man in front of him had also sensed the trace of dragon phoenix bloodline in Xiaoyan's body at first glance. Moreover, he was certain that the dragon bloodline did indeed exist within Xiaoyan's body. A warmth involuntarily rose in Xiaoyan's heart after confirming the old man's identity. This kind of feeling was as though he had met his family. Xiaoyan had always had a good impression of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. This was especially the case when he thought of Ziyan. An inexplicable feeling of pity would rise in his heart. Soon after, however, a smile had just surfaced on Xiaoyan's face when his heart seemed to have thought of something. In the blink of an eye, the smile that had just risen on his face was completely swept away. Instead, he carried an expression of some fear as he looked at the golden-robed old man. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan react. After all, this was not the Doqi continent. Although this golden-robed old man in front of him was a member of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, they had never met before. Who knew if this golden-robed old man in front of him would recognize that the bloodline within his body was not an ordinary dragon bloodline. Instead, it was the strongest dragon bloodline, the dragon phoenix bloodline. Once he recognized it, Xiaoyan might end up becoming enemies with him if he had evil thoughts and wanted to take it back. Putting aside the benefits that the dragon phoenix bloodline brought to Xiaoyan, just the fact that it was given to him by Xiaoyan meant that he would not let it be taken away so easily. If the golden-robed old man in front of him really wanted to forcefully take away the dragon phoenix bloodline, then Xiaoyan would definitely make the other party leave something behind even if he had to risk everything today. However, just as Xiaoyan's thoughts were in a mess, the golden-robed old man opposite him seemed to have seen through the concerns in Xiaoyan's heart. He immediately chuckled and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, kid, do you really look down on this old man? Do you think that I am a pedantic person like those mixed-haired birds from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe? As long as you don't kill my clansmen and take them by force, I can't be bothered to take them back." As his words fell, the old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaoyan with a profound gaze. Hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but grin awkwardly. He raised his eyes to look at the golden-robed old man and felt helpless. Who asked the other party to be so powerful and a member of the ancient Void Dragon clan? In addition, the bloodline power in his body was extraordinary. Who knew if he would be tempted by wealth? It would be strange if he did not think too much about it. Noticing the gaze of the golden-robed old man, the expression on Xiaoyan's face was slightly startled. However, before Xiaoyan could speak, the golden-robed old man spoke again. "However, this old man wants to know where the dragon phoenix bloodline in your body came from?" Before the old man finished speaking, Xiaoyan's face was suddenly shocked. He did not expect to be recognized by the golden-robed old man in the end. What dragon phoenix bloodline? This junior does not know what elder means. Hee, kid, don't pretend to be confused in front of this old man. Also, this old man said that I will not take it back. This old man is just curious. Why do you, a human, possess the dragon phoenix bloodline of my clan? This is not an ordinary thing. You should understand how important this thing is to my dragon clan. A solemn expression surfaced on the old man's face when he finished speaking. The dragon phoenix bloodline was too important to the ancient void dragon tribe. However, the power of the dragon phoenix bloodline had appeared in a human. No matter what, he had to know the origin of the dragon phoenix bloodline. This might be an opportunity for the ancient void dragon tribe to flourish once again. Hearing the old man's words, Xiaoyan once again relaxed. However, in the end, he still slowly shook his head under the old man's sighing gaze and said, "Sorry. This dragon phoenix bloodline also exists. However, this junior was lucky enough to obtain it at an auction. At that time, no one recognized it, and I happened to recognize it, so I bought it back, so." Xiaoyan helplessly spread his hands. His face was full of worry. It seemed that he was powerless to do anything about it. Hearing that the dragon phoenix bloodline was actually obtained from an auction, a look of disappointment involuntarily flashed across the old man's eyes. Then, he saw Xiaoyan's helpless expression. His words seemed to be true. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan really did not know the specific origin of the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body. However, when the golden-robed old man looked at Xiaoyan, an extremely obscure light involuntarily flashed in the depths of his eyes. Even with Xiaoyan's astonishing insight, he did not notice this. Sigh. In that case, this old man will not make things difficult for you. If you can't find it, then so be it. But before that, this old man still hopes that you can hand this little fellow over to this old man and let this old man bring him back. Changing the topic, the golden-robed old man's gaze once again landed on Xiao Jin. His pair of turbid old eyes were filled with an extremely determined expression. No matter what, Xiao Jin was the purpose of his trip. Regardless of the bloodline in Xiaoyan's body, he had to bring Xiao Jin away. Even Xiaoyan could not stop him on this point. Hearing the old man's words, Xiaoyan once again frowned. He looked at Xiao Jin, who was entrenched on his shoulder, and then looked at the old man. He could not help but ask, "Senior, Xiao Jin's original body is only the 9 mysterious golden lightning. This does not seem to be related to the ancient void dragon clan, right? But why must Senior take him away?" The old man stroked his beard with one hand and nodded at Xiaoyan, saying, "You're right. His original body is only the 9 mysterious golden lightning. It's not considered powerful among all the thunderbolts. However, there are 2 things about him that no other thunderbolts in this world possess." Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and quickly thought of something. Just as Xiaoyan was frowning and thinking, the golden-robed old man spoke again and pointed out the right path for Xiaoyan. "The difference between this little fellow is that there is also the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body. Although it is not much, this old man can guess that it should have passed through your body." Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment before he immediately understood this point. He had experienced many great battles in the past. During that period of time, Xiaoyan had bled a lot. Perhaps it was at that time that Xiao Jin accidentally swallowed the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body. However, this was only one of the reasons. The golden-robed old man said that there were 2 things about Xiao Jin that were different from other thunderbolts. Then, what was the second thing? Seeing Xiaoyan's puzzled look, the old man chuckled. He paused, but did not speak the truth. Instead, he smiled and asked Xiaoyan, "Boy, do you know what the ancient void dragon clan is best at?" The expression on Xiaoyan's face was once again startled when he heard this irrelevant question. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Xiaoyan appeared to have suddenly thought of something. He abruptly raised his head and looked at the golden-robed old man with a surprised face. "I see. Senior, are you saying that Xiao Jin possesses the innate ability of the ancient void dragon clan and can freely travel through the void?" Xiaoyan immediately came to an understanding after the golden-robed old man hinted at him. Additionally, Xiao Jin had indeed unleashed a frightening speed that shocked even an elite Dodi in order to save him earlier. That kind of speed was not a theoretical movement. Instead, it was a method of shuttling through space. It was similar to Xiao Yan's Great Void Way, allowing him to instantly traverse space. This was the innate ability of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan immediately recalled the wisp of spatial strength that possessed some intelligence that Xiao Jin had swallowed when he had just arrived at the Yuanwu continent. If one had to give a reasonable explanation for Xiao Jin's ability to traverse space, only this point could explain everything. That's right. It is precisely these 2 points. The bloodline strength, the innate ability of my ancient void dragon tribe. With the combination of the two and his actual body being a lightning dragon, this little fellow is already a member of my dragon tribe. Haha. The old man laughed while Xiaoyan was frowning and deep in thought. The words from his mouth seemed to be quite satisfied with Xiao Jin's new identity. His heart was also filled with joy because of this. However, Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he heard these words. Regardless of what changes had occurred to the bloodline in Xiao Jin's body or what ability he possessed, he was still Xiao Jin in Xiaoyan's eyes. He was not someone that could be casually determined by others. The words of the old man in front of him had caused anger to once again rise in Xiaoyan's heart. Elder, perhaps Xiao Jin is a member of your tribe in your eyes. However, in the eyes of this junior, he is my kin. His identity cannot be determined by just a single sentence from you. Xiaoyan frowned and softly spoke to the golden-robed old man. The expression on the old man's face was involuntarily startled when he heard this. Immediately, he laughed out loud and said to Xiaoyan, "Kid, you are right. Haha, boy, your words are indeed true. However, the dragon phoenix bloodline in this little fellow's body has already fused with his body. No matter what you say, he is still a member of my ancient void dragon clan. Of course, perhaps in your eyes, he is an identity, but in my eyes, he is another identity. This is not important, but what is important is that this little fellow's future will be limitless." Xiaoyan's eyes hardened. He involuntarily felt a little surprised by the old man's words. The old man chuckled when he saw this. Then, he opened his mouth again and said with a smile, "Hee hee, hee hee. Hee hee, in my dragon clan, there is the tomb of 10,000 dragons. This is the place where the members of my ancient void dragon clan are buried after they die. It contains the densest dragon chi of my ancient void dragon clan. Using this dragon chi can stimulate the power of the dragon phoenix bloodline to the greatest extent, thus allowing his cultivation speed to increase rapidly. In addition, his original body is the 9 mysterious golden lightning. After he transforms, his cultivation speed will be enough to stand at the peak of the current continent. I believe that in less than 50 years, there will be a place for him in this entire continent." Hearing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel ashamed. Although 50 years sounded like a long time, it was nothing in the eyes of cultivators like them, especially those who had reached the level of a half-step emperor. There was no time in cultivation. For an ordinary half-step emperor, even a closed-door training would take 100 years. However, this might not be able to increase his strength by much. From this, it could be seen that a mere 50 years was nothing to a half-step emperor. However, a mere 50 years that was nothing in the eyes of a half-step emperor was enough for Xiao Jin to become a supreme expert of the continent. This was an opportunity for him. After all, if Xiao Jin continued to follow by Xiaoyan's side, even Xiaoyan couldn't guarantee what level Xiao Jin's strength would reach in the next 50 years. He couldn't possibly disregard Xiao Jin's future for this so-called family. Sigh, thinking of this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but sigh softly. He tilted his head and looked at Xiao Jin on his shoulder. His eyes revealed a reluctant expression. "Kid, I understand that you can't bear to part with him. If I've guessed correctly, he can be considered as your only family right now." The old man narrowed his eyes. His golden eyes revealed a wise and far-sighted light. There were some things that he was unwilling to say, but he had already seen through long ago. Sometimes even a small object could reveal one's identity. In the eyes of the golden-robed old man, Xiaoyan was exactly like that. Hearing the golden-robed old man's words, Xiaoyan revealed an astonished expression once again. The old man had actually guessed this. This caused Xiaoyan to feel astonished, and at the same time, doubt slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. However, in the end, he still frowned and nodded. He stared at the golden-robed old man without saying anything. "I understand that you can't bear to part with him. However, there's something else that you need to understand." The old man sighed softly. His muddy eyes stared straight at Xiaoyan as he spoke again. "This kid has extraordinary potential. This little fellow has extraordinary potential. Once he grows up, no one in the entire continent will be his match." However, the prerequisite for this is that he has to grow up. You should understand what I mean, right? Xiaoyan nodded. He naturally understood the meaning behind the golden-robed old man's words. There was no need to prove Xiao Jin's cultivation talent. As the 9 mysterious golden lightning, he was blessed by the world. His cultivation speed would only be faster than ordinary people. Coupled with his current dragon phoenix bloodline, he could be considered half a member of the ancient Void Dragon clan. With the support of these two identities, Xiao Jin's future was even more unimaginable. Of course, Xiao Jin's cultivation was extremely high. However, if he couldn't maintain it during this cultivation process, there was still the risk of him dying prematurely. In particular, Xiao Yan was currently facing all sorts of enemies. He couldn't even protect himself. If he continued to keep Xiao Jin by his side, if something happened to Xiao Yan one day, it would be impossible for Xiao Jin to survive. Xiao Yan couldn't harm himself and Xiao Jin at the same time. He couldn't do such a thing, nor could he. Sigh, with another sigh, Xiao Yan raised his head helplessly. He faced the sky and gazed at the boundless sky. His heart was filled with reluctance. Now, it seemed like he could only helplessly send Xiao Jin away. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly. He felt extremely melancholy. In the end, all of this was because he didn't have enough strength. Strength, it's strength again. Xiao Yan's voice was hoarse as he muttered with great reluctance. His white hands slowly clenched under his sleeves as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. I hope Senior can treat Xiao Jin well after you bring him back. Otherwise, even if you are from the ancient Void Dragon clan, I will make you pay a painful price. Trust me. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan slowly calmed his heart. His eyes looked down and met the eyes of the golden-robed old man. A pair of dark black eyes were as deep as a pool of deep water. His face was expressionless. Although the aura of his body was calm, it caused one to feel a chill. At this moment, even the golden-robed old man's eyes could not help but suddenly focus. A storm immediately rose in his heart. It was hard to imagine that a half-emperor, in such a weak state, could invisibly spread a deterrent force that could move a super-expert like him. The black-robed young man before him was definitely not someone an ordinary person could compare to. Good. This old man can swear an oath to testify to this. The golden-robed old man shouted. Without saying anything else, he raised his hand and swore to the heavens. His expression was solemn as he shouted sternly, I am Jin Lin. I'm Jin Lin. Today, I swear to the heavens that when I bring Xiao Jin back to my clan, I'll put all my effort into teaching him. I won't let him suffer any harm. If I violate this oath, I'll be punished by lightning. Rumble, the moment the cry from Jin Lin's mouth sounded, the originally clear sky suddenly became filled with the sound of thunder. Dark clouds churned and the entire sky changed color in an instant. Numerous terrifying thunderbolts descended from the sky with an extremely destructive aura. Under the pressure of this terrifying aura, even Jin Lin could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with shock as he watched the terrifying bolts of lightning fall from the sky. This was the second time he had seen the 9th heaven divine lightning. However, even though he had seen it once, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but tremble when he saw it again. After a long time, the roaring thunder gradually subsided. In the sky, the thick thunderclouds that covered the entire sky gradually dispersed. In the end, the sky returned to its original blue color. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone down. It was as if the thunderclouds had never appeared. However, when he looked at Xiao Yan again, he was still immersed in the mighty power from before and had not withdrawn. Cough. Kid, now you should believe this old man's words. A soft cough awakened Xiao Yan from his shocked state. The expression on Xiao Yan's face also changed as he lifted his head to look at the blue sky. It was a long while later before he recovered. Turning his gaze back, Xiao Yan looked at Jin Lin. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan found out that the golden-robed old man before him was called Jin Lin. Phew. If that's the case, then I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Senior Jin Lin to take care of Xiao Jin in the future. Junior Xiao Yan thanks you on behalf of Xiao Jin. Since the other party had used the lightning penalty oath to prove his feelings, Xiao Yan naturally had to be courteous as a junior. He immediately cupped his hands together towards Jin Lin and spoke in an even more respectful tone. Although it was unavoidable that Xiao Jin would be sent out, if he could give him a good cultivation environment, find a good teacher, and find someone who could sincerely help him, Xiao Yan felt that it was worth it even if he could not personally witness Xiao Jin's growth. After all, if Xiao Jin continued to follow him, Xiao Yan would only harm him. Rather than that, it was better to let Xiao Jin properly cultivate in the ancient Void Dragon tribe. At worst, it would not be too late to look for Xiao Jin when he became stronger in the future. Haha, Xiao Yan. Good, this old man will remember. Very good. Don't worry, this little fellow will be personally taught by this old man in the future. When you see him next time, don't be frightened. Ha 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 ha. Jin Lin laughed heartily. He looked like an old grandfather who was about to hold his grandson in his arms. As he spoke, he had already strode towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled when he saw this. Immediately, his face carried some reluctance as he looked at Xiao Jin on his shoulder. His eyes revealed a fatherly expression. Although Xiao Jin's real age was more than 100 times that of Xiao Yan, Xiao Jin's intelligence was now only that of a human child. Xiao Jin had lived with Xiao Yan for more than 10 years. Xiao Yan had long regarded him as his closest kin. Now, he had to give him away. Although it was for his own good, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little sour in his heart. Haha, can't bear to. Sigh. It's human nature. I can't help it. Seeing this, Jin Lin shook his head and sighed helplessly. A long while later, Xiao Yan carefully held Xiao Jin, who was surrounded by golden light. His arms slowly stretched forward. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. Jin Lin's face was half worried and half happy when he saw Xiao Yan hand Xiao Jin to him. Then, he looked at Xiao Yan. He could not bear to do this. He could imagine the feelings Xiao Yan had for Xiao Jin. However, he also knew that Xiao Yan had to do this for Xiao Jin. Xiao Yan, thank you. Suddenly, Jin Lin said something that caused Xiao Yan's mind to freeze. Then, he carefully took Xiao Jin, whose body was curled up, from Xiao Yan's stiff hands. Roar, after leaving Xiao Yan's hands, Xiao Jin seemed to have sensed something. It immediately woke up from its slumber. When it raised its head, it did not see Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Jin was stunned. Then, it violently twisted its body and struggled to turn around. When it saw Xiao Yan, it moved its body and wanted to return to Xiao Yan's stiff hands. Go, seeing Xiao Jin struggle with all its might, Xiao Yan's eyes could not help but turn red. However, in the end, he forcefully endured it and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. When he said this, Xiao Yan's lips could not help but tremble. Roar. Xiao Jin's struggling body paused when it heard the words from Xiao Yan's mouth. Soon after, both of its eyes were scarlet as it suddenly raised its head. It let out an earth-shaking dragon roar to the sky. The dragon roar was vast and mighty. Its might shook the sky. All the magical beasts within a 500-kilometer radius knelt in the direction where Xiao Jin was in fear after hearing it. At the same time, Xiao Jin's snake-like body swelled again. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a huge dragon and escaped from Jin Lin's hands. After turning into a huge dragon once again, Xiao Jin immediately twisted its body. Its huge dragon tail swung violently and smashed towards Jin Lin. From Xiao Jin's point of view, if it were not for Jin Lin's coercion, Xiao Yan would definitely not give it away. In the face of Xiao Jin's all-out attack, Jin Lin could not help but frown slightly. He did not expect Xiao Jin to go to such an extent for Xiao Yan. It had to be said that the relationship between them was really deep. However, just as Xiao Jin's dragon tail was about to smash into Jin Lin's body, Xiao Yan's shout suddenly rang out, forcefully stopping Xiao Jin's actions. Xiao Jin, stop right now. As Xiao Yan's shout sounded, Xiao Jin's huge body immediately froze. The dragon tail that was smashing towards Jin Lin was also forcefully stopped in the air. Only a powerful gust of wind fell, and when it reached the space 10 feet in front of Jin Lin, it automatically dissipated. Xiao Yan's face revealed a stern expression as he looked at Xiao Jin in front of him. Xiao Yan slowly spread his hand in the empty space in front of him. He stared at Xiao Jin without uttering a single word. Roar. With an unwilling roar, Xiao Jin helplessly drooped its head. As the golden light dissipated, Xiao Jin once again turned into a small snake and landed on Xiao Yan's palm. Its pair of exquisite eyes looked at Xiao Yan with a pitiful expression. Sigh, Xiao Yan helplessly sighed. He once again placed Xiao Jin in Jin Lin's hands. This time around, Xiao Yan did not hesitate even a little. Xiao Jin also stared intently at Xiao Yan's stern eyes. It did not move. It lay between Jin Lin's hands and similarly did not make a sound. Sigh, with another soft sigh, Xiao Yan withdrew his palms. Facing Xiao Jin, his throat moved slightly as he said, Xiao Jin, it's not that I'm forcing you to submit, and it's also not that I don't want to keep you by my side. It's just that if you stay by my side, there won't be any benefits for either of us. I have my own path to walk, and you should also have your own path. If you continue to follow me, it will only limit your growth. Go, follow Elder Jin Lin to the dragon tribe. Compared to my place, that place is more suitable for you. Woo-woo, a soft whimper was emitted from Xiao Jin's nose. Threads of tears also swiftly flowed down from the corner of Xiao Jin's eyes at this moment. Xiao Jin circled in the air and once again returned to Xiao Yan's side. However, in the end, it was wrapped by Xiao Yan's heavenly flame and once again returned to Jin Lin's palms. That was the heavenly flame that Xiao Yan had agglomerated using all the dou qi within his body. If Xiao Jin dared to scatter it, Xiao Yan would definitely be further injured. Hence, even though Xiao Jin knew that Xiao Yan was doing this on purpose, Xiao Jin could only helplessly return to Jin Lin's side. Go, relax. Once your strength is sufficient, we will meet again. Before that, you should work hard to train. After saying these words, Xiao Yan suddenly turned around and flew toward the distant sky without turning his head back. After Xiao Yan's figure gradually disappeared from Jin Lin's and Xiao Jin's sight, the heavenly flame that was wrapped around Xiao Jin's body finally scattered with a bang. Xiao Jin once again changed its body the instant the heavenly flame disappeared, intending to give chase to Xiao Yan. Save it. He has indeed asked you to stay behind for your own good. It is already too late for you to chase after him now. Roar. Xiao Jin abruptly turned around and a furious dragon roar was immediately emitted from its mouth. Even the empty space became distorted at this moment. It is just as Xiao Yan said. If you want to see him again, you must show your strength. Before that, even if you shout until your throat breaks, you will still not be able to see him. Jin Lin spoke indifferently in response to this. He immediately turned around and slowly flew in the opposite direction of Xiao Yan. He actually did not even bother about Xiao Jin. If you want to see him again, follow this old man. If you don't want to, you can go and find him yourself. After saying these words, Jin Lin's flying speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown a distance of 10,000 feet. When Xiao Jin saw this, he could not help but hesitate in his heart. He looked in the direction that Xiao Yan had left in. Just as his body moved, he wanted to give chase. However, in the next moment, he paused again. Xiao Yan's words continuously echoed in his mind. He turned his head and looked at Jin Lin again, only to realize that the latter had already reached the end of his line of sight. If he did not give chase now, he was afraid that he would not be able to catch up. Roar. Roaring at the sky, Xiao Jin once again looked in the direction that Xiao Yan had left in. Immediately, he abruptly turned around and quickly flew in the direction that Jin Lin had left in. It was night. Dark black gauze covered the entire world. One could vaguely see dense thunderclouds in the pitch-black sky. Occasionally, lightning would flash as they churned, temporarily illuminating the vast mountain forest below. Soon after, a rumbling thunder would be emitted. It was just like the roar of a magical beast as it furiously resounded across the sky. Even some of the low-rank magical beasts in the mountain forest below could not help but feel fear in their hearts when they heard this thunder. Apart from that, there was also a sinister wind blowing between the heavens and the earth, sweeping across the sea of trees like the netherworld. It brought about strange waves that looked like smiling faces, making this pitch-black world even more terrifying. At this moment, two people were seated in front of a fire in an open space where flames lingered in the mountain forest below. The flames danced like agile monkeys. The faint light from the flames shone on Xiao Yan's and Guyu's faces, illuminating the ground within a dozen feet of them. The atmosphere was a little quiet. Even at this moment, Xiao Yan was still recalling Little Gold's appearance before it had been taken away by Jin Lin. Both of his eyes revealed a deep reluctance to part with it. Other than Xiaoxian, who had yet to be resurrected, Xiaoyan only had little gold left in the Yuanwu continent. However, ancestor Xiaoxian was still far from being truly resurrected. Moreover, little gold had been taken away at this moment. This meant that Xiaoyan would be alone for the rest of his journey. Old Gu, do you think it was the right decision to send little gold away? Xiaoyan's face carried a worried expression. He was not worried that he would face danger by himself. He had experienced quite a number of such things. There was no need for him to be worried. After all, he had walked all the way here by himself. He was only worried about whether Jin Lin was trustworthy. Even with the restriction of the lightning penalty oath, Jin Lin was still a stranger to Xiaoyan. Who would easily believe a stranger's words? Haha, little fellow Xiaoyan, it is not appropriate for the old me to comment on other matters. However, little fellow, you can rest assured about this lightning penalty oath. Even if he has any evil intentions, he will definitely not be able to do it. Although the old me has never come into contact with the ancient Void Dragon tribe, I can roughly tell you that other than an extremely small number of people, the rest of the ancient Void Dragon tribe have quite good characters. You are worthy of trusting this point. Du did not clearly explain whether it was right or wrong to send little gold away after hearing Xiaoyan's words. He only told Xiaoyan that the ancient Void Dragon tribe was not bad. As for his choice, it was up to Xiaoyan. Ugh. I hope so. Xiaoyan sighed softly when he heard this. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Little fellow, don't forget what you said. Didn't you send that little fellow away so that you can face the 4 great sects wholeheartedly? The grudge between you and the 4 great sects should be settled by you. Only by sending little gold away can you prevent him from being implicated. You have to walk the path. Why do you have to hold on to this matter? Gu reprimanded Xiaoyan. His tone was extremely stern. Old Gu, Xiaoyan's throat rolled as he spoke in a dry voice. Gu nodded when he saw this and continued speaking. Alright, don't think so much. Hurry up and recover from your injuries. I still have something to say to you once you have recovered. Gu spoke faintly. After which, he ignored Xiaoyan. Instead, he stood up, turned around, and flew into the dark night sky. Guyu's expression was cold as. He stood under the dark night sky. He looked at the churning thunderclouds above his head and revealed a dissatisfied expression. TCH, it's all because of this damn weather that this brat is still worried. Humph, all of you, disperse. Guyu suddenly cursed and waved his hand. A dense white energy pillar immediately shot out. It was like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered the thunderclouds in the sky. Rumble, soon after, the thunderclouds in the sky began to churn violently. A moment later, the dense thunderclouds in the sky were swept away and completely disappeared. The thunderclouds scattered and the bright moon rose high in the night sky. Stars appeared everywhere. Light scattered from the sky and landed on Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged and refining the medicinal pill in his body. Even the reddish-yellow flames were covered at this moment. How could the light of a firefly compete with the brightness of the moon? In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had already sat in front of the extinguished fire for 10 days. During these 10 days, Xiaoyan had already refined no less than 5 D-tier medicinal pills. Only at this moment did the injuries within Xiaoyan's body completely recover. Xiaoyan clenched his hands as he sensed the abundant dou-qi within his body. After which, he stood up from the ground. His body twisted left and right, and a wave of bone-cracking sounds were emitted from all over Xiaoyan's body. This caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily heave a long sigh of relief. It had been a long time since he had felt such a carefree feeling. Suddenly, both of Xiaoyan's hands were tightly clenched into fists. Both of his fists were swung in unison and unleashed a set of well-practiced fist techniques. Although Xiaoyan did not use any dou-qi, his frightening physical body was still able to cause the space in front of him to become distorted. Numerous invisible air cannonballs immediately formed when Xiaoyan's fist was thrown out. Soon after, they carried a frightening wind as they mercilessly shattered an enormous rock that was over 100 feet away from Xiaoyan. Rock fragments shot out, stirring a cloud of dust that permeated the sky. At the same time, an intense explosive sound reverberated over the mountain forest, causing the expressions of many low-rank magical beasts to change upon hearing it. They swiftly fled. In an instant, the area within 1,000 feet of Xiaoyan had become chaotic. The birds that resided in the forest were just like birds that had been startled by the twang of a bough. All of them flew into the sky. Xiaoyan immediately felt helpless in his heart when he saw that he had actually caused such a commotion just by moving his body. Xiaoyan curled his lips and bitterly withdrew his hand. Only then did he turn his eyes and look at the sky to the east. That was the direction that Jin Lin had taken Xiaojin 10 days ago. Xiaoyan deeply exhaled the turbid air in his chest. He lifted his head and looked at the sky above. Guyu was standing high in the sky. Sunlight scattered down, but one could only vaguely see a cluster of black shadows. One was unable to clearly see his face. "Haha, have you recovered?" A laughter was transmitted. Xiaoyan nodded. His feet stomped on the ground as his body shot into the sky and stood in front of Guyu. "Since you have recovered, let's go." Guyu looked at Xiaoyan, whose aura had recovered. He softly laughed before turning into a ray of light that entered Xiaoyan's body. "Ugh. Old Gu, didn't you say that you had something to tell me the other day?" "Why, haha, you should leave first. It might be a little rushed. I will tell you when the time is right in a couple of days." Before Xiaoyan could finish speaking, Guyu interrupted Xiaoyan's words as though he had expected it. His soft laughter contained a different meaning, causing Xiaoyan to feel suspicious. However, it was difficult for him to guess. Xiaoyan could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. He once again turned his head to look at the distant sky behind him. He immediately turned his head back and looked towards the southwest. The Shilin mountain range was there. The vastness of the Shilin region had far exceeded Xiaoyan's expectations. He had originally thought that with his speed, he would not need more than 1 or 2 days to reach the Shilin mountain range. However, Xiaoyan had actually used a total of 5 days before he was able to clearly see the outline of a towering mountain range in the distance. It was only at this moment that Xiaoyan truly understood just how vast the Yuanwu continent was. This place was definitely not something that the Doqi continent could compare with. It should be known that with Xiaoyan's current strength, he would be able to cover 10,000 kilometers in a day if he continued to fly. Even with such a frightening speed, Xiaoyan still took 5 days to fly. It was difficult to imagine just how vast the western region was. Most importantly, this place was merely the outer region of the western region. There was no need to mention just how vast the Yuanwu continent was. One could see the whole picture by looking at the big picture through a tube. Is this the Shilin mountain range? Looking at the size of this mountain range, it is really vast. Xiaoyan looked at the long mountain range in front of him from the empty space. Both of his eyes revealed some admiration as he involuntarily let out a soft sigh. At this moment, there was a vast mountain range that one could not see the end of in front of Xiaoyan. It was just like a huge sleeping beast lying in front of Xiaoyan. In front of this mountain range, even with Xiaoyan's eyesight, he was unable to see the end of the mountain range. From this, one could tell just how vast this mountain range was. The rugged mountain range rose and fell. Just the mountain in front of Xiaoyan was already 1,000 feet tall. There was no need to mention the mountain range that extended behind it. Under the probing of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, he had already detected over 10 auras of elite half-emperors near the outer region of the mountain range. 7 of them were humans. Although the other 3 had already transformed into human form, Xiaoyan was still able to detect the violent aura from their bodies. It was an aura that was unique to magical beasts. TSK, compared to the southern region, this place seems to be much more lively. This is merely the outer region, yet there are elite half-emperors present. It is difficult to imagine just what kind of scenery the deeper regions of the Shilin mountain range is like. Xiaoyan involuntarily clicked his tongue and exclaimed as he looked at the mountain range below. His dark black eyes involuntarily revealed a heated expression. The surging fighting intent in his heart suddenly surged at this moment. At this moment, Xiaoyan seemed to have returned to the days in the magical beast mountain range back in the Doqi continent. His hand slowly extended out of his sleeves, and the heavy Xian heavy ruler, until it completely appeared. Xiaoyan only when the heavy ruler was completely. When? Was. 2. B. To. To. To do. To. A moment later, Xiaoyan had already appeared in a small town. This small town was called Sangmu Town. It was the only human gathering place in the outer regions of the Shilin mountain range. At the same time, it was also the most lively place. What sold the most in this place was naturally the monster cores of the magical beasts within the Shilin mountain range. Those who relied on the mountain lived off the mountain. This was the way these people operated. Other than this, there were some medicinal pills that were used for healing. Xiaoyan even discovered that this place actually sold some kind of information. Among them, the thing that caught Xiaoyan's attention the most was that there were actually quite a number of these kinds of information that were related to him. This discovery caused Xiaoyan to feel somewhat stunned. As he walked through the slightly crowded crowd, Xiaoyan casually dealt with a few golden fingers in the crowd from time to time. In the end, he stood in front of a rather beautifully decorated shop. He raised his head to look at the 3 words that were filled with incomparable arrogance on the shop signboard. Xiaoyan's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. It had to be said that the name of this shop was not just arrogant in the ordinary sense. Heh. Sky-penetrating pavilion. I wonder if you really have the ability to reach the heavens like your name suggests. Standing in front of the sky-penetrating pavilion, Xiaoyan looked at the 3 large, flamboyant words on the signboard with a playful smile on his face as he laughed coldly inside. With a soft chuckle, Xiaoyan lifted his foot and walked into the so-called sky-penetrating pavilion. When Xiaoyan stepped into the sky-penetrating pavilion, a wave of cool air immediately rushed towards Xiaoyan. At the same time, there was a faint fragrance in the cool air that made one feel refreshed just by smelling it. When Xiaoyan entered the pavilion, he immediately saw quite a few people. It seemed that the sky-penetrating pavilion was rather popular. Under the probing of Xiaoyan's strength of soul, he discovered that apart from a small portion of mercenaries and a few others, the majority of the people present were actually buying information about him. This caused Xiaoyan to be stunned. What surprised Xiaoyan the most was that there were no less than 10 types of information about him in the sky-penetrating pavilion. The 10 types of information were like 10 Xiaoyan. Some were seriously injured, some were crippled, some were indulging in debauchery somewhere, and some were even slaves of some faction. Of course, these information were all vague. Unless one really used spirit coins to buy the information, the people of the sky-penetrating pavilion would not say anything more about the specific situation of the information. When these information entered Xiaoyan's ears, it caused Xiaoyan to immediately feel as though his horizons had been broadened. He really did not know whether the so-called him in these information was just someone with the same name or if they were all randomly made up. Of course, it was likely that 9 out of 10 people would not believe this kind of information. After all, the big battle between Xiaoyan and the 4 elite Dodi half a year ago had allowed everyone in the western region to understand Xiaoyan's strength. Even though this was the case, there were still quite a number of people fighting over information about Xiaoyan. Forget about everything else. At this moment, there were already 3 elite half-emperors glaring at each other, especially the information about Xiaoyan's current location. They had even put down some vicious words that would threaten their lives. Xiaoyan curled his mouth and ignored the authenticity of the information. At this moment, he was here. If the people of the sky-penetrating pavilion were really aware of him, they would have already acted. From the looks of the situation, they were clearly unaware. There was naturally no need to say more about the authenticity of this information. Of course, if this information was placed in the hearts of the 3 elite half-emperors present, it was the most likely information. However, just as Xiaoyan was focusing his attention to observe the situation in the square, a young man wearing the uniform of an attendant from the Clear Sky Pavilion ran over to Xiaoyan in a somewhat wretched manner. He laughed and said, "This young man is a servant of the Clear Sky Pavilion." "Hee, this little brother, are you also here to buy information?" "Hee, I wonder what kind of information you want." If it's related to Xiaoyan, then it's really a coincidence. I just happen to have a newly compiled, newly discovered information. If you're willing, brother, I also find you familiar. How about this? I'll only charge you 50,000 spirit coins and I'll sell this information to you. How about it? The wretched-looking young man looked at Xiaoyan with a smile on his face. As he smiled, he raised his eyebrows at Xiaoyan. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, Xiaoyan immediately came back to his senses. The first thing he saw was the wretched-looking young man in front of him. Immediately after, he looked at the latter with a stunned expression. He looked to his left and right. After confirming that there was no one else, he once again looked at the wretched-looking young man with an embarrassed smile on his face. He extended a finger and pointed at himself. With an embarrassed expression, he said, are you talking to me? Hee, how about it? Do you want it? This information is now a hot commodity. If you don't want it, then I'll sell it to someone else. With regards to Xiaoyan's strange behavior, the wretched-looking young man did not notice anything. Instead, he raised his sexy eyebrows again and said in an extremely wretched manner. Xiaoyan's face slowly froze. The muscles at the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly. He frowned slightly and did not know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. Hee. Little brother, how is it? 50,000 spirit coins in exchange for a piece of information about Xiaoyan. This is definitely worth it. When the time comes, as long as little brother catches Xiaoyan and brings him to the four great sects, the merit that you have done is enough for you to not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. The wretched-looking young man grinned as he looked at Xiaoyan. However, he did not know that the words that came out of his mouth caused the person in front of him to laugh endlessly in his heart. But since this is the case, you know that as long as you catch this Xiaoyan and bring him to the four great sects, you will not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. However, why don't you catch Xiaoyan yourself? The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a smile. He also grinned as he looked at the wretched-looking young man in front of him. His tone was filled with playfulness. In order to be able to quietly recover from the injuries in his body, he chose to retreat into the Shilin mountain range. Currently, he is recuperating in a hidden place within the Shilin mountain range. Although I know where he is, it's a pity that my strength is not enough and I am still not his match. The few times that I went there, I was forced to flee. I even almost died in his hands. Therefore, I could only helplessly sell this piece of information. Sigh. The wretched-looking young man's face was filled with unwillingness as he narrated his experience with Xiaoyan. However, he was completely unaware that Xiaoyan was right in front of him. He did not dare to imagine what kind of interesting expression would appear on the wretched-looking young man's face if Xiaoyan revealed his identity at this moment. When he heard the wretched-looking young man's words, Xiaoyan could not help but laugh in his heart. However, he still maintained a calm expression on his face. With a soft chuckle, Xiaoyan's eyes turned slightly. A doubtful expression appeared on his face as he asked the wretched-looking young man again. Oh? Based on what you said, you mean that you have fought with Xiaoyan before? When he heard Xiaoyan's words, the wretched-looking young man's expression immediately relaxed. He looked at Xiaoyan with a smile on his face as if he was telling Xiaoyan that this was true. To tell you the truth, I have fought with Xiaoyan a few times. Although he was injured at that time, it's a pity that a half-emperor is a half-emperor. In the end, I was no match for him. Although I managed to escape death each time, Xiaoyan, that brat, Xiao has suffered. I have even removed one of his fingers. Of his finger. When he finished speaking, the wretched-looking young man actually took out a yellowed finger bone from his storage ring and placed it in front of Xiaoyan as if he was afraid that Xiaoyan would not believe him. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan could not help but cough twice. It had to be said that these scammers really had many tricks up their sleeves. They had all kinds of deceptive equipment. They even had a fake finger bone. Looking at the color of this finger bone, it seemed to be more than 10 years old. He actually said that it was forcefully removed during the battle with Xiaoyan not long ago. He was really shameless. Little brother, you should believe me now. Let me tell you a secret. Xiaoyan's injuries have worsened. As long as you buy this information of mine and find him, you will be able to easily kill him. 50,000 spirit coins in exchange for a lifetime of glory and wealth. Little brother, you have made a fortune. The wretched-looking young man looked at Xiaoyan with a smile. His words actually revealed a faint trace of envy. It seemed that this information could really bring Xiaoyan glory and wealth as he said. It had to be said that the wretched-looking young man's skills in deceiving people were quite top-notch. Not only did he have a complete set of equipment, but he could even control the changes in his expression and the fluctuations in his heart so easily. If it was someone else today, they might really have been deceived by him. Unfortunately, what the wretched-looking young man did not know was that Xianxia, who he said had something to do with him, was standing in front of him at this moment with a mocking smile. His heart was full of cold sneers. Heh, although what you said is right, I think it's better to forget about it. Since you said that Xianxia was able to beat you back a few times in a severely injured state and even almost killed you, if I were to go and die in his hands, wouldn't these 50,000 spirit coins be wasted? The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth curled up and he laughed softly. However, he shrugged his shoulders helplessly at the wretched-looking young man in front of him. It seemed that he was quite afraid of Xiaoyan, who was seriously injured but still had some strength left. Hearing the words from Xiaoyan's mouth, the wretched-looking young man could not help but frown. He did not expect that the black-robed young man in front of him would not dare to buy after he had said so much. Even so, the wretched-looking young man was still unwilling to give up. He had said so much today. No matter what, he must take the 50,000 spirit coins out of the pocket of the black-robed young man in front of him. Heh, little brother, don't worry. After the few battles between me and Xiaoyan, he has consumed a lot of energy. Now, Xiaoyan is already an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as you dare to attack him, Xiaoyan will definitely become a ghost under your hands. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's frown did not relax. Seeing this, the wretched-looking young man could not help but scold Xiaoyan in his heart. However, in the end, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and took a deep breath. Once again, he instigated Xiaoyan and said, "Little brother, you must not let go of such a good opportunity in front of you. As long as you hook your finger, you can kill Xiaoyan. Then, you can sit on a seat of glory and splendor. At that time, you will have all the strength and beauties you want. Now, I just want you to do such a simple thing. What are you worried about?" Okay. I'll buy it. Xiaoyan immediately let out a loud cry after the words from the wretched-looking man's mouth sounded, attracting the gazes of quite a number of people in the shop. When they saw the wretched-looking man, they curled their mouths in disdain. Immediately, their gazes carried some pity as they looked at Xiaoyan before turning back. It was obvious that many of the people present had been tricked by this wretched-looking young man before. As for the wretched-looking young man, he did not have the time to care about the gazes of the others in the shop. After Xiaoyan finished speaking, the expression on his face instantly became pleasantly surprised. A pair of small eyes revealed a deep greed. In his heart, he was filled with ridicule towards Xiaoyan. You're so gullible. If I could find Xiaoyan, how could you have the chance to take the treasure? What an idiot, haha. As he mocked in his heart, the wretched-looking young man did not notice that while he was mocking Xiaoyan in his heart, Xiaoyan was also sneering at him on the surface. Little brother is really a decisive person. I like to deal with people like you. You do things straightforwardly, ha. The wretched-looking young man laughed. As he spoke, he took out a sheepskin map from his storage ring and was about to hand it over to Xiaoyan. Wait. The words that had suddenly appeared in the battleground caused the expression on Xiaoyan's face to involuntarily pause. The wretched-looking man in front of him was also startled. Only then did Xiaoyan recover. His eyes revealed uncertainty as he looked in the direction where the voice had originated from. What entered Xiaoyan's eyes was a young man wearing an embroidered gown. He was slowly walking toward Xiaoyan. On his handsome face was an expression of arrogance. On his left and right sides were two gray-gowned old men. They were protecting the young man's safety. Through Xiaoyan's soul detection, he discovered that the young man before him was not weak. He had already reached the level of a 3-star half-martial emperor. With this sort of cultivation talent, he could already be considered a true genius among his peers. As for the two gray-gowned old men beside the young man, their strength was naturally stronger than the young man. These two old men were both 8-star half-martial emperors. One of them even possessed the strength of a peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 9th-star half-martial emperor realm. As for the other old man, although his strength could not compare to the former, he was still an 8-star half-martial emperor. In the mulberry town, this sort of strength was already a peak existence. Although the two old men were powerful, Xiaoyan did not place them in his eyes. To the current Xiaoyan, half-martial emperors no longer posed any threat to him. There was no point in looking at the strength of these two gray-gowned old men. However, when Xiaoyan's gaze carefully examined the young man standing between the two old men, his relaxed brows couldn't help but raise slightly. He was immediately astonished. On the chest of this young man was a clan emblem. This was a symbol. In the continent, it was an extremely common symbol. However, what surprised Xiaoyan was that the background of the clan emblem on the chest of this young man was actually an enormous golden sword piercing through the clouds. As for this enormous golden sword, it was the symbol of one of the 4 great sects, the Heavenly Sword sect. In other words, the family that this young man belonged to was one of the subsidiary forces of the Heavenly Sword sect. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan could not help but feel slightly surprised. He did not expect that he would still encounter the subordinates of the 4 great sects even though he was already prepared to hide in the deep mountains. It had to be said that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. However, Xiaoyan was unable to raise any interest in this young man in front of him. Forget about the fact that his clan was only a subsidiary strength of the Sky Sword sect. Just the strength that this young man currently possessed was something that Xiaoyan did not even care about. In order to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble, Xiaoyan was also too lazy to create new problems. Xiaoyan wouldn't do something that would cause him to attract the attention of the 4 great sects just to get rid of a small fry. With his arms crossed in front of his chest, Xiaoyan calmly looked at the young man who was slowly walking toward him. His expression did not change at all. Although Xiaoyan did not have any misgivings about the latter, it did not mean that the ordinary guests did not. At this moment, apart from Xiaoyan, the others who saw this young man could not help but frown slightly. Many pairs of solemn gazes swept past the 2 old men beside the young man. Their eyes were filled with fear. It must be known that in the sky-penetrating pavilion, apart from Xiaoyan and the 2 old men beside the young man, the strongest of the other 3 half-martial emperors was only a 4-star half-martial emperor. When such strength was placed before the 2 gray-robed old men beside the young man, there was only one word that could describe it: unable to withstand a single blow. Thus, with the appearance of the young man, the originally lively atmosphere of the place quickly became cold and silent. The young man slowly walked forward in front of Xiaoyan's indifferent gaze. His gaze, however, was focused on Xiaoyan. Both of his eyes revealed a cold smile. When he saw the young man, the expression on the face of the wretched-looking young man beside Xiaoyan instantly changed. He turned around and quickly bowed to the young man. However, he was casually waved by the latter and was sent flying out of the sky-penetrating pavilion. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. When he saw the young man's attack, his expression did not change. However, there was a dark glint flickering deep within his eyes. He did not expect that this gentle-looking young man would actually be so ruthless when he attacked. After the wretched-looking young man was sent flying out of the sky-penetrating pavilion, the map also steadily landed in the young man's hands. While holding the map, the young man's eyes never left Xiaoyan's face. He seemed to be observing something. Xiaoyan ignored him. However, at the same time, he could not help but feel curious. What exactly was this young man trying to see from his face? Could it be, thinking of a certain possibility, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly condensed. He quickly raised his gaze and looked at the young man with a slightly fearful gaze. Fortunately, after the 2 silently observed each other for a long time, neither of them discovered anything. Suddenly, the young man took the map in his hand in front of Xiaoyan and shook the rolled map in his hand. An inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He smiled at Xiaoyan and said, "Oh, friend, do you want to buy this map?" Hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. After looking up and down at the young man, he raised his eyebrows and said with a chuckle, "Unfortunately, I wanted to buy it just now. Now, I'm not interested anymore." Hearing the words from Xiaoyan's mouth, the young man could not help but frown. The gaze he used to look at Xiaoyan revealed some coldness. However, in the end, it was perfectly suppressed by him. The young man smiled faintly and withdrew his outstretched hand. The map was suspended in the air in front of Xiaoyan under his control. As long as he extended his hand, the map would fall into Xiaoyan's hand. Haha, it seems that you are unwilling to spend this money. In that case, this map is a gift from me to you. How about it? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows in surprise. For a moment, he did not understand what the young man in front of him was trying to sell. At this very moment, even the two gray-robed old men beside the young man involuntarily frowned slightly. They were similarly incomparably surprised in their hearts. Just why would the young man in front of them suddenly do such a thing? This did not seem like his usual style. Haha, if I'm not wrong, you must have something to ask of me. Since you have something to ask, why beat around the bush? Just be straightforward. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and said in a flat tone. Haha, it seems that you are really a straightforward person. Since you have said so, I will not beat around the bush. The young man raised his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan with a playful smile. He looked into Xiaoyan's eyes and then continued to say, I can give you the map in my hand, but you have to bring me to Xiaoyan. As his voice fell, the expression on Xiaoyan's face instantly froze. When the young man saw Xiaoyan for the first time, he had already noticed the sneer in the latter's eyes when he looked at the wretched-looking young man. It was also because of this that he became curious about Xiaoyan. When he heard the news of 50,000 spirit coins and Xiaoyan being seriously injured, his heart was immediately at a loss. He then thought of the cold smile on the corner of the mouth of the black-robed Xiaoyan in front of him and immediately had an idea in his heart. Although the wretched-looking young man's information might not be true, but if Xiaoyan was really in the Shilin mountain range and his map coincidentally led to Xiaoyan, and the black-robed young man in front of him happened to be looking for Xiaoyan, then if he pieced all these pieces of information together, this map would be real, no matter what. He was already sure that the black-robed young man in front of him had a close relationship with the guy called Xiaoyan. As long as he could keep him here, he would definitely be able to find Xiaoyan. As for now, he could only become a spear in his hand. Haha, you must be joking. Don't tell me you believe that this map is real just because of a sentence from the guy outside? After a few breaths, Xiaoyan, who had recovered from his shock, couldn't help but smile at the young man in front of him. He couldn't be bothered to touch the map in front of him again. The reason why Xiaoyan had said that he would buy it earlier was only to play with the wretched-looking young man. Who asked him to use his name to swindle money everywhere? However, looking at the current situation, it seemed that the young man in front of him had believed the guy's nonsense and thought that the map was real. Friend, you're exaggerating. Now that Xiaoyan is the #1 figure in the entire western region, who doesn't want to find him? Although I'm also skeptical about this information, isn't there a saying that it's better to believe it than not? I'd like to see if this Xiaoyan is really hiding somewhere in the Shilin mountain range. Hearing this, the man in the brocade robe smiled faintly. His palm gently waved in the air in front of him, and the map in front of Xiaoyan was also opened up. To the man with his back facing Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan couldn't see the contents of the map. In addition, the young man had deliberately blocked it, so even the probing of Xiaoyan's spiritual energy was blocked outside. Of course, Xiaoyan didn't care about the map in front of him. Regardless of whether he saw it or not, it was ultimately just a fake and wouldn't be of any use. Since that's the case, you can just use this map to find Xiaoyan. Why do you need me to help you find him? With the map in hand, rather than looking for a stranger like me, why don't you let the two people beside you do it? I believe that with them around, this matter should be much easier. But today, I want you to lead the way for me. With a low cry, the young man in front of Xiaoyan suddenly reached out and grabbed at Xiaoyan's shoulder. Green doqi swiftly circled around the young man's palm. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan and grabbed at the latter's shoulder heavily. Since I'm unwilling, why do you have to force me? You and I are strangers, yet you're making such a big fuss. You're really a little overbearing. Faced with the incoming danger, Xiaoyan's face was completely fearless. He coldly snorted and fell backwards. The tip of his foot lightly touched the ground, and his entire body instantly turned into a leaf and rapidly retreated out of sky-penetrating pavilion. When he saw that Xiaoyan was actually a half-emperor expert, and that Xiaoyan's strength wasn't any weaker than his own, a feeling of surprise immediately arose in the young man's heart. However, following this, he was even more certain that the black-robed young man before him was absolutely not an ordinary person. With him, perhaps he would really be able to find Xiaoyan. Humph. You want to leave? How can it be so easy? My territory isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. Gray and white elders, stop him! The young man cried out. The two gray-robed elders immediately moved in unison. In the blink of an eye, one could hear an intense bang sound. The door of sky-penetrating pavilion had already been tightly shut. Behind Xiaoyan, two gray-robed elders appeared out of nowhere. They waved their hands in unison and violently slammed towards the younger generation of Xiaoyan. This young friend, our young master has sincerely invited you. Why do you refuse a toast? At the same time as they attacked, one of the gray-robed elders spoke in a deep voice to Xiaoyan. When the latter heard this, he once again coldly laughed. His tone was filled with ridicule as he said, "Why? Is this the way you invite people? Stop speaking nonsense with him. Since he is unwilling to stay, we will forcefully hold him here. At that time, he will eventually calm down and listen to our orders." Xiaoyan's words had just sounded when the other gray-robed elder suddenly spoke. His tone was undoubtedly much colder than the former's. Ah, no wonder there is such a rude and unreasonable younger generation. With your characters, I'm afraid that you will not be able to teach anything good. Xiaoyan once again coldly laughed. Just as the attacks from the front and back were about to arrive, Xiaoyan's body suddenly twisted. He used an extremely strange angle and perfectly dodged the attacks from the young man and the two gray-robed elders behind him. Standing in the middle of the hall of sky-penetrating pavilion, Xiaoyan's gaze was still cold as he looked at the three people in front of him. His eyes were filled with some iciness. Humph, brat, the old me advises you to obediently stay behind. You can only leave after our young master confirms the outcome of this matter. Otherwise, don't blame the two of us for being merciless. Ah, confirm the outcome? Confirm what outcome? Is Xiaoyan in this mountain range? Humph humph, how laughable. This mountain range stretches for tens of thousands of miles. Even an elite Dodi would have difficulty crossing it. Do you think that you can find a person in this mountain range with just the two of you? Hearing the gray-robed elder's words, Xiaoyan sneered. The expression on his face became even colder. Looks like you are not willing to cooperate. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth contained a cold smile, but he did not reply. Humph. Brat, up until now, there has not been a single person that our young master has not been able to capture. Even if you are also a half-martial emperor. You can forget about it. Oh? Is that so? Since that is the case, let me be the first person. You are courting death. The two gray-robed old men immediately charged toward Xiaoyan after the cry sounded. Doqi scattered from their hands and a frightening energy swept over the interior of the clear sky pavilion, causing the expressions of the surrounding people to involuntarily change repeatedly. An 8-star half-martial emperor was really frightening. Facing a mere 4-star half-martial emperor with this kind of strength was simply a form of suppression. At this moment, everyone present could not help but cast a pitiful gaze at Xiaoyan. Of all the people he could provoke, he just had to provoke this fellow. This time, it was likely that he would not be able to escape death. Immediately, soft sighs rose and fell in the open ground. Everyone felt that Xiaoyan's recklessness was not worth it. Throwing away his life just to say a few words. This was a completely unwise action. However, in the next moment, just when everyone present thought that Xiaoyan would die under the joint attack of the two gray-robed elders, Xiaoyan coldly laughed. When the attacks of the two 8-star half-martial emperors arrived, he quickly took half a step back. His spiritual strength swiftly surged and the seals in his hands changed. After which, he opened his mouth. Immediately, a roar like furious thunder resounded throughout the sky-penetrating pavilion. Yellow Spring Divine Fury. Moo. 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 The Yellow Spring Divine Fury intimidated the soul. With Xiaoyan's spiritual strength at the consolidation stage, its might was even more frightening to the extreme. With a shout, the souls of the two 8-star half-martial emperors were immediately injured. So much so that their bodies actually paused for an instant while they were charging forward. Being absent-minded in battle was a great taboo for cultivators. In a battle of this level, only an instant was needed to determine the outcome of the battle. Taking advantage of the two's absent-mindedness, Xiaoyan's foot fiercely stomped on the ground. Enormous power spread out from the soles of his feet. Xiaoyan's body had already arrived between the two old men. A punch and a kick were fiercely shot out and ruthlessly landed on the faces of the two gray-robed elders. Immediately, the faces of the two gray-robed elders became distorted. The expressions of the other people present also became distorted. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. After withdrawing their fists and legs, the bodies of the two gray-clothed old men were immediately sent flying in two different directions. Soon after, they ruthlessly smashed into a pillar of the sky-reaching pavilion. The enormous power poured out and forcibly broke the pillar behind them. As for the two gray-clothed old men, they involuntarily vomited a mouthful of blood. Only then did they come back to their senses. Their eyes were filled with fury as they looked at Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan had already landed on the ground. His hands were behind his back. His expression was calm and unperturbed. In fact, there was even a faint mocking smile on the corners of his mouth. "Bastard, boy, what are you so proud of? You merely used some sort of trick to force the two of us back. If you were to use your true strength, you would simply be trash." Seeing the mocking smile on the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth, one of the gray-clothed old men was unable to contain himself and started to curse at him. "Heh, speaking of trash, the way I see it, the two of you are the ones that are trash. You've only managed to become 8-star half-martial emperors after cultivating your entire lives. If I'm trash, then what are the two of you? You're twisting words and forcing logic. Die." Having their mouths blocked by Xiaoyan's words, a fury immediately rose in the hearts of the two gray-robed old men. Their palms violently slammed on the broken pillar behind them. Immediately, an enormous force poured out and the bodies of the two gray-robed old men instantly transformed into two gray-colored lightning bolts. They carried a speed that could chase the stars and the moon as they violently charged toward Xiaoyan. Seeing the two old men explosively charging toward him again, Xiaoyan displayed a cold smile on his face. He retrieved his gaze and looked at the stunned young man across from him. At this moment, the latter was incomparably shocked in his heart. He had never imagined that the young man before him, who appeared to be about the same age as him, would actually be able to force back his personal bodyguards. One must know that with the strength of these two gray-clothed old men, if they were to join hands, even a 9-star half-martial emperor would find it difficult to take them down in a short period of time. Yet, never did he imagine that the two of them, who were so powerful, would actually be defeated by the young man before him with the same cultivation as him, a 4-star half-martial emperor. That's right, a 4-star half-martial emperor. In order to avoid being recognized by some people with a single glance, Xiaoyan could only helplessly suppress his strength and make his aura appear to be that of a 4-star half-martial emperor. Merely, he did not expect that he would still be unable to avoid trouble. Now that trouble had come knocking on their door, there was no way to avoid it. It would appear that I must take care of you first. Otherwise, it will truly be troublesome today. Xiaoyan's gaze was cold and indifferent as he looked to the young man across from him. He glanced at the two old men who were about to reach him. Then, he slowly raised his palm from under his sleeve. The gorgeous heavenly flames in the depths of his eyes condensed into fiery lotuses that slowly rotated. Seeing that Xiaoyan had actually raised his palm toward him, the expression on the young man's face involuntarily changed. The doqi within his body rapidly rose. With a movement of his body, he planned to explosively retreat. Seeing this, a cold smile appeared on the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth. Do you think you can escape? Chu Feng slowly raised his white palm into the air before him. With a thought, boundless and formless frightening soul power poured out from between his brows and condensed into an incomparably enormous palm above the young man's head. Following Xiaoyan's palm, the enormous palm moved. Without any explanation, it grabbed toward the young man below. Tian Class Do Technique, Towering Sky Hand. With a low cry in his heart, Xiaoyan's hand, which was raised into the air, suddenly tightened. At the same time, the enormous invisible palm that covered the young man's body also suddenly tightened at this moment. In an instant, the young man within it was like a dead duck that was clenched in Xiaoyan's palm. Ah! A bone-piercing miserable cry was suddenly emitted, causing the expressions of everyone present to change. The figures of the two gray-robed old men, who were originally charging explosively towards Xiaoyan, were suddenly forcefully stopped in the air. "Brat, you are seeking death." One of the gray-robed old men from the two of them coldly stared at Xiaoyan. His shriveled hand was suddenly raised. Doqi agglomerated in his palm as he once again stepped forward. "Cuckoo, you have already said these words a couple of times. Don't tell me that you still don't understand what I mean? If you do not care about your master's life, feel free to come." Xiaoyan coldly snorted in response to this. His expression remained as calm as usual. However, his tightly clenched hand had become a little tighter at this moment. As Xiaoyan's hand tightened, the face of the young man, who was being held by the towering hand, also turned pale. An intense pain spread throughout his entire body. His entire chest was squeezed until he could not emit the slightest sound. His heart had become incomparably terrified. Xiaoyan in front of him had caused him to taste the greatest pain in his life. "Brat, you are really despicable." The gray-robed old man's expression was solemn. His shriveled hand abruptly clenched into a fist. The doqi in his body churned repeatedly. His turbid eyes were filled with endless fury and killing intent. If the young man was not in Xiaoyan's hands at this moment, it was likely that the two of them would have long since been unable to restrain themselves and attacked to kill Xiaoyan. "Cuckoo, we are the same. Compared to me, I'm afraid that the both of you are the one who is bullying the young and using numbers to bully the young. This is the one who is going overboard. Moreover, as long as the both of you do not attack, I will definitely not kill him. Of course, if the both of you wish for him to die, there is no need to take my words to heart. Feel free to come." Xiaoyan's gaze was piercingly cold. He tilted his head and looked at the two old men on both sides. A cold glint shot out from his eyes. "Brat, do you know who he is? If you dare to kill him today, the faction behind him will definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces in the future. They will burn your bones and scatter your ashes to take revenge for him." Seeing that Xiaoyan was actually this overbearing, the two gray-robed old men immediately felt helpless in their hearts. Although they withdrew the doqi on the surface of their bodies, the words from their mouths were not the slightest bit willing to give in. Cough cough. "I am. Son. Son, all right. You grandson, where is there a place for you to speak? Shut your mouth." The young man who was being controlled by the towering hand also forcefully tried to speak after the gray-robed old man's words sounded. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Xiaoyan's words. The towering hand that was holding him tightly once again exerted strength, causing the bones all over his body to emit a caw-caw sound. There were already quite a number of bones that were unable to endure this frighteningly large force and broke. "You. Get lost. The both of you, get lost now. Once I leave, I will naturally release him." Anger suddenly surfaced on the faces of the two gray-robed old men when they heard Xiaoyan's stern cry. However, when they thought of the young man who was being controlled by Xiaoyan, they could only helplessly curse in their hearts. Immediately, they walked out of the door. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan's cold cry was once again transmitted over. "Why? Don't you understand the meaning of my words? I said that I want the both of you to get lost out of the door, not walk out." When Xiaoyan's words sounded, not only the two gray-robed old men in the sky-penetrating pavilion, but even the expressions of the surrounding onlookers involuntarily became a little dull at this moment. An instant later, the two gray-robed old men recovered. The expressions on their old faces swiftly became gloomy. The doqi that had just been withdrawn in their bodies once again surged out from the surface of their bodies. One of them was even prepared to attack Xiaoyan once again. "Ah!" However, what was quickly followed by an incomparably miserable cry from the young man's mouth. "Brat, don't go too far." Hearing the miserable roar from the young man's mouth, the expressions on the two gray-robed old men's faces changed once again. Even though they were incomparably furious in their hearts, due to the fact that the young man was currently in Xiaoyan's hands, the two of them could only do nothing. At this moment, even the people in the hall who were quietly observing this situation could not help but cast gazes of admiration towards Xiaoyan. No one had expected that this seemingly young black-robed man was actually such a person that was not to be trifled with. His methods were so sharp that it was likely that even the 3 half-martial emperors present would find it difficult to accomplish such a feat. At the very least, the 3 of them did not possess the ability to force back an 8-star half-martial emperor. Even though Xiaoyan's move earlier contained quite a bit of trickery, it did not affect the crowd's opinion of his ability. After all, regardless of what method Xiaoyan had used, as long as he was able to force back an 8-star half-martial emperor, it was already sufficient to prove how powerful he was. Haha, too far? I haven't even said that I'm going to kill him. You think that I'm going too far? If you want me to go too far, I don't mind killing him right now. Xiaoyan merely smiled coldly at the gray-robed old man's cold words. He withdrew his extended hand, intending to ruthlessly clench it in front of the 2 gray-robed old men. Stop. We are people from the Sun family. If you dare to kill him, the Sun family will definitely not let you off. At that time, there will likely be no place for you in the entire western region. You better think carefully about whether you want to kill him or not. Seeing that Xiaoyan was actually really going to kill him, the expressions on the 2 gray-robed old men's faces instantly changed drastically. They hurriedly shouted at Xiaoyan. However, when the gray-robed old man's words entered Xiaoyan's ears, the latter merely sneered. In his heart, he did not fear the Sun family that the gray-robed old man spoke of. Before coming here, Xiaoyan already had some understanding of this so-called Sun family. This Sun clan was one of the subsidiary factions of the Heavenly Sword Gate. At the same time, it was also one of the 4 great clans that were subsidiary to the Heavenly Sword Gate. The strength of this clan was so great that it even had a Do-D class expert overseeing it. With the Heavenly Sword Gate as its backing, this Sun clan could be considered a terrifying existence that could do as it pleased within the western region. However, although the Sun family was strong, they were not intimidating in front of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's heart did not care whether he had a grudge or not. As a subordinate force of the Heavenly Sword sect, the Sun family actually had the attitude of wanting to kill Xiaoyan. Even if he didn't become their enemy now, he would encounter them sooner or later. Since he would encounter them sooner or later, why should he care about this now? As for an elite Do-D, the Sun clan might have a Do-D, but one should not forget that there was Guyu, an old demon with a frightening strength, within Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan believed that as long as Guyu was around, even an elite Do-D would not be able to kill him. Since you don't care about his life or death, you should not blame me. Xiaoyan laughed softly. Soon after, he extended his white hand and clenched it tightly. At the same time, the face of the young man, who was being controlled by the towering hand, became as white as a piece of paper. It was so white that it was frightening. Xiaoyan laughed softly. Bright red fresh blood was squeezed out of the pores all over the young man's body. Within a short couple of breaths, the young man had been dyed with blood. A sharp miserable cry resounded over the place like a wolf's howl. However, in the face of Xiaoyan's tactics, the young man was unable to break free regardless of how hard he struggled. As for the 2 gray-robed elders, their faces were green as they looked at the young man, who was covered in fresh blood at this moment. There was a struggling expression on their faces. As 8-star half-martial emperors, they could be said to be existences that could move about unhindered in the outer region of the Shilin mountain range. However, even with that being the case, they were actually repeatedly defeated by a 4-star half-martial emperor brat. This caused them to feel incomparably humiliated and furious. However, on top of feeling furious, the 2 gray-robed elders also felt quite helpless in their hearts. If they wished to save the young man, they would have to throw away their faces and get lost from the clear sky pavilion to the streets outside, where they would be ridiculed by others. Given the dignity of these 2 elders, they were naturally unable to do such a thing. However, if they did not do so, only death would await the young man. Brat, if you let go of my young master now, the 2 of us dare to guarantee that we will let you leave. Otherwise, if you insist that we get lost, the 2 of us will definitely pull out your tendons and tear out your bones today. We will lock you forever in our Sun clan's underground prison and make you suffer a fate worse than death. One of the gray-robed elders took a step forward. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Xiaoyan. His pair of gray eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Today, regardless of which path Xiaoyan chose, he must die here. Oh? Looks like the 2 of you do not plan to save your master. Since that is the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as those cold words were emitted, Xiaoyan's clenched hand was suddenly raised. Soon after, under the horrified gazes of the two gray-robed elders, his hand was violently smashed onto the ground below. Bang! Following the intense explosion, a wave of dense dust swiftly swept in all directions under the cover of the air wave. The entire clear sky pavilion trembled intensely at this moment. The expressions of everyone inside changed drastically at this moment. One by one, they unleashed the doqi within their bodies. Their bodies turned around, and they quickly withdrew from the clear sky pavilion. The expressions of the two gray-robed elders involuntarily changed once again. They did not expect that the black-robed man in front of them would remain indifferent even after they had revealed their identities. This caused them to be furious in their hearts. At the same time, they also became increasingly worried about the condition of the young man. By the time the storm scattered, the originally magnificent clear sky pavilion had already been destroyed in front of everyone's eyes. It had turned into a pile of ruins. In the middle of the ruins was an empty space that was over 100 feet in diameter. Xiaoyan and the two gray-robed elders, as well as the young man who was still being controlled by the towering hand, were standing in that empty space. The black robe on Xiaoyan's body was still as new as before. His expression was calm. His dark black eyes were as calm as an old well, and there was some indifference seeping out from his expression. The eyes of the two gray-robed elders swiftly landed on the young man who was being controlled by the towering hand when they saw this scene. Only after seeing that the latter was fine did the two of them gently sigh in their hearts. The two elders exchanged glances with each other before immediately looking at Xiaoyan. One of the elders frowned and clenched his teeth violently. His lips and teeth clashed a couple of times in an unresigned manner. After which, his face was green as he spoke to Xiaoyan in a deep voice. "Brat, are you certain that you will return him alive after the two of us get lost from here? As long as the two of you can do it, I will definitely not go back on my word." Hearing this, Xiaoyan also replied to the two of them with a solemn expression. "Why should we believe you? Because you have no choice. Unless you really want to see him die in my hands." After Xiaoyan's words came out of his mouth, the two elders immediately frowned and looked at each other. It was only after a long time that they clenched their teeth and spoke to Xiaoyan again. "All right, I hope you can keep your words. Otherwise, the two of us will definitely make you stay here forever today." Xiaoyan smiled and nodded. He immediately extended his left hand and made a pleased gesture to the two of them. The tone of his mouth was neither fast nor slow as he spoke. He said in an unhurried manner, "All right, then please, get lost." Outside the ruined sky-penetrating pavilion, crowds of people were crowding around. Practically everyone in Mulberry Town was gathered here at this moment. They were dumbstruck as they looked at the scene before them. They had never imagined that the sky-penetrating pavilion, which was guarded by an 8-star half-martial emperor, would actually be destroyed to such an extent. Perhaps the strength of the person who did this was at least an 8-star half-martial emperor. Of course, this was only what the crowd was thinking in their hearts. However, when their gazes landed on the black-robed young man at the scene, the expressions on their faces couldn't help but be instantly stunned. They were even more suspicious in their hearts. Could it be that this black-robed young man before them was capable of destroying such a huge sky-penetrating pavilion? However, when the several half-martial emperors in the crowd probed the aura within Xiaoyan's body, Lin Pengxing's expression couldn't help but change once again. The black-robed young man before them was actually only a 4-star half-martial emperor. After knowing Xiaoyan's strength, the pedestrians on both sides of the street immediately burst into an uproar. No one could imagine that a 4-star half-martial emperor could actually cause two 8-star half-martial emperors to treat him so seriously. Exactly who was this black-robed young man before them? How could he be so terrifying? Seeing that more and more people had gathered around them, the complexions of the two gray-robed old men above the ruins had already turned ashen. In their hearts, they wished that they could crush Xiaoyan to death. Who would have thought that they, two grand 8-star half-martial emperors, would actually be threatened by a 4-star half-martial emperor today? If news of this were to spread, wouldn't they become an enormous joke? However, even though this was the case, the two gray-robed old men still felt extremely helpless in their hearts. After all, their masters were in the hands of the other party. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't have been so afraid of this black-robed young man before them. At this moment, the two of them had already made a firm resolution in their hearts. As long as Xiaoyan put down the young man in his hands, the two of them would immediately attack and swiftly kill Xiaoyan with lightning speed. Since this black-robed youth before them had caused them to lose so much face, then no matter what, they would definitely make him pay the price in blood today. The expressions of the two gray-robed old men became increasingly ugly as their gazes swept all around them. They exchanged glances with each other. It was a long while later before the two of them finally clenched their teeth violently. They slowly lowered their bodies and squatted on the ruins in front of the confused gazes of everyone outside the battleground. Both of their hands hugged their heads. Immediately, they began to roll like a ball in front of everyone's stunned gazes. The two old men climbed up from the ground in a sorry state after rolling for a distance with great difficulty. At this moment, their bodies were wrapped in a layer of mud. Their hair and beards were messy, causing the two of them to look like two beggars. They appeared to be in a sorry state. As for the crowd outside the arena, they were still in a daze. The two old men stood up and wiped off the dust on their faces. Their old faces were still ashen. The two of them ignored the gazes that were shot at them from the surroundings. Their cold gazes shot straight at Xiaoyan. The two of them took a deep breath before speaking to Xiaoyan in a deep voice. "This time, you should let him go." Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled and nodded. He smiled at the two of them and said, "The two of you are really loyal. For the sake of your master, you can even throw away your face. For this, I admire the two of you. Cut the crap, let him go." As Xiaoyan's voice fell, one of the two gray-robed old men couldn't help but shout at Xiaoyan in a stern voice. "Hee, the two of you can rest assured. I will do as I say. I will let him go now." Xiaoyan smiled faintly. The corners of his mouth were lifted into a smile. A pair of eyes that were as calm as an ancient well stared at the two gray-robed old men. The hand that was controlling the towering hand was once again raised in front of the two old men's anxious gazes. Immediately, Xiaoyan waved his hand gently. With a thought, the towering hand that was agglomerated from spiritual strength scattered with a bang. The body of the young man, who was covered in blood, flew toward the two old men uncontrollably. Seeing the young man flying over, the expressions on the faces of the two old men instantly changed. The two of them moved at the same time and leaped forward to catch the young man. When the young man's body was caught by the hands of one of the gray-robed old men, the other old man's body did not stop. The doqi in his body suddenly surged out. With a wave of his hands, the frightening doqi swiftly agglomerated in his palms. His body that was charging forward suddenly shook and violently grabbed at Xiaoyan. "Brat, die." "Humph, I had already expected that you would attack. Did you really think that I would give you the chance to injure me?" Seeing the gray-robed old man who leaped over to attack, Xiaoyan coldly laughed. His body moved and in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed into the sky. Carrying a lightning-like speed, he swiftly flew toward the depths of the Shilin mountain range. Seeing Xiaoyan's sudden eruption of frightening speed, the expression on the gray-robed old man's face could not help but be slightly stunned. By the time he recovered, Xiaoyan had already disappeared at the end of his line of sight. At this moment, it was already too late for him to chase after Xiaoyan. Only at this moment did the surrounding crowd of onlookers notice Xiaoyan's frightening speed. It was hard to imagine that even an 8-star half-emperor was unable to catch up to him. Exactly who was this mysterious black-robed man? "Humph. Brat, just you wait. The next time we meet, I will definitely dismember your body into 10,000 pieces and grind your bones into dust." After cursing in a stern voice, the gray-robed old man fiercely waved his sleeve. He turned around and looked at the surrounding crowd of onlookers. Immediately, a furious expression appeared on his old face as he angrily shouted again. "What are you looking at? All of you, scram. If you don't disappear from this old man's sight within 10 breaths, I will turn all of you into ashes." Once the old man's words left his mouth, the surrounding crowd of onlookers were immediately alarmed. One by one, they began to fly away as if they were fleeing for their lives. Xiaoyan dared to go against them. However, these people did not have the courage to do so. After all, he was an 8-star half-emperor. Once they were to fight, not a single person present would be a match for him. Seeing the surrounding crowd of onlookers rapidly leaving, the gray-robed old man casually killed several people before suppressing the fury in his heart. Only then did he turn around and return to the side of the young man. At the same time, halfway up a majestic mountain peak, Xiaoyan slowly descended. He turned around and looked at the mulberry town that was already buried within the clouds below. The corners of his mouth lifted into a ridiculing smile. Although that old man was an 8-star half-emperor, with Xiaoyan's current speed, even a 9-star half-emperor would find it incomparably difficult to catch up to him if he were to erupt with his full power. He was truly too naive to think that he could catch up to him. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiaoyan raised his head and looked at the mountain peak that reached the 9 heavens before him. Shock filled his heart. Although he was able to see the magnificence of this mountain range from afar, it was only when he approached it that he was able to truly sense the majesty of this mountain peak and its boundless aura. Looking at the mountain peak in front of him, Xiaoyan involuntarily exhaled a long breath. For a period of time in the future, this place would be another training ground for him. He wondered just what kind of things he would encounter in this place. As this thought flashed through his mind, a blazing expression suddenly surged into Xiaoyan's eyes. Regardless of what he would encounter, it was better for him to enter first. He also wanted to properly experience the wildest power of the Shilin mountain range. With a movement of his body, Xiaoyan stepped into the air. With a leap, he rapidly flew towards the summit of the mountain peak. Half a month later, on a mountain peak in the Shilin mountain range. On the mountain peak, Xiaoyan stood in the air with his hands raised in front of his chest. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a vast amount of spiritual energy surged out from between his eyebrows. As Xiaoyan's hand seals changed, the spiritual energy quickly gathered between his palms. A moment later, an extremely oppressive and terrifying aura was emitted. A mysterious golden hand seal was emitting a dazzling golden light between Xiaoyan's palms. As spiritual energy poured into Xiaoyan's forehead, the hand seal became more and more solid. When the golden seal in Xiaoyan's palm completely solidified, the latter's face couldn't help but turn pale. Exhausting such a large amount of spiritual strength was quite a big burden for Xiaoyan. Soul-suppressing seal, go. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's mouth emitted an earth-shaking cry. Both of his hands were pushed forward with great force. The golden seal in his hand also broke through the empty air and violently smashed toward the mountain below. The golden flowing light was like a bolt of lightning as it quickly streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already landed on the mountain peak. Boom! In the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky. The mountain that was hundreds of meters tall began to tremble violently. Cracks that were several meters wide began to spread rapidly from the top of the mountain. They only gradually stopped halfway up the mountain. When the cracks stopped spreading, the entire mountain began to crumble. Large pieces of rubble fell from the sky like meteors. The ground within 1,000 miles shook violently, and countless magical beasts fled in all directions like birds that were startled by the twang of a bough. In the sky, Xiaoyan was pleasantly surprised when he saw this scene. The soul-suppressing seal was indeed a human-tier soul skill. Its power was definitely not something his Yellow Spring's divine fury could compare to. With the soul-suppressing seal in his hands and Xiaoyan's spiritual energy at the consolidation stage, Xiaoyan could be considered to have another trump card. Since entering the Shilin mountain range half a month ago, Xiaoyan had been heading west. As he hurried along, he didn't forget to practice the soul-suppressing seal that he found in Muhan's storage ring. One of the benefits of a human-tier Do skill was that it was easy to practice. Compared to a heaven-tier Do skill, as long as one had a human-tier Do skill Jade Scroll in hand, one could easily practice it. As long as one practiced diligently, one could easily use it. In half a month's time, Xiaoyan's soul-suppressing seal had become much more familiar with it. However, it was difficult to control of Xiaoyan's of spiritual energy when he used it. Of his current spiritual energy. Xiao. Of spiritual energies. Xiao. Was. Xiaoyan shook his head and tossed the giddy feeling out of his body. His body moved and he swiftly flew toward the mountain forest below. A moment later, Xiaoyan's figure appeared in a spacious open space. In the middle of the open space, there was a bonfire that had already been extinguished. Xiaoyan had already stayed here for 2 days. His purpose was to practice the soul-suppressing seal. Until today, the practice of the soul-suppressing seal had temporarily come to an end. Xiaoyan was prepared to have a good night's rest. He would continue his journey to the western wastelands tomorrow. Xiaoyan walked to the front of the extinguished bonfire and inhaled a deep breath of air. However, he did not sit down cross-legged to continue practicing. Instead, he lay down on the grass in a carefree manner. His hands supported the back of his head as he lifted his eyes and looked at the blue sky above. The tensed muscles all over his body gradually relaxed. The doqi in his body returned to the vortex and was stored in the vortex space. His body, which had experienced many battles, had a rare moment of relaxation at this moment. It has really been a long time since I have been so relaxed. Xiaoyan slowly shut his eyes as his mouth softly muttered. At this moment, Xiaoyan had removed all of his usual defenses. In this situation, it was likely that even a Do Huang would be able to easily approach Xiaoyan without being discovered. Suddenly, a light lingered over the surface of Xiaoyan's body. Du Yu's body drifted out of his body and floated in the air. He looked at Xiaoyan. Du Yu was originally planning to open his mouth to say something, but he discovered that Xiaoyan was already in a deep sleep when his eyes landed on him. The words that had reached his mouth were swallowed back down. Du Yu's eyes flickered with a complicated expression. In the end, he helplessly sighed. He waved his hand and a faint energy curtain covered Xiaoyan's body like a layer of gauze. It gradually merged with the empty space and disappeared. Du Yu turned his body after doing this. He rushed into the empty space and lifted his eyes to look at the northern sky. At the same time, in the northern region of the continent. This place was an endless sea. There was an enormous island at a certain spot in the sea. The island was so large that it was likely able to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. The most eye-catching thing on this island was the enormous statue that stood proudly between the sky and the earth. At this moment, there was an old man with icy blue hair standing on the top of the statue. His eyes were focused to the southwest. Although the two of them were tens of thousands of kilometers apart, they appeared to be in front of each other. Their eyes met from a great distance and everything was understood without words. Suddenly, the old man's originally relaxed eyebrows were knit together. The expression on his face involuntarily changed. His lips parted slightly as though he wanted to say something, but in the end, it turned into a helpless sigh. The old man's eyes were complicated as he looked to the southwest. It was a long while later before he withdrew his eyes. He looked down and saw a group of buildings and ant-like people below. The old man's heart was filled with all sorts of complicated emotions. In the blink of an eye, it was already night time. The bright moon hung high in the sky like a sun in the night sky. It illuminated the mountain range below. One could even vaguely see the magical beast swiftly moving through the forest. Xiaoyan had already woken up from his sleep in the empty space in the forest. This rare relaxation caused Xiaoyan's mental state to be extremely good at this moment. Even his overall condition was far better than usual. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged and trained for 4 hours. After he exited his training state, a thought passed through his mind and 3 illusory figures appeared in front of Xiaoyan. These 3 avatars were the avatars that Xiaoyan had formed using the 9 transformation body art. However, after splitting into 3, the strength of the 3 avatars was far inferior to when they had merged into one. Even now, they were merely 2-star bandits. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned slightly as he looked at the 3 avatars in front of him. Ever since he had obtained the 9 transformation body art, Xiaoyan had only formed these 3 avatars. However, their overall strength was completely incomparable to his actual body. This was clearly insufficient for Xiaoyan, who was going to face an elite Do-Di in the future. Ugh, looks like I will need to gather some fire affinity flame crystals in the future. It is likely that only when the 9 avatars merge into one will I be able to truly possess a strength comparable to my actual body. Otherwise, these avatars will ultimately only be a burden. Xiaoyan helplessly sighed. A thought passed through his mind and he ordered the 3 avatars to sit cross-legged. At the same time, the spiritual strength between his eyebrows swiftly surged out. Under Xiaoyan's control, the 3 avatars were formed. After the 3 avatars merged into one, their strength was not weak and was comparable to a 4-star bandit. However, this was merely enough to deal with an ordinary bandit. If they were to encounter a 9-star bandit, they would be seen through at a glance, much less an elite dodi. Therefore, if Xiaoyan wanted the avatars to truly be of help to him, he needed to gather the other 6 avatars. Only by doing so would he be able to merge the 9 avatars into one and unleash the true strength of the 9 transformation body art. At that time, Xiaoyan would truly possess a strength that would make him unrivaled under the Dodi class. The vastness of the Shilin mountain range had exceeded Xiaoyan's expectations. Even with his speed, he was still walking on the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range after a week. Currently, it had been almost a month since Xiaoyan had entered the Shilin mountain range. With the speed of a half-emperor, he was unable to enter the depths of the Shilin mountain range even after flying for half a month. From this, it was not difficult to imagine just how vast the Shilin mountain range was. Xiaoyan was slowly walking through the forest at a certain spot within the Shilin mountain range. At the same time, a vast and frightening spiritual strength spread out in all directions from between his brows. It carefully probed the area covered by the spiritual strength. Xiaoyan wanted to use this method of trying his luck to see if he would be able to find the thing that he wanted somewhere in this forest. However, opportunities did not appear to come as Xiaoyan imagined. Even though Xiaoyan searched along the way, he unfortunately did not find anything. Xiaoyan, who was walking aimlessly in the forest, shook his head helplessly. He sighed softly and was about to withdraw the spiritual strength that he had spread out. However, at this moment, the expression on Xiaoyan's face changed slightly. Just a moment ago, he had sensed an extremely hot and wild aura. Xiaoyan would definitely not be mistaken about that kind of energy. It was the energy emitted by a fire-type energy crystal. And this was the thing that Xiaoyan was currently searching for with all his might. It really wasn't a waste of my painstaking search. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with joy as he laughed loudly. Immediately, his body moved and he instantly used the sky extinction steps. A cool breeze blew past and Xiaoyan's body immediately turned into a gust of wind, swiftly flying towards the place where the aura had originated from. Bang! Following an intense bang sound, a magic beast with a huge body appeared somewhere in the mountain forest. It had sent a middle-aged man flying with a single claw. Its sharp claws tore apart the dochi armor on the surface of the man's body, leaving behind a few scarlet claw marks on the man's body. The middle-aged man's body flew backwards uncontrollably like a deflated ball. After smashing and breaking dozens of towering trees, he finally collapsed to the ground with blood all over his body. He had already fallen into a seriously injured state. If he was not treated in time, it was likely that his life would be in danger. Uncle Go. In the void, when a beautiful girl saw this scene, the expression on her pretty face was instantly replaced by fear. Her originally rosy little face quickly turned pale, and her pair of beautiful eyes were also lingering with sparkling tears. This Uncle Go that the young girl had mentioned was currently the strongest person in their group. Seeing that even he was no match for this magical beast, it was not difficult to imagine what would happen to them. After the young girl's exclamation sounded, the other few people in the sky immediately turned their gazes towards the seriously injured middle-aged man below. Immediately, everyone's expressions could not help but change. Everyone's faces revealed a terrified expression. None of them were a match for this enormous beast in front of them. Roar! Humans, how dare you disturb this king's rest? Today, none of you should even think of leaving alive. The enormous magical beast, which was like a small mountain, roared in a low voice. Immediately, it raised its sharp claws once again and swung them violently. The space under its claws was easily torn apart. Frightening gales shot over like numerous sharp blades. The ear-piercing sonic boom was unbearable. The hearts of the few people in the sky were filled with fear. The weapons in their hands trembled uncontrollably. Shuayer! Run quickly! In the forest below, the seriously injured Uncle Good desperately propped himself up and shouted hysterically at the young girl in the sky. He hoped that she could avoid the magical beast's scythe-like attack that was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. However, in the face of Uncle Gee's desperate roar, although the others hurriedly dodged, only the young girl was filled with fear. Her mind was blank and she was completely at a loss. Her delicate body trembled violently. She actually slowly curled up her body and wailed loudly in the sky. At this moment, even if those people in the sky wanted to save her, it was already too late. A terrifying gale had already arrived above the young girl's head. The moment of death had already arrived. None of the people present were able to save themselves from this situation of certain death. Shuai. On the ground, the seriously injured Uncle Gu wanted to climb up in grief and soar into the sky again. However, he was already seriously injured at this moment. No matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. At the same time, the enormous beast claw in the sky carried a frightening aura that tore through the air as it violently clawed at the young girl. The next moment, when everyone was slowly lowering their heads while carrying a sorrowful heart and the middle-aged man on the ground was crying from the pain in his heart, a cool breeze suddenly struck the sky. A cool breeze blew past. At the same time, the young lady, who was curled up in the air and crying loudly, was lifted by a mysterious force uncontrollably. After which, when the beast claw landed, she had already appeared in the air 1,000 feet away. Who is it? Come out. Seeing that the prey under its claw had been rescued by someone, the enormous beast once again spat out the human language and furiously cried out in the direction of the young girl. Cuckoo, you are at the very least a Band D-class magical beast. You actually tried to kill a couple of dozongs and dozuns. Your skin is really thick. As the soft laughter was emitted, the gazes of everyone in the sky were instantly attracted. Their hearts finally sighed in relief when they saw that the young girl was fine. This was especially the case for the seriously injured middle-aged man. The despair in his eyes was greatly reduced when he saw that the young girl was fine. After which, everyone's faces involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when they saw the black-robed man's figure slowly appear from the empty space. They did not expect that the one who had saved Shuai would actually be such a young-looking young man. Humph, who are you? You are actually meddling in other people's business. Seeing Xiaoyan, the magical beast could tell at a glance that the latter's strength was extraordinary. Clearly, he was also an elite bandit. Hence, he did not dare to be as arrogant as he had been when speaking to the few people earlier. Cuckoo, I am just a nameless person. It is just that I feel a little apologetic when I see a bandit like you bullying people who are weaker than you. Hence, I intervened. Xiaoyan's expression was calm as he spoke in an indifferent tone. They trespassed into this king's territory and even disturbed this king's training. They deserve to die. While saying these words, the huge body of the magical beast swiftly twisted. Immediately, it transformed into a similarly black-robed young man with a bewitching appearance in front of everyone's eyes. The man placed his hands behind his back. There was a faint flickering light within his dark black pupils. His eyes met with Xiaoyan's from a distance. Oh? Hearing this, Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned. The world of magical beasts treated their territory extremely seriously. Once an outsider trespassed into their territory, the owner of the territory would mercilessly kill the outsider. This was not only to defend their territory, but also to prove their strength to the outside world. It was also because of this that under normal circumstances, almost no one would be willing to step into the territory of some high-rank magical beasts. At this moment, this group of people had accidentally entered the territory of this fellow in front of them because the young lady called Shuai behind Xiaoyan was running around randomly. At the same time, she had also implicated the others. If it were not for Xiaoyan's appearance today, this group of people would have already died under the claws of this magical beast. Cough cough. Sir, we didn't mean to invade your territory. It's just that we accidentally took the wrong path and ended up here. We're very sorry for offending you, but we hope that you can be magnanimous and let us leave. Uncle Ji's face was pale as he climbed up from the ground with great difficulty. His entire body trembled as he cupped his hands together towards the bewitching man in the air and spoke in a humble tone. Humph. Where do you think this king is? Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? But, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Why must you insist on not letting it go? It's just a failure to advance. At worst, you can just stop cultivating. Moreover, if you continue to cause trouble, it won't do you any good. Just as Uncle Gu was about to open his mouth again, Xiaoyan laughed softly. His eyes focused on the bewitching man opposite him with an indifferent expression. With Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, he had already sensed this bewitching man when he first saw him. The doqi in the man's body was fluctuating violently. With Xiaoyan's experience, he immediately knew the reason. This was the result of a failed advancement. However, the degree of energy fluctuation was much smaller than that of an ordinary magical beast. It was obvious that this fellow had failed to advance for quite some time. As for Uncle Ge and his group, it was just a coincidence that they came here and disturbed this guy from suppressing the injuries in his body. That was why he went on a rampage and started killing people. From the looks of it, he probably just wanted to vent his anger. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have killed anyone. Humph. Kid, if you insist on meddling in other people's business, then don't even think about leaving here today. Go with them. The moment the evil-looking black-robed man's voice sounded, both of his arms suddenly danced. Immediately, a wave of surging doqi surged out from his body and agglomerated into a black-colored leopard in the air above his head. Oh? Lei Bao? Not bad, peak late-stage 7-star half-martial emperor. Unfortunately, you failed to advance. Otherwise, you'd be an 8-star half-martial emperor. Xiaoyan nodded. A smile appeared on his face. However, the expression on his face was still as unmoved as before. Seeing that Xiaoyan was actually not moving at all, the evil-looking man was immediately enraged. Through his probing aura, he discovered that the Xiaoyan before him was merely a 4-star half-martial emperor. Yet, he actually dared to ignore him with such strength. This caused him to be incomparably furious. Arrogant brat, you're merely a 4-star half-martial emperor. Where did you get the courage to boast shamelessly before this king? You're truly courting death. Haha, you'd best not aggravate the injuries in your body. Otherwise, if your injuries are aggravated, I'm afraid that even your 7-star half-martial emperor strength will not be able to preserve it. Seeing that Lei Bao was about to rush over, Xiaoyan lightly smiled. With a ridiculing smile on his face, he looked at the latter and spoke with an unhurried tone. Humph. There is no need for me to use my full strength to deal with you. Furthermore, it will not aggravate this king's injuries. Heh. Die for this king. After his explosive shout sounded, Lei Bao immediately waved his arms. Pitch-black doqi rapidly condensed. Lei Bao's 2 hands immediately turned into sharp claws that tore through space. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived before Xiaoyan. Those few people in the empty space, who had escaped death, turned their eyes to Xiaoyan at this moment. The originally joyous expression on their faces was once again withdrawn. Their hearts were filled with regret. The strength of this black-robed, young man in front of them was merely that of a 4-star bandit. With this strength, not only would he be unable to save them, but he would also end up throwing himself into danger. Senior. You should quickly leave. This guy's strength is much higher than yours. You are no match for him. It is not worth it for you to do this for a group of strangers like us. Seeing that Xiaoyan was actually standing in the sky without moving, Uncle Ge, who was below, thought that Xiaoyan had been intimidated by Lei Bao's frightening strength. At once, he hurriedly shouted loudly at Xiaoyan, hoping that he could save Xiaoyan. When Xiaoyan heard Uncle Ji's words, he turned his head toward the latter and revealed a smile. The instant he turned his head back, his feet moved slightly as he instantly used the sky extinction steps. Chi, the sharp wind from the claw mercilessly tore Xiaoyan apart. Unfortunately, not even a trace of fresh blood was spilled. Oh? An afterimage. Lei Bao's heart was slightly startled. Before this, he had actually not discovered the gradually dissipating afterimage in front of him. One must know that the instant his sharp claws landed, Xiaoyan had only just turned his head back. How is this possible? This brat, how exactly did he do it? Since you've already made your move, it's my turn now. An indifferent voice drifted out, causing the expression on Lei Bao's face to change drastically. His gaze swept around, but he did not see even half a shadow of Xiaoyan. Swoosh, a sharp sound of breaking wind rang out, causing Lei Bao to hurriedly turn his body. That sound came from right in front of him. The space twisted, and Xiaoyan's figure once again appeared in the sky. With a heavy ruler in his hand, he slammed it down on Lei Bao's head. Humph. You dare to face this king head-on, you are really courting death. Seeing that Xiao Yan had actually faced him head-on, Lei Bao immediately let out a cold laugh. His body shook, and in a flash, he returned to his original body. His huge body was like a small mountain that covered the sky. In front of him, Xiao Yan's figure was like a mouse, as if he could easily trample him to death as long as his foot landed. Wind-tearing claw. Flame-devouring tsunami. Two explosive roars rang out at the same time. In the sky, a huge beast claw descended from the sky, fiercely colliding with the giant ruler that was soaring into the sky below. Boom! Immediately, an earth-shaking explosion resounded in the sky. At this moment, the sky and earth trembled violently. A terrifying energy storm followed one after another, rapidly sweeping across the sky above. In the sky, the girl had already woken up. Under the protection of her companions, she had already hidden outside the battle circle. The girl's beautiful eyes revealed shock as she looked at Xiao Yan in the field. Her small mouth could not help but slightly open, and her jade-like hands were clenched together in worry. Who did he hit? In the girl's mind, the moment when Xiao Yan hugged her to avoid Lei Bao's killing move appeared once again. His face, which could not be considered handsome, was filled with a mature charm that ordinary men did not have. A pair of pitch-black eyes were as quiet as a deep pool of water. Ever since the girl had seen Xiao Yan for the first time, his face had been deeply engraved in the depths of her mind. She would probably never forget it for the rest of her life. Xiao Yan had saved her when she was at her most frightened and helpless. This instantly tugged at the heartstrings in the girl's heart. At this moment, the girl's mind was filled with the hope that the black-robed man would not lose. She hoped that she would be able to look at him a few more times. In the sky, Lei Bao's heart was filled with shock as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was still calm under his claw. He did not expect that a human's strength would not be inferior to a magical beast like him. It was hard to imagine that the black-robed young man in front of him had already cultivated his physical body to a terrifying level. Good boy. I really did not expect that your strength would be so great despite your mediocre strength. However, just relying on strength alone will not be enough to defeat this king. As soon as his voice fell, Lei Bao's beast claw suddenly tightened. His douqi surged wildly as a terrifying force poured down from his claw. A sharp gust of wind shot out in all directions, forcibly forcing Xiao Yan's attack back. Haha, thank you for the information. Since you think my strength is not enough, why don't you try this move? Diamond-glazed body. As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Yan's body instantly transformed into a towering diamond god. He put away the heavy ruler in his hand into his storage ring and grabbed Lei Bao's beast claw with his left hand. Under Lei Bao's shocked gaze, he forcefully pulled Lei Bao in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yan's right hand clenched into a fist. As Lei Bao struggled with all his might, his fist landed heavily on Lei Bao's head. Bang! A loud bang resounded. Lei Bao's body was uncontrollably buried deep into the mountain range below. The mountain collapsed and buried Lei Bao's entire body. Lei Bao's roar of pain resounded. Outside the battlefield, everyone was looking at Xiao Yan, who had transformed into a diamond giant, in shock. Everyone could not help but open their mouths wide. Their hearts were filled with shock. It was hard to imagine that the person who was smashed into the mountain range by Xiao Yan just now was really a 7-star half-martial emperor. In the sky, Xiao Yan, who had transformed into a Vajra god, was standing in the air. Not far in front of him was an enormous black lightning leopard. It was glaring angrily at Xiao Yan. Its pair of enormous beast eyes had turned scarlet red, and it was occasionally letting out low roars. Outside the battlefield, Uncle Ge and the others were silently looking at the two people on the battlefield. Especially Shui, her pair of bright eyes were flickering with radiance. Her eyes were tightly fixed on Xiao Yan, and extraordinary splendor flickered in her eyes. Roar, you hid your strength? Lei Bao roared. From his tone, it was not difficult to hear the graveness in his heart. The strength Xiao Yan had displayed was far more powerful than what he had seen. Just from the collision earlier, Lei Bao was able to tell that Xiao Yan's true strength was likely not something he could compare to. Furthermore, with his current state, it was simply impossible for him to be a match for Xiao Yan. In Lei Bao's opinion, since this black-robed human was able to easily defeat him, then his true strength was likely already that of an 8-star half-martial emperor, Of course, this was only Lei Bao's opinion. After all, under normal circumstances, to be able to easily defeat a 7-star half-martial emperor, one had to be at least an 8-star half-martial emperor. Merely, if he were to know that Xiaoyan's true strength was only that of a 5-star half-martial emperor, then what would he think? Xiaoyan merely smiled faintly at Lei Bao's words, and declined to comment. Seeing Xiaoyan's appearance, Lei Bao was even more certain in his heart. At that moment, a chill involuntarily rose in his heart. Then, he thought of the injuries in his body. If this were to continue, then something might really happen. At that time, the result would be unfavorable to him. Humph. Give him face, you all can leave. If you dare to trespass into this king's territory again, then even with his protection, this king will definitely kill all of you. Lei Bao let out a low roar. His figure changed and turned into a human again. At a glance, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had been injured by Xiaoyan in the collision just now. As his voice sounded, Lei Bao's eyes contained resentment as he stared viciously at Xiaoyan. His face was filled with hatred as he clenched his teeth. He turned around and walked toward his own mansion. Wait. Lei Bao's indifferent voice rang out once more. Lei Bao, who had just turned around, had a gloomy expression on his face. He turned around and looked at Xiaoyan once more with a gloomy expression. His fists slowly clenched under his sleeves, and his sinister voice seemed to be fiercely squeezed out from between his teeth. Sir, is there anything else? Haha, it's nothing much. I just want to ask something from you. Xiaoyan laughed softly. The expression on his face made him appear harmless. However, only those who knew him would know that it was this smiling black-robed young man who had caused a 9-star half-emperor to suffer quite a bit. Hearing this, Lei Bao narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiaoyan. The expression in his eyes changed continuously. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth again and asked in a deep voice. May I know what the thing that you were talking about is? Earlier, I had detected a fire-type energy fluctuation in this place. Since your body is of the lightning type, if I am not wrong, there should be a fire-type flame crystal in your cave dwelling. Lei Bao narrowed his eyes and pondered quickly in his heart. It was a long while later before he sneered at Xiaoyan and said in a cold voice, So what if it is? So what if it is? Why should I give it to you? Haha, that's right. Your main body is of the lightning attribute and it clashes with the fire attribute energy. The flame crystal is useless in your hands and is of little value. Therefore, I would like to borrow it for my use. The smile on Xiaoyan's face did not change because of Lei Bao's words. After his words sounded, a fierce wind suddenly blew in the sky. An extremely frightening aura covered the entire area. You want to snatch it? I only want to have a good talk with you. The expression on Xiaoyan's face did not change. Instead, the solemnness in Lei Bao's heart could not be any greater. No one could calmly face a person whose strength they did not know. Moreover, Lei Bao was currently injured. Once Xiaoyan really attacked him, the result was something that one did not need to think to know. How do you want to talk? Lei Bao spat out a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. His pale face had a solemn expression. An unknown enemy was often the most frightening. 2D-tier medicinal pills. The faint voice was transmitted over, but it caused the expression on Lei Bao's face to instantly become dull. He wondered in his heart whether he had heard wrongly. This black-robed, young man in front of him did not intend to use a forceful method to snatch it from his hands. Instead, he wanted to use a medicinal pill to exchange for the flame crystal in his hands. At this moment, even the people outside the battlefield couldn't help but be slightly stunned. They were also momentarily stunned by Xiaoyan's words. They did not expect that such a powerful black-robed man would actually not use violent methods to snatch the flame crystal. This caused them to feel doubtful in their hearts. At the same time, they also involuntarily felt respect for Xiaoyan. Even when facing a magical beast, he was still able to give the other party the basic respect of a practitioner. Compared to a portion of the people, this was already considered quite benevolent. You really want to use medicinal pills to exchange with me? Even at this moment, Lei Bao's heart still did not dare to believe. After being stunned for a long while, he could not help but ask Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan smiled, but he did not reply. Instead, he casually took out 2 D-tier medicinal pills from it. Upon seeing this scene, Lei Bao's face immediately revealed a joyous expression. He did not expect that the useless items he had coincidentally obtained would actually be able to be exchanged for D-tier medicinal pills. The thing that caused Lei Bao to feel even more astonished was that the black-robed man in front of him was clearly stronger than him. However, he was willing to use medicinal pills to exchange for the flame crystal that was completely useless to him. This really caused one to feel extremely astonished. Of course, the reason why Xiaoyan would do this was because he was afraid that Lei Bao would destroy the flame crystal in a moment of desperation. That would be a pity for Xiaoyan. On the other hand, Xiaoyan could not be bothered to stir up trouble. In order to avoid these unnecessary troubles, he could only make some sacrifices. However, if he could use D-tier medicinal pills to exchange for the flame crystal, it would be worth it for the current Xiaoyan. Humph, this flame crystal is something that I have spent quite a lot of effort to obtain. For it, I nearly lost my life. Now, you want to use 2 D-tier medicinal pills to easily take it away. Humph, aren't you thinking too simply? However, just as everyone thought that this matter was about to end, Lei Bao's words caused the expressions on everyone's faces to become slightly sluggish. They did not expect that Lei Bao would actually have some guts at this moment. He wanted to use the flame crystal to obtain more benefits from Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan frowned slightly and revealed a displeased expression on his face. He did not expect that this fellow would actually dare to take advantage of him. He secretly laughed coldly in his heart. Xiaoyan had seen this kind of joke many years ago. Now that it was placed in front of him, it could only make him laugh coldly. Swoosh, following a wave of rushing wind sound, the huge black ruler once again appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. 2 D-tier medicinal pills in exchange for your flame crystal. You have already profited greatly. If you are still unwilling, you can choose to fight with me again. If you win, I will give you 5 D-tier medicinal pills. If you lose, I will skin you until not even your bones are left. Hearing this, the corner of Lei Bao's eyes involuntarily twitched. His throat rolled slightly as he opened his mouth to speak. However, in the next moment, Xiaoyan's indifferent voice once again sounded out. Don't think of using the method of destroying the flame crystal to threaten me. If you really do that, it is fine. I will also kill you. At the very most, I will go and find more flame crystals. After his words sounded out, the huge ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was lifted. The sharp rushing wind sound was like a whistle that resounded through the sky. At the same time, the expression on Lei Bao's face changed drastically. As his body retreated, he flipped his palm and a crimson crystal appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he threw it viciously at Xiaoyan. In the sky, Xiaoyan revealed a faint smile as he watched Lei Bao leave swiftly. He lifted his hand and looked at the scarlet-red flame crystal in his palm. His eyes involuntarily revealed a satisfied expression. Xiaoyan casually placed it into his storage ring and turned around, intending to continue flying deeper into the Shilin mountain range. Elder. Just as Xiaoyan turned around, a group of people swiftly flew over from a short distance away. It was Uncle Ji's group. Oh? Is anything the matter? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly and asked the few people who flew over. Haha, Senior, you misunderstand. How would we dare to trouble Senior? We just want to thank Senior for saving our lives. Today, if it wasn't for Senior's timely rescue, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to keep our lives. Everyone was finally able to clearly see Xiaoyan's appearance when they arrived in front of him. Everyone paused a couple of dozen feet from Xiaoyan. They bowed and cupped their hands to Xiaoyan to express their gratitude. Only Xue'er, whose hands were supporting Uncle Go, revealed a redness on her pretty face. Her pretty eyes were startled as they stared at Xiaoyan. An unusual glint flowed within them, but she did not make the slightest move. When Uncle Go saw this, the expression on his pale face could not help but change slightly. He knew this girl very well. At this moment, he had a panoramic view of the expression on Xue'er's pretty face. Seeing this scene, Uncle Go could only sigh helplessly in his heart. He carefully glanced at Xiaoyan. When he realized that the latter did not mind, he hurriedly called out softly twice. Only then did Xue'er wake up from her absent-mindedness. The moment Xianxia regained her senses, the blush on her pretty face was as though she was drunk. It caused one to unconsciously feel tender affection for her. When she saw Xiaoyan looking over, Xianxia hurriedly lowered her head and spoke to Xiaoyan in a delicate and respectful tone. "Junior Xianxia thanks Senior for saving my life." As she spoke, Xianxia did not forget to secretly glance at Xiaoyan. This scene was naturally seen by Xiaoyan. The thought in her eyes was also understood by Xiaoyan at a glance. Immediately, Xiaoyan could not help but blush. He thought to himself, I only saved someone out of kindness occasionally. I can't possibly save someone's feelings. Sigh. Charisma is really a terrifying thing. Looks like I have to consider saving people in the future. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth curled as he softly muttered. Elder, what's wrong? Do you have something for us to do? If there is, please feel free to tell us. We will do our best to help you. Hearing Xiaoyan's muttering, Uncle Ji's pale face immediately became spirited. He raised his head and looked at Xiaoyan as he asked respectfully. No, it's nothing. Since there's nothing else now, you should quickly leave this place. With your team's strength, you can't stay here any longer. It's better to go to the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range. Hearing Uncle Ji's words, Xiaoyan awkwardly withdrew his thoughts. His old face slowly recovered its normal color as he spoke to the few people in front of him. With a turn of his body, he prepared to leave. Seeing Xiaoyan turn around and leave without looking back, the expression on Xianxia's pretty face changed slightly. Her red lips parted slightly, but she did not say anything. Only when Xiaoyan flew 1,000 feet away did Xianxia muster the courage to ask Xiaoyan in a loud voice. Elder has saved Xianxia. Can you leave your name behind? Xiaoyan, who was flying, paused slightly. He raised his eyes and looked at the continuous mountain range in the distance. The hot sun scattered down like golden sand, causing Xiaoyan to involuntarily narrow his eyes. Suddenly, Xiaoyan waved his large hand. The large black ruler once again appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. His hand twisted the ruler's hilt and carried the heavy ruler on his back. At the same time, his clear voice resounded over the sky like thunder. Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's feet moved after his voice sounded. The sky extinction step was instantly unleashed. Following a breeze that blew over the sky, Xiaoyan's figure had already disappeared from the sky. Xiao Yan, Xianxia softly muttered. Uncle Ge by her side and everyone behind her immediately had a change in expression the moment they heard Xiaoyan's name. Xiaoyan. He is Xiaoyan. The Xiaoyan that the 4 large sects have jointly agreed to capture. It is unexpected that he has actually run to this place. Looking at the direction he is heading, he should be heading to the deep regions of the Shilin mountain range. Only that place is a place that even the 4 large sects have difficulty reaching. Uncle Ji's face was pale as he exhaled a deep breath. Immediately, he removed Xianxia's hand that was supporting him. He turned around, looked at everyone behind him with a solemn gaze, and spoke in a deep voice. Brothers, I hope that everyone will forget about today's matter after we leave this place. Just treat it as though you have never seen him. Everyone should understand what I mean. Everyone immediately responded and nodded. Uncle Ge also nodded solemnly when he saw this. He immediately glanced at Xianxia, who was staring blankly in the direction that Xiaoyan had left. He helplessly sighed, grabbed Xianxia's wrist, and led everyone to swiftly withdraw from the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, it was already night time. Another day quietly flowed by during the boring journey. Xiaoyan, who was flying, once again landed on the top of a mountain as he looked at the night sky that had completely turned dark. He sat cross-legged and began to train. A long while later, Xiaoyan once again opened his eyes. It was possible to see a brilliant fire glow flashing across his eyes. Xiaoyan's aura had once again returned to its peak. With a flip of his hand, a fiery red flame crystal suddenly stood in Xiaoyan's palm. This was the piece that he had obtained from Lei Bao during the day. Of course, in order to obtain this flame crystal, Xiaoyan had no choice but to give up 2 emperor-tier medicinal pills. However, this was worth it for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan deeply inhaled a breath of air. He placed the flame crystal between his hands and shut his eyes. Vast and frightening spiritual strength suddenly poured out from between his eyebrows at this moment and began to engrave the flame crystal in his hand. With the experience from the previous 3 times and the addition of Xiaoyan's current spiritual strength, the engraving process was much faster compared to the previous few times. Even the step of forming an avatar was completed by Xiaoyan in one go this time around. Within a couple of hours, another avatar appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan nodded slightly as he looked at the somewhat illusionary avatar in front of him. Although the strength of this avatar was only that of a 9-star Dosheng, it was much stronger than the previous 3 avatars that had just been formed. Perhaps this was due to the increase in Xiaoyan's strength. However, regardless of how one put it, he had finally formed another avatar. Hence, as long as he was able to find 2 more flame crystals, the strength of this avatar would once again rise. With 3 merged into 1, Xiaoyan would once again possess an avatar whose strength was not inferior to that of a bandit. This was quite a great help to Xiaoyan. After all, once the avatar self-destructed, its might was something that even an elite bandit would not be able to easily ignore. If the strength of this avatar was to increase in the future, it was likely that even a genuine elite Dodi would be afraid of it. Xiaoyan softly exhaled with anticipation in his heart. He sat cross-legged and once again entered his training mode. However, Xiaoyan had just shut his eyes when a powerful suction force was suddenly emitted from Xiaoyan's body. Threads of natural energy visible to the naked eye swiftly gathered toward Xiaoyan, causing the expression on Xiaoyan's face to change. What's going on? Sensing the abnormality in his body, Xiaoyan's face was immediately startled. He hurriedly used his mind to inspect his body but discovered that there was no change to his vortex. The source of the suction force was also not his body. Xiaoyan frowned. Since the suction force did not come from him, where did it come from? Moreover, according to this situation, it was clearly a sign of a breakthrough. Puff. Suddenly, the expression of Xiaoyan, who was looking inside his mind, changed abruptly. In the middle of his vortex, a pink flame suddenly rushed out of Xiaoyan's physical body and turned into a human figure in the air. It was really Hui. Hui had been sleeping in Xiaoyan's body for several years. Now that he had woken up again, it was finally time for him to break through to the half-emperor realm. After coming back to his senses, Xiaoyan suddenly raised his head and looked at Hui with a happy face. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, Hui, you're finally going to break through? That's great." Hearing this, Hui slowly lowered his eyes and looked at Xiaoyan. However, the moment the two looked at each other, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. In that moment, he saw an indifferent look in Hui's eyes. Hui, purifying demonic lotus flame. Return. Xiaoyan's muttering voice that was filled with doubt had just been emitted when Hui in the sky suddenly let out a loud cry. He waved his large hand and Xiaoyan's body below began to tremble intensely. Immediately following this, a cluster of pink-colored, heavenly flame was forcefully separated from the vortex within Xiaoyan's body. It flew out of Xiaoyan's body and instantly returned to Hui's body. Xiaoyan immediately felt a sharp pain in his head when his connection with the purifying demonic lotus flame was severed. However, just as he was about to struggle, Xiaoyan received a heavy blow from the back of his neck. In the next moment, Xiaoyan's vision darkened and he fainted. The moment Xiaoyan collapsed, Guyu appeared behind Xiaoyan and supported him. Then, he slowly laid Xiaoyan down. Only then did he get up and look at Hui in the sky. "You're finally going to break through. Does that mean it's time for you to leave?" "The time has come. Naturally, it is time for me to leave." Hui's tone was indifferent. No emotion could be seen on his face as he looked at Guyu, who was standing quietly beside Xiaoyan. "Humph, as expected, when that fellow broke through, the second thing this old man thought of was you. I didn't expect it to be true." Guyu softly snorted upon hearing this. The corner of his mouth was lifted into an arc. Clearly, he was quite satisfied with his own judgment. Hui was indifferent to this. His indifferent eyes paused on Xiaoyan before he spoke to Guyu. "I will leave him to you." "Haha, don't. You should be aware that this old man will not be able to last for long. Originally, I planned to delay for a little longer. However, since you are about to leave, there is no point in delaying any longer. I will tell him once you leave." Guyu smiled. His old eyes involuntarily revealed a complicated expression. No matter what, I have to thank you for this journey. If it was not for you, it is likely that he would not have been able to reach this stage. The expression on Huiyi's indifferent face finally changed a little. The tone of his mouth had also become a lot calmer. Haha, what is there to thank me for? This old man is merely doing his duty. You, on the other hand, are about to break through, yet you still reveal such an icy appearance. This is not the same as before. Rumble. Thunderclouds suddenly churned in the sky after Guyu's words sounded. They covered the entire sky. Immediately, the entire place became dark. It was as though night had arrived. Many frightening thunderbolts descended from the sky as the thunderclouds churned, causing the entire world to tremble. It was likely that even a 9-star band emperor would not be able to survive for an instant under this frightening thunderbolt. However, this was the strength that Hui had to endure when he broke through. Ha, come, let this venerable one see just how strong you are. Rumble. As Huiyi's sneer fell, the rolling thunderclouds in the sky suddenly roared with angry thunder. Then, the world was shrouded by a dazzling silver light. Then, a terrifying thunderbolt, like a horned dragon, suddenly descended from the thunderclouds and fiercely blasted towards Hui below. Humph, although Huiyi's tone was unyielding, he did not dare to be careless in the face of this thunderbolt, given his current strength. His body dodged left and right while his hand swiftly formed a seal. The moment the thunderbolt struck, the seal in Huiyi's hand was completed. His palm ruthlessly struck the thunderbolt. Bang! 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 Between the heavens and the earth, thunder continued to rumble as the rumbling shook the heavens. The entire world was trembling, as if it was afraid of the power of the world. Hui, who was in the sky, had an increasingly fanatical expression. Not only was he not defeated by the countless bombardments of the lightning, but his strength had become even more tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, the repeated attacks had already continued for 3 days. Shatter! An earth-shaking cry sounded. Hui once again threw a ruthless punch at the thunderbolt in the sky. The thunderbolt shattered when the punch was thrown. Even at this moment, the words that had been spat out from Huiyi's mouth still reverberated in the sky. After the lightning was broken, Huiyi's feet suddenly stomped on the empty air. As the thunderclouds churned, he charged into them. After a couple of rumbling sounds were emitted, the thunderclouds in the sky that had churned for 3 days and 3 nights finally began to gradually scatter. Buzz buzz buzz. However, the scattering of the thundercloud did not mean that everything was over. Instead, an even more frightening aura quietly covered the sky when the thundercloud scattered. Is it finally your turn? Humph. This venerable self should have come to this world a long time ago. Unexpectedly, it has been delayed until now. Huiyi's expression was indifferent as he swept his eyes over Guyu's familiar face. A disgust rose in his heart. He let out a cold snort. His expression had once again become grave. Buzz buzz buzz, as a buzzing sound of unknown origin resounded in the sky, the originally calm and flawless azure sky actually gradually became distorted at this moment. Vaguely, a strange barrier appeared at the top of the sky. At the same time, the energy in the sky gathered at this moment. A vast and mighty energy aura was slowly transmitted from the sky above Huiyi's head. Ha 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 ha. Come. Today, this venerable self shall see just what is so great about this world. Huiyi's wild and unrestrained laughter sounded. His feet suddenly stepped on empty air, and the space below instantly collapsed. Hui charged into the sky and headed to the ceiling. Middle region. A middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe stood in a certain fairy-like bamboo forest. His originally calm expression suddenly changed at this moment. His solemn eyes immediately looked to the west. In another hidden place, a pair of scarlet bloodthirsty eyes were also looking towards the west like the former. Only after a long time did they slowly close. Sky boundary, it's the western region. Could it be that it is that fellow from last time? The middle-aged man in the bamboo forest frowned. There was some worry between his brows. Ugh, the sky of this continent is about to change. Xiaochen sighed helplessly. His long and drawn-out sigh was filled with a sense of desolation. It echoed endlessly in this spacious and empty bamboo forest. Ugh, the large amount of information that suddenly swarmed into Xiaoyan's mind caused the expression on the face of the dazed Xiaoyan to abruptly change. An intense pain was immediately and swiftly transmitted from his mind. Xiaoyan's expression also subsequently turned pale. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan gradually sorted out the large amount of information in his mind. His pale face also gradually recovered. When Xiaoyan's mind looked within his body, the first thing that Xiaoyan saw in his mind were three large, flickering golden words. Ice Spirit Pill. This piece of information was just like a scroll of medicinal pill formulas. Xiaoyan's heart stilled. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Guyu in front of him. His tone was uncertain as he asked, "Old Gu, this is Ice Spirit Pill. This is for you to use to swallow the heavenly flame. Don't forget that with your current strength, how can it be so easy for you to swallow my actual body? Without the aid of this medicinal pill, it is likely that you will be instantly turned into ashes when the heavenly flame enters your body with your current strength." Guyu wore a mocking expression as he looked at Xiaoyan and softly laughed when he saw the surprised expression on Xiaoyan's face. Xiaoyan's expression was slightly startled when he heard this. Only then did he recall that he was currently in the Yuanwu continent. The heavenly flame here was many times stronger than the Dochi continent. It was not something that he could randomly swallow. Only a medicinal pill could increase Xiaoyan's chances of swallowing a heavenly flame. When he thought until this point, Xiaoyan involuntarily recalled the scene when he had swallowed the green lotus core flame for the first time. At that time, it seemed that he had relied on the ground spirit pill that Yao Lao had refined in order to save Xiaoyan from a great deal of pain when he swallowed the heavenly flame. At the same time, it had also helped Xiaoyan increase his chances of swallowing the heavenly flame. Now, a scene that was incomparably similar to back then had once again appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze. He slowly shut his eyes and carefully savored the information that he had just obtained. Ice Spirit Pill, a Tier 3 medicinal pill. It was a Tier 3 middle-grade medicinal pill. The difficulty of refining it was considered quite difficult even among all the Tier 3 medicinal pills. Of course, it was precisely because it was difficult to refine that its true value was revealed. After all, the Ice Spirit Pill was an existence that could contend with a heavenly flame. Xiaoyan's heart was involuntarily shocked when he thought of a Tier 3 medicinal pill being able to contend with and even suppress a heavenly flame. TSK, it is really unexpected that this Ice Spirit Pill is able to suppress the bone-chilling flame. Xiaoyan once again a moment later as he clicked his tongue and exclaimed. TCH, don't place all your hopes on this Ice Spirit Pill. Although this pill is able to suppress this old man's body, what it relies on is not the power of the pill itself, but the ice spirit chilling liquid within. While Xiaoyan was exclaiming in surprise, "Gu, you mentioned the most important component of the ice spirit pill." Yes, it was the ice spirit chilling liquid. Speaking of the ice spirit chilling liquid, it was indeed an extremely rare treasure on the continent. Its preciousness was not inferior to the meteorite mysterious iron. Moreover, it was a necessary ingredient to refine many high-tier medicinal pills. Even many Tier 8 medicinal pills could not lack the ice spirit chilling liquid as the main ingredient. Hence, every time the ice spirit chilling liquid was discovered on the continent, it would cause a bloodbath. It was a priceless item in the auction house. Of course, this was only because of the preciousness of the ice spirit chilling liquid. As for its use, it was the nemesis of all flames. The ice spirit chilling liquid originated from the ice spirit chilling spring. The ice spirit chilling spring possessed an extremely frightening cold power. Wherever it was, the entire world would turn into hell. No living being could enter within a radius of 10,000 miles and no beasts could survive. Even a demonic beast at the level of a half-emperor would find it difficult to get close. If a heavenly flame possessed the most terrifyingly high temperature in the world, then the ice spirit chilling spring possessed the coldest temperature in the world. Under such a terrifyingly low temperature, even empty space would be frozen and collapse. Hence, when a heavenly flame and the ice spirit chilling liquid collided, the two extremely opposite temperature differences would cause the strength of the two to reduce each other. In the end, they would reach a state of equilibrium. This was the effect of the ice spirit pill. Of course, the bone-chilling flame was famous for its freezing effect. However, this point was overlooked by Guyu. Xiaoyan, who possessed the protection of the heavenly flame, was able to completely ignore the freezing effect of the bone-chilling flame. Hence, as long as he could suppress the wild and violent temperature of the bone-chilling flame, the rest would depend on Xiaoyan's luck. After Xiaoyan finished reading the entire scroll of the medicinal formula, his mouth involuntarily let out an intense cough. The expression on his face had also become ugly following this. Other than the ice spirit chilling liquid that Guyu had mentioned, Xiaoyan could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood when he saw the other pill ingredients in the entire pill formula. There were over 100 kinds of ingredients for the ice spirit pill. Although he was able to gather over half of them, the other 4 ingredients among them caused Xiaoyan to want to cry, but have no tears. Other than the icy spirit cold liquid, the other 4 types were also extremely precious medicinal ingredients for refining pills. Xiaoyan believed that with his current wealth, he would only be able to barely gather 3 of them even if he were to go bankrupt. As for the remaining one, including the icy spirit cold liquid, Xiaoyan could only look at it and sigh. Ugh, Xiaoyan helplessly laughed bitterly. His eyebrows involuntarily furrowed together. He did not expect that he had unknowingly become destitute. After using 2 emperor-grade medicinal pills to exchange for the flame crystal, Xiaoyan was only left with 5 earth-grade medicinal pills. This might be quite a lot for an ordinary half-martial emperor, but it was not enough for Xiaoyan to make up for his consumption. Looks like it is time to refine some emperor-grade medicinal pills. Xiaoyan laughed bitterly in his heart. At the same time, he also wanted to use this opportunity to practice his alchemy skills. After all, compared to other rank 2 alchemists, Xiaoyan had only refined 1 emperor-grade medicinal pill. In comparison, Xiaoyan was weaker than other rank 2 alchemists in every aspect. Hence, this time around, Xiaoyan entered the Shilin mountain range. On one hand, he was heading towards the western wastelands region. On the other hand, he was practicing his alchemy skills. This process was extremely important for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan relaxed his eyebrows and nodded slightly. He once again sat down. Both of his hands formed a training seal. The flame mantra chi method within his body also began to circulate at this moment. Threads of natural energy gradually gathered towards Xiaoyan. Guyu focused his eyes on Xiaoyan, who had once again entered a training state. He inhaled a deep breath of air. After which, his body moved. He turned into a white light that entered Xiaoyan's body in a flash. A couple of wolf howls were occasionally emitted in the dark night sky. There was a slight rustling sound that quietly appeared in the dark mountain forest. An energy hurricane whistled continuously on the mountain peak. This night was not peaceful. Ugh, the large amount of information that suddenly swarmed into Xiaoyan's mind caused the expression on the face of the dazed Xiaoyan to abruptly change. An intense pain was immediately and swiftly transmitted from his mind. Xiaoyan's expression also subsequently turned pale. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan gradually sorted out the large amount of information in his mind. His pale face also gradually recovered. When Xiaoyan's mind looked into his body, the first thing that Xiaoyan saw in his mind were 3 large, flickering golden words. Ice Spirit Pill. This piece of information was just like a scroll of medicinal pill formulas. Xiaoyan's heart stilled. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Guyu in front of him. His tone was uncertain as he asked, "Old Gu, this is Ice Spirit Pill. This is for you to use to swallow the heavenly flame. Don't forget that with your current strength, it is not so easy for you to swallow my actual body. Without the aid of this medicinal pill, it is likely that you will be instantly turned into ashes when the heavenly flame enters your body with your current strength." Guyu wore a mocking expression as he looked at Xiaoyan and softly laughed when he saw the surprised expression on Xiaoyan's face. Xiaoyan's expression was slightly startled when he heard this. Only then did he recall that he was currently in the Yuanwu continent. The heavenly flame here was many times stronger than the Dochi continent. It was not something that he could randomly swallow. Only a medicinal pill could increase Xiaoyan's chances of swallowing a heavenly flame. When he thought of this, Xiaoyan involuntarily recalled the scene when he had swallowed the green lotus core flame for the first time back then. At that time, it seemed that he had relied on the ground spirit pill that Yao Lao had refined to save Xiaoyan from a great deal of pain when he swallowed the heavenly flame. At the same time, it had also increased Xiaoyan's chances of swallowing the heavenly flame. Now, a scene that was incomparably similar to back then had once again appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze. He slowly shut his eyes and carefully savored the information that he had just received. Ice Spirit Pill, a Tier 3 medicinal pill. It was a Tier 3 middle-grade medicinal pill. The difficulty of refining it was considered quite difficult even among all the Tier 3 medicinal pills. Of course, it was precisely because it was difficult to refine that its true value was revealed. After all, the Ice Spirit Pill was an existence that could contend with a heavenly flame. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily felt shocked when he thought of how a Tier 3 medicinal pill could contend with a heavenly flame and even suppress it. TSK, it is really unexpected that this Ice Spirit Pill is able to suppress the bone-chilling flame. Xiaoyan's eyes once again a moment later as he clicked his tongue and exclaimed. TCH, don't place all your hopes on this Ice Spirit Pill. Although this pill is able to suppress this old man's body, what it relies on is not the power of the pill itself, but the Ice Spirit chilling liquid within. While Xiaoyan was exclaiming in surprise, Guyu mentioned the most important component of the Ice Spirit Pill. That's right, it was the Ice Spirit chilling liquid. Speaking of the Ice Spirit chilling liquid, it was indeed an extremely rare treasure on the continent. Its preciousness was not inferior to the meteorite mysterious iron. In addition, it was a necessary ingredient to refine many high-grade medicinal pills. Even many Tier 8 medicinal pills could not lack the Ice Spirit chilling liquid as the main ingredient. Hence, whenever the Ice Spirit chilling liquid was discovered on the continent, it would cause a bloodbath. In the auction house, it was a priceless item. Of course, this was only because of the preciousness of the Ice Spirit chilling liquid. As for its use, it was the nemesis of all flames. The Ice Spirit chilling liquid originated from the Ice Spirit chilling spring. The Ice Spirit chilling spring possessed an extremely frightening cold power. Wherever it was, the entire world would turn into hell. No living being could enter within a radius of 10,000 miles and no beasts could survive. Even a demonic beast at the level of a half-emperor would find it difficult to get close. If a heavenly flame possessed the most terrifyingly high temperature in the world, then the Ice Spirit chilling spring possessed the coldest temperature in the world. Under such a terrifyingly low temperature, even empty space would be frozen and collapse. Hence, when a heavenly flame and the Ice Spirit chilling liquid collided, the two extremely opposite temperature differences would reduce each other's strength until they reached a state of equilibrium. This was the effect of the Ice Spirit Pill. Of course, the bone-chilling flame was famous for its freezing effect. However, this point was overlooked by Guyu. Xiaoyan, who possessed the protection of the heavenly flame, was able to completely ignore the freezing effect of the bone-chilling flame. Hence, as long as he could suppress the wild and violent temperature of the bone-chilling flame, the rest would depend on Xiaoyan's luck. After Xiaoyan finished reading the entire scroll of the medicinal formula, his mouth involuntarily let out an intense cough. The expression on his face had also become ugly following this. Other than the icy spirit cold liquid that Guyu had mentioned, Xiaoyan could not help but angrily spit out a mouthful of blood when he glanced at the other pill ingredients on this scroll. There were over 100 kinds of ingredients for the Ice Spirit Pill. Although he was able to gather over half of them, the other 4 ingredients among them caused Xiaoyan to want to cry, but have no tears. Other than the icy spirit cold liquid, the other 4 types were also extremely precious medicinal ingredients for refining pills. Xiaoyan believed that with his current wealth, he would only be able to barely gather 3 of them even if he were to go bankrupt. As for the remaining 1, including the icy spirit cold liquid, Xiaoyan could only look at it and sigh. Ugh, Xiaoyan helplessly laughed bitterly. His eyebrows involuntarily furrowed together. He did not expect that he had become so poor. After exchanging 2 emperor-grade medicinal pills for the flame crystal, Xiaoyan was only left with 5 earth-grade medicinal pills. This might be quite a lot for an ordinary half-martial emperor, but it was not enough for Xiaoyan to make up for his consumption. Looks like it is time to refine some emperor-grade medicinal pills. Xiaoyan laughed bitterly in his heart. At the same time, he also wanted to use this opportunity to practice his alchemy skills. After all, compared to other rank 2 alchemists, Xiaoyan had only refined 1 emperor-grade medicinal pill. In comparison, Xiaoyan was weaker than other rank 2 alchemists in every aspect. Hence, this time around, Xiaoyan entered the Shilin mountain range to head towards the western wastelands while also practicing his alchemy skills. This process was extremely important for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan relaxed his eyebrows and nodded slightly. He once again sat down. Both of his hands formed a training seal. The flame mantra chi method within his body also began to circulate at this moment. Threads of natural energy gradually gathered towards Xiaoyan. Du focused his eyes on Xiaoyan, who had once again entered a training state. He inhaled a deep breath of air. After which, his body moved and he turned into a white light that entered Xiaoyan's body in a flash. A couple of wolf howls were occasionally emitted in the dark night sky. There was a slight rustling sound that quietly appeared in the dark mountain forest. An energy hurricane whistled continuously on the mountain peak. This night was not peaceful. The next day the short and long night passed by quietly. When the last star in the western sky disappeared, a white light appeared on the horizon in the east. The white light appeared dim, but it caused the darkness to compromise. As the white light grew increasingly intense, the darkness also scattered. Finally, a fiery red sun slowly rose into the sky, as though it had just woken up from a deep slumber. It carried a weary feeling. Feeling the warm temperature on his back, Xiaoyan slowly woke up from his training state. An entire night of training did not cause Xiaoyan to feel even the slightest bit tired. On the contrary, it caused Xiaoyan to feel even more energetic. Standing up, Xiaoyan pulled out the heavy Xian Buster sword that was stuck in the crevice of a rock. As the rock fragments scattered, Xiaoyan carried the heavy Xian Buster sword on his back. He pushed off the rock with the tip of his foot and leaped forward slightly. His black robe fluttered in the wind. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had already appeared in the sky 100 feet away. During the journey, Xiaoyan did not forget to use his spiritual energy to search the mountain forest below. This time, other than trying his luck to find the flame crystals, he also wanted to find some medicinal ingredients to refine emperor-grade elixir pills. Looking at the medicinal ingredients left in Xiaoyan's storage ring, there were only a few that could be used to refine emperor-grade elixir pills. With Xiaoyan's current alchemy skills, these medicinal ingredients were not enough for Xiaoyan to refine an emperor-grade elixir pill. Therefore, he had to collect more medicinal ingredients. Only through repeated failures could Xiaoyan gain more experience and increase his success rate of refining emperor-grade elixir pills. Although this kind of search was not easy, Xiaoyan had finally obtained a couple of medicinal ingredients that he needed after experiencing a couple of big battles. On a certain mountain peak, Xiaoyan gazed at the endless mountain range in the west. After a month of travel, Xiaoyan was about to reach the depths of the Shilin mountain range. Although Xiaoyan had yet to enter that place, he had already clearly sensed a couple of powerful auras from the probing of his spiritual strength. This involuntarily caused Xiaoyan's face to reveal a grave expression. If he guessed correctly, the owners of those few auras were likely magical beasts at the level of 9-star band D. TSK, this Shilin mountain range is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Who knows how long these magical beasts have existed? Their cultivation has actually reached such a level. It's hard to imagine what the interior of the Shilin mountain range is like. Xiaoyan gazed at the direction of the auras in front of him and could not help but exclaim. At the same time Xiaoyan sensed those auras, they also sensed Xiaoyan's senses. Humans? Go back to where you came from. Don't disturb our cultivation. This is not a place that you can casually step into. Deep within the mountain range, an indifferent voice echoed out. In the end, it landed in Xiaoyan's ears. The power contained within those words caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily furrow his brows. Seemingly having seen through Xiaoyan's strength, the attitude of the person who spoke was not overbearing. His indifferent voice was only advising Xiaoyan to leave on his own accord. Xiaoyan only smiled in a relaxed manner after hearing the meaning behind the words. He immediately cupped his hands in the direction of those few people and said with a smile, "Everyone, please don't worry. I'm only passing by your precious land and wish to borrow a path. If I've disturbed you in any way, please forgive me. Brat, I can see that it's not easy for you to cultivate and I don't want to kill you. I advise you to turn back now and leave the Shilin mountain range. As for passing by, you should take a detour. Otherwise, don't blame us for bullying you." This time, the indifferent voice had become somewhat stern and fierce. A tyrannical feeling was also revealed within it. However, Xiaoyan's expression remained indifferent. The smile at the corners of his mouth gradually disappeared and a determined expression was revealed on his handsome face. Although the other party was a 9-star half-emperor, he had no choice but to borrow this path. Currently, the time was not right and he did not want to so easily encounter the 4 great sections. Therefore, if he wanted to head to the western desolated region, he had to pass through the Shilin mountain range no matter what. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiaoyan sat down with an indifferent expression. With a wave of his hand, a scarlet-red medicinal cauldron immediately appeared in front of Xiaoyan. It was the 1,000-beast cauldron. In order to not attract too much trouble for himself, Xiaoyan could only temporarily use the 1,000-beast cauldron. After all, the Luotian divine cauldron was ranked second on the heavenly cauldron ranking. Its allure was really too frightening. If Xiaoyan really took out the Luotian divine cauldron and it was discovered, not only would the Shilin mountain range, even the entire western region would become lively. With a flick of his finger, a strand of gorgeous heavenly flame shot into the medicinal cauldron. With a puff, the heavenly flame rose and the temperature within the medicinal cauldron also rose. After doing all this, Xiaoyan's hands did not stop moving. With a large wave of his hand, light flickered between his fingers and stalk after stalk of medicinal ingredients that contained a rich medicinal fragrance rushed into the air. Xiaoyan's 10 fingers continuously flicked and stalk after stalk of medicinal ingredients seemed to have received an order as they were rapidly thrown into the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan. With the refinement of the heavenly flame, the medicinal energy within was also refined. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had already sat cross-legged on this mountain peak for half a month. During this half a month, the medicinal ingredients within Xiaoyan's medicinal cauldron had been destroyed no less than 5 times. Those medicinal ingredients that were destroyed were usually existences that had a price but no market in the outside world. After seeing the medicinal ingredients in his medicinal cauldron being swallowed by the heavenly flame 5 times in a row, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a heartache in his heart. Among those medicinal ingredients, other than a portion that he had obtained from the Alchemist Association in the ancient savage city, the majority of them were painstakingly obtained in the Shilin mountain range. Now that they had been turned into ashes by the heavenly flame with a puff, no matter who it was, they would feel heartache. Of course, although he felt heartache, Xiaoyan had also gained quite a lot of experience from his repeated failures. These experiences would ensure that Xiaoyan would greatly reduce the chances of failure in refining pills in the future. Although this was on the premise that Xiaoyan had destroyed quite a number of medicinal ingredients, the benefits that Xiaoyan had gained from this would last for the rest of his life. After nearly 2 months of hard work, Xiaoyan had finally successfully attracted 2 pill lightnings. The appearance of the 2 pill lightnings gave Xiaoyan even greater confidence in refining D-tier medicinal pills. The Northern King's strength had once again increased with the help of the 2 pill lightnings. Even though this increase was not great, in Xiaoyan's opinion, it was still something worth celebrating. In the end, Xiaoyan had stayed in the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range for half a year. In this half a year, other than recovering his exhausted dou qi, Xiaoyan had also wholeheartedly devoted himself to refining pills. Heaven did not disappoint those who worked hard. After half a year of tempering, Xiaoyan already had a 70% confidence in his success rate in refining D-tier medicinal pills. Among alchemists of the same level, this was already something that Xiaoyan could be very proud of. At the same time that Xiaoyan's alchemy skills were crazily increasing, his strength as a 5-star half-martial emperor had also been completely consolidated. He was only a step away from reaching the middle stage of the 5-star half-martial emperor realm. The harvest of both his alchemy skills and strength was undoubtedly the happiest thing that had happened to Xiaoyan in the past half a year. As for the Northern King, after experiencing a total of 8 pill lightnings, his strength had already reached the peak of the late stage of the 9-star half-martial emperor realm. There was not much difference between him and a true Dodi. It was just that Xiaoyan did not know what kind of scene it would be if the Northern King really stepped into the Dodi realm one day. Would he also attract a lightning tribulation like a living person? Of course, before that happened, Xiaoyan naturally had no idea. After resting for a night, Xiaoyan slowly withdrew from his training state in the morning. The past half a year did not leave anything on Xiaoyan's face. If there was anything, it would be a mature charm that was even more attractive. Xiaoyan gently exhaled and stood up. Following the sound of bones colliding, Xiaoyan slowly raised his head. His gaze once again looked toward the mountain range in the distance. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. With a move of his body, he flew toward the west. Whoosh! Suddenly, in the clear sky, a violent gale swept through heaven and earth. Waves of trees surged like a tsunami in the sea of trees below. This extremely unusual scene immediately alarmed some of the low-rank magical beasts in the forest. However, when they raised their heads to look at the sky, they did not discover anything. In the sky, Xiaoyan borrowed the miraculousness of the sky annihilation steps to merge his aura with the heaven and earth. This caused Xiaoyan to be unable to discover his existence as he rapidly flew. However, even though this was the case, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless in the slightest. While ordinary low-rank magical beasts were unable to discover him, it did not mean that those three magical beasts were similarly unable to discover his existence. As 9-star half-martial emperors, they naturally possessed their own powerful aspects. Although Xiaoyan's method of concealing his aura was extremely brilliant, in reality, the three masters of this region had already discovered Xiaoyan's existence the moment Xiaoyan set foot in the sky. At this moment, Xiaoyan could only pray in his heart that he would be able to pass through their territory before those three magical beasts arrived. However, in reality, Xiaoyan's prayers were completely useless. Boy, I've already told you to leave this place. This is not a place you should have come to. We do not wish to kill you. If you are to leave now, we can still let you go. However, if you continue to persist in going about things the wrong way, do not blame us for what happens next. While Xiaoyan was swiftly flying, a thunder-like low and deep voice was suddenly transmitted from the sky where he was located at this moment. At the same time, three frightening auras appeared in the sky. Immediately, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, they smashed down onto Xiaoyan who was in the sky. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan shouted "Oh no" in his heart. His expression also changed. If there was only a single 9-star half-martial emperor, it would be fine. However, to Xiaoyan, facing three 9-star half-martial emperors at the same time, it was still difficult for him to resist. At the same time as the oppressive auras smashed down, Xiaoyan also used the sky annihilation steps with all his might. At this moment, the speed of the sky annihilation steps exploded forth. After revealing himself, Xiaoyan immediately turned into a black lightning. With lightning speed, he appeared in the sky several hundred feet away in an instant. Although this was the case, Xiaoyan's speed did not decrease in the slightest. That was because Xiaoyan had already clearly sensed that one of the three 9-star half-martial emperor's speed was something that even Xiaoyan's sky annihilation steps could not compare to. Humph. Boy, your speed is not slow. Unfortunately, before this king, you are still too inferior. A surprised expression was revealed in Xiaoyan's blue eyes. Immediately, a violent wild wind suddenly swept across the sky behind Xiaoyan. At the same time, an enormous shadow swept across the mountain forest below. In the blink of an eye, it had already caught up with Xiaoyan. Boy, you don't have to run anymore. Before this king, your speed is still too inexperienced. A calm voice sounded. Soon after, a white palm extended from behind Xiaoyan. The palm was about to land on Xiaoyan's shoulder and forcibly stop him in midair. 6 Paths Tent. Open! Xiaoyan shouted in his heart. At the instant when the white palm landed, a black tent suddenly condensed in front of him. As for Xiaoyan, he plunged his head into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. That white palm also unexpectedly missed. I have no other choice but to take this path. I hope that the three of you can give way. If I return in the future, I will definitely thank all of you. However, today, this path must be borrowed. Even if you don't want to, you must borrow it. When Xiaoyan's body disappeared, his unwavering voice resounded across the sky. Oh? Seeing that Xiaoyan's body had actually disappeared so abruptly, the person behind him could not help but be slightly stunned. Soon after, he recalled the black tent that Xiaoyan had released earlier. SSS, that is. Great Tao energy. No wonder he dared to say such words. So it turns out that he does have some ability. Thinking of this, a shocked expression suddenly appeared on that person's face. He did not expect that a mere 5-star half-martial emperor brat would actually be able to control great Tao energy. This was truly astonishing. The instant that person raised his eyes, he saw that Xiaoyan had already appeared not far in front of him. At the instant when Xiaoyan appeared, he once again released the Six Paths tent. This continued until Xiaoyan's Six Paths tent was completely released. At this moment, Xiaoyan had already appeared at the end of the line of sight of the 3 people behind him. From the looks of it, as long as Xiaoyan was able to persist for a little longer, he would be able to leave the area of influence of these 3 people. Tianying, what's going on? Why did you stop here? Seeing that the blue-robed man was actually standing in the void, a red-haired brawny man who had just rushed over could not help but ask loudly. At the same time, beside him, a brawny man who was close to 3 meters in height also looked at the blue-robed man in front of him with a puzzled expression in his eyes. TSK, do you know? This human brat has actually already controlled great Tao energy. Tianying could not help but exclaim in surprise. He turned around and looked at the 2 people behind him. Hearing this, a shocked expression instantly appeared on the 2 people's faces. A half-martial emperor could actually comprehend great Tao? This brat is definitely not an ordinary person. Regardless of whether he is an ordinary person or not, we must not let him go any further. If something happens, both of us will not be able to bear the responsibility. Hearing this, the red-haired brawny man's tone deepened as he reminded Tianying. Haha, relax. I know what I am doing. I am just a little surprised. What kind of strange talent is this brat? This king has been famous for hundreds of years, but I have never heard of a person who could comprehend great Tao at the half-martial emperor level. Tianying once again exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Only then did his eyes reveal a surprised expression as he sighed. He turned around and looked at the edge of his sight. A black spot that was as tiny as sand shot into Tianying's eyes. Haha, same here. His speed is also the fastest among the half-martial emperors that I have ever seen. If he is a little stronger, even this king would be unable to catch up to him. Hearing Tianying's continuous exclamations about Xiaoyan, the red-haired brawny man and the brawny man who had not spoken looked at each other. Their eyes also revealed a shocked expression. Even if it was them, they had never heard Tianying give such an evaluation of a person. Screech! The moment the 2 of them turned around, Tianying had already changed his body. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a huge beast that covered the sky. The huge beast's appearance was like an eagle. Both of its wings were nearly 10,000 feet wide. As it flapped its wings, it brought about a terrifying hurricane that swept across the sky, causing the mountain forest below to tremble. The huge eagle spread its wings. In the next moment, it was already approaching Xiaoyan with a terrifying speed. Under Xiaoyan's shocked gaze, it descended above Xiaoyan's head. Its huge eagle claws descended and grabbed onto Xiaoyan. Brat, no one is allowed to take half a step into the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. This is my final warning to you. If you continue to be so stubborn, do not blame me for being merciless. The eagle claws of the sky eagle were just like a cage as it restrained Xiaoyan in the empty sky. Its low and deep voice reverberated over the entire place. Following the flapping of the sky eagle's wings, numerous hurricanes carried invisible waves that swept in all directions. Upon hearing Sky Eagle's words, Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned. However, the determined expression in his pitch-black eyes did not change at all. I have no intention of disturbing the 3 of you. However, as for leaving, I will still say the same thing. Today, you will have to borrow this path even if you don't want to. Humph. What an arrogant tone. Brat, aren't you? Tianying involuntarily let out a cold laugh when Xiao Yan's cry had just left his mouth. However, before the words from his mouth could fade, Xiaoyan, who was being controlled by his eagle claw, suddenly began to move. King Kong glass body. Break! After the King Kong glass body was unleashed, Xiaoyan's body had already become several times larger in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Sky Eagle's eagle claws were no longer able to trap Xiaoyan. After breaking free from the restraints, Xiaoyan's enormous body did not hesitate as it ferociously swooped down towards the mountain forest below. Only there would Xiaoyan be able to dodge the huge eagle above his head. Sky Eagle in the sky could not help but feel astonished that Xiaoyan was actually able to break free from his eagle claws. As a magical beast, his physical body was extremely powerful. Sky Eagle did not doubt that with his current physical strength, even an ordinary 7-star half-emperor would not be able to easily break free from his eagle claws. At this moment, Xiaoyan, a human with the strength of a mere 5-star half-emperor, was actually able to instantly break free. Although the King Kong glass body played a large part in this, just this point alone was enough to show that Xiaoyan's fighting strength was definitely not something that an ordinary half-emperor could compare with. Good lad, no wonder you dared to barge into the territory of the three of us. I have to say that you do have some skills. However, I have already said that today, you can either go back or stay here. The Sky Eagle's mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. Its enormous body forcefully twisted in the empty space and once again grabbed at Xiaoyan below. Flame-splitting tsunami. Just as Sky Eagle's eagle claws were about to grab Xiaoyan, who was rapidly descending, suddenly turned around in the air. At the same time, a huge pitch-black ruler appeared in his hand. As Xiaoyan let out an explosive shout, a gorgeous heavenly flame rapidly lingered around the heavy ruler. The instant the huge ruler was swung, a shocking ruler light instantly swept across the sky and ruthlessly smashed towards the eagle claws behind Xiaoyan. Sky Eagle Wind-Ripping Claw. Sky Eagle did not dare to underestimate the incoming ruler light. After sensing the true strength that Xiaoyan possessed, Sky Eagle no longer dared to underestimate this human brat with the strength of a mere 5-star half-emperor. After the shocking ruler light was broken, Xiaoyan's body had already descended into the mountain forest below. His body also returned to its original size. Heh, you actually used such a method to avoid my pursuit, huh? However, don't forget that there are three of us. Sky Eagle smiled. Its enormous body instantly turned into human form as it faced the wind. After which, it suddenly cried out sternly towards its back. Flame Lion, Xianxia, it should be your turn. Otherwise, this brat will really run away. Heh heh, your speed is so fast. Why can't you catch up to a 5-star half-emperor? While Sky Eagle's cry sounded, a rough mocking laughter was transmitted from a certain part of the mountain forest below. When it entered Sky Eagle's ears, it caused the latter to involuntarily curl his mouth. Only then did he say, "It is not like you don't know that although my speed is not weak, I can only occupy the sky. As for the forest, it is better for you all to occupy it." Haha, brat, Sky Eagle's evaluation of you is the highest that we have ever seen. Therefore, I also wish to see if you are worthy of this evaluation. The red-haired strong man laughed out loud. Immediately, his body shook violently as he let out an earth-shaking lion roar at the sky. His legs moved and his feet suddenly stepped on empty air. In the next instant, the strong body of the flame lion transformed into a bright red cannonball that instantly charged into the mountain forest below. Xiaoyan, who was in the mountain forest, had just landed on the ground. His body had yet to stabilize when the dense forest in front of him was forcefully pushed apart by an overbearing strength. Immediately, a strong human figure, whose entire body was wrapped in a flame do qi, appeared in Xiaoyan's sight. Haha! I am called Flame Lion. The one in the sky is called Sky Eagle. The one behind me is called Xianxia. Brat, what is your name? The Flame Lion laughed loudly and asked Xiaoyan as his body charged forward. Seeing that the Flame Lion had already arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's face did not dare to show the slightest carelessness. His body swiftly turned and once again displayed the King Kong glass body. An enormous ruler appeared in his hand. Without even thinking, he swung the ruler at the Flame Lion that was charging over. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. Lion Aura Fist. Bang! Following an earth-shaking explosion, the mountain forest below was forcefully flattened by a frightening energy storm. Sky Eagle watched this scene from the sky. His blue eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. Xiaoyan's strength was much greater than he had imagined. After 2 seconds, Xiaoyan, who was in the center of the storm, involuntarily let out a muffled groan. As his throat rolled, his face rapidly turned red. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After all, his opponent was a 9-star half-martial emperor. With just Xiaoyan's strength, it was still somewhat difficult for him to withstand the attack. It was inevitable that he would suffer a loss. Seeing that Xiaoyan only had blood at the corner of his mouth after receiving his punch, the flame lion involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. This punch of his had once killed a 6-star half-martial emperor expert with a single punch. Yet, at this moment, Xiaoyan before him was only slightly injured. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that Xiaoyan's strength was absolutely not ordinary. Haha, not bad indeed. Brat, Sky Eagle's evaluation is indeed correct. Your strength is indeed the most extraordinary among all the half-martial emperors I have seen. With your current battle strength, I'm afraid that you are already capable of dealing with ordinary 8-star half-martial emperors. The flame lion's eyes shone. The admiration he had for Xiaoyan in his words was even greater. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan was unable to raise the slightest emotion in his heart. With his ruler technique broken, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Borrowing the rebound force, Xiaoyan rapidly turned around and once again entered the mountain forest behind him. Heh, kid, are you going to run again? With the 3 of us here, where do you think you can run to? Listen to my advice and turn back as soon as possible and leave this place. Otherwise, we will really have to kill you. Seeing Xiaoyan once again charge into the mountain forest, the flame lion could not help but laugh softly. Soon after, it released a low roar from its mouth. Its body moved once again and swiftly chased in the direction that Xiaoyan had fled. Cough cough. I do not wish to become enemies with the 3 of you. However, I must take this path today. If I have offended you in any way, I can only repay you when I return in the future. As the flame lion's cry sounded, Xiaoyan also loudly said to the flame lion who was charging behind him once again. At the same time, Xiaoyan's forward speed suddenly increased. Kid, we have already said that no one is allowed to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. It is absolutely impossible to pass through us. Therefore, you should turn back. As the flame lion's cry sounded, its body also appeared behind Xiaoyan. Its large hand reached forward and grabbed at Xiaoyan's shoulder. Octane blast. In the next instant, just as the flame lion's large palm was about to land on Xiaoyan's shoulder, Xiaoyan suddenly turned around and viciously threw a punch at the flame lion behind him. Bang! Following a bang sound, the flame lion's forward-charging body paused for an instant in the empty air. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, borrowed the rebounding force that was created when the 2 of them collided to swiftly withdraw. By the time the flame lion raised its head, Xiaoyan's figure had once again disappeared into the dense forest. Good kid, the strength of this physical body is really terrifying. I am really curious, is this kid really human? With a sudden jerk of its arm, the flame lion shook off the numbness on its left arm. After which, it once again sighed in admiration for Xiaoyan from the bottom of its heart. Immediately, the flame lion turned its head to look behind it. Behind it, the huge burly man called Xianxia was quickly flying over. Hee, Xianxia, it's your turn now. This kid's speed is really too terrifying. If I continue to chase like this, I'm afraid that even if I chase until tomorrow, it will still be difficult to catch up to him. Therefore, I can only rely on you to stop him here. As he approached, Xianxia smiled at the flame lion in front of him with a simple and honest expression. His hand landed heavily on the flame lion's shoulder. The terrifying force caused even the flame lion's expression to change slightly. Hee, don't worry, leave it to me. With me here, no matter how fast he is, he won't be able to leave this place. Xianxia parted his mouth into a smile. He immediately raised his head to look at the sky eagle in the sky and laughed. I'm coming. Roar. As his voice faded, Xianxia suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar towards the sky. Immediately, his burly body began to change. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's burly body had already turned into a terrifying giant beast that was 100 feet tall. Looking from afar, the appearance of this giant beast was just like an enlarged brown bear. The giant bear's body was covered with a huge rock armor that was indestructible. This giant beast was just like a living Mount Tai. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble. In the mountain forest, Xiaoyan hurriedly turned his head to look behind him. A frightening huge beast was swiftly approaching him. Even with his speed, it was difficult for him to catch up to this huge beast by even one step. Starfall. Following the appearance of a thunder-like sound, the entire place trembled slightly. At the same time, an earthing yellow dochi agglomerated in the empty space. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into numerous enormous meteorites that covered the entire sky. In the next instant, the instant those meteorites condensed, they furiously smashed down towards Xiaoyan, who was in the mountain forest below. The giant meteorites started to burn for no reason as they fell. Raging flames wrapped around every single meteorite. At this moment, it was as if a meteor shower was falling from the clear sky. It was both beautiful and frightening. In the mountain forest, Xiaoyan raised his head to look at the meteorites that covered the entire sky. He could not help but feel shocked by the strength of a 9-star half-emperor. At the same time, a serious feeling rose in his heart. This time, Xionggang had used his true strength against Xiaoyan. With just this attack, Xiaoyan had nowhere to dodge. He could only face it head-on. Huff, after stopping his body, Xiaoyan deeply exhaled. He finally stopped dodging and leaped into the sky. Xiaoyan raised his head to look at the several hundred meteorites above him with a solemn expression. This brat is finally willing to come out. Otherwise, I would really have no way of dealing with you. In the sky, Tianning crossed his arms over his chest. When he saw Xiaoyan come out, the corner of his mouth was lifted into a playful smile. At the same time, however, the gaze he used to look at Xiaoyan was filled with curiosity. He wanted to know just what kind of great strength this human in front of him could unleash. Following a clear snap of his finger, clusters of different colored heavenly flames appeared in front of Xiaoyan with a puff sound. The frightening temperature caused the temperature of the area to immediately rise. The flames that rose from the surface of the meteorites in the sky were instantly extinguished at this moment. In front of a heavenly flame, ordinary flames did not even have the possibility of existing. This was the pride of a heavenly flame. It was also the authority of a heavenly flame as the Emperor of Flames. This is a heavenly flame? When they saw the heavenly flame, Tianning in the sky, the flame lion and Xionggang below could not help but be slightly startled. It was unexpected that this black-robed human in front of them was not only powerful, he was actually able to control the most frightening energy in the world, a heavenly flame. Even though this was the case, it was unable to stop the determination of the three of them to stop Xiaoyan from entering the Shilin mountain range. Xiaoyan looked at the rising heavenly flame in front of him. His expression was calm. His spiritual strength surged out and agglomerated the flame in front of him in a familiar manner. When they saw this scene, the expressions of the three of them immediately changed. Everyone knew that a heavenly flame was the most violent energy in the world. It was impossible to merge two types of heavenly flames. However, from the actions of this black-robed human in front of them, it seemed like he wanted to merge all the heavenly flames in front of him together. This brat, is he crazy? In the sky, Tianying's expression was a little ugly as he stared at Xiaoyan below. His heart could not help but feel a little fearful. Even though this was only a seed flame, it was still not to be underestimated. Once the heavenly flame went berserk, its strength would likely be able to destroy the territory that the three of them were in an instant. However, when Tianning saw Xiaoyan's calm expression, a trace of doubt involuntarily rose in his heart. Could it be that this black-robed human really had the confidence to merge the energy of the heavenly flame? At this moment, a frightening aura once again gathered in Xiaoyan's palm. Traces of spatial crack lines appeared in the surrounding empty space at this moment. The invisible natural energy in the world also began to churn. When they sensed this little change in the world, Tianning and the other two instantly turned their eyes towards Xiaoyan below. At the same time, a basin-sized fire lotus was completely formed in Xiaoyan's palm. This brat, in the sky, Tianying's blue eyes suddenly shrunk. His mouth involuntarily cried out in surprise. Below, Xiaoyan slowly lifted his head and looked at the meteorite that was rapidly descending. The corners of his mouth were lifted into a faint smile. His hand gently pushed forward as his mouth softly said, "Go, angry Buddha lotus flame." Under the azure sky, there were meteors falling from the empty space like raindrops. An invisible pressure caused the entire place to be enveloped in an extremely tense atmosphere. While the meteor was falling, there was a brilliant fire glow in the empty space below the meteor. It emitted a bright glow. Even though it was daytime, it was still dazzling to the eyes. This brat has actually merged the heavenly flames together. Tianying's expression changed. It was unexpected that Xiaoyan was actually able to do such a crazy thing that an ordinary person would not even dare to think of. At the same time, Tianying's eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when he looked at the angry Buddha lotus flame. The might of this fire lotus caused even his expression to involuntarily change. TSK, this brat is deliberately trying to destroy my cave. Xionggang, you better block him for me. Otherwise, if my home is gone, I will stay at your home. The corner of the flame lion's mouth involuntarily twitched when he sensed the frightening energy contained within the fire lotus. Immediately, he lifted his head and looked at the enormous Xionggang in front of him as he cried out loudly. Roar! The words from the flame lion's mouth had just sounded when Xionggang in front of him turned around and roared. After which, Xionggang once again turned around amidst the flame lion's mocking laughter and faced Xiaoyan. Although Xiongang's limbs were well developed, he was definitely not a simple-minded fellow. How could an ordinary magical beast compare to him when he was able to reach such a stage? He had already sensed a rich explosive aura from this angry Buddha lotus flame of Xiaoyan. That kind of strength was already sufficient for him to take it seriously. Bang! Suddenly, a frightening explosion spread. In the blink of an eye, the color of the sky changed. High up in the sky, the expression on Tianying's face also suddenly changed at this moment. Following the eruption of the angry Buddha lotus flame, a huge fire lotus slowly formed in the sky along with the energy storm. At the same time that the fire lotus bloomed, circular extremely frightening energy storms swiftly swept out in all directions. Retreat! Tianying decisively let out a stern cry. He waved his large sleeve and his body immediately withdrew. The flame lion below also let out a low cry. His feet suddenly stepped on empty air and he swiftly turned around to withdraw. The heavenly eagle and flame lion withdrew, but Xiongang's enormous mountain-like body did not move. His original form was a rock armor bear. In the magical beast world, his defensive strength was renowned. Although it could not compare to the Xianyan beast, given his current cultivation, there was no need for him to retreat in the face of Xiaoyan's angry Buddha lotus flame. Roar! With a furious roar, Xiongang's enormous bear paw violently stomped on the ground. Immediately, before the energy storm could completely spread, the ground below suddenly shook intensely. Soon after, numerous enormous rock pillars broke out from the ground and suddenly rose from the ground. They transformed into a huge encirclement that completely sealed the energy storm within it. Move the mountains and rivers. Good fellow, I haven't seen you use this move in a long time. Haha. Seeing this scene, the flame lion, who was outside the encirclement, could not help but laugh in surprise. Haha, I remember that the last time I saw him use it, it was to help that fellow block the spreading of the ice seal. Unexpectedly, it is actually used to deal with a 5-star half-martial emperor human this time. Tianying laughed as he watched the scene in front of him. His pair of blue eyes occasionally revealed an expression of praise. When the flame lion heard the person mentioned by Tianying, the muscles on his face involuntarily twitched slightly. When he thought of that terrifying person in his heart, even though he was a 9-star half-martial emperor, he still involuntarily felt his entire body tremble. Bang! 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 The frightening energy storm continued for a full 10 minutes. Each time it struck, it would cause the entire place to shake. Even though this was the case, over half of the sky-reaching stone pillars that surrounded the fire lotus still stood tall and did not fall. When the might of the fire lotus dissipated, Xionggang once again returned to his human form. Together with the other two, they rapidly caught up to Xiaoyan, who had yet to run far away. Heh, brat, I must say that you are truly extraordinary. You are actually able to erupt with power that frightens even us with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor. However, we have caused enough trouble today. We will not play with you anymore. I will warn you one last time. If you leave now, we can still let you go. Otherwise, we can only follow the rules. The flame lion had a face full of smiles as he looked at Xiaoyan before him. There was an indescribable expression of praise on his face. As for the other two, although their expressions were different, the gazes with which they looked at Xiaoyan were filled with admiration. In their impressions, there had never been a 5-star half-martial emperor that could run for so long while being chased by them. It was even more impossible for them to take someone seriously. The Xiaoyan before them was the first such person. However, even though the Flame Lion had said all sorts of praises, Xiaoyan had already made up his mind. No matter what, he had to pass through the Shilin mountain range. Otherwise, he could only return to the human city. At that time, what he would have to face would not be as simple as a mere half-martial emperor. Taking in a deep breath, Xiaoyan's gaze slowly swept over the three people around him. After a long while, he said in a serious voice, "Sorry, I have made up my mind." "I'm sorry, but I've already made up my mind. Even if the three of you don't let me, I still have to try." After saying those words, Xiaoyan waved his hand and the heavy Xian ruler appeared in his hand. At the same time, a black light flickered in the space before Xiaoyan. Then, the Northern King's figure appeared before the three heavenly eagles. "Oh?" The expressions on the three people's faces involuntarily changed when they saw the Northern King. When the three of them noticed the Northern King's empty eyes, they immediately understood that the big fellow before them was only a puppet. However, soon after, when the three of them sensed the Northern King's strength, their expressions involuntarily changed once again. "This is a 9-star half-martial emperor? How is this possible? A puppet actually has the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor." The three of them looked at each other. They did not expect that a puppet's strength would be so strong that it was on par with them. This was truly unimaginable. TSK, kid, the surprises you have given us are simply too many." Tianying's gaze focused on Xiaoyan as he spoke in a serious tone. As for the other two people beside him, they stared intently at the Northern King's body after he appeared. This was especially so for the Flame Lion. His scarlet eyes revealed a blazing battle intent. Amongst the three of them, he was the most belligerent. Now that he had sensed the extraordinariness of the Northern King, he naturally wanted to have a good fight with him. "If possible, I really do not wish to fight with the three of you. However, I have no other choice. If I do not take this path, I will have no other choice. Hence, I'm afraid that I can only trouble the three of you." Xiaoyan spoke in a deep voice as he waved the heavy ruler in his hand. The heavy ruler was accompanied by a sharp wind pressure as it danced to the side. The doqi in his body swiftly rose as he solemnly stared at the three people in front of him and spoke in a deep voice. "Similarly, we are also acting according to the rules. No one is allowed to take even half a step into the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Hence, you should also understand that if you continue to be stubborn, we will have no choice but to be ruthless." Tianying's gaze was sharp as the expression in his eyes gradually turned indifferent. Regardless of how talented Xiaoyan was, the rules of this place could not be changed. "Haha, the two of you take care of that brat. As for that puppet, leave it to me. Hehe, I also wish to see how much of a 9-star half-martial emperor's strength a puppet with the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor can unleash." A fiery expression was revealed on the Flame Lion's face when he saw that the atmosphere had gradually become tense. His body moved and he stood in front of the Northern King. As for Xiaoyan, he was thrown to the other two. Tianing and Xiongang's expressions remained calm when they saw this. They naturally understood the temperament of the Flame Lion in their hearts. Therefore, they did not care. However, although Xiaoyan had avoided the trouble of the Flame Lion, he would still be defeated if he were to face two 9-star half-martial emperors alone. Even though this was the case, in order to leave this place, Xiaoyan could only brace himself. If there was no other way, he might as well call Guyu out. He believed that as long as Guyu was present, Xiaoyan would be able to do whatever he wanted in the entire Shilin mountain range. After calming himself down, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. A gorgeous heavenly flame immediately surged out from Xiaoyan's body. It followed Xiaoyan's arm and gradually spread to the huge ruler in his hand. "Looks like you are still stubborn." Tianing narrowed his eyes and warned Xiaoyan in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xiaoyan slowly increased the strength of the hand that was holding the heavy Xian ruler. The heavy and huge ruler became incomparably nimble in Xiaoyan's hand. Raising his head, Xiaoyan's gaze locked onto Tianing. He said in a deep voice, "I am Xiaoyan. Please enlighten me." Tianing. After a simple self-introduction, Tianying's large sleeve swept across the empty space in front of him. Cool wind gathered and a transparent sharp sword formed by wind appeared in Tianying's hand. As for Xianxia, he suddenly clenched his fists tightly. Earth-yellow doqi swiftly gathered between his hands. Soon after, a pair of rock-made bear claws were formed on his wide hands. The atmosphere was silent for a while. On the other side, the flame lion, who was facing off against the North King, made the first move. The moment he made his move, he unleashed a fierce and domineering attack, quickly engaging in battle with the North King. On the other side, while the Flame Lion and the Northern King were fighting, Xiaoyan, who was wielding his heavy ruler, also instantly executed the Sky Extinction Step. With a sweep of his huge ruler, he charged over together with the Sky Eagle. Compared to Xianxia, Sky Eagle was undoubtedly much easier to deal with. Even though Heavenly Eagle's speed was so fast that even Xiaoyan found it hard to catch up to it, Xiaoyan had a soul strength that far surpassed the three of them. By relying on the advantage of his soul strength and the Sky Extinction Steps, Xiaoyan was still able to contend with Heavenly Eagle. However, if it was Xianxia instead, Xiaoyan did not have much confidence. Xianxia's muscles were as hard as steel. Even with Xiaoyan's physical strength, it was impossible for him to break through his defenses. Furthermore, Xianxia's strength was that of a 9-star half-emperor. His strength was impeccable. Comparing the two, Xiaoyan felt that Heavenly Eagle would be easier to deal with. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had already arrived before the Sky Eagle. The doqi within his body crazily surged. He raised his huge ruler high above his head and tightly gripped the ruler's hilt with both hands. With a twist of his body, he ruthlessly swung his ruler at the Sky Eagle. Seeing this scene, the Sky Eagle's expression did not change. He clasped his two fingers together and casually waved them. The transparent longsword floating in front of the Sky Eagle met the incoming huge ruler head-on. Clang! Following a clear metallic collision sound, the huge ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was forcibly stopped by the Sky Eagle's casual attack. It was unable to advance even an inch. Roar! Right at this moment, the nearby Xianxia also brandished his bear claws and ruthlessly hacked them at Xiaoyan. At the same time as the rock bear claws streaked across the empty space, a frightening power forcibly tore many pitch-black cracks in the empty space. Although Xianxia's speed was slightly slower, he had already arrived beside Xiaoyan by borrowing the time when the Sky Eagle and Xiaoyan clashed. Both of his arms waved and a pair of rock claws hacked at Xiaoyan in a crisscross manner. Sensing the frightening aura attacking from the side, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless. The heavy Shan ruler in his hand shook with great force and forced the long sword back a little. Soon after, he used this small gap to turn around. At the same time, the huge ruler in his hand was swiftly wrapped by the heavenly flame and violently swung it at Xianxia. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. 1 ruler. Bang! After the attack landed, Xianxia was forced back over a dozen steps. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was forced back nearly 100 steps. The Sky Eagle once again launched an attack at Xiaoyan. Ding ding ding, intense collisions unceasingly sounded in the sky. As for Xiaoyan, by relying on all of his absolute skills, he was surrounded by dangers from the 2 9-star half-martial emperors. Although it was inevitable for him to be injured, this still caused the 2 9-star half-martial emperors to be incomparably shocked. Using the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor to fight against 2 9-star half-martial emperors and not be defeated after several hundred exchanges. Likely, even in the entire continent, this sort of battle achievement was impossible. However, today, something that was absolutely impossible to happen had truly appeared before their eyes. Clang! After another intense collision, Xiaoyan's figure rapidly retreated 100 feet. Unable to help it, he vomited a mouthful of dark red blood. After several hundred exchanges of intense collisions, Xiaoyan's body had already suffered quite a bit of injuries. Facing 2 9-star half-martial emperors, Xiaoyan was truly powerless. Raising his head, Xiaoyan looked to the opposite side. Xianxia was currently brandishing his bear claws and charging toward him once again. As for Tianying, one hand was behind his back, while the other hand was controlling the transparent longsword. His gaze was fixed on Xiaoyan, and he once again said in a deep voice, "Brat, you can only blame yourself for today's matter. We've already given you a chance. Unfortunately, you still refuse to listen to our advice. Cough cough. After violently coughing a few times, Xiaoyan's face revealed a sinister smile. With a flip of his palm, 2 jade bottles appeared in Xiaoyan's palm in a flash. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaoyan swallowed the 2 medicinal pellets in one gulp. The bloody and sweet smell of the medicinal pellets, together with the medicinal fragrance of the medicinal pellets, caused a strange taste to spread in Xiaoyan's mouth at the same time as Xiaoyan swallowed the medicinal pellets. The medicinal pellets melted the moment they entered his mouth, turning into 2 streams of warm medicinal power that rapidly entered Xiaoyan's body through his throat. Under the effect of the heavenly flame, the medicinal power rapidly spread throughout Xiaoyan's entire body. Immediately, a warm feeling enveloped Xiaoyan's entire body. At this moment, the injuries on his body were also rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short moment, Xiaoyan's aura had already stabilized once again. Seeing this scene, Tianning could not help but frown. As for Xiaoyan, he had already straightened his chest once again. Sensing the rapidly recovering injuries in his body, a solemn expression once again returned to his face. Facing a 9-star half-martial emperor, he could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. After taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze. His hand slowly moved to his chest. His 10 fingers moved together, and numerous complicated hand seals were skillfully performed by Xiaoyan. At the same time, the aura within Xiaoyan's body also rapidly rose. As Xiaoyan's hand swiftly formed some seals, Tianning saw an ancient symbol slowly appear between Xiaoyan's brows. An ancient aura slowly spread from the clan tattoo. Xiaoyan's strength had actually soared to the frightening level of a 6-star half-D. Clan tattoo, appear. With a low cry, Xiaoyan borrowed the medicinal pill and the clan tattoo in his body to allow his strength to once again return to its peak condition within a short period of time. However, this did not last for long. Huh? Just what kind of secret technique did he use? How is it able to raise his strength by an entire star? At this moment, even Xionggang, who had a calm expression, could not help but exclaim at Xiaoyan. He had never seen a secret technique that was actually this powerful. Yes, if it was a high-tier secret technique, it would indeed be able to reach this level. However, this brat clearly does not possess such a thing. Moreover, the symbol between his brows does not appear to be something that an ordinary secret technique can agglomerate. From the aura within it, it should be something that some ancient faction possesses. Tianying's expression was solemn as he spoke. If this Xiaoyan in front of them was really a disciple of some ancient faction, his identity would be somewhat unusual. He possessed the strength of a half-D at such a young age. It was difficult to imagine just how strong the faction behind him was. It was likely that even an elite Do-D would only be at the middle to lower tier within that faction. Ancient faction. You mean that this brat's identity is not ordinary? Xionggang frowned. If this was really the case, it was likely that their Shilin mountain range would suffer a storm-like attack if they were to kill Xiaoyan today. The foundation of a true ancient faction was not something that they could easily withstand. Even an elite Do-D would similarly be an ant-like existence in front of such a faction. What should we do? We cannot kill him. Do we really have to allow him to enter? The hinterland of the Shilin mountain range does not allow anyone to enter. If anything happens to him after he enters, the consequences are something that neither of us can bear. Xionggang paused. His eyes were solemn as he looked at Sky Eagle and said in a grave tone. Of course I know that. Don't worry, the rules can't be changed. No matter what, we can't let him in. Let's chase him out. If he still doesn't give up, then he can't blame us. Tianning narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Xiaoyan. It was a long while later before he finally spoke in a deep voice. Sky Eagle's wrist shook violently and the formless longsword immediately split apart in the void. In the blink of an eye, dozens of formless swords were formed in the void in front of Sky Eagle. On the other side, Xionggang also clenched his fists. The rock bear claw exploded with a bang and turned into a huge stone axe, which Xionggang once again held in his hand. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed. His fair hand grabbed the heavy Xian ruler beside him. As he lifted his gaze, a powerful aura spread out from his body. Flame domain. Open. Xiaoyan let out a loud cry. Immediately, a brilliant heavenly flame swept out in all directions from under Xiaoyan's feet, enveloping the entire battleground within it. As the heavenly flame swept out, a frighteningly high temperature immediately enveloped the bodies of the few people present. Under this frightening temperature, even the empty space became distorted. The breathing of the three of them also unknowingly became a little rough. Heh, good lad. With the help of the heavenly flame, his domain far surpasses other people of the same level. Humph, domain. This old Xiong hasn't used it for a long time. Let's give it a try today. Wind domain. Rock domain. Following two earth-shaking roars, two completely different domain auras spread out from under Sky Eagle's and Xiong Gang's feet at this moment. They viciously collided with Xiaoyan's flame domain. Bang! The instant the domains collided, an intense bang resounded across the sky. Domain was a skill of a half-emperor. The strength of the domain naturally represented the strength of the half-emperor. At this moment, as Xiaoyan and Sky Eagle Xiong Gang's domains collided, one could tell at a glance that due to the fact that Xiaoyan's strength was weaker than the other two in front of him and the fact that the other party had joined forces, Sky Eagle's side was basically able to destroy Xiaoyan's flame domain easily. Within a short few breaths' time, Sky Eagle's flame domain was completely destroyed. The expression on Xiaoyan's face did not change even after his domain was destroyed. As the two completely different domains charged towards Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan twisted his wrist and the heavy Xian ruler appeared in his hand. With a puff sound, a heavenly flame spat out from his other hand and violently slashed across the surface of the pitch-black heavy ruler. The instant the heavy ruler was wrapped by the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan suddenly waved his large hand. The huge ruler swept out and a frightening ruler glow immediately swept across the sky. It was wrapped in a powerful force and instantly destroyed the domain that was heading towards him. After which, its might did not diminish as it continued to smash towards Sky Eagle and Xiong Gang. 100 sword piercing. Mountain river splitting earth. As the explosive cry sounded, dozens of long swords were immediately controlled by Sky Eagle to violently attack Xiaoyan's attack. Xiong Gang also swung the huge rock axe in his hand with all his might and hacked down at Xiaoyan. In the next instant, an earth-yellow dochi pillar shot out. It soared with the wind and carried an extremely frightening aura. In the blink of an eye, it had already violently collided with Xiaoyan's ruler glow. Xiaoyan was ultimately no match for the two of them in a 1 versus 2 situation. Faced with the frightening Do skills of two 9-star half-emperors, Xiaoyan's ruler glow was only able to endure for a short moment before it was forcefully broken by the two powerful Do skills. After the ruler glow was broken, Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. However, the expression on his face did not change at all. On the contrary, a mocking expression was revealed deep within Xiaoyan's eyes. Xiaoyan held the heavy ruler in his hand as he waved both of his arms. Numerous majestic ruler glows repeatedly shot out from the huge ruler, carrying a frightening storm. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the Do technique that the two of them had used earlier and violently smashed toward Tianying's duo who were charging over. After doing this, Xiaoyan's expression once again turned pale. He once again consumed 2 D-tier medicinal pills. Only then did Xiaoyan suddenly turn around and swiftly fly towards the deep regions of the mountain range. Bang! After breaking Xiaoyan's ruler glow, a cloud-like energy storm immediately swept over the place. Sky Eagle duo helplessly lost their target for a short period of time. By the time they charged out of the cloud, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared at the edge of their sight. Brat, you actually still want to enter? Let's see where you can run to. Sky Eagle let out a low cry. His body moved and he turned around and transformed into his original form. His wings flapped and wind swept away the clouds. In the blink of an eye, Sky Eagle had already appeared at the edge of the distant sky and chased after Xiaoyan. Behind him, Xiong Gang glanced in the direction that Sky Eagle had chased but ignored it. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the Northern King, who was currently engaged in an intense battle with the Flame Lion. After the Sky Eagle left, the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang placed their attention on the Northern King. At this moment, no one noticed that in the dusky mountain forest below, there was another human figure wrapped in a black robe who was swiftly flying in another direction. When the sunlight shone through the gaps in the tree shade and shone on the young face of the black-robed person, the face that was revealed was undoubtedly Xiaoyan. The person that Sky Eagle had chased earlier was naturally Xiaoyan's avatar. Bang! Sky Eagle could not help but be startled when it tore apart Xiaoyan in front of it. It could not help but feel extremely surprised in its heart. In the next instant, it saw Xiaoyan's body actually turn into a speck of light and gradually disappear into the empty space. Only then did Sky Eagle swiftly come to a realization in its heart. The Xiaoyan in front of it was not the actual body. It was merely an avatar. This, good brat. He actually tricked all of us. If he is not here, then he is now, not good. Sky Eagle's eyes suddenly widened when it thought that Xiaoyan was about to reach the inner regions of the Xiling mountain range. Its heart was greatly alarmed. After which, it suddenly lifted its head and let out an earth-shaking roar. At the same time, the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang also abruptly turned their heads and looked at Sky Eagle. Screech! We have all been tricked. Quickly go and find him. He may have already infiltrated into the inner regions of the Xiling mountain range. We must find him before he enters that place. Sky Eagle roared furiously. In the blink of an eye, it once again returned to its original body. Its wings suddenly flapped and a hurricane immediately whistled across the sky. Following the Sky Eagle's furious roar, countless low-level magical beasts in the forest below trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. Faced with one of the three lords here, the Sky Eagle's fury made them feel as if they were in a cold cellar. The Flame Lion and Xiong Gang involuntarily frowned when they heard Sky Eagle's furious roar. Immediately, they faced each other. Both of their faces revealed a suspicious expression. After a couple of breaths, the Flame Lion's eyes looked towards the distant sky and loudly asked, "What happened? Didn't you go and chase that brat? What exactly happened?" "I have been tricked. The one I am chasing is a fake. His real body must have already left. If I have not guessed wrongly, he must be in this mountain range at this moment. From now on, everyone who hears this king's orders, search for him. Find that human. You must not let him enter the inner regions of Xiling." Sky Eagle's enormous body was suspended high in the sky. The words that it emitted caused the sky to tremble. The magical beasts in the mountain range below were also endlessly shocked. It was a long while later before Sky Eagle once again flapped its wings and returned to where the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang were. Following Sky Eagle's departure, many magical beasts in the mountain range below swiftly began to flee in all directions. They did not dare to disobey Sky Eagle's orders. The Flame Lion involuntarily frowned when he saw Sky Eagle's face. His eyes slightly rotated before asking, "What exactly happened? What's going on? Could it be that we really let that brat escape? If that's the case, we're in trouble." Hearing this, Tianning sighed deeply with a depressed expression. How could he have known that the one he had chased after was merely an incarnation? Moreover, what made him even more depressed was that the strength of the incarnation was only 1 star weaker than his actual body. The self-destruction of the incarnation had caused Tianning to suffer quite a great loss. It was precisely because of this that Tianning was so furious. What can I do? That brat is definitely not an ordinary person. Who knows what his true motive is for entering the hinterland of the Xiling mountain range? If he has any evil intentions, I'm afraid that not only you and me, even the entire Xiling mountain range will be destroyed. Seeing this, the Flame Lion helplessly shrugged his shoulders. It was impossible for him to search for someone. Soon after, he recalled the Northern King who was originally fighting against him. However, when he turned around to search for the Northern King, he discovered that the Northern King had already taken advantage of the moment when they were distracted to escape. Damn it! I was careless and actually forgot about that fellow. The Flame Lion's heart became even more solemn when he thought of the Northern King. The Northern King's strength was not inferior to his in the fight with the latter. Moreover, the latter's frightening puppet body was something that even he was unable to break. This caused the Flame Lion, a magical beast, to feel incomparably shocked. The Flame Lion admitted that ever since he made his debut, the only person he admired in terms of physical strength was Xiong Gang. Although they were both magical beasts, the latter's defensive strength far surpassed his. However, the Flame Lion had never expected that today, a puppet would possess a physical defense that was even more terrifying than Xiong Gang's. In addition to the puppet's terrifying strength and strange lightning power, the flame lion did not have the slightest doubt that in terms of strength, even Xianxia would not be able to gain an advantage if they were to go against each other. Xiaoyan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Since the Northern King had already left, it was likely that there would not be much meaning even if he were to go and search now. Since Xiaoyan had ordered him to leave, he definitely had absolute confidence. It was already impossible to search now. On the other side, Xiaoyan swiftly traveled through the mountain forest. In order to avoid more trouble, he did his best to conceal his aura and flew towards the depths of the Xiling mountain range at his fastest speed. The few magical beasts that they occasionally met along the way were instantly killed by Xiaoyan. When the strength within Xiaoyan's body gradually disappeared, the aura around Xiaoyan's body also became weak. However, at this moment, there was still quite a long way to go before Xiaoyan reached the end of the territory of these three large fellows. This also caused Xiaoyan to be even more cautious. At this moment, if he did not go all out, it was likely that he would have to face the crazy pursuit of countless magical beasts. Once he was discovered by those three fellows, unless Guyu appeared, Xiaoyan would be forced to leave the Xiling mountain range. In the following period of time, Xiaoyan even avoided the magical beasts that passed by in order to avoid being discovered by the Sky Eagle trio. Helplessly, this was the only way to remove some unnecessary trouble for Xiaoyan. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing for Xiaoyan if this continued to drag on. After all, even Xiaoyan at his peak was no match for the three of them, much less now. Once he met those three fellows again, it would be difficult for Xiaoyan to escape even if he wanted to. Swoosh! As the sharp sound of rushing wind appeared, Xiaoyan could clearly sense that there was a person swiftly approaching from behind him. However, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth finally revealed a slight smile in the face of this. This person who had arrived was the Northern King. Given Xiaoyan's current condition, he could only truly feel at ease when the Northern King was beside him. Xiaoyan stored the Northern King into his storage ring. At the same time, he once again consumed 2 D-tier medicinal pills. Xiaoyan's expression finally turned for the better as he sensed the dou-qi in his body gradually recovering. Xiaoyan's charging speed also suddenly increased following the recovery of his dou-qi. Finally, the medicinal pills in his body were once again completely exhausted. Xiaoyan could see a white snowy peak that stood deep within the Xiling mountain range like a city wall at the edge of Xiaoyan's sight. In the depths of the Xiling mountain range, there was a row of tall snow-covered mountain peaks. They were like a tall city wall that towered into the clouds and extended to the north and south until the end of one's sight. Outside the snow-capped peak, all life had been extinguished. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters was covered in ice and snow, and the sky was shrouded in a dense white mist. The entire world had turned white, and a bone-chilling coldness permeated the air, making it extremely difficult to breathe. At this moment, Xiaoyan was walking on the snow-covered mountain with a puzzled expression. Each step he took would emit a creaking sound. The scene in front of him caused Xiaoyan to feel curious. Why was the world here different from the outside world? The world was cold and Xiaoyan had no choice but to release the heavenly flame in his body. Only by doing so would Xiaoyan not feel uncomfortable. As he approached this snow-white world, Xiaoyan only felt that the light in the world had also become slightly dimmer. With a flick of his finger, a couple of brilliant heavenly flames immediately shot out. Each of them were suspended around Xiaoyan's body, illuminating the world for him. At the same time, the snow in front of his feet also melted, revealing the icy cold rocks under the snow. This place is the hinterland of the Xiling mountain range? I didn't expect it to be like this. Xiaoyan's eyes revealed some doubt. He did not expect that this dead land was actually the hinterland of the Xiling mountain range that everyone was most curious about. It was likely that no one would visit such a place covered in ice and snow. Although he thought in this way in his heart, Xiaoyan still released his spiritual strength to investigate the snow region within 1,000 feet radius. Before he understood the real situation of this foreign place, Xiaoyan did not dare to jump to a conclusion. After all, who knew if there were any frightening magical beasts existing in this strange place? Moreover, based on the so-called rules that the three fellows outside had mentioned, they were not the true overlord-class existences within the Xiling mountain range. Therefore, although this place appeared to be desolate and empty, It was possible that there was a terrifying D-class magical beast spying on Xiaoyan from the depths of this snowy mountain range. With this thought in mind, caution immediately rose in Xiaoyan's heart. No matter where one went, the unknown was the most frightening. And the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range was an even more dangerous place for Xiaoyan. "Old Bone, what do you think of this place?" Xiaoyan quietly asked Guyu in his body during the journey. Yes, this old man has indeed discovered something. However, it is still too early to talk about it now. However, this old man advises you to turn around and return. I'm afraid this is not a place you can enter for the time being. Guyu nodded upon hearing Xiaoyan's words. The words in his mouth surprised Xiaoyan. Guyu had never objected to Xiaoyan during their journey to the Shilin mountain range. At this moment, however, Guyu's words caused Xiaoyan to feel a little surprised. "Old Bone, what do you mean by this? Could it be that there is a D-class magical beast nearby?" The expression on Xiaoyan's face became anxious after his words sounded. A thought passed through his heart and the Northern King immediately appeared by his side. It was constantly vigilant of its surroundings. "No, this old man is not referring to this. I am referring to another matter. Even if there is no D, it is likely that you will not be able to overcome this." Guyu shook his head and replied. "Huh?" Xiaoyan frowned. He was just about to open his mouth to inquire when Guyu stopped him with a single sentence. "Let's leave first. You will naturally understand once we reach the place. At that time, it is likely that it will not be up to you even if you do not wish to return." Guyu once again returned to silence after his words sounded. He ignored Xiaoyan regardless of how he asked. Xiaoyan involuntarily felt a little doubtful in his heart. He helplessly curled his mouth and moved his feet. He continued to slowly walk forward. Xiaoyan walked for a long time along this path. When he once again lifted his head to look above, the sky had become completely dark with the exception of a fire light above his head. The surrounding temperature had also become increasingly cold. Clearly, time had swiftly flowed by and night had once again arrived. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned as he sensed the cold aura around him. This interior of Shilin was really strange. The temperature here was many times lower than an ordinary winter. Even his heavenly flame was unable to completely nullify the cold aura. From this, one could tell just how frighteningly dark and cold the temperature of this place was. At a certain moment, a cluster of heavenly flame, which was originally a short distance in front of Xiaoyan, was actually forcefully extinguished by a cold wind. Xiaoyan's heart was greatly startled when he saw the scene. Who could have imagined that the most violent energy in the world, a heavenly flame, would actually be forcefully extinguished by a cold wind? The cold wind's strength did not diminish even after the heavenly flame was extinguished. It whistled past and headed straight for Xiaoyan. Before the cold wind arrived in front of him, Xiaoyan had already sensed the frighteningly low temperature being emitted from it. In front of this frighteningly low temperature, it was likely that an ordinary Ban Emperor would be completely frozen into an ice cube within an instant. The expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately became grave when he thought of this. He widened his mouth and a brilliant heavenly flame was immediately spat out. It turned into a frightening heavenly flame light pillar. It was accompanied by a frighteningly high temperature as it violently charged at the cold wind that was heading towards him. This time around, with Xiaoyan personally unleashing the heavenly flame, how could the wisp of flame seedling from earlier compare with its strength? In the blink of an eye, it easily broke through the cold wind until it reached the deepest part. After breaking the few cold winds that came later, Xiaoyan finally unleashed the heavenly flame to wrap around his body. His footsteps were firm as he strode toward the deepest part. This time around, Xiaoyan's expression did not change even a little in the face of the cold wind. He allowed the cold wind to blow on his body. However, with the heavenly flame in front of him this time around, any cold wind that attacked him would be instantly destroyed by the heavenly flame. Looking from a distance, despite being covered by clouds, one could still vaguely see a cluster of somewhat blurry fire swiftly moving forward in the dark night. Occasionally, a large fire would rise high, causing this part of the world to become brightly lit. After a long while, Xiaoyan, who originally did not stop, once again paused. His face appeared somewhat pale under the heavenly flame. Even his breathing had begun to become difficult. At the same time that Xiaoyan paused his footsteps, a slope that was paved with cold ice appeared a short distance in front of him. Wave after wave of frightening cold wind was blowing from the top of this road with a hoo-hoo sound, much like the roar of the underworld. Huff huff huff, the frightening cold wind was just like numerous icy sharp blades as it ferociously attacked Xiaoyan with a piercing sound. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyan's eyebrows involuntarily knitted together. He abruptly clenched his fist and the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in his palm. The huge ruler followed the movement of his arm and viciously swung out, shattering the incoming cold wind with a single blow. Crack crack, however, the instant the cold wind was broken, a layer of solid ice swiftly covered the huge ruler in Xiaoyan's hand. Upon seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's heart was slightly shocked. He did not expect that the cold wind would actually become even more intense. With just a single blow, his heavy Xian ruler had been sealed in ice. Damn it! This cold wind is really strange. If this continues, I'm afraid that I really won't be able to pass through this place. The hand holding the heavy Xian ruler exerted a little force as a magnificent heavenly flame immediately lingered on it. Following the appearance of the heavenly flame, the thick layer of solid ice on the heavy Xian ruler swiftly melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, on the opposite side of Xiaoyan, at the top of the slope, a frightening cold wind once again attacked. Damn it! With the experience from earlier, Xiaoyan's heart did not dare to be careless at this moment. A thought passed through his heart and the heavenly flame covered the entire enormous ruler. His arm was suddenly waved and a red glow violently smashed toward the cold wind that was heading toward him. Bang! The cold wind dissipated with a sound. This time, the cold wind did not approach Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan was finally able to take a few steps forward. However, following closely, the piercing cold wind once again attacked. This cold wind seemed to be endless. However many times Xiaoyan broke through, it would come again. This caused Xiaoyan's expression to involuntarily change slightly. If this continued, he was afraid that he would not even be able to see the true appearance of this hinterland, let alone pass through this place. Damn it! I must forcefully pass through this place. Otherwise, I can only stop here today. As this thought flashed across his heart, Xiaoyan fiercely inhaled a deep breath of air. He gathered his strength and swiftly stepped forward. At the same time, his hand tightly gripped the heavy Xian ruler and his knuckles emitted a slight creaking sound. When the cold wind arrived, the huge ruler in Xiaoyan's hand, which was wrapped by the heavenly flame, was once again swung and shattered the cold wind. Break! 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 Following the furious cries that were spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth time and time again, the cold wind that repeatedly assaulted him also shattered. However, the closer he got to the top of the slope, the more Xiaoyan felt that it was strenuous. The strength of the cold wind also appeared to be repeatedly increasing. Each time he attacked, the strength that he had to use was also repeatedly increasing. In the end, Xiaoyan had no choice but to use a Do technique in order to forcefully shatter the cold wind that was coming at him. Huh? Xiaoyan paused at the same spot for a few seconds. Just as he was about to take another step forward, he suddenly realized that his ankle had unknowingly been covered by ice. At the same time, Xiaoyan realized that goose feather-like snow had unknowingly begun to fall from the sky. Huh! Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook and forcefully shattered the ice that covered his feet. Xiaoyan once again took a step forward. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand continued to be waved. However, as the cold wind around him became increasingly intense, even though Xiaoyan had already used all his strength, the speed at which he moved forward had unknowingly become increasingly slow. At this moment, even though Xiaoyan had the heavenly flame protecting his body, he could not help but feel the terrifyingly low temperature between heaven and earth. While this caused his body to feel cold, his heart also involuntarily felt an icy chill. The strange temperature of this place actually caused Xiaoyan, who had never been afraid of water or ice, to feel a sense of fear. However, the more this was the case, the more unwilling Xiaoyan felt in his heart. He tightly gripped the heavy Xian ruler with both hands and ruthlessly inserted it into the layer of ice beside his feet. His entire body was wrapped in the heavenly flame as he leaned on the heavy Xian ruler with great difficulty and sat down. The cold wind was blocked by the heavy body of the heavy Xian ruler. Xiaoyan swiftly consumed 2 D-tier medicinal pills. He sensed the warm feeling that was brought about when the medicinal pills entered his body. Finally, he involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief. It was a long while later before he finally opened his mouth to ask Guyu, who was within his body, with great difficulty. "Old Gu, do you know what this damn thing is?" The old me has some understanding." Guyu's voice sounded in Xiaoyan's heart. His voice was calm and did not contain the slightest ripple. However, it gave Xiaoyan a bad premonition when he heard it. "In that case, can you please? No, it's better for you to settle this matter yourself. I've already advised you to go back the way you came, but you didn't listen. The current situation can be considered as you reap what you sow," Guyu retorted without giving Xiaoyan any opportunity. "However, you should also be aware that I must leave from here. There is no other path I can take." Xiaoyan spoke in a deep voice. That was in the past. However, it is different now. The time has yet to arrive. It is impossible for you to rely on your own strength to leave this place unless you force the old me to act. Xiaoyan finally became quiet after these words sounded. Guyu had already made things very clear. It was impossible for him to rely on Guyu's strength. The only person he could rely on now was himself. In that case, even if I have to fight until the end, I will definitely see just what the interior of the Shilin mountain range looks like. Xiaoyan, who had his back leaning on the heavy Xian ruler, suddenly stood up after his unresigned cry sounded. At the same time, his hand, which was wrapped in a heavenly flame, suddenly grabbed the huge ruler. He pulled it with great force and the hard ice covering the huge ruler immediately shattered. Break! Xiaoyan held the enormous ruler in his hand. A heavenly flame flew over his body as he suddenly used the sky extinction step under his feet. The enormous ruler danced above his head before it was violently swung down. The majestic ruler glow appeared exceptionally glaring in this world of ice and snow. It used a truly unstoppable momentum to completely destroy the cold wind that was pouncing over. Xiaoyan's body moved and he quickly followed the ruler glow that shot out in front of him. His body had already reached the top of the slope before the ruler glow scattered. He was merely 100 feet from the top. 7 sky-breaking ruler. Break for me! The cry sounded and the 7 feet overlapped. A third of the doqi in the vortex within Xiaoyan's body was instantly drawn away. The strength of this ruler glow was also frighteningly strong. The instant the majestic ruler glow shot out, the frightening remnant force tore apart the hard ice in front of Xiaoyan. Numerous crack lines swiftly spread apart. The ruler glow carried an extremely frightening energy storm as it completely destroyed this section of the slope. Even the thick mountain rocks under the cold ice were forcefully shattered. Rumble. Following the landing of this attack, the hard ice under Xiaoyan's feet also shattered. Not only that, even the area of ice where Xiaoyan was at this moment suddenly began to shake intensely. Xiaoyan's heart immediately focused when he sensed this scene. His body moved and he swiftly withdrew explosively to the back. At the same time, the world of ice below also swiftly began to collapse. A moment later, the original slope no longer existed. Replacing it was an enormous deep ravine. Wave after wave of cold wind that was even more frightening than before was rushing out from the source of the deep ravine with a hoo-hoo sound. The color of the world also changed at this moment. At the same time, the expressions of the Sky Eagle trio deep within the Shilin mountain range also changed drastically. Deep within the Shilin mountain range, Tianying stood in the sky. Yanshi and Tianying swiftly flew up from below and arrived in front of Tianying. What's going on? What happened? Before he arrived, his somewhat solemn voice was already transmitted over in a vast and mighty manner, causing the empty space to continuously tremble. I cannot be certain. However, from the commotion earlier, this matter is likely not small. Moreover, there is an 80 to 90% chance that it was done by that human. Tianying's brows were tightly knitted together. A sharp glint shot out from his blue eyes. Ever since Xiaoyan had escaped, he had become completely serious about this stranger. Although the other party's strength could not be compared to them, regardless of whether it was in terms of tactics or fighting strength, the other party was not much weaker than them. If they did not treat him seriously, it was very likely that they would fail miserably. Humph, looking at this direction, it is due west. That brat should have reached the eastern wall. Let me take a look. Standing in the air, Xianxia gazed at the western horizon. Due to the distance, he was unable to see anything clearly. As a result, Xianxia said something casually to the two people beside him before closing his eyes. With a wave of his hand, an earthing yellow light immediately shot into the ground below, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Buzz buzz buzz, as the strange light entered the ground, the activity under the surface of the ground within the three people's domain appeared in Xianxia's mind. The strange crystal medicinal ingredients that contained energy under the ground were all reflected in Xianxia's mind. Oh? This is... Haha, unexpectedly, he has already touched the edge of the Great Way of Earth. From the looks of it, it should not be long before he can truly control the Great Way of Earth. Xianxia's expression was stunned as he vaguely spat out some words from his mouth. However, Tianning continued after the latter's words. The flesh on Xianxia's face involuntarily trembled when he heard this. He did not expect that the first person to comprehend the Great Way of Earth among the three of them would actually be this big fool. Xianxia unwillingly curled his lips as he quietly muttered in his heart. At the same time, he shifted his gaze away from Xianxia. On the other hand, Tianning once again looked towards the western horizon. The energy explosion earlier caused Tianning to feel a little uneasy in his heart. He could only hope that the outcome was not as he had imagined. Otherwise, there would be great trouble. After taking a deep breath, Sky Eagle slowly withdrew his gaze. Before Xianxia woke up, he could only wait here quietly. A cool breeze blew across the empty sky, easing the slightly oppressive atmosphere. The Flame Lion and the Sky Eagle looked at each other. Both of them seemed to be thinking about something in their hearts. However, in the end, they remained silent. Time slowly passed. 15 minutes later, Xianxia, who originally had his eyes shut, suddenly opened them. He abruptly lifted his head, and a pair of earthen yellow eyes instantly widened as he looked towards the western horizon. His eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Sky Eagle and Flame Lion swiftly recovered after Xianxia's words sounded. They lifted their eyes and hurriedly looked at Xianxia. The emotions in Sky Eagle's heart had also become increasingly uneasy at this moment. What did you see? What exactly happened over there? Although the Flame Lion already had some guesses in his heart, he still could not help but ask Xianxia. At the same time, Sky Eagle's eyes also shot towards Xianxia. The heart in his chest was beating rapidly, and the emotions in his heart had also become extremely anxious. Damn it! It's the Eastern Wall. Something has indeed happened to the Eastern Wall. The expressions on Sky Eagle's and the Flame Lion's faces suddenly changed drastically after Sky Eagle's words sounded. The two of them did not have the mood to ask any more questions. Their bodies suddenly turned around, and at the same time, the three of them transformed into their original bodies. With their fastest speed, they swiftly flew in the direction where Xiaoyan was currently located. On the other side, Xiaoyan's eyes were extremely grave as he looked at the deep gully in front of him. His heart was filled with shock. At this moment, there was a deep gully that was nearly 1,000 feet wide in front of Xiaoyan. It was emitting waves of frightening cold wind. The frighteningly low temperature caused everything around him to be frozen in an instant. Xiaoyan had to rely on the might of the heavenly flame to barely stabilize his body. The frightening wind pressure almost blew Xiaoyan away. However, Xiaoyan carried the unwillingness in his heart as he relied on the Sky Absolute steps to forcefully remain in this empty space. He was unwilling to retreat, and was unable to advance even an inch. The deep gully was very long, and it reached deep into the hinterland. From Xiaoyan's current position, this deep gully was just like a huge crack that forcefully broke the tall mountain peaks on both sides. Under the deep gully, a blue light that was like deep water was emitted. Under the reflection of the ice crystals, it illuminated the entire area hundreds of feet below the deep gully. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan did not have the mood to bother about the strange scenery of this deep gully. He only wanted to use all his strength to charge through the air above this strange deep gully. Although the Sky Absolute Steps was a human-class agility do technique, it was likely due to Xiaoyan's current lack of strength. Even though Xiaoyan used all his strength, he was unable to reach the middle of this deep gully. Even though he had various powerful Do techniques, Xiaoyan was still blocked in the end. Damn it. Seeing the heavenly flame armor that was gradually becoming thinner under the intense cold wind, Xiaoyan could not help but curse furiously in his heart. The dark black heavy Xian ruler was violently waved in Xiaoyan's hand. Numerous Do techniques were continuously displayed by Xiaoyan, using all his strength to block the frightening cold wind that was being spat out from the deep gully below. However, even though Xiaoyan used all his skills, he still had difficulty being a match for this cold wind. A moment later, the heavenly flame on Xiaoyan's leg was actually forcefully scattered by the cold wind, revealing the bottom of Xiaoyan's shoe. In the blink of an eye, the frightening cold wind attacked and completely sealed Xiaoyan's calf with ice. Damn it. Get lost. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's heart immediately became furious. He let out a furious cry and his body shook violently. The hard ice that wrapped around Xiaoyan's calf immediately burst apart. At the same time, Xiaoyan clenched both of his fists tightly. A heavenly flame flowed deep within his dark black eyes. A purple-gold unusual glow flickered slightly. Immediately, the dragon phoenix bloodline within the blood vessels in Xiaoyan's body was completely activated at this moment. Roar. An earth-shaking furious roar was suddenly emitted. The entire place shook as a wild and violent energy swept out from Xiaoyan's body at this moment. It forcefully broke the cold wind that was continuously attacking Xiaoyan. A sharp golden light shot out from both of Xiaoyan's eyes. His entire body was covered with dragon scales. The frightening defensive strength of the dragon phoenix ancient armor was completely revealed at this moment. Additionally, there was the protection of the heavenly flame. The cold wind was unable to get within 10 feet of Xiaoyan. With the help of the dragon phoenix bloodline that had been activated in his body, Xiaoyan immediately felt the cold wind that was blowing on his body become much weaker. With a cold snort, he took a couple of large strides forward. Stepping on the cold wind, he arrived at the middle of the deep gully. Ha! Golden light shot out from Xiaoyan's eyes. Heavenly flame surged all over his body. His feet stepped on the cold wind as he walked towards the depths of the deep ravine. Huff huff huff, as Xiaoyan took each step forward, the cold wind that blew from the deep ravine below became increasingly terrifying. After Xiaoyan took his 100th step, the cold wind that gushed out like a fountain once again caused Xiaoyan to feel a strong pressure. Even Xiaoyan's body, which was standing in the air, could not help but sway slightly. Damn it. The closer I get to the center, the more terrifying the wind pressure is. If this continues, I'm afraid that even the dragon phoenix ancient armor will not be able to withstand it. As he felt the cold wind around him becoming stronger and stronger, in addition to the energy that was rapidly draining from his body, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a sense of seriousness in his heart. A moment later, when Xiaoyan forcefully endured the wind pressure and was about to take another half a step forward, the terrifying wind pressure caused Xiaoyan's body to fly back uncontrollably. He only managed to stop his body with great difficulty after he was 1,000 feet away. After stopping his body, Xiaoyan raised his head with a grave expression. His gaze swept across the sky above, only to discover that one night had unknowingly passed. The black fog that originally covered this world had gradually turned white. Xiaoyan knit his brows and exhaled a deep breath of air. He was just about to charge forward when his expression suddenly changed the next moment when Xiaoyan was about to move. In his spiritual perception, there were 3 extremely terrifying auras that were swiftly flying towards him. Looking at this aura, it was likely that they would appear in front of him in a short while. Xiaoyan did not doubt the owners of these 3 auras. These 3 people were definitely the 3 overlords in the depths of the Shilin mountain range, Tianning, Flame Lion, and Xionggang. Damn it. How did you catch up so quickly? Aware of the 3 people behind him, the expression on Xiaoyan's face changed again. He cursed in his heart. His slightly weak body suddenly shook, and the Vitra glass body was instantly displayed. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had once again turned into a Vitra giant god. His huge feet stomped on the void, and he rushed forward with all his strength. At the same time that Xiaoyan sensed the 3 of them, the Sky Eagle trio behind Xiaoyan also sensed Xiaoyan's aura. Immediately, a furious expression involuntarily appeared on their faces. Bastard! It's actually this brat's fault. It's too late to regret now. Let's hurry over. I hope this matter won't be difficult to resolve. Otherwise, I'll definitely break that kid's bones. The Sky Eagle's tone was extremely furious when the Flame Lion's furious curse sounded. As for Xianxia, although he did not say anything, his expression was extremely gloomy. It was obvious that the anger in his heart was no less than the two beside him. A moment later, the three figures had already arrived in front of the deep gorge. Xiaoyan was also extremely unlucky. He was coincidentally sent back by the cold wind. However, he was helpless. Who asked the cold wind to be so terrifyingly strong? Even though Xiaoyan used all his strength, he was ultimately unable to pass through it. He could only be blown back time and time again with each charge. This time around, he coincidentally met the Sky Eagle trio who had just arrived. After the gazes of the three of them swept over Xiaoyan's body, they landed on the deep gorge below which one could not see the end. Xiaoyan sensed the gazes of the three of them which seemed to want to devour him. His back involuntarily felt a chill. His footsteps withdrew a little in an undetectable manner. The heavy Xian ruler had also unknowingly appeared in the palm of Xiaoyan's back. When they saw the enormous deep gorge in front of them, the trio's pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Their three faces instantly became gloomy. The enormous deep gorge in front of them had clearly far exceeded their expectations. If this deep gorge was described as a small stream in their imagination, then what appeared in front of them was a wide river. The cold wind that gushed out from it was just like a torrential flood that could not be stopped. Brat! Did you do all this? The Flame Lion's furious eyes were wide open as he stared at Xiaoyan. His voice was nearly hoarse as he spoke. If I said no, would you believe me? Xiaoyan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He did not deny this. Brat! You're really courting death. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You will stay here today. The Flame Lion angrily rebuked. His voice sounded just like the roar of a beast. After his voice sounded, the Flame Lion's body suddenly shot towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan held the heavy ruler in his hand. His enormous golden body suddenly turned on the spot, and with a flip of his hand, he viciously swung his ruler at the Flame Lion. Flame-splitting tsunami. Lion Dipper Fist. The two of them roared furiously in unison. In the blink of an eye, they had already collided. The frightening energy shockwave instantly destroyed the cold wind. The sky where the two of them were located also obtained a trace of tranquility in this short instant. After the attack landed, the Flame Lion forcefully twisted his body in the air. Soon after, a punch was thrown once again. At the same time, the heavy ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was accompanied by a biting cold wind pressure as it collided with the incoming Flame Lion. Roar! Just as Xiaoyan was intensely colliding with the Flame Lion, Xianxia, who was behind him, suddenly emitted an earth-shaking roar. He waved his enormous fists. Like a charging bull, he carried an extremely overbearing power as he charged straight towards Xiaoyan. After merely a few collisions, Xiaoyan was clearly at a disadvantage. However, this was still not enough. Just as Xiaoyan was bitterly enduring, Tianning on the other side also moved. The sword light in his hand was sharp as it ruthlessly charged towards Xiaoyan. 1 against 3 9-star half-emperors. The situation of the battlefield instantly changed. With the addition of Tianning, Xiaoyan immediately felt a great increase in pressure. Helplessly, he could only use the 6 corporeal forms to defend himself from all directions. He was completely powerless to retaliate. Humph. Brat, I have already told you to leave but you refuse to listen. Since you are unwilling to leave, then you can stay here forever. Every attack of the Flame Lion was ruthless. Every punch and palm was a fatal attack. Xianxia's iron fists were as hard as rocks and indestructible. The frightening power caused Xiaoyan's hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, to feel numb. The movements of his hand also gradually became slower. Tianying's attacks caused Xiaoyan to not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Given the latter's sharp attacks, once a flaw appeared in Xiaoyan's 6 corporeal forms, the latter would seize the opportunity to injure Xiaoyan in one strike. Bang! In the end, in the endless bitter battle, Xiaoyan was still the first to be defeated helplessly. The 6 corporeal forms was forcefully broken by the Flame Lion and Xianxia's attacks. Without the protection of the 6 corporeal forms, Tianying's longsword immediately found an opening. In the blink of an eye, a few holes were formed on Xiaoyan's body by the invisible longsword. Fresh bright red blood immediately shot out. Xiaoyan's face also suddenly turned swollen red. With a grug sound, a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. The aura of his entire body also suddenly weakened. At the same time that Xiaoyan's body was sent flying, the frightening cold wind behind Xiaoyan was like a sharp blade. It once again ruthlessly smashed onto Xiaoyan's back. After this attack landed, the strength in Xiaoyan's body increased by several times. Immediately, he was seriously injured. Grug. A large mouthful of fresh blood was wildly spat out. Xiaoyan's entire body revealed a kind of grayish-white color like that of a dead person. His thin body finally fell uncontrollably towards the deep gorge below. Seeing this, the flame lion wanted to give chase and give Xiaoyan a final blow. However, Tianing by the side stopped him and said, "Enough. Let's settle the score with him after we settle this problem. The most important thing now is this gap." After his words sounded, Tianing looked at Xionggang by the side, only to discover that the latter was actually looking at the deep gorge below with a suspicious expression. Other than the seriousness in his eyes, there was also a strange expression. "Aren't we being too subjective?" 2 months later, at the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range, Xiaoyan carried the dark heavy buster sword on his back as he flew through the forest at an extremely fast speed. Every time he paused in the air, he would leave behind a solid afterimage. As numerous afterimages appeared one after another, the dense forest behind Xiaoyan was suddenly destroyed by a terrifying force. Immediately after, a huge magical beast chased after Xiaoyan furiously with boundless killing intent. The afterimages along the way were mercilessly torn apart by its sharp horns. "Bastard brat! Quickly return my green Ganoderma to me." The huge magical beast, whose body was like a small mountain, charged forward recklessly. As it charged forward, it could not help but let out a sorrowful and angry howl. Ever since the human in front of it stole its green Ganoderma a week ago, not only did the human in front of it not leave, but he used the green Ganoderma as a lure to purposely make it fly into a rage. It chased after Xiaoyan day and night. However, in the end, due to Xiaoyan's extraordinary speed, the distance between them would be instantly widened by Xiaoyan at the most crucial moment. As for the magical beast, it could only helplessly retreat with a heart full of anger. This matter caused the magical beast to be furious, but at the same time, it also felt a sense of sadness. It really did not know who it had offended in its previous life to meet such a hateful person. "Hee, if you want your green Ganoderma back, then chase after me. As long as you can catch up with me, not only will I return the green Ganoderma to you, I will also give you an emperor-grade elixir." Xiaoyan laughed as the huge magical beast spoke. Instead, he used the emperor-grade elixir to tempt the magical beast behind him. In the big battle 2 months ago, Xiaoyan was naturally defeated by the Sky Eagle trio. The seriously injured Xiaoyan's body fell uncontrollably towards the deep ravine below. At the last moment before Xiaoyan lost consciousness, he thought that he would fall into the deep ravine. However, he did not expect Guyu to act in time. While the Sky Eagle trio's attention was focused on the deep ravine, Guyu swiftly controlled Xiaoyan's body and left that place. Ever since he had experienced that incident, Xiaoyan had also clearly sensed where he was lacking. Given Xiaoyan's current overall fighting strength, he could already fight against an 8-star half-emperor in a one-on-one fight. As for a 9-star half-emperor, it would be difficult for Xiaoyan. Of course, one could slowly cultivate one's strength. However, Xiaoyan's Sky Annihilation steps had become a big problem. Originally, given Xiaoyan's confidence in the Sky Annihilation steps, no one under the Do D class should be able to catch up with him. However, after this incident, Xiaoyan realized that his Sky Annihilation steps was far from reaching the level that he needed. Take Sky Eagle for example. Even if Xiaoyan fully unleashed his Sky Annihilation steps, he would not be a match for the latter's speed. If Xiaoyan were to fight him one-on-one, Xiaoyan would not have any hope of winning without any external help. Thus, although Xiaoyan believed that his fighting strength was outstanding, it was only when compared to an 8-star half-emperor. If he were to face a 9-star half-emperor or an even more frightening Do Di, Xiaoyan would be in trouble. This time around, Xiaoyan had found this sky-raising bull magical beast in hopes of being able to borrow its strength to obtain victory through speed without him launching an attack. Of course, Xiaoyan's thoughts were relaxed. However, the situation was indeed abnormally relaxed. This sky-raising bull magical beast's strength had merely reached that of an 8-star half-emperor. With Xiaoyan's current speed, even an ordinary 9-star half-emperor would have difficulty catching up to him, much less this sky-raising bull magical beast. After a week of repeated boredom, at this moment, Xiaoyan was extremely stunned to realize that not only did his speed not increase in this boring chase, but the speed of the heaven-raising bull magical beast behind him was actually swiftly increasing under the drive of the fury in its heart. This scene, which was completely different from what Xiaoyan had originally imagined, caused him to feel helpless in his heart. Xiaoyan paused and turned his head to look behind him. The sky-raising bull magical beast had once again charged over. This time around, anger rose in the sky-raising bull magical beast's heart when it saw that Xiaoyan had stopped once again. As it charged forward, its enormous body suddenly shook. A muffled thunder-like beast roar was emitted from its mouth. At the same time, its body violently charged toward Xiaoyan at its fastest speed. From the looks of it, its speed was more than twice as fast as before. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan curled his mouth in a speechless manner. Immediately, he stepped into the air and twisted his neck. A wave of caw-caw sound of bones colliding was emitted. With a thought, Xiaoyan's skinny body turned into a giant Vajra god at the same time as he turned around. Both of his feet stepped on the ground and his enormous fist was tightly clenched. As the barbarian bull charged over, a fist was violently smashed toward the latter's head. Bang! A terrifying enormous force suddenly poured out when Xiaoyan's fist landed on the barbarian bull's head. It was like a thunderous explosion that resounded through the sky. Under Xiaoyan's punch, the sky-raising bull magical beast's charging speed was forcefully stopped. Its entire head was smashed to the ground by Xiaoyan's punch. The enormous force poured down from the barbarian bull's head to the ground. Instantly, the ground below the two of them quickly collapsed. Xiaoyan and the barbarian bull's bodies both sank. The chase between Xiaoyan and the sky-raising bull magical beast came to an end. The golden light dissipated. At the same time that Xiaoyan reverted to his original form, he could not help but exhale softly. He shook his slightly numb hand before looking at the sky-raising bull magical beast. Casually throwing a wooden box to the latter, Xiaoyan said loudly, "All right, I've returned it." "All right, I've returned it to you. I know you're fine. Get up." As Xiaoyan's voice fell, the sky-raising bull magical beast's body also squirmed. Immediately, it also turned into a human. Its upper body was naked, and a pair of slightly curved horns grew on its head. When the wooden box fell, it hurriedly caught it in its arms. After looking at the green Ganoderma inside, it looked at Xiaoyan and said angrily, "Stinking brat. First, you don't refine pills. Second, you don't buy medicine. You even snatched my treasure. Do you think I'm a monkey? And that emperor-grade medicinal pill. Hand it over to me. You said that you'll give it to me if I catch up to you." Hearing this, Xiaoyan curled his lips in a noncommittal manner. He raised his gaze and looked at the sky-raising bull magical beast. He smiled and said, "I've already returned it to you. As for what I said, if I don't take the initiative to stop, do you think that you can catch up to me with your speed? TSK, I don't care. In any case, I've already caught up to you. You can't go back on your words." Barbarian bull spat. His face revealed a thick-skinned appearance as he said to Xiaoyan. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes turned slightly. He changed his tone and said with a smile, "Okay, I can give you the medicinal pill. However, you have to answer my question first." Barbarian bull had a suspicious expression as he looked at Xiaoyan. He held the wooden box in his hands and hesitated for a moment. Only then did he nod his head and said with hatred, "Ask away." In the periphery of the Shilin mountain range, there are magical beasts that specialize in speed. Their strength is around that of a middle 8-star half-emperor. The faster, the better. Hearing this, the muscles at the corner of Barbarian Bull's mouth could not help but twitch. He could not help but curse angrily in his heart. So this guy in front of him actually wanted to use him to practice his agility do skill. With an extremely unwilling expression, Barbarian Bull curled his lips. However, in his heart, he could not let go of the emperor-grade medicinal pill. He could only bitterly sigh in his heart. After a moment, his face revealed a pondering expression. After a moment of consideration, he said, "There is. Furthermore, its speed is frighteningly fast." Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes could not help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. He quickly asked, "Where?" "Southwest. There is a lake there. That is its territory." After Barbarian Bull finished speaking, Xiaoyan also quickly turned around and was about to fly in the direction that Barbarian Bull had mentioned. "Wait, medicinal pill." Whoosh! Before Barbarian Bull finished speaking, a ray of light rapidly shot toward the demon-raising bull. The latter caught it in his palm and opened it to take a look. Sure enough, it was an emperor-grade medicinal pill. When the demon-raising bull raised his head to look again, Xiaoyan had already disappeared from the sky. Seeing this, Barbarian Bull's eyes flashed. The corners of his mouth were raised to form a ridiculing smile. As he turned around, he said in a low voice, "Haha, how did you run so fast? I didn't even have the time to tell you that guy's strength is that of a 9-star half-emperor." The blazing sun was like fire. It seemed as if it had burned all the clouds in the sky. At the end of the horizon, there were only a few scattered clouds floating on the ocean. However, at this place, the sky appeared as if it had been washed away by heavy rain. It was like a clear mirror. Looking down from the clear sky, one would be surprised to discover that the dense forest was gradually receding. In the mountain forest below, there was actually a vast lake. This lake extended for over 1,000 miles. The surface of the lake was calm and flawless. The deep lake water was like a mirror that resonated with the clear weather. If one were to only look at the lake water and the sky above their heads, one would be unable to tell which was the sky and which was the lake. Right at this moment, in the distant horizon, above the vast sea of trees, a tsunami-like hurricane suddenly appeared. It was rapidly sweeping toward this place. The hurricane swept across the horizon. The remnant might of the hurricane turned into a tall wave of trees above the sea of trees. The surging waves followed the steps of the hurricane and rapidly rushed toward the lake. If one were to look carefully, one would see that at the forefront of the hurricane, at the forefront of the warship-like hurricane, was a black-cloaked man with a giant ruler on his back. With the hurricane above his head, he was rapidly rushing toward this place. In a short period of time, the black-cloaked man was already standing directly above the lake. Looking from between the two of them, regardless of whether it was the sky or the mirror-like lake water, Xiaoyan's figure was reflected in both. As he looked at the calm lake below, Xiaoyan's white hand slowly moved toward the ruler's hilt. The feeling that this place gave him was somewhat different. "Heh, damned bull spirit, you actually dared to use your brain against me. This big guy's strength is not that of an 8-star half-martial emperor." Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed as he cursed the heaven-raising bull demonic beast from before in a low voice. However, blazing flames shot out from Xiaoyan's eyes. Although the guy in the water was not weak, Xiaoyan had already understood his strength through the probing of his soul power. Initial 9-star half-martial emperor. Furthermore, the doji within his body was still unstable. It was as if he had just broken through to 9-star not long ago. To Xiaoyan, this was just right. "Heh heh, you've truly given me a great gift." Xiaoyan laughed in his mouth. At the same time, his arm abruptly pulled with force and the heavy Xian ruler was suddenly pulled out. A chi-chi sound of rushing wind immediately sounded. The originally calm surface of the lake below also began to form circular ripples. The ripples spread out and completely destroyed the tranquility of the lake. "Humph. Human. You've come to this king's territory and even pulled out your weapon. Are you trying to provoke this king?" Suddenly, a thunderous sound resounded from the bottom of the lake. At the same time, the ripples on the surface of the lake that had yet to disperse started to surge. Following a few explosive sounds, thick pillars of water soared into the sky from the surface of the lake. Soon after, an enormous conical horn rushed out from the lake. Following that, the enormous body of the demonic beast appeared. Nearly half of the demonic beast's body was exposed on the surface of the water. Its entire body looked like a huge snake. On the back of the huge snake, there was a layer of huge, solid snake scales. However, the abdomen of the huge snake was different. There were many shallow gullies that went deep into the water. It looked like a whale. The most peculiar thing was that on the head of the huge snake, there was a long horn. Oh? Narwhal snake. Heh, I didn't expect to encounter such an ancient species here. Seeing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The narwhal snake in front of him also surprised him. As a snake-type demonic beast, the narwhal snake was originally an unknown species. However, because of its single horn, this unique species gradually gained some fame among the snake-type demonic beasts. Of course, other than its single horn, the narwhal snake also possessed the ancient bloodline of the snake-type demonic beasts. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for it to have a kind of pressure when facing other snake-type demonic beasts. This point was similar to the uniqueness of Ziyan in the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Logically speaking, this kind of narwhal snake should have been wiped out from the snake-type demonic beast tribe thousands of years ago due to its uniqueness. However, he didn't expect to encounter it today by Xiaoyan. He didn't know if it was good luck or something else. Humph. Since you know my identity, why don't you hurry up and get lost? This king has just broken through and doesn't want to start a massacre. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, this king will eat you up today. I'll refine you and treat you as nourishment for this king to stabilize my strength. The narwhal snake's huge blue eyes stared at Xiaoyan. Although its words were fierce, it could always feel a sense of danger from this human in front of it. This made it, who had always been cautious, couldn't help but feel wary of Xiaoyan in front of it. Haha, why are you in such a hurry to chase me away? I've only learned about the narwhal snake's name from ancient books. As for its true strength, I've never had the chance to see it. However, since I've seen it today, I naturally can't leave so easily. Therefore, I'd like to invite you to spar with me. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was lifted as though he had seen the fear in the other party's heart. He revealed a mocking smile. Adding this to the tone of his words, the narwhal whale snake did not dare to be careless in its heart. It immediately snorted and let out a low roar. I've said that I don't want to fight today. Hurry up and get lost. This king is going into seclusion. As it spoke, the narwhal snake's eyes that were originally staring at Xiaoyan unconsciously shifted away, as if to cover up the strange feeling in its heart. Xiaoyan didn't expect the narwhal snake to be so cowardly. He couldn't help but feel a little speechless in his heart. He curled his lips and looked at the narwhal snake with a frown. He said somewhat impatiently, "Let's cut to the chase. I'm here today to challenge you. You're at least a 9-star half-martial emperor. Why don't you dare to spar with me, a 5-star half-martial emperor? TCH, so what if I'm a 9-star half-martial emperor? A 5-star half-martial emperor like you wants to spar with me, a 9-star half-martial emperor. If you're not stupid, then you definitely have the strength to spar with you. I'd be stupid to spar with you." As Xiaoyan's words fell, the narwhal snake decisively blurted out a bunch of shameless words. This immediately made Xiaoyan feel a burst of helplessness. The speech that he had originally prepared was actually blocked by this big guy's impeccable words. After violently coughing a few times, Xiaoyan hurriedly thought of a plan in his heart. However, when he thought of it, Xiaoyan discovered that he actually couldn't do anything to this big guy in front of him. Xiaoyan didn't even have the slightest doubt that if he were to make a move now, this guy would definitely hide at the bottom of the lake without the slightest hesitation and definitely wouldn't come out again. At that time, even if Xiaoyan wanted to provoke it, it would be impossible. Curling his lips, Xiaoyan felt helpless. After thinking for a while, he helplessly smiled bitterly in his heart and said, "Sigh. Looks like I'll have to use the old method again, cough cough, how about this, I'll bet with you. I'll use an emperor-grade medicinal pill as the wager. As long as you can catch me, I'll give you the medicinal pill." After coughing twice, Xiaoyan himself felt that the words he said were a little strange. He didn't expect that in this world, there would actually be someone who would pay to be beaten up. The narwhal whale snake was involuntarily stunned when it heard the words that were emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. These words of Xiaoyan caused it to feel as though it was facing a fool. Roar, with a low roar, the narwhal snake rolled its eyes at Xiaoyan. Then, its huge body wriggled and tried to return to the bottom of the lake. Seeing this, the muscles on Xiaoyan's face twitched violently. He gritted his teeth. Just as the narwhal snake was about to return to the bottom of the lake, Xiaoyan opened his mouth again and said in a loud voice, Two emperor-grade medicinal pills. As long as you can touch my clothes, you can have the medicinal pills. As he said this, Xiaoyan flipped his palm. 2 round medicinal pills the size of longans appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Following the appearance of the pill, a rich pill fragrance immediately spread out in all directions. The moment the narwhal snake entered the water, it also smelled the medicinal fragrance. Immediately, its submerged body froze. Ripples of water violently surged around its body. In the next moment, the narwhal snake's submerged body suddenly rushed out of the lake. Its huge eyes were filled with desire as it stared at Xiaoyan. To be precise, it was looking at the 2 emperor-grade medicinal pills in his hand. If it were to obtain these 2 emperor-level medicinal pellets, the narwhal snake had no doubt that its cultivation would definitely be able to completely stabilize at the early stage 9-star half-martial emperor level. Furthermore, this would undoubtedly be able to save it a very long period of time in the future. Roar. You said it yourself. Boy, don't blame me for bullying you. Although it could tell that Xiaoyan was extraordinary, the narwhal snake was confident that with its speed as a 9-star half-emperor, it was completely possible for it to surpass this human in front of it, whom it viewed as an ant. Moreover, the medicinal pills were very useful to it. If it could get its hands on them, it naturally wouldn't let them go so easily. With such a simple condition, the narwhal snake naturally wouldn't waste such a good opportunity. Hee, what a money grubber. Don't worry, since I've said it, I won't go back on my words. Moreover, you can just fight with me. After all, you're a 9th-star half-martial emperor. Do you really need to be afraid of me, a 5th-star half-martial emperor? Xiaoyan's face carried a teasing smile as he spoke when he heard this. Seeing Xiaoyan's mocking expression, the narwhal snake rolled its eyes at the latter again. Soon after, it coldly snorted and said, Brat, the pills are ready. I'm coming to get them. Roar. With a loud roar, the entire lake's surface started to churn violently. Waves of shocking waves started to surge violently. The narwhal snake's enormous body also suddenly rushed into the sky. Its enormous whale-like tail carried a terrifying force as it fiercely smashed towards Xiaoyan. And it was only at this moment that Xiaoyan was able to see the entire appearance of the big guy in front of him clearly. The enormous snake's body was even longer than when it was exposed to the surface of the lake earlier. The snake's body was densely covered with smooth snake scales. As the snake's body twisted, dazzling rays of light were reflected. They were like sharp eyes, causing people to tremble in fear. Seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled in satisfaction. This was the result he wanted. Just as the huge fan-like tail was about to attack, Xiaoyan finally moved. As his body twisted, he instantly executed the sky extinction step. His pitch-black figure constantly flickered above the void, like a shadow, making it difficult for people to capture his figure. At the same time, the snake's tail that was smashing towards Xiaoyan also swept across the void, causing a gust of wind. However, it did not touch Xiaoyan's body at all. Seeing that Xiaoyan actually dodged its attack so easily, the narwhal snake could not help but reveal a hint of surprise in its eyes. It did not expect that a 5-star half-martial emperor could actually possess such speed. Although it was extremely surprised, for the sake of the 2 emperor-grade medicinal pills, the narwhal snake quickly raised the doqi in its body. Its enormous body suddenly twisted, circling left and right, forming a sphere that quickly surrounded Xiaoyan, who was constantly flashing in the void. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. The narwhal snake roared angrily. Its body that was surrounding Xiaoyan quickly twisted, causing the narrow space within it to shrink again and again, causing Xiaoyan, who was inside, to have no way to dodge. Seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled. Taking advantage of the fact that the space around him had not been completely squeezed, Xiaoyan's hands moved quickly, forming seals one after another. At the same time, a black tent was formed in front of him. 6 paths tent. After shouting in his heart, Xiaoyan took a step forward. Before the terrifying pressure around him could surge, Xiaoyan's figure disappeared in an instant. Sensing that Xiaoyan's figure had disappeared, the narwhal snake suddenly exclaimed. In the next moment, when it turned its head to look, it saw that Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared in the void behind it. Haha, looks like this move of yours is not very effective against me. Xiaoyan chuckled and said. The moment the narwhal snake turned its head, its eyes were filled with extreme shock. How is this possible? It was really difficult to imagine that this black-robed human in front of it was actually able to dodge its death entanglement, which had no gaps to speak of. It should be known that as long as one was trapped within that attack, unless one forcefully broke open the body of the narwhal snake, it would be impossible to escape. However, how did Xiaoyan in front of it do it? Haha, nothing is impossible. Your move might work against others, but it's useless against me. Xiaoyan chuckled. He extended his index finger and gently drew across the void in front of him. Immediately after, as Xiaoyan's fingertip drew across the void, a few inches wide wormhole appeared in the void above the void. Of course, this small wormhole naturally could not do anything. However, in the eyes of the narwhal snake, it was enough to make the latter feel extremely shocked. This is, a spatial crack? No, this is, the void great way. The pupils in the narwhal snake's eyes suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Its words were filled with disbelief. Indeed, a half-emperor powerhouse could actually comprehend the power of Great Way. This was probably something that was completely impossible in anyone's mind. Xiaoyan smiled non-committally and did not say a word. Kid. You cheated. The scene was silent for a moment. Then, the shocked narwhal snake suddenly spat out angrily. As its voice fell, the expression on Xiaoyan's face became one of astonishment. Immediately after, the narwhal snake continued to speak. Kid. Based on the way you fight, how can I possibly touch you? With the help of the power of Great Way, you can easily dodge my attack. Are you deliberately toying with me? Xiaoyan was stunned. When he raised his head, he saw that this fellow was actually about to retreat into the void again. He could not help but feel helpless for this fellow's fragile heart. It was too easy to defeat him. He really did not know where the strength of a 9-star half-emperor had gone to. Cough cough, how about this? At most, I won't use my void Great Way. Let's go. Xiaoyan curled his lips helplessly. God knew why. This giant snake was so cowardly. He could only helplessly withdraw his power of Great Way again. However, the moment Xiaoyan's words fell, the narwhal snake, who had just turned its head, suddenly let out a sinister laugh. The moment Xiaoyan's words fell, it fiercely pounced on Xiaoyan. Within the verdant mountain forest, Xiaoyan's 10 fingers were crossed as he supported the back of his head with his hands. With a lazy expression on his face, he was aimlessly walking forward. As of now, it was already difficult for him to make any further progress with the sky extinction steps. If he wanted to break through to the wind elemental realm, he could only rely on luck. As for his cultivation, Xiaoyan had already completely consolidated his cultivation at the initial stage of the 5-star half-martial emperor realm. He was only a step away from the middle stage. It was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in a short period of time. With nowhere to go and nowhere to retreat, Xiaoyan could only find a place to settle down for the time being. A long while later, Xiaoyan arrived in front of a waterfall. The rapid water flow was like a wild horse galloping as it whizzed down from the high cliff. After colliding with the protruding rocks on the cliff a couple of times, it violently smashed into a pool below, emitting a deafening loud roar. Around the pool, there was a relatively spacious open space. Xiaoyan looked over and saw that there was actually a cave beside the waterfall. The entrance of the cave wasn't very big. It was only big enough for 4 people to enter at the same time. The deeper one looked into the cave, the deeper one's vision became. There were quite a few withered yellow leaves that had been blown by the wind at the entrance of the cave. Outside of the cave, there were also a few pitch-black bonfires that had already been blown away by the wind. It was likely that someone had once lived here. Xiaoyan smiled. From the looks of it, he might have to stay here for a period of time in the future. With a slight smile, Xiaoyan entered the cave in a flash. Sure enough, other than a stone bed and a few dim night pearls on the cave walls, there was nothing else in the cave. However, to Xiaoyan, this was already enough. When cultivating outside, having a place to settle down was already enough. It was too naive to hope that the predecessors would leave anything behind. After having a place to settle down, Xiaoyan immediately felt a wave of boredom in his heart. After reviewing the recent battles, Xiaoyan had a new understanding of his own strength. With the strength that Xiaoyan currently possessed, an 8-star half-martial emperor was no longer a threat to Xiaoyan. It was so much that if they were to fight, Xiaoyan was confident that he could defeat them in one move. As for a 9-star half-martial emperor, if he were to encounter someone with strength like Heavenly Eagle, Xiaoyan believed that if they were to fight one-on-one, Xiaoyan would definitely not be a match for them. Although he could use the sky extinction steps to temporarily delay, Xiaoyan's defeat was inevitable as time passed. Of course, if he were to encounter someone like the Narwhal Serpent who had just broken through to the initial 9-star half-martial emperor realm, Xiaoyan was confident that he would be able to fight evenly with them. Even if he was not a match for them, he would definitely not be in a sorry state. All in all, with all the battle strength that Xiaoyan currently possessed, Xiaoyan would at most be able to fight evenly with an initial 9-star half-martial emperor expert. As for experts stronger than that, it was a different story. Of course, even if that was the case, Xiaoyan was still dissatisfied with his own strength. After all, there were 3 9-star half-martial emperors in the depths of the Shilin mountain range. Moreover, among the 3 of them, the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang were absolutely not weaker than Heavenly Eagle. As long as he was unable to defeat them, Xiaoyan would never be able to enter the depths of the Shilin mountain range, let alone pass through the entire Shilin mountain range. Another thing was the strange cold wind near the depths of the Shilin mountain range. The cold wind was so frightening that even Xiaoyan's heavenly flame was unable to suppress it. One could imagine that even if Heavenly Eagle and the other 2 did not obstruct Xiaoyan, it would still be absolutely impossible for Xiaoyan to pass through the Shilin mountain range with just the cold wind. Thinking of this, an indescribable pressure suddenly surged into Xiaoyan's heart. What he had to face now seemed to not be as simple as it seemed. Ugh, Xiaoyan sighed for some unknown reason. His body, which had just been lying on the stone bed, suddenly sat up like a carp. He violently shook his head and tossed the deep sleepiness out of his body. Both of Xiaoyan's hands formed the training seal as he sat down. A thought passed through his mind and the flame mantra chi method within his body began to circulate. Immediately, the natural energy swiftly gathered above Xiaoyan's head and agglomerated into a huge energy whirlpool. Waves of mottled natural energy swiftly gathered around Xiaoyan at this moment as though they were being attracted by something. They swiftly gathered toward Xiaoyan. After being refined by the heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body, they flowed along his veins and circulated one round before merging into the vortex space within Xiaoyan's body. After Xiaoyan entered a crazy training state, the empty space beside Xiaoyan suddenly became distorted. Guyu's figure slowly appeared. Guyu faintly smiled as he watched Xiaoyan train with all his might. A gratified expression surfaced in his turbid old eyes. From Xiaoyan's actions, Guyu could tell that Xiaoyan no longer wanted to purely rely on his strength. Currently, Xiaoyan only wanted to use the normal training method to raise his own strength. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Perhaps, this was the true thought in Xiaoyan's heart at this moment. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed as Xiaoyan repeatedly trained. During these 2 months, other than wildly training his Do Qi, Xiaoyan was only left with the soul-suppressing seal and the sky absolute step. The training of Do Qi was long and arduous. The sky absolute step also did not break through to the windswept stage. Hence, other than this, Xiaoyan could only place his thoughts on the soul-suppressing seal. After 2 months of repeated training, on this day, Xiaoyan finally welcomed the long-awaited day in his heart. Bang! As a muffled bang sound was emitted, the vortex within Xiaoyan's body, which was like a swelling balloon, suddenly relaxed. Xiaoyan only felt that his entire body had instantly become light at this moment. Even his spirit could not help but tremble. Hard work pays off. After frantically training, Xiaoyan's strength had finally broken through to the middle stage of the 5-star half-martial emperor realm. Even though this was somewhat forceful, as long as his strength had broken through, Xiaoyan would naturally not be too concerned about the rest. The path of training was crazy to begin with. Xiaoyan had merely done something even crazier. Unexpectedly, in merely 2 months, Xiaoyan had actually managed to break through to the middle stage of the 5-star half-martial emperor realm. To Xiaoyan, this was undoubtedly an enormous pleasant surprise. That was because this meant that his cultivation and strength would increase once again. His battle power would also increase along with it. At this moment, Xiaoyan was already imagining his appearance when he broke through to the 6th-star half-martial emperor realm. After standing up, Xiaoyan's naked upper body slightly twisted. Immediately, a burst of bone-cracking sounds were heard. This caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily sigh in relief. Sensing the abundant doqi within his body, Xiaoyan lightly smiled. He took a step forward and planned to walk out of the cave. At the same time, outside the cave, in the dense forest, a large group of people were rapidly rushing over. Within the verdant mountain forest, Xiaoyan's 10 fingers were crossed as he supported the back of his head with his hands. With a lazy expression on his face, he was aimlessly walking forward. As of now, it was already very difficult for him to make any further progress with the sky extinction steps. If he wanted to break through to the wind elemental realm, he could only rely on luck. As for his cultivation, Xiaoyan had already completely consolidated his cultivation at the initial 5-star half-martial emperor realm. He was only a step away from the intermediate half-martial emperor realm. It was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in a short period of time. With nowhere to go and nowhere to retreat, Xiaoyan could only find a place to settle down for the time being. A long while later, Xiaoyan arrived in front of a waterfall. The rapid water flow was like a wild horse galloping as it whizzed down from the high cliff. After colliding with the protruding rocks on the cliff a couple of times, it violently smashed into a pool below, emitting a deafening loud roar. Surrounding the pool was a relatively spacious open space. Xiaoyan looked over and saw that there was actually a cave beside the waterfall. The entrance of the cave wasn't very big. It was only big enough for 4 people to enter at the same time. The deeper one looked into the cave, the deeper one's vision became. At the entrance of the cave, there were quite a few withered yellow leaves that had been blown by the wind. Outside of the cave, there were also a few pitch-black bonfires that had already been blown away by the wind. It seemed that someone had once lived here. Xiaoyan smiled. From the looks of it, he might have to live here for a period of time. With a faint smile, Xiaoyan entered the cave in a few flashes. Sure enough, in the empty cave, other than a stone bed and a few dim night pearls left on the cave walls, there was nothing else. However, to Xiaoyan, this was already enough. When cultivating outside, having a place to stay was already enough. It would be too naive to have extravagant hopes that the predecessors would leave anything behind. Now that he had a place to stay, Xiaoyan immediately felt bored in his heart. He roughly reviewed the recent battles where he had fought. Xiaoyan also had a new understanding of his own strength. Based on the strength Xiaoyan possessed right now, an 8-star quasi-emperor was no longer a threat to Xiaoyan. It was even to the extent that if they were to truly fight, Xiaoyan was confident in being able to defeat him with a single move. As for a 9-star half-martial emperor, if he were to encounter someone with strength on par with Heavenly Eagle, Xiaoyan believed that if he were to fight them one-on-one, he would definitely not be a match for them. Even though he would be able to use the heaven-extinguishing steps to temporarily delay them, as time passed, Xiaoyan would inevitably be defeated. Of course, if he were to encounter someone like the narwhal serpent who had just broken through to the initial 9-star half-martial emperor realm, Xiaoyan was confident that he would be able to fight them equally. Even if he was not a match for them, he would absolutely not be too miserable. All in all, with all the battle strength that Xiaoyan possessed right now, Xiaoyan would at most be able to fight evenly with an initial 9-star half-martial emperor expert. As for experts stronger than that, it was a different story. Of course, even if that was the case, Xiaoyan was still dissatisfied with his own strength. After all, there were 3 9-star half-martial emperors in the depths of the Shilin mountain range. Moreover, the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang were absolutely not weaker than Heavenly Eagle. As long as he was unable to defeat them, Xiaoyan would never be able to enter the depths of the Shilin mountain range, let alone pass through the entire Shilin mountain range. Another thing was the strange cold wind near the depths of the Shilin mountain range. The cold wind was so frightening that even Xiaoyan's heavenly flame was unable to suppress it. One could imagine that even if Heavenly Eagle and the other 2 did not obstruct Xiaoyan, it would still be absolutely impossible for Xiaoyan to pass through the Shilin mountain range with just the cold wind. Thinking of this, an indescribable pressure suddenly surged into Xiaoyan's heart. It seemed that what he was about to face right now was not as simple as it seemed. Ugh, Xiaoyan sighed for some unknown reason. His body, which had just been lying on the stone bed, suddenly sat up like a carp. He violently shook his head and tossed the deep sleepiness out of his body. Both of Xiaoyan's hands formed a training seal as he sat down. A thought passed through his mind and the flame mantra chi method within his body began to circulate. Immediately, the natural energy swiftly gathered above Xiaoyan's head and agglomerated into a huge energy whirlpool. Waves of mottled natural energy swiftly gathered around Xiaoyan at this moment as though they were being attracted by something. They swiftly gathered toward Xiaoyan. After being refined by the heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body, they flowed along his veins and circulated one round before merging into the vortex space within Xiaoyan's body. After Xiaoyan entered a crazy training state, the empty space beside Xiaoyan's body suddenly became distorted. Guyu's figure slowly appeared. Guyu faintly smiled as he watched Xiaoyan train with all his might. A gratified expression surfaced in his turbid old eyes. From Xiaoyan's actions, Guyu could tell that Xiaoyan no longer wanted to purely rely on his strength. Currently, Xiaoyan only wanted to use the normal training method to raise his own strength. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Perhaps, this was the true thought in Xiaoyan's heart at this moment. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed as Xiaoyan repeatedly trained. During these 2 months, other than wildly training his Do Qi, Xiaoyan was only left with the soul-suppressing seal and the Sky Absolute Step. The training of Do Qi was long and arduous. The Sky Absolute Step also did not break through to the windswept stage. Hence, other than this, Xiaoyan could only place his thoughts on the soul-suppressing seal. After 2 months of repeated training, on this day, Xiaoyan finally welcomed the long-awaited day in his heart. Bang! Following a muffled bang sound, the vortex within Xiaoyan's body, which was swelling like a balloon, suddenly loosened. Xiaoyan felt that his entire body had instantly become light. Even his soul involuntarily trembled. Hard work pays off. After frantically training, Xiaoyan's strength had finally broken through to the middle stage of the 5-star half-martial emperor realm. Even though this was somewhat forceful, as long as his strength had broken through, Xiaoyan would naturally not be too concerned about the rest. The path of training was crazy to begin with. Xiaoyan had merely done something even crazier. Unexpectedly, in merely 2 months, Xiaoyan had actually managed to break through to the middle stage of the 5-star half-martial emperor realm. To Xiaoyan, this was undoubtedly an enormous pleasant surprise. That was because this meant that his cultivation and strength would increase once again. His battle power would also increase along with it. At this moment, Xiaoyan was already imagining his appearance when he broke through to the 6th-star half-martial emperor realm. After standing up, Xiaoyan's naked upper body twisted slightly. Immediately, a burst of bone-cracking sounds were heard. This caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily sigh in relief. Sensing the abundant Do Qi in his body, Xiaoyan lightly smiled. He took a step forward and planned to walk out of the cave. At the same time, outside the cave, in the dense forest, a large group of people were rapidly rushing over. Rumble, the rapidly flowing water ferociously smashed into the pool below, emitting a thunderous rumbling sound. The water splashed in all directions and shot onto the rocks on both sides of the pool. After a few more bounces and revolutions, it irrigated a cluster of flowers that emitted an enchanting fragrance around the rocks. The bean-sized water droplets intimately clung onto the flower petals like dew. Although they appeared as if they were about to slide off, they were sticky and firm, as if they were filled with some sort of suction force, tightly clinging onto the flower petals. Hum hum hum, suddenly, an irritating buzzing sound was emitted from the dense mountain forest. The buzzing sound grew closer and closer, gradually becoming clearer and louder. It was as if a huge beast was rushing over. At the same time, the trees in the vicinity also gradually started to tremble amidst the intense buzzing sound, scattering light leaves. As the earth trembled, the small pool was unable to avoid the calamity of the fish in the pond. It tightly clung onto the flower petals. The sparkling and translucent water droplets also dripped down amidst the trembling, soaking the soil below. At the same time, the figure disappeared. Haha. Little bitch. You dare to steal this young master's item. When I bring you back today, I will definitely let you taste the feeling of not being able to live or die. Among the group of half-martial emperors flying forward, a young man wearing a brocade robe had a sinister expression on his face. The corners of his mouth were lifted into an evil smile as he spoke. With a sharp voice. As he spoke, the man's body, which was flying forward, shook once again. His feet suddenly stepped on a tree trunk below him. Wood shavings shot out, and the man's body suddenly shot forward. The few old men in front of him also shook their bodies at the same time. With a lightning-like speed, they swiftly rushed forward. At the front of this group of people, within the dense forest, at this very moment, there was a young lady wearing a light blue long dress. Her figure was graceful, and her body was as light as a swallow. Being chased by the group of people behind her, she was like a panicked little deer as she rapidly ran through the forest. At this moment, a serious expression was present on the young girl's elegant face. Faced with this group of people that were like maggots attached to bones, it was truly too difficult for her, a mere 4-star half-martial emperor, to escape from them. Even so, the young girl's heart was filled with determination. She firmly believed that as long as she could hold on for a little longer, someone would definitely come to save her. Unfortunately, even though the young girl had such intentions, the group of people behind her did not wish for her to continue venturing deeper into the Xiling mountain range. That was because they knew that if this continued, they would reach the depths of the Xiling mountain range. That was not a place they could easily reach. Whoosh, accompanied by a sharp sound of rushing wind, a strong wind suddenly attacked from the left side of the young girl, causing her expression to change instantly. Haha, little girl, this game ends here. That is not a place you should go. The hoarse old voice was unhurriedly transmitted into the young girl's ears, causing her expression to instantly turn pale. She did not expect that this old man's speed would actually become so frightening in an instant. Could it be that he had not used his full strength earlier? Just as the young girl was about to increase her speed and charge forward, the ghost-like old man by her side extended his hand. His withered bone-like hand claw mercilessly and violently imprinted itself on the young girl's back. Frightening Dochi instantly erupted. With this old man's strength, attacking the young girl was a complete suppression. The frightening Dochi invaded the young girl's body in the blink of an eye and scattered the Dochi within the young girl's body with a destructive force, causing the young girl to be unable to use her Dochi for a period of time after she was injured. Grug. The young girl's pretty face immediately turned pale after being seriously injured. Her lovely body staggered in the air and her mouth involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of her entire body instantly fell to rock bottom. However, it was unexpected that the young girl did not even have the slightest chance to resist the palm of the old man. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the strength of this old man was. At the same time that the young girl was seriously injured, her delicate body also fell to the empty ground below. Her lovely body rolled and half of her body fell into the water. The icy clear water swiftly soaked the long dress of the young girl. At the same time, it also caused the nearly unconscious latter to recover some consciousness. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a mountain cave not far in front of her. There was a little fluorescent light flickering deep within the mountain cave. From the looks of it, there should be someone inside. The young girl held on to her final hope as her delicate lovely body forcefully climbed out of the water. Her long dress, which had been soaked by the water, tightly clung to the exquisite body of the young girl. Her perfect figure was completely revealed at this moment. However, at this very moment, this young girl did not have the time to bother about this. The young girl's footsteps quickly staggered towards the mountain cave. Behind her, the group of people also followed closely. They formed a half-circle around the young girl and the mountain cave. The group of people wore cold smiles as they looked at the staggering young girl. The man in the brocade robe, who had spoken earlier, currently had an especially evil smile on his feminine face. His eyes, which were looking at the young girl, were filled with a fiery expression. The young girl took a few minutes to walk a dozen steps. The group of people behind her quietly observed everything and quietly waited for the man in the brocade robe to give the order. Finally, the young girl staggered to the front of the mountain cave. Her misty eyes faintly saw a person walking out of the mountain cave. While hope flickered in her heart, the young girl's injured body could not help but fall forward. At the same time, within the mountain cave, Xiaoyan's footsteps also continued to walk forward. The dusky environment within the mountain cave caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily squint his eyes before exiting the cave. His vision also became dusky. The instant Xiaoyan opened his eyes again, the delicate and lovely body that suddenly appeared in front of him caused his heart to be immediately startled. By the time Xiaoyan regained his senses, the water-like delicate and lovely body had already fallen onto Xiaoyan's body. The long dress, which had been soaked by the water, stuck to Xiaoyan's chest. This instant iciness caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel a piercing pain, as if it was being pricked by needles. At the same time, a unique fragrance that belonged to a young girl also pounced on Xiaoyan's face. Immediately, Xiaoyan regained his senses. He quickly raised his hands and pushed the young girl away from his chest. In the blink of an eye, the expression on Xiaoyan's face abruptly stiffened. The soft feeling just now caused him to completely regain his senses. The person in front of him that he had pushed away seemed to be a girl. The hand that he had pushed forward unconsciously clenched. Only then did he slowly withdraw his hand with a red face. The young girl, on the other hand, fell to the entrance of the cave with a bang and completely fainted. Why is it you? At this moment, a voice filled with resentment sounded from outside the cave. Xiaoyan frowned. Only then did he raise his head to look. He discovered that there was actually another group of people outside the cave. When Xiaoyan's gaze landed on the face of the young man in the brocade robe in the crowd, he finally could not help but let out a cold laugh. So it's you. What a coincidence. This young man in the brocade robe was the owner of the sky-penetrating pavilion in Mulberry Town outside the Shilin mountain range, the so-called young master of the Sun family. I have to say, we are truly enemies on a narrow road. Brat, I let you escape last time. This time, the heavens have allowed you to meet this young master again. Don't even think about leaving alive. The embroidered-robed man stared at Xiaoyan with a cold expression. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he slowly walked forward. He walked to the front of the crowd and sneered at Xiaoyan, who was at the entrance of the cave. Oh? Is that so? You think you can do it? Or those two old men? You can't even catch up to me. Don't tell me you want to kill me? Xiaoyan sneered, revealing a row of white teeth. He looked at the two gray-robed old men beside the embroidered-robed man and sneered at the embroidered-robed man. When the two old men heard this, their old faces immediately turned ashen. One of them could not help but snort coldly. He was about to shout at Xiaoyan when, if they can't do it, what about me? Just as the gray-robed old man was about to open his mouth and furiously cry out at Xiaoyan, a somewhat hoarse old voice suddenly sounded from behind the man. As the voice sounded, a black-robed old man slowly walked out from behind the man and stood in front of the embroidered-robed man. Retreat. He coldly glanced at the two gray-robed old men on his left and right. The old man's tone was calm and cold as he reprimanded them. When the two heard this, they obediently retreated, even though their expressions were still unwilling. Xiaoyan's gaze landed on the black-robed old man before him. He could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He felt slightly surprised in his heart. However, he immediately said with a mocking expression, 9-star half-martial emperor. What? You can't touch me with an 8-star half-martial emperor, so you found a 9-star half-martial emperor to catch me? Brat, don't be so arrogant. Today, with Elder Quan here, neither you nor that little bitch can escape. The young man stared at Xiaoyan with a blade-like gaze. There was no need to explain the killing intent in his eyes. Xiaoyan had made him suffer the greatest pain in his life. Last time, he was unable to take revenge in time. Today, he would definitely not let Xiaoyan escape. Surround him for this young master. Don't let him escape again. As the explosive cry from the young man's mouth sounded, the people behind him also swiftly moved. Within a couple of leaps, they surrounded the cave that Xiaoyan was in until not even a drop of water could pass through. If Xiaoyan wanted to escape, he would have to enter the cave. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to charge out. Among the crowd, the two gray-robed elders were the first to bear the brunt. Looking at their pair of devouring eyes, it seemed that they could not wait to rush towards Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan had a calm expression when faced with such a terrifying lineup that ordinary people would not be able to face. The smile at the corners of his mouth did not diminish because of the crowd before him. Instead, it grew wider. His pitch-black and calm eyes flickered with a heart-palpitating gorgeous heavenly flame. Heh, what's wrong? It's fine if you're bullying the young, but you actually want to bully the young with numbers? No wonder no one dares to make an enemy out of you big clans. The forces behind you are nothing, but you are very united. Xiaoyan parted his mouth and laughed out loud. The words in his mouth were filled with ridicule. These words caused everyone in front of him to feel a little uncomfortable when they heard them. Humph. The winner takes all. The process is not important. As long as we can make you stay here forever, so what if we bully the young with numbers? Who will know? No matter how much nonsense you speak, you're just afraid of death. What's the use of stalling for time? Ha 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 ha. The man in the brocade robe laughed arrogantly. The expression on his face gradually became ferocious, like that of a wild beast. When the people before Xiaoyan heard this, the expression in their eyes could not help but change slightly. They did not expect their young master to be such an ambitious and ruthless existence. With such a decisive temperament, if he were to grow up, his clan would likely rise as well. However, when these words reached the ears of the black-robed elder in front of the man, the latter could not help but frown slightly. These words were indeed perverse, but when they came from his young master's mouth, it gave him a strange feeling. The black-robed elder shook his head in an undetectable manner. He helplessly thought that perhaps it was because his young master's strength was still too low. Perhaps in the future, he would also do something earth-shattering. However, other than these, there was another person that caused the black-robed elder to feel strange. That person was Xiaoyan, who was currently standing at the entrance of the cave. He had naturally sensed Xiaoyan's strength. Middle stage 5-star half-martial emperor. With such strength, even when compared to his young master, Xiaoyan could only be stronger. It was not difficult to imagine that after Xiaoyan grew up, his strength would definitely not be inferior to his young master's. However, the thing that caused him to feel strange the most was that the Xiaoyan before him gave him a feeling of déjà vu. He felt as if he had seen this young face somewhere before. However, due to the fact that so much time had passed, he was unable to figure out where he had seen it before. Humph. All of you, charge. Kill this brat. However, before the black-robed elder could understand what was going on, the colorful-robed man beside him suddenly cried out sternly. He ordered the crowd in front of him to immediately attack and kill Xiaoyan. Hearing this, the crowd glanced at one another. Immediately, they nodded heavily without the slightest hesitation. They all waved the douqi in their hands and various different shaped weapons immediately landed in their hands. As their douqi poured out, the crowd's bodies moved in unison. They invisibly formed an ingenious encirclement and ruthlessly charged toward Xiaoyan. Seeing the crowd charging toward him explosively, Xiaoyan's expression did not change. His heart was completely calm. His gaze indifferently swept over the crowd in front of him. Xiaoyan quietly muttered in his heart. 1, 2, 5 7-star, 2 8-star, haha, laughing softly in his heart. Xiaoyan finally extended his white hand from under his sleeves just as the crowd in front of him was about to reach him. It was exposed to the sunlight that scattered down from the entrance of the cave. Immediately, he gently clenched his hand and an enormous black-colored ruler immediately appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. Haha, 7 people. 1 ruler for each person. Just nice. As the soft muttering was spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth, a beautiful, heavenly flame suddenly surged out from Xiaoyan's wrist. It transformed into numerous beautiful fire snakes that swiftly wrapped around the enormous ruler in Xiaoyan's hand. After which, the enormous ruler was swung the instant the 7 figures landed. 7-layer. Sky-breaking ruler. As the earth-shaking explosive cry sounded, a frightening douqi storm suddenly spread out in all directions with Xiaoyan's body as the center. The frightening strength directly destroyed the cave behind Xiaoyan in an instant. As this frightening aura spread out, the black-robed elder also instantly raised his gaze. His eyes revealed shock as he looked at Xiaoyan. His mouth was wide open as he said in shock, Xiaoyan. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. As the cry from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded, the terrifying ruler glow immediately carried a shocking energy storm as it swiftly shot out. Its aura filled the sky. The 7 ruler glows soared with the wind at the same time they shot out. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached a height of 1,000 feet. The brilliant, heavenly flame swayed with the wind under the effect of the hurricane, appearing just like a heavenly flame burning the sky. A long fire tail was left behind as the ruler glows rushed through the sky. The 7 ruler glows were just like 7 fire banners that carried a shocking aura as they violently smashed toward the 7 people who were charging over. At the same time, the black-robed old man behind everyone revealed Xiaoyan's true identity with a single sentence. The 7 people could not help but be slightly startled in their hearts when they heard this. They did not expect that this black-robed, young man in front of them was actually that Xiaoyan whom they had been searching for over a year. At this moment, they were once again facing Xiaoyan after a year. Perhaps their hearts were not afraid of Xiaoyan a moment ago, but now that they were aware of Xiaoyan's true identity, their hearts began to feel a little lost. Was it good or bad that they had met Xiaoyan today? It should be known that Xiaoyan had once exchanged blows with a genuine elite Dodi. Although the other party had never revealed his true strength, just this point alone was sufficient to prove that Xiaoyan was extraordinary. Now, after over a year, it was impossible for Xiaoyan's strength to remain stagnant. Even though they were quite strong, they still felt a little helpless when facing Xiaoyan. This was not because they did not have confidence in their own strength. It was just that the things that Xiaoyan had done back then were really too shocking. Facing Xiaoyan, their strength had already been suppressed imperceptibly. Additionally, the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler that Xiaoyan had displayed at this moment possessed extraordinary strength. This had increased the fear in their hearts toward Xiaoyan. Bang! An intense bang reverberated across the sky like a shocking thunder. Following the repeated intense bangs, the bodies of the 7 high-rank Band D experts in the midair flew backwards uncontrollably. They immediately smashed violently into the mountain forest behind them. Only after destroying a large area of the mountain forest 1,000 feet away, did they violently collide with a thick tree trunk with serious injuries and faint. With just one attack, he had defeated 7 Band D experts. From this, one could roughly see the fighting strength that Xiaoyan currently possessed. Of course, there was naturally some exaggeration in defeating 7 Band D experts with just one attack. After all, if the minds of the 7 people had not been disturbed earlier, perhaps Xiaoyan would not have been able to heavily injure them with just one attack when he used his full strength. However, no matter what, Xiaoyan had accomplished such an astonishing feat after the 7 people were heavily injured, the black-robed old man and the embroidered-robed man who were the only ones left on. The scene looked at Xiaoyan in shock. This was especially so for the embroidered-robed man. The ferocious expression on his face had long since disappeared. At this moment, what appeared on his face was deep fear. Never had he imagined that this fellow who seemed to be around the same age as him and possessed strength that was only slightly stronger than him would actually be able to defeat 7 high-rank quasi-emperors with a single strike. He even didn't dare believe that the scene before him was just a hallucination of his. The black-robed old man took half a step to the side and blocked the gold-robed man behind him. A grave expression involuntarily flashed across his eyes as he looked at Xiaoyan. He had also never imagined that the legendary Xiaoyan would actually be this frightening. He involuntarily began to doubt the battle from a year ago. Did the 4 Dodi experts really not use their true strength back then? Why was it that this black-robed young man before him possessed a true fighting strength that far exceeded his own cultivation? After witnessing the scene from earlier, this black-robed old man did not dare to be careless in his heart. Being able to defeat 5 high-rank Band D experts with just one attack meant that Xiaoyan possessed a fighting strength that was comparable to a 9-star Band D expert. However, at the same time, this black-robed old man also believed that Xiaoyan had not taken out all of his trump cards. One must not treat Xiaoyan as an ordinary 5-star Band D when fighting with him. One must give 120% of one's attention. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say just who would emerge victorious today. Brat, it is unexpected that the 4 great sects have been searching for you for a year. Unexpectedly, you have already arrived at the Shilin mountain range. The black-robed old man narrowed his eyes. A pair of shady old eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. His heart did not dare to relax even a little. Haha, that's right. According to your words, I have already hidden in the Shilin mountain range for an entire year. This is all thanks to you. Xiaoyan smiled in a noncommittal manner. His expression was extremely indifferent. I believe that you will not need to continue hiding soon because the people from the four great sects will definitely not give you the chance to hide. The black-robed old man slowly retreated, and the brocade-robed man behind him also hurriedly retreated. The arrogant expression from before had already disappeared, and he was like a frightened deer. Left and right, he could only wait for the black-robed old man to protect him. Haha, seeing this scene, Xiaoyan involuntarily laughed out loud. The fellow who had previously said that he would kill him had unexpectedly become a completely different person in the blink of an eye. Elder Quan, the embroidered-robed man's complexion was ashen. His heart was filled with fear. Since Xiaoyan was able to seriously injure those 7 high-level half-emperors with a single strike of his ruler, then he would definitely be able to kill him with a single strike of his ruler. Without these retainers by his side, it would be difficult for him to move an inch in the Shilin mountain range. After all, the weakest magical beast in this place was a 6-star half-emperor. Therefore, the only person he could rely on right now was the black-robed old man in front of him. Kid, we will remember today's matter. In the future, there will definitely be people who will come looking for you. The black-robed old man's gaze was serious as he threatened Xiaoyan. Then do you think that I will let you leave? Xiaoyan's gaze was indifferent. Killing intent gradually surged within his calm and unwavering eyes. Even if you can challenge those of a higher cultivation level, do you think that it is possible for you to defeat this old man with a single strike? The black-robed old man's tone did not yield in the slightest. As he spoke, his old eyes faintly flickered. The doqi within his body was instantly raised. His feet lightly stepped on the ground and a black energy halo rapidly spread out in all directions. Domain of Darkness. Seeing the old man's domain, Xiaoyan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Slightly. Even with Xiaoyan's current experience, he had only seen dark-attributed doqi once. However, even if that was the case, it was still a useless action in the end. Xiaoyan faintly smiled. His body slightly tilted forward and he took a step forward. As Xiaoyan took a step forward, the heavenly flame beneath Xiaoyan's feet surged. The flame domain spread out and collided with the old man's domain of darkness. Bang! The two fists collided and a frightening power spread out. The surrounding space immediately collapsed as buzzing sounds swept out in all directions. At this moment, the expressions of Xiaoyan and the black-robed old man became increasingly gloomy. After the collision, the two of them turned around in unison. Xiaoyan bent his elbow and turned around to send another attack toward the old man. Humph! With a cold snort, the old man was also not to be outdone. As his body turned around, he sent another palm strike toward Xiaoyan. Bang! Faced with the black-robed old man before him, Xiaoyan did not have the slightest trace of fear on his face. Every punch and palm strike was a killing move. Every attack was aimed at the old man's vital points. In a short period of time, the two of them had already exchanged several hundred blows. Doqi shot out in all directions and energy storms engulfed the area one after another. The battle between the two of them had also become more and more intense. As he violently collided with Xiaoyan time and time again, the black-robed old man could not help but feel a sense of graveness in his heart. He had never imagined that Xiaoyan's battle power would actually be this frightening. Although he was only a 5-star half-martial emperor, the power that he truly unleashed was actually something that even he would find difficult to defeat. Furthermore, in each of their collisions, Xiaoyan's heavenly flame would always cause him to feel extremely vexed. Once he came into contact with it, his power would be greatly weakened by the heavenly flame. Thus, every time he attacked, he would have to exhaust a lot of doqi. Furthermore, the effect of his doqi was negligible. Aside from this, Xiaoyan's physical strength also caused this black-robed old man to feel incomparably shocked. Each time he collided with Xiaoyan, the latter's frightening force would cause the old man's arm, which collided with Xiaoyan's, to instantly become numb. This unknowingly affected his strength. The black-robed old man admitted that he had only seen Xiaoyan's frightening physical strength from powerful magical beasts in his entire life. Never had he imagined that a human would actually possess a frightening physical strength comparable to magical beasts. In fact, the old man even suspected that the black-robed young man before him was truly a human. Boom, after another intense collision, Xiaoyan and the black-robed old man each retreated 100 feet. The two of them looked at each other from afar. Xiaoyan's face was calm, and there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. However, his breathing seemed to be a little hurried. On the other hand, the black-robed old man's wrinkled face had an incomparably grave expression. His left hand, which had fiercely clashed with Xiaoyan earlier, was trembling uncontrollably. His entire left arm was no longer under the old man's control. The doqi in the old man's body circulated rapidly, swiftly dispelling the numbness on his left arm. Only then did the old man turn his head to look behind him. At this moment, the man in the embroidered robe was also looking at Xiaoyan in the air with a face of disbelief. His pair of dark black eyes were filled with shock. "Young master, hurry up and leave this place. I'll hold him back. Once you leave, I'll naturally find you." After the old man's words sounded, he realized that the man in the embroidered robe was actually unmoved. It was as if he had not heard anything. The old man's face sank. He could not help but feel a sense of disappointment in his heart. He suddenly waved his sleeve and a hurricane whistled. The old man faced the man in the embroidered robe and shouted sternly, "Sun Che." With this stern shout, Sun Che was like a bird that had been startled by the twang of a bow. The first time his gaze saw the black-robed old man, the fear in his eyes became even denser. Only when he completely sobered up did he heave a sigh of relief in his heart. "Go. Leave this place. This kid is not an ordinary person. We can't attack by force today. Leave this place and we'll make a decision after we return." Seeing that Sun Che was actually so weak, the black-robed old man wished that he could give him a slap in his heart. However, due to the current situation, he could only shout angrily at him. Hearing the old man's words, the expression on Sun Che's face was first shocked. Soon after, he recovered and hurriedly nodded his head. His figure turned around and quickly fled out of the Shili mountain range. From the beginning until the end, Xiaoyan had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the two people before him. Only when Sun Che turned around and fled did he let out a soft laugh. He gently twisted his neck and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He said to the old man with a smile, "Don't worry, there's no need to worry about him. Today, none of you can think of leaving." With Xiaoyan's current strength, he had to use his full strength when facing a 9-star half-emperor. Naturally, he was unwilling to let the four great sects know of his whereabouts. Therefore, in order to protect himself, Xiaoyan was destined to start a massacre today. Hearing what Xiaoyan said, the black-robed old man couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh. A trace of disdain appeared in the gaze with which he looked at Xiaoyan. Although Xiaoyan was able to rely on his powerful fighting strength to fight a 9-star half-martial emperor to a standstill with him, a 9-star half-martial emperor, he was confident that this was already Xiaoyan's limit. After all, he was only a 5-star half-martial emperor. It was impossible for him to defeat a 9-star half-martial emperor, much less kill one. "Humph, Xiaoyan, this old man admits that your battle power is indeed very strong. However, do you think that it's possible for you to defeat this old man with just you?" The black-robed old man sneered as his sinister old eyes stared at Xiaoyan. "Haha, if I didn't have absolute certainty, I wouldn't have said those words." Xiaoyan smiled faintly. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the black-robed old man. The meaning within his words caused the latter to immediately feel a chill in his heart. The Xiaoyan before him seemed to truly possess that sort of ability. However, immediately after, a sinister expression appeared on the old man's face. The gaze with which he looked at Xiaoyan also became ruthless. If it truly reached that stage, he would make Xiaoyan pay the price no matter what. "Brat, if you have the ability, come and give it a try." The old man spoke to Xiaoyan with a sinister tone. At the same time, the doqi within his body began to rapidly circulate throughout his entire body. His shriveled hand suddenly clenched tightly and a long spear instantly appeared in his hand. Huff, faced with this, Xiaoyan let out a long sigh of relief. The doqi that he had released from his body was actually completely sucked back into his body. His aura was also rapidly withdrawn. His eyes slowly closed as he stood where he was. It was as if he was waiting for the old man to come and kill him. This matter was actually completely different from when he was in the big battle earlier. Seeing the strange scene, the old man could not help but frown slightly. A suspicion rose in his heart. For a moment, he did not know whether to move or not to move. It was only after 10 breaths that the old man saw that Xiaoyan still did not move that an unusual thought finally appeared in his heart. Ha! The old man cried out explosively in his heart. His feet suddenly stepped on empty air. His body flashed and transformed into a bolt of lightning. With a thunderous momentum, he viciously charged towards Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, the old man's body had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The dark black long spear in his hand shook violently and the tip of the spear pierced towards the spot between Xiaoyan's eyebrows. However, in the next instant, when the sharp tip of the spear was less than an inch away from Xiaoyan's head, the tightly shut eyes of Xiaoyan suddenly opened them. At the same time, a dense white flame suddenly swept out from within Xiaoyan's body and sent the black-robed old man flying with a single blow. The dense white flames turned into a firestorm. With Xiaoyan's body as the center, the firestorm began to rapidly spread in all directions in the sky. The frightening power of the firestorm struck the black-gowned old man's body. The spear in the old man's hand was shattered. At the instant the firestorm arrived, the old man's chest was forcibly flattened and caved in. Faintly, one could hear muffled sounds from his body. At the same time, the old man's malevolent face instantly turned deathly pale. There was no trace of blood on his face at all. The expression on his face appeared to be one of extreme pain. Unable to contain himself, he vomited dark red blood from his mouth. The blood contained a large amount of fragments. Those were the fragments of his internal organs that had been crushed. Bang! Following a bang, the old man's body was immediately sent flying like a soccer ball. He was sent flying backwards. In the end, he ruthlessly smashed into the mountain forest below, creating an enormous crater in the ground below. As for the old man's aura, it rapidly weakened. In the blink of an eye, the 9-star half-martial emperor who had been very aggressive a moment ago had become a seriously injured person. At this moment, the old man's heart was filled with shock. With merely a strand of aura, he had been seriously injured. It was difficult to imagine exactly how frightening Xiaoyan's current strength was. No matter how much he thought about it, he was unable to understand how Xiaoyan, who was clearly only a 5-star half-martial emperor, was able to explode with the power to crush a 9-star half-martial emperor. Exactly why was that? At this moment, Xiaoyan's entire body was surrounded by a dense white flame in the sky. His originally dark black eyes had turned pure white at this moment. His black hair had also turned into a dense white color in the blink of an eye. The aura on his body was so frightening that it caused one to have difficulty imagining it. In short, the current Xiaoyan was like a completely different person compared to the Xiaoyan from earlier. Xiaoyan had an indifferent expression on his face. With a thought, Xiaoyan appeared in the sky above the old man. The old man at the bottom of the enormous crater stared at Xiaoyan in the sky with his heavy injuries. He felt incomparable fear in his heart. Swish, in the next instant, a rushing wind sound was emitted and Xiaoyan's body had already appeared in front of the old man. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the old man. Xiaoyan's dense white eyes could not help but reveal a surprised expression. Immediately, it turned into a joyous glow that flashed across his eyes. Upon seeing Xiaoyan's sudden appearance, the old man's originally pale face became even more lifeless. The fear in his heart was simply indescribable. You are, the old man roared madly in his heart, but his body was no longer under his control. Even though he wanted to, he could not voice the last question in his heart. Seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled faintly. At this moment, the expression on his face was no different from before. I've said it before. None of you can leave today. The old man felt as though he was in a cold cellar when he heard the calm words from Xiaoyan's mouth. The horror in his heart could not be any greater. Xiaoyan sensed the vast and endless strength within his body as he stood in front of the old man. A longing involuntarily surged in his heart. This was a true expert. Given his current strength, he was still too weak, that's right. At this moment, the strength that Xiaoyan controlled originated from Guyu's body. A cold smile involuntarily rose in Xiaoyan's heart when he saw the horrified expression on the old man's face. This old man was just like his master. They used their strength to bully the weak. Such a person would ultimately not have a good ending. Today, Xiaoyan had killed him. It could be said that he had done the people a favor. Xiaoyan lifted his hand and was about to attack. However, the expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily changed a moment later. He saw that the old man's body was rapidly swelling. The aura within his body had suddenly become unusually wild and violent. Is this fellow planning to self-destruct? Xiaoyan's eyes hardened. He did not expect this fellow to be so decisive. He was willing to risk his life to make Xiaoyan a scapegoat. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan would not allow him to continue in this manner. Xiaoyan coldly laughed. He suddenly pressed his finger forward and pressed it against the old man's brow. At the same time, a dense white flame followed Xiaoyan's finger and swiftly entered the old man's body. Under the wild and violent strength of the heavenly flame, the wild and violent Douqi was naturally unable to block it. Within a couple of breaths, the Douqi within the old man's body was completely incinerated by the bone-chilling flame. Soon after, it was the old man's body. Following a painful roar that contained unwillingness, the old man's body was completely incinerated into nothingness by the heavenly flame. At this moment, a 9-star Ban Emperor had died in Xiaoyan's hands. Xiaoyan indifferently withdrew his gaze. With a thought, he once again soared into the sky. His gaze looked in the direction that Sun Che had fled in as the corners of his mouth revealed a slight smile. When my luck comes, it's truly unstoppable. Sky extinction steps, let me try and see what exactly it feels like to reach the advanced wind quaking stage. Just a moment ago, Xiaoyan had inadvertently allowed the sky extinction steps that he had painstakingly trained for several months to reach the advanced wind quaking stage. At the same time, Xiaoyan's speed had also abruptly risen to a whole new level. Smiling in his heart, Xiaoyan's white palm slowly drew across the empty space in front of him. As he felt the flowing wind from his fingertips, Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed. Soon after, with a thought, Xiaoyan's body had already appeared several hundred feet away. When he turned his head to look, Xiaoyan was still able to see a nearly solid afterimage where he had stood earlier. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with joy when he saw this scene. Although he had borrowed Guyu's strength, Xiaoyan was certain that with his current speed and strength, he would not suffer from Tianying's speed if he were to face him again. Xiaoyan was able to cross such a great distance with just a random flash. After turning his head, Xiaoyan prepared to move and chase after Sun Che. Once Sun Che fled, Xiaoyan would have to prepare to face the 4 great sects instead. This was not something that he wished to see. However, just as he was about to move, Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned. He seemed to have forgotten that there was still that fellow who had brought him trouble. A thought passed through his mind and his spiritual strength swiftly spread out. At the same time, in the ruins below, which were filled with scars from a big battle, a delicate body that appeared extremely weak due to her injuries was lifted from a rock by Xiaoyan's invisible spiritual strength. She slowly drifted in front of Xiaoyan. Looking at the delicate body in front of him, Xiaoyan involuntarily recalled the soft feeling when he had pushed the young lady with both hands earlier. This was because the young lady had fallen in front of Xiaoyan. Hence, it went without saying where his hands had landed. Immediately, Xiaoyan's old face swiftly turned completely red as though he had a fever. He hurriedly coughed twice. Only then did he recall that he had yet to finish off Sun Che. If he were to escape, there would be great trouble. Xiaoyan's expression finally recovered when he thought of this. With a flick of his finger, a black lightning bolt instantly shot out and swiftly chased in the direction that Sun Che had fled. In the sky, Xiaoyan looked at the Northern King, who had returned from the distance. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth revealed a densely cold smile. His eyes descended and looked at the 7 people in the mountain forest below. When Xiaoyan did things, he never liked to leave behind any possible trouble for himself. Even though these 7 people were seriously injured and logically speaking, it was impossible for them to survive in this Shilin mountain range, there was always an exception to everything. If one of them really managed to leave the Shilin mountain range alive, the final result would similarly bring Xiaoyan an endless amount of trouble. In order to avoid any future trouble, Xiaoyan would naturally not let any of them off. Swoosh, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind as he borrowed Guyu's strength. The instant the sky extinction step was unleashed, Xiaoyan had already appeared in front of one of the gray-robed old men among the 7 people. The expression on the gray-robed old man's face suddenly became horrified in the face of Xiaoyan, who had suddenly appeared. However, before he could open his mouth, Xiaoyan immediately flicked his finger. A dense white ray of light instantly entered the old man's brow. The old man's widened mouth, which was about to speak, suddenly froze at this moment. Soon after, a thick layer of hard ice swiftly formed on the surface of the old man's body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was sealed in ice. Xiaoyan's body once again flashed after leaving behind a soft snort. He had already appeared in front of another person. The layer of hard ice that wrapped around the gray-robed old man shattered with a bang after Xiaoyan's afterimage disappeared. It turned into a pile of ice fragments that were filled with a cold aura. The gray-robed old man within it was nowhere to be seen. Under the effect of the bone-chilling flame, the interior of the old man's body had been completely incinerated by the heavenly flame. Even though he appeared to be sealed in ice on the surface, an 8-star half-martial emperor, an expert who could be said to be a peak existence in the entire western region, was actually unable to even make a sound before a heavenly flame. This was something that caused one to be unable to help but feel extremely terrified upon thinking about it. A heavenly flame was really terrifying to the extreme. As the most overbearing energy in the world, the terror of a heavenly flame was undoubtedly revealed in this short period of time. The gray-robed, old man's heart was suddenly startled when he saw Xiaoyan. With that old man in front of him, this gray-robed, old man did not dare to hesitate even a little in his heart. His heart knew that he would definitely die. Therefore, he acted decisively. The moment Xiaoyan appeared, the old man's hands quickly formed a series of complicated seals. Then, he clenched his hand into a fist and smashed it hard on his chest. A large mouthful of blood immediately spurted out and quickly condensed into a blood talisman in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it entered the old man's body. The very next moment, the old man's aura also increased abruptly at the moment when the crimson symbol entered his body. His strength of a mid-stage 8-star half-martial emperor had actually been forcibly increased to that of a late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor in a short period of several breaths. Without hesitation, the old man quickly retreated to the back. Xiaoyan's expression did not change even a little when he saw the old man's aura suddenly soar in the blink of an eye. His eyes narrowed as he softly muttered. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Secret technique?" However, that's all there is to it. Xiaoyan's voice had just sounded when he involuntarily let out a soft huh. He did not expect that this old man's hand would once again form a seal while he was withdrawing explosively. At the same time, the doqi within his body suddenly became wild and violent. Judging from his appearance, this old man was planning to self-detonate. Self-detonate, humph, even that guy couldn't do it. Thus, you think you can? Xiaoyan sneered. In the next instant, Xiaoyan appeared before the old man again. Before the old man could finish forming the hand seal, he saw Xiaoyan again. Suddenly, he felt fear in his heart. With such a close distance, if Xiaoyan were to attack him, he would not even have the opportunity to self-detonate. Heh, you want to self-detonate? Allow me to help you. With a cold laugh, Xiaoyan suddenly extended his hand. His white hand abruptly clenched toward the old man. In the next instant, the old man felt a frighteningly large power suddenly being transmitted from the space around him. That frightening power was so strong that he did not even have the possibility of resisting it. Soon after, an extremely frightened expression was emitted from the old man's eyes. At the same time, that power instantly crushed his body and the doqi within his body. Bang! A world-destroying energy storm violently swept through the mountain forest. Before this energy storm, the other 3 seriously injured 7-star half-martial emperors were also unable to escape the fate of being crushed to pieces. In an open space within the forest illuminated by the sunlight, Xiaoyan was sitting cross-legged on a piece of blue stone. The flame formula qi within his body was slowly circulating, recovering the doqi that Xiaoyan had consumed earlier. At this very moment, on the grass, not far away from him, a beautiful young lady with white skin and wearing a long skirt was lying flat on the grass. Her soft long hair scattered in all directions, causing this young lady to appear even more gentle and beautiful. The young lady's eyes were tightly shut. Her pale face gradually recovered its rosy color under the effect of the medicinal pill. Soon after, her weak aura also recovered quite a bit. It was likely that the young lady would wake up soon. A cool breeze brushed past and the young lady's long hair fluttered in the wind. After the wind passed, the young lady's beautiful face was covered. The unconscious young lady's mind was fuzzy and she felt a sluggishness. A strand of hair covered the young lady's nose, causing the young lady's breathing to involuntarily become heavier. A moment later, the young lady, who felt that it was difficult to breathe, suddenly woke up from her unconscious state with a slightly flushed face. The weak and lovely body that was lying flat on the grass suddenly sat up. The young lady, who had woken up, immediately looked around her. When she discovered that Sun Che's group was not around, her heart finally sighed in relief. The worried expression on her pretty face also immediately disappeared. However, in the next moment, Xiaoyan's skinny figure appeared in the young lady's line of sight. When she saw Xiaoyan for the first time, the expression on the young lady's face could not help but be slightly startled. Immediately, she recalled that before she fainted, she seemed to have seen a human figure coincidentally walk out of the cave. At the same time that the young lady thought of this in her heart, she also vaguely recalled that at the last moment before she fainted, someone used both hands to push her away from the front. It was at that time that the hands of that person seemed to have coincidentally pushed her chest. Thinking of this, the young lady's still pale and moist pretty face immediately appeared to have been roasted by fire. It swiftly turned completely red. The shame and anger in the young lady's heart could not be any greater. Standing up with some difficulty, the young lady did not stop. Her delicate body moved and her light footsteps swiftly walked towards Xiaoyan. Following the swift movement of a pair of light and nimble feet, the young lady's graceful body had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the young lady's jade-like hand was raised into the air. With a face full of shame and anger, she viciously slapped Xiaoyan's delicate face. Immediately after, pa! Pa! With a crisp sound, the smooth jade-like hand was blocked in midair by an even more powerful white hand. Seeing this scene, the expression on the young lady's face involuntarily changed slightly. She swiftly raised her eyes and looked over, only to discover that Xiaoyan, who originally had his eyes tightly shut, had unknowingly opened his eyes wide and was staring at her. "This young lady, no matter what, I have saved you. Don't tell me that this is how you treat your savior?" Looking at the young lady's crystal-like beautiful eyes, Xiaoyan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Bastard! You touched this young lady and now you actually dare to say that you are this young lady's savior. From what I see, you are in cahoots with that group of people." Seeing Xiaoyan's confident manner, the young lady's heart was filled with shame and anger. She angrily scolded Xiaoyan. The half of her lotus root-like white arm that was exposed from her sleeves exerted force as she struggled to pull her delicate jade-like hand away from Xiaoyan's. Seeing this, Xiaoyan finally released his right hand that was holding the latter's wrist. However, immediately after, Xiaoyan heard the words that came from the young lady's mouth. The expression on his old face immediately turned red. He hurriedly lowered his head and coughed a few times, wanting to pretend that he did not know. However, because Xiaoyan was sitting cross-legged on a tall rock, even though he had already lowered his head, his red face still fell into the young lady's eyes. Seeing this scene, the young lady's heart was instantly enraged. She once again raised her jade-like hand and was about to wave it at Xiaoyan again. "Hey, little girl, don't go overboard. You said that I touched you. Fine, tell me, where did I touch you?" "You." The sudden voice caused the young lady's hand to slightly pause. However, immediately after, when she clearly heard the words from Xiaoyan's mouth, the expression on her pretty face quickly turned crimson red. She was so angry that she could not speak. The young lady had never imagined that the black-robed man in front of her, who looked rather decent, would actually be such a scoundrel. A moment ago, his face clearly revealed an embarrassed expression. In just a short moment, why did he immediately change his words and deny it? Moreover, the words that Xiaoyan said also caused the young lady to be speechless in her heart. She was after all a girl. From the looks of this matter, her heart still possessed the restraint of a girl. Otherwise, if it was someone else, it was likely that they would have fought with Xiaoyan for a result just because their condition was not good. And it was precisely because of this that Xiaoyan's words suppressed the young lady. Otherwise, in order to make Xiaoyan admit his actions, could it be that the young lady really had to say to Xiaoyan that he touched her breasts? If that was the case, not to mention Xiaoyan, she would probably be embarrassed to death. And Xiaoyan had also grasped this point. Just now, he pretended that he did not do anything wrong and said to the young lady. In reality, Xiaoyan's heart had already been filled with doubts. But even so, when the young lady looked at Xiaoyan, her gaze was still filled with disbelief. She rolled her eyes at the latter, twisted her delicate body, and slowly walked towards the forest in the distance. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Soon after, he pretended to be the one who had suffered a loss. With an expression of displeasure, he lightly snorted at the young lady. With an indifferent tone, he said, "Humph, no matter what, I have saved you. Yet, you slandered me the moment you opened your mouth. Not to mention this point, you actually did not even thank me. Alas, in this world, it is truly impossible to be a good person." With a sorrowful expression, Xiaoyan bitterly sighed. Then, he stood up in desolation and planned to walk in the opposite direction of the young lady. However, right at this moment, the young lady who had turned around to leave turned around again. Her long, shapely eyebrows narrowed. With her hands on her hips, she said to Xiaoyan with a stern voice, "Humph, don't think that this young lady can't tell that your strength is merely that of a 5-star half-martial emperor. However, there is a 9-star half-martial emperor in the group that chased after this young lady. With merely you, how could you possibly escape from the clutches of that old man? The way I see it, you're simply in cahoots with that group of people. The reason why you didn't capture this young lady is likely because you have another purpose, right?" The body that had just turned around once again turned around. Xiaoyan looked at the young lady with a light smile on his face. Then, he rolled his eyes, and a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He said, "Very well, since you insist that I'm in cahoots with that group of people, then I'll just return you to them. After all, you don't have the slightest bit of gratitude toward me, the person who saved your life. Thus, I might as well return you to them. I believe that they will definitely thank me." Xiaoyan smiled and actually walked toward the young lady. Seeing that Xiaoyan's expression did not appear to be joking, the young lady was slightly startled. It must be said that she was truly afraid that she would fall into the hands of that group of people again. Although she did not believe in the Xiaoyan in front of her, she still had some confidence when facing him. However, if she were to fall into the hands of that group of people, she would definitely not even have the opportunity to heal her injuries. As this thought flashed through her mind, the young lady hurriedly and secretly mobilized the little remaining doqi in her body. Immediately, the injuries that had yet to heal in her body were once again triggered. This caused the corners of the young lady's mouth to involuntarily twitch. However, in order to not fall into the hands of that group of people again, the young lady fiercely clenched her silver teeth and forcefully mobilized the doqi in her body. Her delicate body abruptly turned around, and with a movement of her body, she rapidly flew toward the mountain forest. Behind her. Seeing that the young lady had actually turned around and fled after hearing a single sentence from him, Xiaoyan immediately had a mocking smile on his face. However, he immediately appeared to have recalled something and frowned. His body moved, and he used the Sky Absolute Step to swiftly chase after her. Currently, the Sky Absolute Step had already broken through to the advanced wind movement realm under Xiaoyan's training. Just like that, Xiaoyan's speed had once again increased by a large margin. The current him was no longer afraid of the 9-star half-emperor Tianning, let alone chasing after a 4-star half-emperor young lady. In merely an instant, Xiaoyan had already appeared directly behind the young lady. The tip of his nose twitched slightly as he sniffed the fragrance that the young lady left behind in the air when she flew past. Xiaoyan quite enjoyed himself and smiled. After which, he opened his mouth to speak to the young lady in front of him. "Haha, hey, I said, I'm lying to you. I've already killed that group of people. Even if you want to, you won't be able to return to their hands. There's no need for you to run so desperately." However, the young lady did not believe Xiaoyan's words in the slightest. In her eyes, Xiaoyan did not even have the ability to fight against a 7-star half-emperor. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan actually told her that he had killed a group of high-level half-emperors. Furthermore, there was even a 9-star half-emperor among them. In the young lady's ears, this was simply nonsense. Sensing that the distance between herself and Xiaoyan was growing closer and closer, the young lady's heart immediately hardened. All of the dou-qi within her body poured out at this moment. The speed of her delicate body flying forward also abruptly increased. The young lady's delicate body turned into a nimble bolt of lightning as she rapidly flew through the mountain forest. At the same time, the young lady's pretty face that had just recovered a bit of rosy color rapidly turned deathly pale. Until a certain moment, the young lady's body that was explosively rushing forward abruptly stopped. The injuries in her body once again erupted. Before the young lady could react, her vision turned black and she fainted in midair. At the same time, Xiaoyan hurriedly revealed himself from the void to the side and caught her in his bosom. In the blink of an eye, it was already night time. At this moment, Xiaoyan was seated on a green rock in a cave that was filled with fluorescent light. In front of him, the crimson thousand-beast cauldron stood tall. Inside the cauldron, the heavenly flame rose. The temperature was terrifyingly high. Even though it was separated by the medicinal cauldron, one could still feel the scorching heat. Ugh! Suddenly, a soft moan sounded from within the cave. The voice was soft and smooth, as if a beauty had just woken up from a dream. At this moment, on a green stone bed a couple of dozen feet away from Xiaoyan, a beautiful young lady had coincidentally just woken up from her unconscious state. This young lady was the young lady who had once again sunk into an unconscious state in order to avoid Xiaoyan during the day. When the young lady woke up, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she slowly opened them. The first thing she saw was the ice-cold stone wall above her head. Immediately, the young lady recalled the events that had happened during the day. Immediately, the young lady's heart tightened slightly. She wanted to get up, but she realized that due to the worsening injuries in her body, she could not even move her body. Her originally weak and delicate body gave her a heavy feeling of weakness at this moment. When she realized this, the expression on the young lady's pale face changed slightly. If she was really sent back to Sun Che's group by that brat during the day, she would really be in deep trouble. When she thought of this, the young lady immediately clenched her silver teeth and endured the pain from her body. The young lady slowly turned her head and looked in the direction of the flickering light on the wall. In the next moment, the young lady's expression could not help but freeze slightly. The first thing that appeared in her line of sight was a huge crimson medicinal cauldron. The medicinal cauldron was engraved with various magical beasts. Even with the young lady's knowledge, she did not know the names of some of them. Immediately, Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe and sitting cross-legged, appeared in front of the young lady's beautiful eyes while fiddling with a beautiful heavenly flame. After being surprised for a moment, the young lady hurriedly looked elsewhere in the cave. However, she realized that there was only her and Xiaoyan in the cave. Immediately, the young lady understood in her heart. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan did not really hand her over to that group. It seemed that the words that Xiaoyan had said during the day were probably just a joke. When the young lady turned her head to look at Xiaoyan, the latter seemed to have sensed something. His slightly shut eyes slowly opened, and the movements of his hands also stopped as he looked at the young lady. Xiaoyan's gaze carelessly swept across the young lady's alluring lovely body. Finally, his gaze met the young lady's beautiful eyes. When the four eyes met, the expression on the young lady's pretty face hardened slightly. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, curled his lips slightly and said. Hearing Xiaoyan's question that he knew the answer to, the young lady actually blinked her quick-witted eyes in an uncharacteristic manner. Immediately after, she wanted to force herself to sit up. Perhaps she felt that this would make her feel much more comfortable. I feel that it's best if you don't move around. The injuries in your body have worsened. If you dare to move around, you might lose your life. Turning his head, Xiaoyan continued to focus on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. At the same time, he spoke to the young lady in an indifferent tone. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, a look of fear involuntarily emerged on the young lady's beautiful face. Her eyebrows slightly knitted together, the young lady gently curled her cute little mouth. After that, she helplessly lay back down obediently. In her boredom, the young lady could only look at Xiaoyan. Noticing his proficient fire control technique, the young lady could not help but feel astonished in her heart. She then looked at Xiaoyan's young face and exclaimed, "You're actually an alchemist?" She did not expect that this black-robed young man, who looked to be about the same age as her, was not only stronger than her, but was also an alchemist. Furthermore, looking at his proficient fire control technique, his rank as an alchemist was probably not low. However, Xiaoyan remained indifferent in the face of this. It was not that he wanted to purposely show off his alchemist skills in front of this young lady. It was just that Xiaoyan had already helped her consume his final D-tier medicinal pill in order to heal her earlier. Currently, the injuries within this young lady's body had once again flared up and were even more serious than before. If she did not have the help of the D-tier medicinal pill, it was likely that this young lady's life would really be in danger. Although Xiaoyan was not a person who liked to do good deeds, this young lady's second serious injury was related to him. He could not just sit by and do nothing. Therefore, Xiaoyan had no choice but to refine a healing pill for her. Being ignored by Xiaoyan, the young lady immediately rolled her eyes at Xiaoyan. Then, she turned her gaze and looked at the crimson medicine cauldron in front of Xiaoyan. She was a little curious and surprised about the medicine cauldron in front of Xiaoyan. She did not expect that with her knowledge of demonic beasts, she could not recognize all the demonic beasts carved on the cauldron. Where did this medicine cauldron come from? Looking at the crimson medicine cauldron, the young lady frowned. She seemed to have some impression of this thing in her mind, but in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. After a long while, when Xiaoyan had almost finished refining the medicinal ingredients in the medicine cauldron, the young lady's face seemed to suddenly remember something. The expression on her flawless face froze slightly. Immediately, her small face was filled with surprise as she looked at the medicine cauldron in front of Xiaoyan. Then, her gaze turned to Xiaoyan. Her small mouth opened slightly and her tone was filled with incomparable surprise. Your medicine cauldron is actually the 1000-beast cauldron that is ranked 6th on the heavenly cauldron list. Who exactly are you? Xiaoyan only frowned slightly when the 1000-beast cauldron was recognized. His hands did not stop moving, but he turned to look at the young lady. Seeing that Xiaoyan was finally moved, the young lady's pretty face could not help but raise a smile. However, when she saw Xiaoyan's slightly stern gaze, the smile on the young lady's pretty face gradually disappeared. Like a child who had made a mistake, she pouted and timidly withdrew her gaze. Seeing that the young lady actually revealed such a delicate appearance, Xiaoyan's heart actually softened. He sighed softly and then said to the young lady indifferently, "You've asked so many questions. You've asked so many questions. Don't you think that before asking someone else a question, you should tell them your name first? Moreover, I am your savior." Hearing this, the young lady cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoyan and pouted. "You're a big man. How can you be so petty and bully a weak girl like me? You're a dignified 4-star half-emperor. If you're also a weak girl, there won't be any experts on this continent." When Xiaoyan's words came out, the young lady's pretty face immediately froze. A crimson blush appeared on her fair little face. Soon after, she smiled embarrassedly and said, "All right. Who asked you to be my savior?" Hello, I'm Morong Xianxia. Morong is my surname, Xianxia is my name." After the two of them reported their names, Morong Xianxia curiously asked Xiaoyan a lot of questions. Xiaoyan patiently answered most of them. As for some of the questions that were related to Xiaoyan himself, they were either dodged by Xiaoyan or directly skipped over. After that, Xiaoyan once again concentrated on refining the medicinal pills in the medicinal cauldron in front of him. As for Morong Xianxia, she was bored to death as she laid on the stone bed. Although she wanted to get up, she could only helplessly and obediently lie back down when she thought of the injuries in her body. As time passed, the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan, which were originally close to 100 kinds of medicinal ingredients, had all turned into various kinds of powders or viscous liquids in the end. Refining medicinal ingredients was extremely easy for Xiaoyan. The only difference was that it required quite a bit of time. After a week of continuous refining, Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged on the green stone platform, suddenly opened his originally tightly shut eyes. At the same time, Xiaoyan raised his arm and suddenly waved his big sleeve. With a bang, the medicinal cauldron's lid opened. Following that, rays of light rapidly shot out from the medicinal cauldron. Immediately, under the control of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, they fell into the jade bottle that Xiaoyan had prepared in advance. Huff, after doing all this, Xiaoyan finally let out a long sigh of relief. He slightly moved his body, which had been sitting for a long time, and was about to enter the next step of the refining process. However, just at this time, Morong Xianxian suddenly spoke to Xiaoyan. Her timid voice contained a bashful feeling. That. Xiaoyan, Morong Xianxian stuttered for a while and said I 3 times in a row. But in the end, she still couldn't say anything clearly. Instead, her beautiful face that was as white as jade appeared to be crimson red at this moment. Seeing the young lady act in this manner, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. He turned his head to look at the latter. Xiaoyan frowned slightly and a suspicious expression appeared on his face. His tone was somewhat impatient as he asked. What's wrong? What's the problem? During these few days when Xiaoyan was calmly refining the medicinal herbs, the young girl in front of him was not willing to be calm at all. She repeatedly asked Xiaoyan many questions, but Xiaoyan ignored her and continued to refine the medicinal herbs in the medicinal cauldron. However, at this moment, when Xiaoyan saw the young girl like this, he could not help but feel a little curious. I want to. Morong Xianxian raised her pair of watery big eyes and looked at Xiaoyan with a crimson face. The words that were already at the tip of her tongue could not help but stop. If there's nothing else, I'll continue refining medicine. Don't disturb me after this, unless you don't want to recover from the injuries in your body. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's heart unconsciously surged with irritation. He frowned and casually said a few words to Morong Xianxian. Soon after, he once again sat down and prepared to continue refining medicine. I want to take a bath. However, just as Xiaoyan turned around, the words that came out of the young girl's mouth caused Xiaoyan's turning movement to abruptly stop. His entire person was stunned for a moment. After a moment, Xiaoyan turned around with a displeased face and looked at Morong Xianxian. Xiaoyan's face was slightly gloomy and his voice also became somewhat heavy. Little girl, listen carefully. I don't have the time to mess around with you here. Wait until I finish refining the medicinal pills. At that time, you can go wherever you want and do whatever you want. If you want to take a bath, I won't stop you. However, right now, don't be unreasonable with me and don't think about throwing that big missy temper of yours. Right now, in this place, I have the final say. But, either you quietly wait for your injuries to recover, or you can leave on your own. The young lady had yet to spit out the words from her mouth when Xiaoyan forcefully interrupted her with a single sentence. After which, he was too lazy to bother about her. He turned around with an expressionless face, bent his legs and sat cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron, preparing for the next step of the medicinal pill refinement. After Xiaoyan sat down cross-legged, Morong Xianxian, who had already recovered some of her strength on the stone bed, saw that her pair of watery pretty eyes contained some mist. Her exquisite and cute small face also revealed an aggrieved expression. Ever since she entered the Shilin mountain range, she had been chased all the way here. During this period, she did not even have the chance to catch her breath. Now that half a month had passed, she only wanted to take a bath. She did not expect that she would actually receive such a harsh treatment from Xiaoyan. A moment later, Morong Xianxian saw Xiaoyan's indifferent expression as he focused on the medicinal cauldron in front of her. The young girl's throat involuntarily choked a little. Finally, Morong Xianxian clenched her teeth angrily. Immediately, she forcefully propped up her weak lovely body. Her face was pale as she walked out of the cave. Xiaoyan quietly sat in front of the medicinal cauldron from the beginning until the end. Both of his eyes were tightly shut, and there was no change in his expression. Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes only slowly opened after the young girl left the cave and walked into the pitch-black night sky of the outside world. At the same time, the empty space beside Xiaoyan distorted slightly. Guyu's body slowly appeared. He looked at Xiaoyan and gently lifted his eyebrows. Ugh, brat, you won't really allow her to leave like this, will you? With this girl's current condition, she will not be able to go far. Xiaoyan shook his head when he heard this. He turned his head to look at Guyu by the side and spoke with a teasing expression. Don't tell me that you are still unclear as to whether I have allowed her to leave or not. Guyu chuckled upon seeing this. He did not say anything else. His body twisted, and he sat on the stone bed, ignoring Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze and slowly shut his eyes. At this moment, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength probed. Morong Xianxian's delicate body also appeared in Xiaoyan's mind. Xiaoyan's heart could be considered reassured that Morong Xianxian had left the mountain cave. Due to his habit, any mountain cave that Xiaoyan found would definitely have mountains and water. Hence, there was a pool of water outside of this mountain cave at this moment. As for the current Morong Xianxian, she was slowly walking towards the pond step by step. Xiaoyan divided his attention. He left a trace of spiritual strength on Morong Xianxian's body. After which, Xiaoyan sat down and poured all of his attention into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. With a thought from Xiaoyan, the essence of various medicinal ingredients that had been refined was thrown into the medicinal cauldron. The pill refinement continued. Morong Xianxian dragged her seriously injured body and continued to stay outside of the mountain cave until Xiaoyan finished refining the medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron. Another month's time had passed since this medicinal pill was refined. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan had unknowingly begun to take shape. Under the continuous refinement of the heavenly flame, a medicinal pill that was not very smooth began to form within the medicinal cauldron. As the heavenly flame rose, the medicinal pill began to roll within the heavenly flame. Under the refinement of the heavenly flame, the uneven surface of the medicinal pill began to gradually change at an extremely slow pace. As long as the surface of the medicinal pill became completely round, this D-tier medicinal pill would be considered to have been successfully refined. Xiaoyan knew that the final pill refinement process was extremely important and he could not afford to be even the slightest bit impatient. Slow work produced fine work, and this was the same for medicinal pills. If one wanted to obtain good quality pills, one must use the most rigorous attitude to refine them. No matter what one did, one must not be impatient. This was something that Yao Lao had repeatedly emphasized to Xiaoyan when Xiaoyan had just come into contact with the art of alchemy. From the looks of it now, it was just as Yao Lao had said. No matter what one did, one must not be impatient for quick success. It was also because of this that Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless when it came to alchemy. Of course, this was not the only thing. Cultivating his own way of life was just like the former. The process of nurturing the pill was long and boring. Fortunately, Xiaoyan was already used to this kind of dull and boring environment. At the same time that Xiaoyan threw his entire body into this final process of nurturing the pill, a strange pill fragrance was emitted from the medicinal cauldron. The rich pill fragrance transformed into clusters of misty smoke. With the medicinal cauldron as the center, it followed the few fire vents of the thousand-beast cauldron and first spread into the mountain cave. Soon after, it gradually spread towards the outside world. Outside the mountain cave, there was a small pool. The water in the pool was clear and there were even a few low-tier medicinal ingredients growing within it. A thin layer of fog floated on the surface of the pool. Adding the lotus leaves and lotus flowers, it caused the pool to appear a little ethereal, fairy-like state. There were no small streams or rivers around the pool, and the water in the pool did not lean against a cliff. This pool was just like a natural hot spring. The temperature of the spring water in the pool was moderate, as though it had been created by nature. Adding the few chin lotuses within it, although these medicinal ingredients were not rare, a portion of the medicinal strength contained within them had also merged into the spring water due to them growing in the spring water all year round, causing the spring water to possess a strange healing effect. At this moment, a white and beautiful young lady with white skin was sitting cross-legged in the water. Her pretty eyes were tightly shut as she quietly sat in the water. The young lady's head was exposed as well as a small part of her body. As the young lady inhaled and exhaled, circular ripples around her body, which was as calm as a mirror. Ripples spread too. And after the ripples spread. The young lady's hands formed a training seal. With a thought, the chi method in her body slowly circulated. The pure medicinal strength contained within the spring water was absorbed into the young lady's body a little at a time. With the guidance of the young lady's do chi, it slowly healed the injuries in the young lady's body. This lady was Morong Xianxian, who had left the cave a month ago with a heart full of grievances. Ever since Morong Xianxian sensed the special effect of this spring water, a joy immediately surged into her heart. She hoped that she could borrow the effect of this spring water to swiftly heal the injuries in her body. However, there was ultimately quite a big gap between imagination and reality. Even though Xianxia had trained in this pool for a full month, there was not much change to the injuries within her body. This caused Xianxia to feel helpless and depressed in her heart. At the same time, she was also disappointed that Xiaoyan's medicinal pill had yet to be refined. Ugh, Xianxia helplessly sighed as she slowly withdrew from her training state. Immediately, her lovely body in the water twisted slightly. Immediately, her seductive body, which was as smooth as a water snake, leaped out of the pool. Sunlight scattered down and shone on the young lady's snow-white body, reflecting a sheep-fat jade-like tender whiteness. The warm but not intense temperature gave the young lady a warm feeling. At the same time, it also highlighted the young lady's proud snow-white skin. Feeling the favor of the sunlight, the corner of the young lady's mouth involuntarily revealed an enchanting smile. Immediately, Xianxia waved her hand gently. The blue dress that was neatly folded and placed on the blue stone beside the pool immediately flew toward the young lady as if it had received an order. Soon after, Xianxia's seductive body twisted in the air. Immediately, her snow-white lovely body easily slid into the long dress. Landing on the ground, the young lady faintly smiled and was about to take a walk in the forest. However, at this moment, a rich pill fragrance floated out from the mountain cave and pounced on the young lady's face. The tip of the young lady's nimble nose twitched slightly. She immediately smelled the pill fragrance in the air that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind. This is the pill fragrance. Ha, don't tell me that the medicinal pill that fellow refined for this young lady has been completed? As she muttered in her mouth, a pleasantly surprised expression immediately surfaced on the young lady's face. However, she also understood that although the pill fragrance permeated the air, it did not mean that Xiaoyan's medicinal pill had been refined completely. However, even so, the young lady's heart was still pleasantly surprised. She believed that since they had already reached this step, it would not be long before the medicinal pill was truly refined completely. While carrying the joy in her heart, Xianxia returned to the entrance of the mountain cave. The pill fragrance spread in all directions. At that time, it would definitely attract all sorts of magical beasts. If no one helped Xiaoyan block them, it was likely that this medicinal pill would not be able to be refined successfully. At that time, all her efforts would be for naught. At that time, Xianxia's injuries would not be able to recover. As expected, as the pill fragrance spread in all directions, quite a number of magical beasts in the mountain forest 10,000 feet away from this cave also sensed this aura that caused their expressions to change a couple of hours later. As high-ranked magical beasts, their intelligence was not low to begin with. Now that they sensed this aura, their hearts immediately knew that someone was refining a medicinal pill. Perhaps, there was no one beside that person to protect him. With such a good opportunity, how could these wild fellows let it go? In an instant, countless magical beasts in the mountain forest moved because of that aura. The forest swayed as wave after wave of tyrannical auras carried lightning speed as they wildly rushed toward the mountain cave that Xiaoyan was currently in. Within the mountain cave, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron. Both of his eyes were tightly shut as a vast amount of spiritual strength poured out from between his eyebrows and poured into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He was doing his best to control the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron. Currently, the process of refining the waybill was nearing its end. He needed to put in all his effort to reduce the inflammation in order to ensure that there would not be the slightest accident in the following process. At this moment, Xiaoyan could be considered to have truly put in all his effort. After a month of refining medicinal pills, the enormous consumption of his spiritual strength caused Xiaoyan's complexion to appear somewhat pale. Threads of perspiration slowly flowed out from between his tightly knitted eyebrows. They followed Xiaoyan's cheeks and gathered at Xiaoyan's chin. The more critical the moment, the more Xiaoyan did not dare to relax. His nerves were extremely tense, causing the consumption of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength to be even more terrifying. Waves of perspiration continuously gushed out from the pores all over Xiaoyan's body. In just a short moment, Xiaoyan's black robe was already drenched in perspiration. Of course, the enormous consumption of spiritual strength was naturally proportional to the condensation of the medicinal pill. Although the consumption of spiritual strength caused Xiaoyan to feel a deep sense of fatigue, at the same time, the perfectly round medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron was also rapidly condensing. He believed that it would not be long before the pill would be completely condensed and attract the pill lightning. At the same time, outside the mountain cave, Xianxia's pretty face was currently incomparably solemn as she looked at the group of magical beasts that were swiftly flying over from afar. With Xianxia's current condition, she did not think that she could stop these fellows. Damn it, why is this fellow's medicinal pill still not refined? If you don't come out, how am I going to deal with these fellows alone? At the same time that Xianxia was cursing Xiaoyan, the group of magical beasts in the distance had already rapidly approached this place. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared outside the mountain cave. From afar, the young girl was able to see the few magical beasts that were leading the group. Upon seeing them, the expression on Xianxia's little face involuntarily changed slightly. Within this group of magical beasts, the strongest one was the huge ape that stood at the front of all the magical beasts. Its strength had already reached the level of half-martial emperor. In the circumference of 1,000 miles, it could be considered to be the strongest. Xianxia. Even of Xian. She had no doubt that if this huge ape were to attack, never would I have expected to provoke such a fellow. Exactly what sort of medicinal pellet did Xiaoyan refine? Could it really be an emperor-grade medicinal pellet? Xianxia was startled. To be able to attract 6 half-martial emperor-level magical beasts, the medicinal pellet that Xiaoyan had refined was something that one could imagine. If what he had refined was truly an emperor-grade medicinal pellet, then this Xiaoyan was truly frightening. Ha 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 ha, there's actually someone protecting you? Furthermore, it's a little girl. However, this is exactly what this king is interested in. Ha 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 ha. Just as Xianxia's heart was feeling shocked by the medicinal pill that Xiaoyan had refined, a strong human figure slowly stepped out of the mountain forest a short distance away while laughing out loud. With each step he took, Xianxia could clearly sense that the ground beneath her feet was slightly trembling. It was hard to imagine exactly what sort of frightening power was contained within this fellow's body. Haha, oh? Little girl, you're injured. It seems that you haven't recovered yet. In that case, that guy's medicinal pellet was refined for you. Ha 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 ha. At the same time when the robust man walked out from the forest, the warm sunlight mercilessly scattered down from the horizon and shone on the robust man's body. The robust man's body was as robust as an ox. He had a shiny head and his upper body was bare. At a glance, one could see that frightening scars covered the robust man's entire body. It could even be said to be frightening. If this robust man were to be placed together with the current Xianxia, then they would truly be a beauty and a beast. At this moment, this bald robust man was staring at Xianxia with an evil smile on his face. His pair of beast-red eyes revealed a perverted expression. Humph. Facing the robust man's perverted smile, Xianxia coldly snorted with a heart filled with disgust. The expression on her charming face was ice-cold. Haha, little girl, your little face is not bad. Why is your temperament so cold? However, it's exactly what this king wants. Ha 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 ha. With a laugh filled with perverted intentions, the bald robust man suddenly waved his large hand. The several figures behind him immediately rushed towards Xianxia, intending to capture her. Humph. You dare to touch this young lady with just the likes of you? Seeing the several figures that had already arrived in front of her in an instant, Xianxia coldly snorted. The expression on her charming face became even more grave and stern. Just as those people arrived in front of her and grabbed towards Xianxia with a perverted smile on their faces, the young lady's graceful toes lightly tapped on the ground. At the same time her figure retreated, a strange blue fluorescent light quickly lingered within the young lady's quick-witted eyes. Instantly, a burst of strange pressure rapidly spread out from Xianxia's body. In a blink of an eye, the expressions on the faces of the people who had obscene smiles on their faces as they grabbed Xianxia abruptly changed. The figures that were originally rushing forward abruptly froze in midair the instant the pressure spread out. Their pupils also abruptly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Even their unceasingly beating hearts had stopped at that instant. At the same time, a deep sense of fear quickly gushed out from the bottom of their hearts. It enveloped their minds and made them feel incomparable fear. Even though their strength far surpassed the young lady in front of them, they did not dare to make the slightest movement. What's going on? There's something strange about this little girl. Let this king personally take a look. Seeing this scene, the bald strong man couldn't help but be slightly astonished in his heart. However, immediately after, his strong body suddenly moved. In an instant, the strong man had already appeared in front of those people. Only at that moment did he understand why his subordinates were blocked by a heavily injured and weak girl. Feeling that formless pressure, the strong man's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. That pressure came from the bloodline. In other words, the young lady in front of him was not a human. She was the same as them, a magical beast race. Little girl, I truly didn't expect that you would be able to perfectly conceal your identity under this king's probing. However, even if that's the case, this king will definitely take you in today. Even though the strong man felt very uncomfortable in his heart due to the pressure, his strength far surpassed Xianxia. In addition, the latter's current condition was not good. Thus, the strong man did not fear her in his heart. After his cry sounded, the strong man suddenly twisted his body. His huge feet ferociously stepped on the empty air and once again grabbed at Xianxia. Seeing that the strong man was actually not afraid of her pressure, Xianxia's heart involuntarily shivered. However, facing the strong man who attacked once again, the young lady did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Her delicate body moved and she hurriedly dodged to one side. Rip, although she had successfully dodged the strong man coldly smiled. With a flip of his hand, he forcefully tore off the sleeve on the young lady's left arm. Instantly, a lotus root-like snow-white wrist was exposed in the air. Ha 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 ha. I'll see if you can still dodge. If you dare to dodge again, this king will strip you naked right here. Ha 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 ha. The strong man's face was filled with an insolent lewd smile. His strong body ferociously moved and once again charged explosively towards Xianxia. Rumble, however, in the next instant, a wave of earth-shaking thunder suddenly resounded in this world. Pill lightning, appear. Rumble, following a wave of deafening thunder sounds, the wind and clouds in the 100,000 feet sky above everyone's heads changed. The originally clear sky swiftly darkened. The wind and clouds in the sky stirred as large thunderclouds swiftly agglomerated and covered the sky. The sky changed color and the atmosphere swiftly became oppressive at this moment. Xianxia's heart instantly felt a chill. The pill lightning had gathered and Xiaoyan was alone. If no one protected him, this pill lightning could only be resisted by him alone. Given Xiaoyan's strength, how could he possibly be a match for the pill lightning? Bastard, why did this pill lightning not appear earlier or later? Why did it have to appear now? As she cursed in her heart, the expression on the young lady's pretty face swiftly turned grave. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together as she looked at the pitch-black mountain cave. Her pretty eyes revealed a worried expression that could not be removed. Ha 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 ha. Pill lightning, the pill lightning has appeared. Humph humph, little girl, this king wants to see just how your little lover will withstand the pill lightning. Ha 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 ha. The strong man's mouth immediately emitted a ridicule when he saw the worried expression in Xianxia's pretty eyes. Immediately, his gaze once again landed on the alluring lovely body of the young lady that was wrapped in a long dress. His gaze paused on the snow-white wrist that was exposed in the air. Immediately, the strong man's face revealed a lewd smile as he stared at the delicate pretty face of the young lady. His eyes revealed a greedy ridicule as he spoke. Humph humph, why don't we do this? Little girl, as long as you agree to obediently return with this king will help your little lover withstand the pill lightning. What do you say? Although he spoke in this manner, the actions of the large man were merely for the sake of obtaining the D-tier medicinal pill. After all, if no one could withstand the pill lightning, this D-tier medicinal pill would ultimately have difficulty escaping the fate of being destroyed. A fury immediately rose in Xianxia's heart when she heard the words from the large man's mouth. However, due to the other party's strength, she could only furiously rebuke him. Her tone was icy cold as she cried out, "If you dare to touch a single hair of mine, I swear that I'll definitely make you die in this Shilin mountain range." Haha, there are a lot of people who want to take this king's life. However, little girl, you are not one of them. With merely your strength of a 4-star half-martial emperor, even if you've recovered from your injuries, what could you possibly do to this king? In response to the young girl's angry shout, the burly man only sneered. A bloodthirsty taste appeared in his beast-red eyes. Humph, I originally wanted to leave that kid's corpse intact, but since that's the case, I don't think it's necessary. Ha 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 ha. Rumble, as the loud laughter was emitted from the strong man's mouth, the thundercloud that had just agglomerated in the sky suddenly began to churn intensely. Soon after, an earth-shaking, frightening lightning suddenly fell from the thundercloud and violently smashed toward the spot where Xiaoyan was at this moment. Boom, as the thunder descended, the mountain cave that Xiaoyan was in was like a piece of tofu before the thunder. It was instantly shattered into a pile of fine powder by the thunder. The entire mountain was split open from the middle, revealing Xiaoyan who was inside the mountain. Oh? You're truly a delicate boy. No wonder you're able to have such a beauty accompanying you. However, now, this beauty, shall belong to this king. Ha 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 ha. With a loud laugh, the burly man's body suddenly flashed and he violently charged towards Xiaoyan. Seeing this scene, the expression on Xianxia's pale face changed once again. Ignoring the injuries in her body, the young girl's delicate body moved. In an instant, her delicate body had already appeared in front of the burly man. At the same time, her delicate jade-like hand was rapidly raised. Her finger drew across her fingertip and a few drops of dark red blood immediately flowed out. As the young girl's fingertip moved, the blood condensed into a peculiar symbol in the air before her. The instant the symbol was condensed, it rapidly turned into a ray of light and entered the young girl's body. Boom! In the next instant, the young girl's delicate body suddenly trembled. A powerful aura rapidly surged out from the young girl's body and turned into an energy storm. This caused the burly man who was rushing toward her to involuntarily stop. When the burly man focused his gaze, he saw that there was a surging doqi crazily surging out from Xianxia's body. At the same time, the young girl's aura also rapidly increased. The originally weak doqi within her body also rapidly became abundant. Even her injuries were forcibly suppressed at this moment. After a couple breaths, the frightening aura that was surging violently within the young girl's body gradually stopped. At this moment, Xianxia's strength had actually reached the level of a 5-star half-martial emperor. However, even though this was the case, there was still quite a large gap between her and this burly man. Oh? Humph humph, and here I was wondering how strong you would become. It turns out that you're merely a 5-star half-martial emperor. However, this secret technique is quite good. If you are able to hand it over to this king guarantees that I will definitely dote on you greatly in the future. Ha 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 ha. Sensing the aura being emitted from the young girl's body, this burly man involuntarily felt astonished in his heart. However, in the blink of an eye, his face once again revealed a lewd smile filled with greed. He laughed wildly and fiercely licked his lips with his scarlet-red tongue. Haha, little girl, since you are so impatient to be stripped naked by this king, then, this king is about to come. Ha 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 ha. After his laughter sounded, an intense sound of rushing wind suddenly sounded beside the young girl's ears. An enormous palm ruthlessly slapped toward the young girl's right shoulder. Seeing this, the expression on the young girl's face involuntarily changed slightly. Her pale face did not recover from the powerful aura within her body. Instead, at the same time that she sensed the danger before her, her pale face became even paler like paper. The young girl's lovely body turned around. Her state of mind was tense. At the same time that the doqi within her body surged, she flipped her lily-white hand and sent a palm ruthlessly smashing toward the empty space to the right of her lovely body. Rip! Xianxia's palm shot forth and struck the empty space. At the same time, the sleeve on Xianxia's right arm was forcibly torn apart by someone. Ah? The young girl was startled. As her lovely body moved back explosively, she extended both of her hands. Numerous doqi pillars immediately shot out and ruthlessly smashed into the surrounding empty space. However, in the end, the young girl was unable to land a single attack on that burly man with frightening agility. Instead, that burly man, after a couple of flashes, once again arrived in front of the young girl. With a wave of his hand, he forcibly tore off the belt on the young girl's waist. Without the belt, the long dress that the young girl was wearing immediately became loose. At the same time that the young girl's body moved back, a flowing wind blew past and the long dress immediately scattered with the wind, revealing a large portion of Xianxia's long dress. However, before the expression on Xianxia's face could change, the burly human figure once again appeared in front of the young girl. He grabbed at the remaining water blue-colored long dress on the young girl's body. The instant she regained her senses, the expression on Xianxia's charming face abruptly changed into one of fear. Her charming face carried a horrified expression as her lovable body rapidly retreated backwards, hoping to avoid the bald beast in front of her. Unfortunately, although Xianxia managed to dodge the burly man, a corner of the long dress that reached her feet was still grabbed by the burly man. Rip. Rumble. While Xianxia and the burly man were bitterly enduring, Xiaoyan finally exhaled a long breath. In the face of the lightning that fell from the sky, Xiaoyan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. After connecting with the 3 frightening lightning bolts, Xiaoyan could clearly feel that the frightening lightning energy still remained in his body. However, under the refinement of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame, it was ultimately absorbed by him and became a part of Xiaoyan's strength. Xiaoyan slowly stood up. Not only did he feel a wave of dizziness, but in order to better raise the quality of this medicinal pill, Xiaoyan had gone all out this time. The consumption of his spiritual strength was naturally even more frightening. However, at the same time, the result that Xiaoyan obtained also caused him to be quite satisfied. This was the second Emperor Tier complete pill that Xiaoyan had refined after the Emperor Tribulation pill that he had refined during the Alchemist Grand Meeting in the ancient Savage City. Xiaoyan believed that with these 2 experiences, it would be a solid start for him to refine Emperor Tier complete pills in the future. Crackle, thunder clouds churned high up in the sky. Xiaoyan had just stood up when another frightening furious lightning shot out from the thick thunder clouds. It was just like a horned dragon descending into the world as it ruthlessly bombarded Xiaoyan below. Xiaoyan violently shook his giddy head. Only then did he raise his head. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the frightening lightning that was rapidly descending. Immediately, he slowly withdrew his gaze. With a flick of his finger, a black flowing light swiftly shot out and met the rapidly descending lightning. Xiaoyan turned his gaze and looked towards the direction where Xianxia was at. He coincidentally saw that the thin long skirt on Xianxia's body had been torn to shreds by the burly man. Immediately, the long skirt on the young lady's body was torn up to her thighs. A pair of light and beautiful legs were exposed in the air, causing quite a number of people present to cry out loudly. Their eyes were filled with greed when they looked at the young lady. In the next moment, while the young lady's heart was filled with fear, the burly man once again approached her. With a lewd smile, he grabbed the remaining short skirt on the young lady's body. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the loud laughter, the burly man became increasingly closer to Xianxia's delicate and lovely body. Due to the fear in the latter's heart, she actually forgot to dodge and froze in midair like a dead ash. Her heart was filled with fear as she looked at the burly man who was approaching her. Crystal clear tears finally uncontrollably gushed out from the young lady's eyes at this moment. However, in the next moment, when the large hand of the burly man was less than an inch away from the long skirt that Xianxia was wearing, a cold wind that caused one's heart to palpitate suddenly blew across the sky. Immediately, in the next instant, bang! A terrifying explosion was mixed with an earth-shaking miserable cry. Faintly, there were even some slight sounds of bones breaking being buried within it. Immediately after, the group of magical beasts present saw a human figure abruptly fly out. At the same time that he flew out, fresh red blood sprayed out and dyed a large area of the ground red. This sudden scene caused everyone present to instantly become completely silent. Everyone widened their eyes and their gazes were filled with shock as they looked at the human figure that was sent flying out. When that human figure ferociously smashed into the ground, a huge deep pit was created in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone present focused their attention and looked over. When they clearly saw the face of that person, the expressions on everyone's faces suddenly froze. Immediately after, the sound of saliva being swallowed continuously sounded in the field. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. This was because the human figure that was sent flying was the burly man who had rushed towards the young lady and grabbed her a moment ago. After which, when everyone turned their gazes back and looked at the spot where the young lady was at, everyone's expressions involuntarily changed drastically. The person that appeared in front of them was not the elder that they had imagined in their hearts. Instead, it was a young man wearing a black robe and carrying a huge ruler on his back. Hua! Immediately, an uproar sounded in the field. However, Xiaoyan did not have the time to bother about it. His dark and stern eyes swept over those magical beasts that had transformed into human forms. The ice-cold killing intent in his eyes caused those fellows, who licked blood from their blades all day long, to involuntarily feel an icy cold feeling rising from the bottom of their hearts. This black-robed young man in front of them actually caused them to feel a dense aura of death. This kind of aura was agglomerated from killing aura. Only those who had experienced hundreds of battles could agglomerate it. It was difficult to imagine that this seemingly ordinary black-robed young man in front of them was actually so terrifying. If anyone offended him, it was likely that their ending would not be good. Woo woo woo. Xiaoyan, you have finally come out. If you had still not come out, I'm afraid that I would have really been, woo 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 woo. Seeing Xiaoyan in front of her, Xianxia appeared as though she had seen her savior. The fear in her heart finally and swiftly disappeared. Her lovely body trembled as she took a few steps forward and threw herself into Xiaoyan's embrace while crying. However, she did not realize that the long dress on her body had already been torn to shreds. In the process of throwing herself into Xiaoyan's embrace, the long dress on her body was finally unable to support itself and slid down from Xianxia's lovely body. Therefore, at this moment, the one who had thrown herself into Xiaoyan's embrace was not only a delicate beauty, but also a natural beauty that would cause one's blood to spurt out. Feeling the soft body in his embrace, Xiaoyan's originally somewhat giddy head suddenly became clear. However, his entire face revealed an extremely awkward expression. Cough cough, that, your dress, oh? Xiaoyan awkwardly coughed twice. Only then did the beauty in his embrace lower her light head somewhat doubtfully. Immediately following this, her entire pretty face, from her ears to her ears, instantly turned bright red. Her entire heart was filled with an indescribable awkwardness. She hurriedly and easily struggled free from Xiaoyan's embrace. However, at this moment, the time for the secret technique to be used had coincidentally arrived. This caused the young girl's body to rapidly emit an extremely weak feeling. Her delicate body could not help but fall backwards. Seeing this, the expression on Xiaoyan's face could not help but slightly change. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and hugged Xianxia from behind. At the same time, Xianxia's front view also fell into Xiaoyan's eyes. At the same time, the lovely person in his embrace fainted once again. Xiaoyan lowered his head to look at the beauty who had once again fainted in his embrace. His sickly old face immediately turned completely red. This was especially so when the alluring body of the young lady was reflected in Xiaoyan's eyes. Xiaoyan's heart began to beat faster at this moment. However, Xiaoyan was someone who had experienced it before. He more or less possessed his own resistance to this kind of thing. In merely an instant, the restlessness that had just risen in Xiaoyan's heart was swiftly suppressed by Xiaoyan. Soon after, Xiaoyan suddenly waved his large sleeve. Doji poured out and formed a black robe on Xianxia's lovely body. It completely covered the snow-white body of the young lady that was exposed to the outside. After which, she was gently placed on the ground by Xiaoyan's side. Soon after, the moment Xiaoyan stood up and turned around, the strong man who had been sent flying by Xiaoyan's attack from the large pit in the distance also staggered as he climbed out of the large pit. The instant the strong man raised his head, Xiaoyan also coincidentally raised his gaze. After which, the 2 human figures looked at each other from a distance of 1,000 feet. Their respective bodies appeared to have solidified in an instant and did not move at all. Xiaoyan's expression did not change in the slightest when faced with the strong man in front of him. However, the gentleness that was originally contained within his pair of dark black eyes had already disappeared. Replacing it was an indifferent gaze that caused one to feel a chill from the bottom of one's heart. As for the strong man, his heart was also filled with anger toward this young brat who had single-handedly ruined his plans. He even wished that he could pull out the tendons and pull out the bones of this brat. However, at the same time, when the strong man saw Xiaoyan for the first time, He had already discovered in his heart that the strength of this young brat in front of him had actually reached the level of a 5-star half-emperor. Compared to him, there was only a gap of 1 star. Hence, when the strong man looked at Xiaoyan, his heart similarly did not dare to be careless. Humph, kid, I didn't expect you to be able to refine an emperor-grade pill at such a young age. I have to say, you are truly a rare genius. As he said this, the burly man slowly placed one hand behind his back. With a thought, the doqi in his body surged and quickly gathered in his palm. You want to snatch the pills I refined? Xiao had naturally sensed the actions of the burly man in front of him. However, he could not be bothered. His words cut straight to the chase. Heh, this medicinal pill of yours is an ownerless item. As the saying goes, only those who are fated will obtain it. This king is merely helping you obtain it and not burying it. But why would you say such words? The burly man gave a sinister smile, and the expression on his face gradually turned vicious. Haha, this pill was personally refined by me. How could it be ownerless? Unless, haha. You guessed right. As long as you die, this pill will become an ownerless item. So, kid. Go to hell. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for being too stupid. You actually did not take any precautions against this king. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyan's words had yet to fade when the burly man suddenly laughed out loud. With a cry, the burly man had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. He waved his large hand and his 5 fingers were tightly clenched into a fist. A frightening strength was contained within his palm as he viciously smashed his fist towards Xiaoyan's head. If this punch were to land, even with Xiaoyan's strength, only death would await him. However, even at this moment, Xiaoyan still emitted a soft laugh. He slowly lifted his gaze. His eyes were filled with indifference as he stared at the burly man in front of him. He slowly said, "It is not that I am not on guard against you. It is just that it is unnecessary to be on guard against someone like you. You are seeking death." Hearing that Xiaoyan actually dared to be so arrogant in the face of death, the burly man's heart was immediately enraged. He let out a stern cry and the doqi in his body swiftly churned. The strength contained within his large fist also became even more frightening. In the next instant, the burly man's large fist, which was wrapped in doqi and was larger than Xiaoyan's head, was already less than an inch away from Xiaoyan's face. In the next moment, Xiaoyan would become one of the dead souls under this burly man's hands. However, in the blink of an eye, the burly man's expression abruptly changed when his fist was thrown out and landed on Xiaoyan's face. This was because when his fist landed, Xiaoyan, who was smashed by his large fist, actually disappeared into thin air. Under the wind of his fist, nothing was left. An afterimage. Seeing this scene, the expression on the burly man's face became one of shock. It was difficult to imagine that at such a close distance, this black-robed young man was actually able to perfectly dodge his attack. How is this possible? Other than being shocked, the burly man's heart was filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that a 5-star half-martial emperor would actually be able to perfectly dodge the attack of a 6-star half-martial emperor like him. Moreover, he had done it in such a thrilling manner. From the way it appeared earlier, Xiaoyan had done it on purpose. This also meant that Xiaoyan possessed a frightening speed that allowed him to easily dodge all of his attacks. Thinking of this, the burly man's heart was suddenly startled. He could not help but doubt the true strength of this black-robed young man. After all, being able to easily dodge the attack of a 6-star half-martial emperor was something that an ordinary agility do skill would not be able to do. Unless, his opponent's strength far surpassed his own. If that was truly the case, it was likely that he had kicked an iron plate today. Since you've already made your move, it's my turn now. Just as the burly man's heart was filled with fear, an extremely cold and indifferent voice was suddenly transmitted into his ears. Hearing those words, the expression on the burly man's face involuntarily changed slightly. His body shook and he was about to explosively retreat in a flash. However, right at this moment, Xiaoyan's figure suddenly appeared in front of the burly man. His pale face carried a bone-chilling smile as he faced the burly man's 4 eyes. Ah? Such an abrupt instant also caused the burly man's heart to suddenly freeze. His pair of beast-red eyes abruptly shrunk. Just as the burly man recovered, Xiaoyan coldly laughed. Immediately after, he flipped his palm and ferociously sent a palm strike ruthlessly smashing into the burly man's chest. Soul-suppressing seal. Bang! Following the explosion of the palm, a muffled bang sound was emitted. The burly man's body flew back uncontrollably. After flipping a couple of times in the air, he violently smashed into the ground and slid nearly 1,000 feet across the ground. Only then did he collapse onto the ground like a pile of mud. His aura had already completely disappeared and he was undoubtedly a dead man. A single palm strike. A single palm strike had killed a 6-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, the numerous demonic beasts that had been attracted by the emperor-grade medicinal pellet had turned completely silent. The scene before their eyes was truly too shocking. It was hard to imagine that a 6-star half-martial emperor, the strongest person present, would actually be killed by a single palm strike from a 5-star half-martial emperor. This sort of thing could be said to be inconceivable. Of course, in the hearts of these fellows at this moment, Xiaoyan's palm had brought them more fear. After all, even that 6-star half-martial emperor had died at Xiaoyan's hands. How could they, who possessed even lower strength, possibly be a match for this black-robed youth before them? Immediately, many of the demonic beasts that had transformed into human form began to retreat. Standing in the air, Xiaoyan's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the group of demonic beasts that were still revealing greedy gazes. His gaze involuntarily revealed some astonishment. These guys were truly worthy of licking blood from blades. Even at this moment, they were still unwilling to give up on fighting over the emperor-grade medicinal pill. Xiaoyan took a deep breath with some difficulty. First, he had refined the medicinal pill. Then, he had used the soul-suppressing seal. At this moment, there was not much soul energy left in the soul bead in his mind. As for Xiaoyan, he was already unable to forcefully suppress the feeling of weakness coming from within his body. If he wanted to recover as soon as possible, he would have to send this group of demonic beasts away. Humph! A cold snort was emitted. Everyone present was as quiet as cicadas in winter. After having witnessed the frightening aura of Xiaoyan earlier, no one present dared to treat this black-robed, young man in front of them as an ordinary 5-star half-D. When Xiaoyan's cold snort was heard, everyone's gaze uniformly landed on Xiaoyan. At this moment, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened. Waves of cold sweat had already drenched their backs. Even though they were half-martial emperors, they were still unable to summon the slightest bit of the imposing manner that a half-martial emperor should have before this black-robed youth. Leave this place within 10 breaths, or die. Xiaoyan's tone was unyielding. After this icy cold voice was emitted, a frightening doqi energy suddenly swept out from within Xiaoyan's body. The powerful pressure caused everyone present to reveal grave expressions. Even those 5-star half-martial emperors like Xiaoyan had faces filled with shock at this moment. The shock in their hearts could not be described with words. Judging from his appearance, how could this black-gowned man possibly be a 5-star half-martial emperor? Judging from his oppressive might, his actual strength was likely at least that of an 8-star half-martial emperor. After that oppressive might was emitted, the remaining few 5-star half-martial emperors looked to each other in secret. They then took another glance at Xiaoyan. A couple of them seemed to be confirming something. In the next moment, they suddenly turned around and, with their fastest speed, shot explosively toward the direction they had come from without even turning their heads back. Seeing that Xiaoyan actually did not continue to attack, the remaining people present also turned around and hurriedly raised the doqi within their bodies. One by one, they began to move, and rapidly ran in the direction they had come from. They wished that they could instantly distance themselves from Xiaoyan's line of sight. After all of the people present had left, Xiaoyan's body grew soft and he nearly fell from the sky. Only then did he descend shakily and arrive before Xianxia. He looked at the beautiful person who had already fainted. Because this girl had used a secret technique earlier, her bitter training in the past month had once again turned into nothingness. At this very moment, the injuries on Xianxia's body were even more serious compared to a month ago. If he could not quickly heal her injuries, then this time around, Xianxia's life would truly be in danger. Damn it, what a stupid girl. Could it be that she truly doesn't want to live anymore? Xiaoyan tightly frowned and cursed in a low voice. After pondering for a moment in his heart, he finally shook his head helplessly. He forced himself to raise his spirit and dragged his exhausted body to the front of the medicinal cauldron. Looking at the thunderclouds in the sky that were about to disperse, Xiaoyan could not help but sigh in relief in his heart. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiaoyan looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Looking through the medicinal cauldron, Xiaoyan saw the glazed medicinal pill that was emitting a dazzling golden light within the medicinal cauldron. Xiaoyan swiftly lifted both of his hands. With a thought, the douqi within his body swiftly surged out. Following the movement of Xiaoyan's fingers, numerous mysterious seals were swiftly formed. It was the Dan transformation divine skill. This time around, facing the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron, Xiaoyan did not have the slightest hesitation. He forcefully endured the waves of weakness that were emitted from his body. Xiaoyan's teeth fiercely bit the tip of his tongue. At the same time that fresh blood sputtered out, Xiaoyan's body violently trembled. Only then did the world in front of him become much more stable. At the same time, the beautiful, heavenly flame agglomerated into a palm-sized fire ring between Xiaoyan's hands. Following a thought from Xiaoyan, it turned into a ray of light that shot into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Buzz buzz buzz, feeling the fire ring approaching, the medicinal pill suddenly trembled intensely at this critical moment. Immediately, a golden ray of light wildly surged out from the medicinal pill and agglomerated into a layer of golden energy shield around the medicinal pill. Chi-chi, with the protection of the shield, Xiaoyan's Dan transformation ring was unable to break through to the front of the medicinal pill. Xiaoyan's expression became increasingly pale in this short moment. It was unexpected that the medicinal pill was still unwilling to settle down even at this moment. If it were not for the fact that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was too weak at this moment, this thing would definitely not be able to endure for so long. Damn it! When he thought of how Morong Xianxia was currently seriously injured and how such a thing had happened, Xiaoyan's heart immediately became anxious. If it was something else, it would have been fine. However, this girl was injured because she was stalling for time for Xiaoyan. Even though that little bit of time was not important, this girl still ended up making a move. Whether it was due to emotion or reason, Xiaoyan could not ignore it. Sigh. Xiaoyan helplessly sighed in his heart. With a thought, a dazzling golden light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. A mysterious symbol appeared between Xiaoyan's eyebrows. It was the Xiao clan tattoo. When the clan tattoo appeared, Xiaoyan's aura also rapidly rose. His condition also temporarily recovered. Huh. Taking advantage of this short moment, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly became awe-inspiring. With a low cry in his heart, Xiaoyan swiftly lifted his hands. Seals were quickly formed between his hands. At the same time, the aura of the Dan transformation ring also rapidly rose. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's hands waved forcefully. The palm-sized Dan transformation ring also abruptly expanded by more than 10 times. With a thought from Xiaoyan, the energy shield on the medicinal pill was forcefully burst open like a balloon. With a bang, it was forcefully burst open. Dan transformation ring, collect. End of chapter 457. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.